At the tender age of 8, I inherited the eternal kaleidoscope from Ban, only to discover that he was utterly oblivious to the true potential of his Sharingan abilities. It is well known that the notoriously rebellious Ban, despite his formidable prowess, never once showcased his Sharingan's capabilities. Upon my unexpected journey into the realm of Naruto, I initially believed that being born into the illustrious Uchiha clan would guarantee me a prosperous future. However, the reality was starkly contrary. Not only was I unable to awaken the Sharingan, but I also struggled with the most rudimentary task of throwing shurikens, leading me to the grim conclusion that I would not survive. Even a week. After all, the night of the massacre loomed ever closer, and as a powerless Uchiha, I was inevitably bound to succumb without a fight. During this precarious time, every encounter with you would prompt me to chastise him harshly, yet he, seeing me as a mere child, chose not to retaliate. Given our shared fate, he figured it best to vent his frustrations before our inevitable demise. Little did I know, it was precisely this circumstance that heralded an extraordinary opportunity approaching me silently. On one particular day after school, as I strolled along the familiar path home, I noticed two familiar figures ahead. Their backs turned to me. Point one was Uchiha Itachi, and the other was my older sister, Uchiha Izumi. Witnessing their intimate exchange ignited a furious flame within me. How could Itachi, a harbinger of doom for our clan, rekindle his relationship with my sister at a time when he was preparing to annihilate the entire Uchiha lineage? Determined to confront him, I picked up a stone from the ground and stealthily approached. Just as Itachi leaned in to kiss Izumi, I hurled the stone at him with all my might. The impact was explosive, and Itachi's head was struck with a resounding crack. Izumi, aghast, turned to me, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you realize you just attacked your future brother-in-law?" Finding myself embroiled in this chaotic moment, I could only respond in disbelief. "Sister, this man is immensely dangerous. You must leave him at once. He intends to obliterate the entire Uchiha clan, you included." As my words hung in the air, Izumi stood frozen, gradually turning to the right without uttering a word, and then she departed, her expression a mix of shock and concern. With her exit, Izumi's composure shattered. "Look at what you've done," she lamented, casting her gaze skyward. "I pursued him for a year, and now this." Before I could react, Izumi charged at me, her fist connecting with my face, and I collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, in that moment of darkness, a brilliant blue light erupted within my mind. As the light coalesced into a figure, I was rendered speechless, for the visage before me was one I recognized all too well: Indra, the son of the sage of six paths. "Indra, what brings you here?" I gasped in astonishment. Indra began to elucidate the reason for his arrival. He explained that he had come to find me because Ban, the first inheritor, had possessed insufficient talent and had never managed to comprehend the essence of his eternal kaleidoscope, ultimately leading to his demise without ever grasping his true potential. The true extent of my eternal kaleidoscope's power remains a mystery. Indra has chosen to designate me as his second successor. However, due to my exceedingly high innate talent, which stands in stark contrast to his formidable strength, he has persistently engaged in sword training with me. This, in turn, has led to my feeling inferior. Yet, by a fortunate coincidence, today, Uchiha Quan struck me down, providing Indra with the opportunity to intervene. Hearing all of this filled my heart with joy. It seems I am not as worthless as I believed. Ha ha! The prospect of dominating the ninja world is within reach. Indra, dear brother, grant me your power swiftly, for I have long awaited this moment. Trust me, I can quell the crisis posed by the Uchiha. Witnessing my fervor, Indra raised his hands, and a wave of purple light gradually enveloped my being. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through my eyes, but once it subsided, I found my gaze transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope with 6 small orbs. Even my previously frail body noticeably gained strength, affirming the authenticity of this transformation. As Indra vanished, my surroundings returned to normalcy. At that moment, Uchiha Quan, with a voice choked with emotion, looked up at me, proclaiming, "Sister, I was wrong. I should not have struck you." Seeing Quan in tears, I gently placed my hand on his head and reassured him, "I am fine. Trust me, do not venture outside tomorrow night. Afterward, do as you wish." Quan nodded in agreement, and I promptly set off towards the distant forest, for I had another pressing matter at hand, to familiarize myself with my new eyes. After all, even the mightiest eternal kaleidoscope would falter if one were to rely solely on last-minute preparation. That night, I remained in the forest, rigorously testing my abilities until I returned home. I awoke from my slumber, only to be stirred by the arrival of a shadowy figure, which caused a chorus of wails among the Uchiha clan. Just as the shadow prepared to strike down a young boy, a hand suddenly intervened, and in the instant of contact with the blade, it shattered into two halves. I remarked, "You truly are a beast, for even a young girl could descend to such depths." Upon realizing my presence, the assailant was taken aback, unable to fathom how a so-called Uchiha misfit could effortlessly counter his attack, with eyes still gleaming with the kaleidoscope of a Sharingan. "What moment did you acquire those eyes?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, but I offered no response. Instead, I ignited a flame and, with lightning speed, charged in Itachi's direction. Yet he was no novice in a mere instant. He deftly evaded my assault. He then formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of fire-infused projectiles toward me. Unperturbed, I activated my eternal kaleidoscope, and as I unleashed infinity, the incoming barrage seemed to be obstructed by an unseen force, slowing to a crawl. Witnessing this spectacle, my heart swelled with elation. This power is indeed remarkable. Then, before Uchiha Itachi, with my own fingers, I effortlessly deflected those shurikens. It was this astonishing maneuver that even the usually composed Itachi could not maintain his calm. "Who on earth are you? This ninjutsu is unlike anything I have ever encountered. What on earth is happening? You should just give up. You are simply not my match." As soon as the words left my lips, he discarded his long sword and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Such a sight surprised me. After all, in my memory, he would not easily yield. Why then did he suddenly capitulate? Yet, just as I was engulfed in confusion, a flicker of murderous intent appeared on his face. As he transformed into a wooden figure, I was instantly alarmed. "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." As I turned around, he materialized behind me, launching his ultimate technique, reading this sight I initially intended to evade. But upon reflection, I realized that evasion at such a short distance was evidently impossible. The only option left was to gamble with this technique. Infinite negative infinity, my ninjutsu, was unleashed. His readings seemed to have no effect on me, not drawing me into the reading space at all. Seeing the results manifest, I delivered a kick directly at him. At that very moment, his entire body was sent flying backwards. As soon as he stood up, he discovered that I had already positioned a shuriken against his neck. "I've told you before, you cannot defeat me. Surrender." At this moment, he wore a bitter smile. "Just moments ago, when I hadn't fully grasped your abilities, I thought I had the means to eliminate you. But after my ultimate strike was thwarted, I realized the extent of your powers. Not only can you slow down anything that attacks you, but you can also accelerate your own assaults. When you seemingly merely kicked to counter my moon, that was just the speed visible to the naked eye. In reality, your kick had been amplified beyond comprehension. Thus, while that attack appeared innocuous, it was in truth terrifyingly formidable. Am I correct?" As he articulated the capabilities of my left eye with clarity, I felt no surprise whatsoever. After all, he is the second genius after Senju Hashirama. Truly impressive. Now, your choice is clear. Xiang Tian, I am compelled to act this way. However, I am curious to hear your intentions in response to his words. I was acutely aware that Konoha had perpetually oppressed the Uchiha, merely because the Uchiha's combat prowess had waned over time, coupled with Shizui's demise, which stirred the pot, and the brainwashing of teammates. This led to the tragic night of the Uchiha. My thoughts were straightforward: to deliver a warning to Konoha's upper echelons, to let them understand that the Uchiha is an ever-sleeping lion. After all, with my presence, alongside two others from Konoha, we have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Such combat strength is more than sufficient to intimidate Konoha. Yet upon hearing my words, he seemed to harbor a flicker of doubt. Is it truly possible? Xiang Tian. The formidable strength of the creatures from Konoha should not be underestimated. Upon witnessing Yuza's concern, I merely smiled with indifference. It seems you have forgotten a crucial detail. I still possess the ability of my right eye, yet to be unleashed. Upon hearing this, Yuzu found solace. For just the power of my left, I had already proven overwhelming. And now, there exists a mysterious right I yet unutilized. We must hasten to bring our father to negotiate with the higher-ups of Konoha, lest the forces of Danzo arrive prematurely, leaving us with no recourse. Just as I was about to call for Fuyua, I quickly halted him. "Do not rush, there is another matter we must address first. Have you forgotten about that outsider?" He is quite troublesome, the one who claims to be Uchiha Madara. His pupils constricted sharply, and thoughts of that enigmatic masked man flashed through his mind, filled with trepidation. Oh dear, had you not mentioned it, I might have completely overlooked that individual. How shall we contend with him? If my assumptions are correct, he could very well be the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan, a being of unparalleled mystery. The gravity in Yes' voice was unprecedented, as though he bore the weight of a great stone upon his shoulders. Clearly, he harbored doubts about our chances of overcoming the masked man. The challenge appeared as daunting as expecting a cat to hunt a mouse. What legendary figure? He seems nothing more than a charlatan. I scoffed, rolling my eyes dramatically. He is not Uchiha Madara, merely a brash youth parading under that name. Yet, I had to admit, this fellow was as tenacious as chewing gum. His eyes widened in disbelief, resembling two large brass bells, as this revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly astonished. Nonetheless, he had unwavering faith in your words, particularly since that individual could effortlessly perceive the secret dealings between himself and Danzo. The prowess of his intelligence gathering was nothing short of extraordinary in comparison. My own skills felt minuscule. I observed his astonished expression, akin to encountering an extraterrestrial, and found it hardly surprising. Dido's eyes could easily earn him the title of the Oscar-winning actor of the ninja world, convincingly leading the majority of ninjas to believe he was indeed a genuine ninja. Aside from a select few with discerning eyes, none were aware of Dido's true identity. Concealed it more deeply than a ninja's secret lair. Enough chatter. He is likely occupied in the police department at this very moment, so let us not linger. Time is of the essence. As if our very backs were aflame, I stated casually, extending my hand as if to say, "Come, let us embark." He hesitated for a moment before grasping my hand firmly. His palm was significantly larger than mine, making me feel as though I had been ensnared. The scene was rather comical. My left eye's kaleidoscope began to whirl, and I shouted, "Infinite activation." The moment resembled that of a superhero unleashing a magnificent power, as both of us vanished instantaneously, as if enchanted by teleportation spelled. I, in the shadow of the street, a middle-aged man stood as a mysterious observer, fixated on the unfolding events. To his astonishment, he could hardly believe that such a young child had managed to persuade that individual. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him. His tone was imbued with richness, mingling relief, joy, and a touch of gravity, as if he had just overturned a bottle of mixed emotions. Meanwhile, relying on an extraordinary ability, you swiftly arrive at the entrance of the Konoha Police Department. This grand, semi-oval edifice resembled a colossal eggshell, adorned with doors and windows. The emblem above depicted a shuriken, with the Uchiha clan's fan intricately engraved at its center, symbol of their pride, akin to a prestigious medal of honor. However, following the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan, the police department ceased to be under their jurisdiction, and the emblem of the fan was replaced by the golden insignia of Konoha, as if donning a new garment. Within the police department, the lights had dimmed, casting a somber atmosphere. The silence outside was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, as if the world had entered a state of hushed anticipation. My expression shifted to one of seriousness, apprehensive thoughts racing through my mind. That troublesome individual had likely begun his mischief, that I quickly exchanged a glance with my companion, a look that conveyed a silent warning. Be cautious, there's danger ahead. Without uttering a word, I nodded slightly. Yet, the chakra within me simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash its power. Since I was here, there was no reason to cower like a timid turtle. It was time to boldly emerge. I shouted into the darkness of the Konoha Police Department, my voice resonating with such intensity that it seemed to breach the heavens. No sooner had my words faded than the sound of boots striking the ground echoed from the shadows nearby, akin to a mysterious symphony of footsteps. A figure emerged slowly from the darkness, long black hair billowing in the wind. He wore an orange mask adorned with black stripes and a flowing black cloak, complemented by a katana. At his waist, his appearance was strikingly dramatic. One could not help but notice that this incarnation of Obito bore a resemblance to Madara, especially with the Sharingan gleaming in his eyes, making it easy for one to mistake him for someone else. When Obito appeared, he didn't glance my way, instead directing his gaze toward my companion. "Is that you?" he queried. "Have you completed your task?" Obito's voice, low and resonant, seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread. Unperturbed, my companion did not acknowledge him. instead turning to face Obito with a demeanor akin to that of a subordinate dutifully following his leader, entirely subservient. To his command, Obito frowned slightly, shifting his attention to me. Initially, he regarded me with indifference, much like one would regard a pebble on the roadside. However, upon noticing my Sharingan, his body stiffened abruptly, as if paralyzed by an unseen force, his mind racing with thoughts. The child appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, yet astonishingly, he had already awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, surpassing my own awakening by 6 or 7 years. This was truly remarkable, almost as if he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. At that moment, I stepped forward, embodying the courage of a valiant warrior, interrupting Obito's contemplation. Indeed, the matter had reached its conclusion, but it was not the Uchiha clan that had come to an end. Rather, it was the extermination operation. Therefore, you may take your leave expeditiously. Your tone was imbued with an undeniable firmness, as though you were issuing a command that must be obeyed. Was it truly so? Obito's voice suddenly grew somber, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, that a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, a gaze that seemed capable of taking a life. The eradication of the Uchiha clan was a crucial step in his Moon Eye plan. It would not only allow the collection of Sharingan, but also prevent future super ninjas from obstructing his scheme. Calmly, I gazed at Obito and replied, "Indeed, I perceive a novel path within this child. Regardless of whether it leads to fruition, I am compelled to explore it." Thus, our agreement concludes here. The agreement referenced was, of course, Obito's assistance followed by his inclusion in a small organization, along with the stipulation that he would refrain from attacking Konoha in the future, all because of this child. Your excuse is utterly flimsy. Obito shifted his gaze towards me, his eyes brimming with disdain, as if to say, "What could you, a mere child, possibly achieve? Though you have awakened the kaleidoscope, in Obito's perception, you remained just an 80-year-old child. He could not fathom why he would relinquish his alliance for the sake of such a child. With unwavering determination, I calmly addressed Obito, stating, "Believe it or not, I now stand with the Uchiha. If you choose to abandon this, feel free to leave. I shall not hinder you." "Huh, you seem to regard me as a mere plaything, to be summoned at your beck and call." Obito's voice was now laced with a chilling malevolence, his left hand resting upon his ninja blade, poised as if ready to draw it at any moment. Just as he furrowed his brow, his mouth slightly agape, preparing to utter something, who could have anticipated the sudden, sharp sound that pierced the air, akin to a cry, breaking through the atmosphere. In an instant, I transformed into a blur, appearing directly before Obito, our faces mere inches apart, nearly touching noses. The scene was more exaggerated than even the speed of the flash. Obito was instantly taken aback, a chill of fear coursing down his spine, as if doused with cold water. His astonishment was palpable. Never had he encountered a ninja with such extraordinary speed in all his time within the ninja world. Even the legendary Flying Thunder God technique would pale in comparison to this prowess. Yet, instead of acting immediately, I stood there like a provocateur, fixated on the bag, articulating each word with precision. "Hey, how can you be so impolite, you big jerk? Did you not hear that I declared the termination of the extermination operation? Is it that you look down upon me, a mere insignificant person?" Those nearby witnessed this scene, their lips twitching uncontrollably, internally ridiculing me. At this age, I have never encountered an 80-year-old brat proclaiming such audacity. The absurdity of the moment was striking. Upon witnessing my sudden and astonishing speed, Obito finally regarded me with genuine attention, as if recognizing the emergence of a formidable character from the Uchiha clan. "What's your name?" he inquired unhurriedly. Though I stood within arm's reach, he remained unfazed, relying on the might of his Mangekyou Sharingan, convinced that no matter how formidable a rooster might be, it posed no threat to him. I crossed my arms over my chest, adopting the demeanor of a streetwise delinquent, and teasingly remarked, "Hey, before you inquire about someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? How can you be so oblivious to etiquette?" Obito was momentarily taken aback by this question, likely not expecting this young brat to adhere to such principles. After a brief, mocking chuckle, he retorted, "Fine, but I hope that upon learning my name, you don't soil your pants in fear. Listen well, I am the former leader of the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Madara." His deep voice resonated through the night, akin to a loudspeaker broadcasting an announcement that it is worth noting that the name Uchiha Madara holds great weight within the ninja world. Merely hearing it can send shivers down the spines of many. Meanwhile, I involuntarily narrowed my eyes, although I had previously mentioned that this fellow was not the real Madara. Hearing Obito claim to be Madara now made his expression grow grave. After all, Uchiha Madara is a legendary figure of immense power. In stark contrast to the seriousness surrounding us, I could not contain my laughter, as if I had just heard the most amusing joke in existence. Why? Because I was well aware that this masked individual was merely a charlatan masquerading under Madara's name, deceiving others in the ninja world. Having seen through it all, I found his theatrical performance utterly ridiculous. Ha! My dear brother, your acting is excessively exaggerated, and your lines are so clicked. I expected Madara to introduce himself in a more dignified manner. I laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in front of Obito, while the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely, replaced by my mirth. Lines of annoyance appeared on Obito's forehead like mushrooms sprouting after rain. He may not fully grasp the terms overacting or cringe, but he could certainly see that I was mocking him. Glaring at me, Obito scoffed, a look of disbelief plastered on his face as he forced his voice lower, resembling a lackluster voice actor as he stated, "It's only natural that you don't believe me after all. I have lived for nearly a century that I was already navigating this world when Konoha village was founded. You must understand." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by my even louder laughter. "Haha, you've lived for almost a century? Haha, I am embarrassed for you. Your age seems to be less than the size of my shoe." Your laughter caused you to collapse to the ground, with both hands tightly clutching your abdomen in a fit of laughter. In that moment, it appeared as if you were determined to exhaust a lifetime of joy that he was supposed to collaborate with Obito in this act. Yet now, it seemed he had entirely abandoned the matter, only preoccupied with mocking Obito. Underneath the mask, Obito's face turned a deep shade of greenish purple. To be ridiculed by an 80-year-old brat was intolerable for anyone, especially for Obito, who always considered himself quite formidable. "You little rascal, you're simply courting death. Today, I shall make you witness what true terror is." A murderous intent surged in Obito's eyes, flaming like an inferno. With a swift motion of his right hand, a black chain shot forth from his sleeve like a frantic serpent, writhing towards you with astonishing speed, aiming to bind you as securely as a zongzi. Obito watched as you remained on the ground, seemingly unfazed. A look of disdain crept across his face, his heart swelling with pride. He sneered, thinking of your kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet realizing you possessed no combat experience, not even knowing how to evade. "This round is undoubtedly mine." With that thought, he yanked his arm sharply. The chain tightened with a swift whoosh, ready to bind you tightly. At the same time, his right hand lunged toward your body, calculating that a mere touch would draw you into the Kamui space, where he could deal with you at his leisure. Meanwhile, a sudden jolt of anxiety gripped him. Instinctively, he hesitated, contemplating intervention. In the next moment, your infinite skill activated. With a keen glance from your right eye, you discerned that Obito's chain had not fully ensnared you. There remained a tiny gap, as if you were cloaked in an invisible earth. Obito's palm, too, seemed to freeze just before making contact. No matter how he strained forward, he could not reach you. It's just like last time. It seems I was overly concerned." A sigh of relief escaped him. The impulse to intervene dissipated as he stood silently, observing the spectacle. What on earth is happening? Obito rushed forward, gazing at the bewildering scene before him. His expression shifted from disdain to panic. Only then did he realize, this must be your doing. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Could it be that you had frozen time? Or perhaps slowed my attack? A weight settled in Obito's heart, his mind whirring like a rapidly spinning engine. Having navigated the ninja world for so long, he had never encountered anything so bizarre that it felt as though his strike landed on cotton. Completely ineffective. That sensation was utterly frustrating that this moment, you had laughed enough. Leisurely rising from the ground, like a triumphant general, you mockingly gazed at the frightened figure close by, inquiring, "What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to show me what fear feels like? Do continue your tirade." The veins on his forehead throbbed like worms ready to burst forth. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart your sharp-featured visage into shreds. If mere glances could slay, you would have already endured countless torturous fates. You merely curled your lip, a disdainful smirk gracing your face, as if to say, "I doubt you possess such capability. Allow me to enlighten you on what true prowess entails." Upon hearing these words, The kangaroo responded as if it had just heard the most ludicrous joke. It let out a few derisive snickers, regarding me with an intensely mocking gaze, and declared, "You, a mere child, can spare me your bravado. In this world, there exists only one who can inflict harm upon me, and you are certainly not that individual." This. A heavy silence fell, for he understood well the formidable powers of Obito's dual Mangekyou Sharingan. Within the realm of Naruto, they were undeniably formidable, with Obito's right eye granting him the ability to become intangible at the moment of an attack. Used to evade attacks and pass through barriers, it can also absorb those it touches into the Kamui space. The left eye's ability allows for long-distance transmission of enemy attacks where the enemy themselves are a part of their body. If Obito had both eyes, he could attack and defend, and very few in the ninja world could injure him. Even the current Ryumi eye would have to retreat. If Obito had the left eye at this moment, Ryumi eye wouldn't need to back off, but he would be very cautious in his response, ensuring that Obito's Kamui wouldn't hit him. Unfortunately, Obito has the right eye, which requires proximity to the opponent to unleash its offensive capabilities, posing no threat in front of Ryumi eye. Because of his infinite, he can stretch spatial distances to infinity. He is the natural counter to Obito. The hexagram in Ryumi eye's left eye flickered slightly, and the infinite was activated again. He transformed the distance between Obito's back and himself into negative infinity. With a movement, Ryumi eye instantly appeared behind Obito, maintaining a mid-air flip. Then, seamlessly, he used his ocular technique on his arm again, enhancing his explosive power. At this moment, Obito had yet to react to Ryumi eye disappearing from his sight. A sharp light burst forth from Ryumi eye's eyes. Betting on the Uchiha name, I cannot lose. Chapter 9. Obito's shock. Blood battle. Long Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he threw a powerful punch. Crack! A sharp sound of sonic boom reverberated through the air. And before Obito could react, Long Ming's fist struck him solidly. A sharp pain shot through Obito's back, feeling as if a hammer had smashed in his waist. The speed so fast that he hadn't even had time to switch to intangibility. His speed was astonishingly fast. This was the first thought that flashed through Obito's mind after being hit. In the next moment, accompanied by a loud boom, the ground was smashed into a large pit, with half of Obito's body buried in the ground. The tiles shattered and dust filled the air, causing Itachi to cough repeatedly. Long Ming used the momentum from his punch to turn and land steadily on the ground. Seeing this, Itachi cautiously approached Long Ming and asked, "How is he? Is he dead?" "Not so easily." Long Ming shook his head slightly as he looked at the dust swirling around them. Obito possessed a large amount of Hashirama's cells, giving him a very high physical strength, having withstood the fourth Hokage's Rasengan without dying. Although Long Ming's punch had considerable force, it was far from enough to kill Obito. Sure enough, as the dust settled, Obito, covered in dirt, slowly climbed up from the ground. The mud fell off him in clumps, and his expression beneath the mask was chillingly cold, but at the same time, he felt a deep apprehension towards Long Ming. This kid's ocular technique was too strange. It could unleash such terrifying speed, and when he had just punched me, it didn't seem like a simple strike. Yet, there was no chakra flowing from his fist. How was he able to do that? Obito's eyes narrowed, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how Long Ming had executed that strike. If he couldn't get close to Long Ming, he would lose his most powerful means of attack, especially with Itachi nearby. Obito sighed inwardly, fully aware that he indeed had no chance of winning this battle. "I'll remember you, kid. If you have the guts, tell me your name." Obito's voice was as heavy as water, revealing the suppressed fury within him. "My name is Uchiha Long Ming, the man who will lead the Uchiha clan to the peak of the ninja world in the future. You'd better remember it well." Long Ming replied with a light smile. Long Ming knew that Obito wanted to escape now, but he had no intention of stopping him. The Konoha army would arrive soon, and if he chose to drag things out with Obito, by the time the battle ended, the Uchiha clan might be nearly wiped out. Obito snorted coldly, and his right eye began to slowly rotate, a spatial vortex appearing from his right eye, continuously sucking his body into it. "Just wait, Uchiha Long Ming. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. I will break your technique and kill you." Obito threatened coldly, as most of his body was already being absorbed into the Kamui space. Long Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, "I'll be waiting for you. Next time, I won't let you retreat so easily." At this point, Long Ming suddenly fell silent, only moving his lips to form a few shapes. Obito's pupils constricted sharply, as he could easily see what Long Ming had said through his Sharingan. Uchiha Obito. Obito was shocked. Long Ming had actually called out his name. He recognized his true identity. A cold sweat broke out on Obito's back. The disguise of Madara was one of the most crucial aspects for him. It not only instilled fear in other ninja villages and intimidated the nations, but it also elevated Akatsuki's reputation. Most importantly, with this layer of identity concealment, it made many of his plans much more convenient, and it would play a huge role in future schemes. I must kill him. I absolutely must kill this kid, otherwise, my Moon Eye plan will be delayed by at least several years. Obito roared in his heart, and as he looked back at Long Ming before leaving, a deep killing intent was revealed in his eyes. Slowly, Obito's last bit of his body was fully absorbed into the Kamui space, and Itachi also relaxed. Even though the other party was not the legendary Uchiha Madara, the pressure Itachi felt from him was still considerable. The fact that he was scared off by Long Ming was certainly the best outcome. With this internal trouble resolved, the remaining problem was how to deal with the Konoha army. Suddenly, the sound of battle cries interrupted Itachi's thoughts, and the two turned their heads to look towards the Uchiha clan's main gate. In the distance, they could see flames flickering, and the faint sounds of swords clashing and fighting mixed together, continuously echoing in the air. Long Ming's expression changed instantly, and he said gravely, "Not good. The Konoha army has arrived. Itachi, let's go quickly." Okay. Itachi's expression was serious. He understood the gravity of the situation. The longer they took to reach the scene, the greater the casualties would be for both Konoha and the Uchiha. After saying this, Itachi stood beside Long Ming, who grabbed his hand, activating his ocular technique. The two disappeared from their original spot instantly. At this moment, a fierce life-and-death battle was unfolding in front of the Uchiha clan's main gate. The root members led by Danzo launched an attack on the Uchiha clan's base without any hesitation. The ground shook continuously, with fire, water, and wind techniques flying through the air, and the sounds of shuriken and kunai cutting through the air were incessant. The two sides were tangled in a chaotic battle, splitting into dozens of small battlegrounds. On one side, a member of Root had just pierced an Uchiha clansman's arm when the next moment, he was burned to a crisp by a great fireball. On the other side, several Uchiha clansmen had just killed a Root member when they were sliced in half by someone else's wind technique. Since only the Root organization had arrived, and with Long Ming's early warning and preparations, the Uchiha had temporarily gained the upper hand in this battle. However, Danzo's expression remained very cold, seemingly unconcerned about the situation, as he had already made comprehensive preparations for the annihilation of the Uchiha. Danzo slowly raised his hand, quickly forming several hand signs, and coldly sneered, "A disgusting clan. Struggle to your heart's content. No matter how hard you try, today is your day of annihilation. Besides that old man, the third Hokage, I have already notified the Hyuga clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Inazuka clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan. I want to see how your mere Uchiha can withstand the combined forces of the 8 great clans of Konoha." After saying this, Danzo took a deep breath. Wind chakra continuously accumulating in his mouth. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Chapter 10. The Konoha reinforcements. Danzo swung his head sharply, releasing a sharp gust of wind similar to a scythe, and a massive wind blade sliced through several Uchiha clan members in the distance, as if cutting through tofu, splitting them in half. A large amount of blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground and the Uchiha gate red. Danzo reached out to wipe the blood that had splattered onto the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, "Kill them for me. It's all for Konoha, so that I can become Hokage." The members of Root also began to fight desperately. Although they were not many, those chosen by Danzo often possessed special abilities. 2 ninjas wearing strange masks beside Danzo also joined the battle. One of them removed his gloves, and the skin on his hands suddenly turned a bizarre purple. Whenever he grabbed an Uchiha clan member, the victim's body immediately turned purple, then stiffened and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The other ninja spread his hands and formed a strange hand seal, then let his head droop weakly. At the same time, another Uchiha clan member suddenly went berserk, randomly using ninjutsu to attack his own clan members. Everyone be careful. It's the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan and the Yamanaka clan. Stay away from them. EM poisoned. Help me. Quickly save me. Yuji, wake up. It's me. Get that guy out of your body. With the addition of Danzo and his two elite subordinates, the Uchiha side immediately fell into chaos. Ha ha ha, kill them. Annihilate the rebellious Uchiha clan. We will be the heroes of Konoha, and at that time, I will surely be promoted to the next Hokage. Danzo was blinded by rage, his tone revealing rare excitement. Danzo took out a kunai, pouring wind chakra onto it, the sharp wind chakra forming the sharpest blade, extending his attack range. Danzo charged into the battlefield, using his excellent taijutsu to weave through the chaos. The surrounding Uchiha clan members could hardly withstand Danzo's strength, which was comparable to AJ Nin, often being defeated in just a few exchanges. One Uchiha clan member was on the verge of dying under Danzo's blade. At that moment, a figure rushed into the battlefield at incredible speed, and his deep roar echoed through the night sky. "Danzo, how dare you?" The voice reached Danzo's ears even before the figure arrived. Danzo's expression changed, and before he could react, the figure had already reached him. Bang! The figure lifted his right foot and kicked fiercely. Facing the overwhelming force of the kick, Danzo could only barely raise his kunai to block it. However, the powerful force still sent Danzo flying. A muffled groan escaped his mouth as he staggered back several dozen meters before barely regaining his footing. Upon seeing the person in front of him, a rare look of dread appeared in Danzo's eyes. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Uchiha Fugaku, you finally showed up." The newcomer had black short hair, wore a Konoha J-Nin vest, and the emblem of the Konoha Police Department on his shoulders, none other than the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku. The surrounding Uchiha clan members were invigorated upon seeing Fugaku arrive. The clan leader is here. Brothers, we don't have to be afraid anymore. Let us wipe out these root members. Gather around the clan leader. We will fight side by side, with Fugaku as their pillar of support. The Uchiha clan members seemed to burst forth with immense strength from deep within, pushing back their strong enemies and rushing towards Fugaku's side. Seeing the scene, Danzo's expression darkened once again. He narrowed his eyes and mockingly said, "Humph, Fugaku, I thought you were taken out by Itachi. It seems that guy is indeed not trustworthy. Such a weakling, just like you. But it doesn't matter, because even without Itachi's help to destroy your clan, your Uchiha's fate of destruction cannot be changed." Although Danzo's tone was filled with confidence, he was already on high alert in his heart. After all, the opponent was the strongest in the Uchiha clan and the head of the Konoha Police Department. Not only was he powerful, but he also had rich combat experience. And Danzo's wariness of him even surpassed that of Itachi. The members of Root stopped their fights upon seeing the appearance of the Uchiha clan leader, retreating back to Danzo's side. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members gathered closely behind Fugaku. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Danzo." Fugaku's voice was deep as he looked towards the direction of the Konoha Police Department and said, "That child Itachi has made a new choice. He is not the weakling you speak of. I am proud of him, and I believe he will change the fate of the Uchiha with that child." Earlier, when Ming faced off against Itachi, Fugaku's shadow clone was present, witnessing the entire process. Fugaku was extremely grateful for Ming's intervention and felt comforted by Itachi's change. With his son standing on his side, Fugaku felt that he had nothing to fear. Therefore, after the shadow clone returned, he did not wait for Itachi to come and take his life, but rushed to the battlefield at the first opportunity. "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. It's truly ridiculous," Danzo said ominously, then looked to the side and called out loudly, "Third Hokage, I know you have arrived. You can't just watch our members be wiped out. Please show yourself." Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members were startled. The Konoha reinforcements led by the third Hokage had already arrived. As Danzo's words fell, nearly 100 sounds of breaking air came from the side, and a large number of ninjas dressed in Konoha attire stood beside Danzo. Looking around, they were all renowned ninjas from Konoha and various major clans: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Narashikaku, Yamanaka, Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and so on. The battle between Konoha and the Uchiha was about to erupt. Fugaku looked at the familiar comrades across from him, and his heart sank heavily. This is bad. On the other side, Ming was moving quickly through Konoha with Itachi. Finally, they stopped on a quiet street. The ninja school was not far away. Itachi looked around in confusion and asked, "What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to stop the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha? Of course we need to stop it. But just the three of us may not be enough to make Konoha, which has already clashed with us, back down. So, we need someone else's help." Ming said solemnly. "Who?" Itachi frowned and immediately asked. Just then, a short figure ran over from a distance, wearing a simple black stand-collar long-sleeve shirt and black shorts. With exceptionally delicate features, carrying a single-shoulder backpack, and sporting the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. Sasuke. Chapter 11. The one who turns the tide. Sasuke. Itachi couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the newcomer, for the child running towards him was none other than his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, whom he had always protected. At that moment, Sasuke had just finished school and was on his way home. If it weren't for Ryumi stopping the night of the massacre, Sasuke would have returned home to find the bodies of his clan members and parents scattered across the floor. Hearing Itachi's voice, Sasuke stopped and tilted his small head, looking around in confusion. Strange, did I just hear Nisan's voice? Could it be my imagination? Have I been missing Nisan so much that I'm hallucinating? He thought to himself. He's been so busy lately, always saying next time, and we haven't played together for a long time. This time when I go back, I must make him teach me shuriken throwing. As he said this, Sasuke pouted as if he was angry at Itachi. In the shadows, Itachi could only respond to Sasuke's complaints with a wry smile. However, his gaze towards Sasuke remained gentle. Sasuke, bouncing his backpack, muttered to himself, I'll go find Nisan when I get back. He, I'm going home now. The temper of a child is often fleeting. Just a moment ago, Sasuke was sulking, and now he was skipping happily in the direction of home. Itachi, watching Sasuke leave from the shadows, softly murmured, I'm sorry, Sasuke. This will be the last time. Once everything settles down, I will come to teach you shuriken throwing. After saying this, Itachi sent out a shadow clone to follow and protect Sasuke. After all, with the current uncertainty surrounding the Uchiha clan, Itachi feared that if Sasuke returned home and happened to encounter someone from Konoha, he might be killed, and Itachi would not be able to restrain himself from wanting to destroy Konoha. You really care about Sasuke, don't you? But don't worry, you will be fine. If everything goes smoothly, we might be able to quell tonight's unrest before Sasuke gets home. Come with me, Ryumi said lightly, then walked towards a few large trees across from the school. Although Itachi didn't understand why Ryumi was here, he immediately followed. In the dark shadows, a swing under the big tree swayed gently. Upon closer inspection, one could see a small figure sitting on the swing, looking dejected. Finally found you, child of prophecy. Ryumi stepped forward, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The small figure also lifted its head, and, under the moonlight, it was a boy with short golden hair and azure eyes, who had a very distinctive feature, whisker-like markings on his cheeks. This boy was, of course, the young Naruto. Ryumi, you're saying strange things again. Naruto made a helpless expression, but Ryumi's appearance lessened the melancholy on his face. Itachi's pupils slightly constricted when he saw Naruto. Unlike the average villager, as the captain of the Anbu, Itachi knew many secrets of the village, including the fact that Naruto was the Nine Tails. The moment he saw Naruto, he vaguely guessed what Ryumi was planning to do. As for why Ryumi was familiar with Naruto, it was because the 8-year-old Ryumi attended the same ninja school as Naruto and Sasuke. Knowing the history of the Naruto world, Ryumi naturally did not reject or dislike Naruto like others did. Although they hadn't formed a strong bond, he considered Naruto a friend like Shikamaru and Choji, and occasionally, Ryumi would bring Naruto some clothes and food. Naruto remembered this, but he always felt that Ryumi was sometimes strange, often saying things that were hard to understand. One day you will understand, Naruto. The reason I came to find you this time is to ask for your help. Ryumi's tone suddenly became very serious. He was well aware of what Konoha truly feared. With just the Uchiha clan and his own strength, it was not enough to completely dispel the higher-ups' intentions of taking action against the Uchiha. The only one who could potentially do that was the Vortex Naruto in front of him. He was the one who could turn the tide. Help! Naruto looked at the serious Ryumi with a strange expression. He glanced around and leaned in closer, whispering, You're not asking me to teach you the seduction technique again, are you? Didn't I teach you that last time? Ryumi was momentarily speechless. It was rare for him to be so serious, and Naruto managed to think of that. Itachi's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know the specifics of the technique, its name sounded rather dubious. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Itachi's increasingly unusual expression, Ryumi coughed heavily a few times and quickly changed the subject. I'm not talking about that kind of help, Naruto. Let me ask you, if going with me could prevent the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of people in the village, would you be willing to come with me? Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Of course I would. Seeing that Naruto showed no hesitation, Itachi's expression turned very surprised. He instinctively asked, Aren't you going to ask what kind of help we need from you? Naruto gave a thumbs up and flashed a brilliant smile. As long as it really is like you said, that I can save the people in the village, I will definitely help, no matter what. Because if I can do that, then everyone in the village won't hate me anymore, right? As he said this, Naruto's eyes dimmed slightly. He longed to be recognized by the people of the village. Since Naruto could remember, the villagers had looked at him with indifference, disgust, and exclusion. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. He only knew that if he wanted to change the villagers' perception of him, he needed to gain everyone's recognition. Thus, from a very young age, the dream of becoming Hokage took root in Naruto's heart. Looking at Naruto's eyes shining with hope, Ryumei let out a quiet sigh. Clearly the son of a hero, clearly the one who saved the village, Naruto, after the war, received neither respect nor affection. Instead, the villagers considered him a demon fox and a symbol of misfortune, transferring their hatred of the Nine-Tails onto him and using him as a target for their resentment. This was the so-called Konoha, established to eliminate the rifts between clans and allow children to grow up happily. In the past, Ryumei lacked the strength to help Naruto, even if he wanted to. But now that his Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was awakened and his power had soared, he naturally wished to pull Naruto out of his suffering. Not only out of sympathy for Naruto, but also because of Naruto's own immense potential. Ryumei aimed to transform the future Uchiha clan into the strongest family in the ninja world. To achieve this goal, he needed a large number of powerful ninjas. Not to mention that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even his identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan was enough for Ryumei to seek him out. Chapter 12. Mutation. Anbu Ninja, the Uzumaki clan, all of whom possess the powerful chakra and are well-versed in sealing techniques, have incredibly strong sensing abilities and are the chosen ones. Ming placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said seriously, Naruto, you don't need to have any expectations for those ungrateful guys in the village. From today on, Uchiha will be your new home. However, you might need to sleep for a while first. New home? Sleep for a while? What do you mean? Naruto blinked his blue eyes, still not understanding the meaning of Ming's words. In the next moment, Ming's Sharingan began to spin slowly. Jinjutsu Sharingan. Naruto's body suddenly trembled, his lively eyes becoming hollow, and then he collapsed weakly onto Ming. Ming gently caught Naruto. In this struggle between Konoha and the Uchiha, the Nine-Tails inside Naruto held an absolutely important position. Therefore, Ming had to keep this power in the hands of the Uchiha. But Ming never intended to harm Naruto. After all, this child had suffered too much. He just needed Naruto to restrain the actions of those high-ranking Konoha officials. The Jinjutsu he had just used was quite ordinary. After everything was done, Ming turned to Itachi and said, "All right, the most crucial person has been found. We can retreat now and head back to Uchiha immediately." Itachi nodded slightly, just as he was about to leave with Ming. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Swish, swish. Several kunai, accompanied by sharp sounds of cutting through the air, suddenly attacked from the side, and they were kunai with explosive tags attached. Itachi's eyes flashed with cold light, reacting first. He quickly swung his palm, and several kunai shot out from his sleeves to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Itachi's kunai disrupted the trajectory of the incoming attack at extremely tricky angles, causing the explosive tags to detonate in mid-air. With a series of loud explosions, thick smoke spread, making the already dark night even harder to see. Ming squinted his eyes, not too surprised by the ambush. He knew that this should be the Anbu members responsible for secretly protecting Naruto. Trying to use smoke to obscure the Sharingan's observation? Quite clever. Ming scoffed inwardly. The Sharingan is an observing and copying eye, unlike the Byakugan's ability to perceive 360 degrees. Once vision is obscured, it indeed affects the display of power. It seems that the protectors of Naruto should be people who have a thorough understanding of the Uchiha Sharingan. Ming's kaleidoscope Sharingan kept spinning, searching for the enemy's traces. Although the smoke was thick, he still observed the chakra flow of two individuals and grasped their positions. Only two Anbu? Ming muttered to himself. Although he had discovered the enemy, he felt even more vigilant. At this crucial moment, when Konoha and Uchiha were about to go to war, those high-ranking officials in Konoha would never send just two Anbu to protect Naruto. According to Konoha's operational distribution, there should be at least 3 people in a group, and with only 2 appearing, it indicated that another was hiding quietly. At the same time, the 2 Anbu members moved. They were incredibly fast, charging in the blink of an eye. These were definitely not ordinary Anbu, but elite members. I'll go block Itachi, you go rescue the Jinchuriki. The two had clear divisions of labor, with one rushing forward to hold Itachi back while the other headed straight for Longming. Itachi was not polite and charged directly at the opponent, his left hand gripping a shuriken while his right hand wielded a ninja sword, engaging in battle. Since Itachi had not used his kaleidoscope Sharingan much yet, his body was not too weakened. Even in a physical confrontation, Itachi steadily suppressed the opposing Anbu member. And with his ocular techniques and superior intellect, victory seemed easy. Meanwhile, the other Anbu member had already reached Longming. He began forming seals while running, and as the hand signs changed, the Anbu's arm suddenly began to move strangely. Wood release, thorn killing technique. He swung his right hand forward, and multiple wooden vine branches suddenly shot out from his arm, coiling around Longming like giant pythons. Wood release. Longming was slightly surprised, but quickly understood the identity of this Konoha Anbu, Yamato, the only ninja in Konoha who possessed wood release. Among all the elemental techniques, the wood release secret arts were definitely something that could drive many people mad. It had strong binding and control abilities, representing the power of the original ninja god, and was also one of the means to control the Nine Tails. He was sent to watch over Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which indeed matched the style of those high-ranking officials. Put down the child in your hands, Yamato shouted, with chakra surging wildly into his right hand. The wooden vine branches seemed to grow stronger in response to Yamato's power, overwhelming Longming with a massive assault. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the ground trembled, and the area where Longming stood was completely submerged by wooden vine branches. The branches intertwined, forming a large wooden sphere, making it almost impossible to see Longming's figure from the outside. Yamato, under the mask, furrowed his brows, while the nearby Anbu rejoiced, because from any angle, Longming appeared to have been bound by the wood release technique. Well done, Tenzo. Quickly come help me deal with Itachi. This guy is too difficult. At this moment, Yamato had not yet become Naruto's teacher, so he was still using the Anbu name, Tenzo. The Anbu shouted, already suffering a wound and several kunai embedded in his arm. Clearly, this Anbu had overestimated his combat ability and could not hold back Itachi. Yamato hesitated a bit, as he felt that his wood release technique hadn't delivered the impact he expected, leading him to suspect that Longming wasn't actually bound. At this time, the Anbu's situation became increasingly perilous, as every encounter with Itachi was fraught with danger. His eyes turned red, filled with anxiety, as the blade in his hand slashed through the air, yet Yamato remained stationary. He shouted in frustration, Tenzo, what are you still doing? That kid is already trapped by you. Hurry and save me. Yamato was in a dilemma, just as he was preparing to assist his teammate when a large wooden sphere in front of him suddenly began to expand. Crack, crack! In Yamato's shock, the surrounding wooden vine branches started to break, and wood chips flew everywhere. Chapter 13. Hokage Kakashi Yamato's expression was serious as he focused all his attention on the front, his hands once again assuming a combat posture. Crack, crack! The wooden vines around him completely broke, and Longming calmly walked out from inside. Like a king, wherever Longming passed, the wooden vines actively moved aside, not a single wood chip clinging to him. Upon seeing this scene, Yamato's pupils constricted. He had thought Longming had escaped the wood release with powerful physical strength or ninjutsu. Who would have thought he simply walked out? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It actually made my wood release retreat on its own. A hint of unease was evident in Yamato's voice. The greatest fear of humanity comes from the unknown. At this moment, Yamato fully realized this. If Longming had simply escaped by strength, he would not be so apprehensive. After all, knowing how to defeat an opponent brings confidence. But the current scene gave Yamato the illusion that wood release might not work against Longming. In fact, this was simply the result of Longming activating Infinity, creating pressure as he moved. When Longming activated True Infinity, a vast space surrounded him, which served as the strongest defense when he was stationary. However, when Longming moved, especially when someone approached within 5 centimeters of him, the surrounding space would shift accordingly. This would cause immense pressure, meaning Longming used space to forcefully push the wood release aside. The cells of Hashirama are indeed enviable. Longming sighed as he touched the nearby wooden vines. The Uchiha clan definitely needs Hashirama's cells the most. After activating the Mangekyou Sharingan, the body bears a tremendous burden. If Itachi had Hashirama's cells back then, he wouldn't have suffered from illness. While Longming was lamenting, Yamato didn't want to waste time on the battlefield. He formed hand seals, and his chakra surged once again. Would release, violent gun tree. Yamato shouted as two wooden vines shot out from his shoulders, darting towards Long Ming at lightning speed. But this time, Long Ming did not passively take the hit. The hexagram in his left eye rotated slightly, and his figure instantly vanished from spot. The two wooden vines crashed violently into the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground was smashed into two large craters. Seeing the figure disappear, Yamato's heart raced. He thought Long Ming had run away with Naruto. Just as he was about to move forward to investigate, a hand lightly rested on his shoulder, and Long Ming's meaningful voice echoed in Yamato's ear. I still have great use for you. Thank your Hashirama cells for saving you. Yamato's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He hadn't noticed how Long Ming had gotten behind him, but the moment the voice fell, Yamato reacted, and his heart surged with joy. Being this close is the best opportunity. Yamato quickly drew a kunai, and without hesitation aimed it at Long Ming's back, thrusting it directly towards his chest. Faced with Yamato's sudden attack, Long Ming simply grabbed Yamato's shoulder and used infinity to enhance the explosive power of his arm. With a swift spin, he threw Yamato like a cannonball. Yamato's pupils constricted. He had thought a kid like Long Ming couldn't possibly have much strength, but the intense pain in his shoulder told him otherwise. This power he couldn't withstand. Bang! 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 Yamato crashed through 2 or 3 large trees before finally coming to a stop. He was covered in fallen leaves, and his bones felt as if they were falling apart, sending waves of pain through his body. Yet Yamato still forced himself to rise with his right hand on his knee, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on Naruto, who was trapped under Long Ming's arm. Seeing Yamato's tenacity, Long Ming touched his nose and said, "You don't need to get up anymore. You're not my opponent. Just like your teammate. It's best to lie down obediently." Yamato was startled by this and turned to look. His Anbu teammate was now lying in a pool of blood, pierced like a hedgehog. Unconscious, Yamato couldn't bear to look any longer. He slowly rose with his right hand on his knee, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'm indeed not your opponent, but someone can be." As soon as Yamato's last word fell, hands suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Long Ming, firmly grabbing Naruto's body, attempting to take him away. This was the last hidden Anbu member. He had been waiting for the right opportunity to strike, observing Long Ming's every move. Believing this was the best moment to act. The moment he grabbed Long Ming, he almost thought he had succeeded. However, he didn't expect Long Ming had already been on guard against him. Facing the sudden attack from this Anbu member, Long Ming kicked out, aiming directly at his mask. The sharp sound of air being sliced came rushing toward him. This kick was merciless, pushing infinity to its limit. If it hit, it would surely be fatal or leave him severely injured. Facing death and the chance to save Naruto, this Anbu ninja had no choice but to choose the former. Gritting his teeth, he released Naruto and, in less than a second, reacted by using a prearranged substitution technique to move his position. Bang! When Long Ming's kick struck the target, the Anbu member exploded into a cloud of white mist, replaced by a piece of wood. The sturdy wood shattered like tofu, scattering with chips all over the ground. Oh, such a quick reaction. Long Ming was slightly surprised. When he activated negative infinity, his speed was comparable to that of the flying thunder god. To dodge in time required extremely keen observation and reflexes. The next moment, the Anbu member appeared beside Yamato. Seeing his carefully prepared strike fail, Yamato gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn, so close. He looked at the Anbu member beside him, concerned, and asked, "Senior, are you hurt?" The man shook his head, touching his mask, his voice revealing a hint of seriousness. "I'm fine. His speed is just too fast, and his strength is terrifying. As if he possesses a special ocular technique. If I hadn't seen him engage with you beforehand, I definitely wouldn't have reacted in time with this Sharingan." Hearing the Anbu member's evaluation, Yamato gasped. He rarely saw his cold, scheming senior give such high praise to someone. Listening to the conversation between the two, Long Ming instantly understood the identity of the last Anbu member. The copy ninja of Konoha, the future 6th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 14 Infinite Jade. The high-ranking officials of Konoha indeed placed extraordinary importance on Naruto, as they sent 2 elite jonin. And the one taken down by Itachi was likely no slouch either. Such a luxurious lineup, even within the Uchiha clan, could probably only be matched by Itachi and Fugaku in their ability to capture Naruto. Swish, Itachi instantly returned to Long Ming's side, coldly observing the 2 opponents before him, and said, "Captain Tens, I do not wish to be your enemy. I only want to resolve tonight's conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha." Having observed the brief skirmish between the two and Ming, Itachi immediately recognized his former colleagues. After all, they had fought alongside each other several times in the Anbu. And Itachi was also a subordinate of Kakashi. We do not wish to be your enemies either, but the orders we received are to protect this child, Naruto. If you want to take Naruto, we will not interfere with your intentions, Kakashi said calmly while negotiating with Itachi, all the while keeping his chakra raised in defense against Ming behind him. I'm sorry, but that is not up to me to decide. Itachi shook his head and continued. We must take Naruto with us. You cannot stop us. Kakashi's expression darkened beneath his mask. His anger stemmed not only from Naruto being the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, but also because Naruto was the only child of his teacher, one of the few people he had a connection with in this world. Kakashi lifted his head, his masked eyes revealing a murderous intent. He said slowly, Itachi, does your Uchiha clan really want to destroy Konoha? If you harm Naruto, no matter the cost, I will kill you. At this point, Kakashi was still unaware of the full circumstances. The intelligence received by the Anbu indicated that the Uchiha clan was staging a rebellion. The root organization was organizing on the front lines, with the third Hokage leading most of the Anbu members to the Uchiha, while they were assigned to Naruto's location. I have told you, I only want to stop the war between Konoha and the Uchiha. The Uchiha never intended to destroy Konoha. Itachi paused here, recalling the terrifying balance theory mentioned by Ming. He said earnestly to Kakashi, capturing Naruto is a necessary negotiation tactic at this time. Please understand. As long as you intend to take Naruto, I will definitely stop you. Kakashi replied sternly, not yielding, although he felt that this war had erupted somewhat suddenly. As an Anbu ninja, he had to carry out his mission. As the fourth disciple, he had to protect his master's only child. Kakashi took a deep breath, his hands quickly forming seals. Due to his speed, the hand seals left behind trails of afterimages. Once the seals were completed, Kakashi gripped his right wrist with his left hand, lightning chakra crackling in his palm. The blue glow illuminated Kakashi's mask and the surrounding darkness. Raikiri. Itachi's expression was serious. After all, this was one of Kakashi's signature techniques, which had killed enemy ninjas on the battlefield multiple times. Kakashi said in a deep voice, Itachi, I will say this one last time, leave Naruto. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting our past friendship. Itachi did not speak, intending to respond with action, when suddenly he felt a hand pulling him backward. Ming smirked and said, time is tight. We can't let you get entangled with them. What if you accidentally end up in a 50-50 situation? Ming's words left Itachi puzzled once again, and Ming didn't bother to explain. Everyone knows who the Hokage is. From Kakashi to the final boss Kagaya, Otsutsuki, down to the small-time Jonin Zabuza, and including members of the Akatsuki, any of them could hold their own. Though it was hard to gauge strength, they were certainly troublesome, and Ming did not want to waste time dealing with him. Ming extended his finger, and an infinitely positive and negative space collided in his hand, creating a red singularity infused with a destructive aura once again. When Kakashi and the others saw the red sphere in Ming's hand, they immediately felt a chill run down their spines, every pore warning them of the impending danger. Ming smiled and said, a parting gift. I hope that when we meet next time, we can sit down and have a good talk. As he finished speaking, the red ball in Ming's hand suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and a massive energy shockwave swept toward Kakashi and the others like storm. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path, almost reaching Kakashi in the blink of an eye. Kakashi decisively abandoned the use of Raikiri and began to channel chakra, preparing to use Doton, Dori Heki, when a broad figure blocked his path. Senpai, get behind me. Yamato roared. Mokutan Mokimbi. Yamato activated all his chakra and, just before the shockwave hit, used Mokimbi. Layer upon layer of wooden pillars shot up from the ground, bending into an arch to firmly protect Kakashi and himself. The next second, boom! A massive explosion echoed through Konoha once again, as birds and beasts in the surrounding woods fled in panic. Under the overwhelming force, Yamato's Mokimbi was continuously torn apart, ultimately submerged in the light. The explosion lasted several seconds before gradually subsiding. As the light dimmed, what lay before them was a scene of devastation, swirling black smoke rising from the charred ground. A chasm nearly 4 meters in diameter appeared on the ground, along with broken wooden debris and traces of blood along the way. Itachi's heart tightened, but Ming beside him timely reassured, don't worry, they're not that easy to kill. I only used 1/5 of my chakra just now. Upon hearing Ming's explanation, Itachi finally relaxed. He held a great deal of respect for Kakashi and had never contemplated killing him here. This explosion, created by the red singularity, which Ming decided to call Infinite Jade, had its strength determined by the amount of chakra Ming released. The more positive and negative infinities he created with chakra, the greater the power of the Infinite Jade. Let's go. We're heading back to the Uchiha. Ming waved at Itachi, who took one last look at the ruins before standing beside Ming. With one hand clutching Naruto and the other grasping Itachi, the moment the ocular technique activated, the three vanished from their spot. A few minutes after Ming and the others left, Kakashi, buried under broken wood, managed to crawl up. At this point, his Anbu mask had cracked, revealing a familiar face with a mask. No matter how one looked at it, Kakashi appeared somewhat defeated at this moment. He once again failed to protect something important. But Kakashi had no time for self-reproach. He quickly rummaged through the debris beneath him. Finally, under a pile of wooden beams, he found the unconscious Yamato. After checking Yamato's vital signs and confirming he was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the earlier battle, where Kakashi had been using his Sharingan to observe Ming and had executed a Raikiri, his chakra was now nearly depleted. Kakashi sat down heavily on the ground, his gaze complexly directed toward the Uchiha clan's direction, silently praying. Naruto, please don't let anything happen to you. Chapter 15. Fugaku's kaleidoscope. The elite of the Uchiha clan were in a tense standoff with the Uchiha. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, with ninjas from both sides holding their breath and gripping their weapons tightly. At this moment, if either side were to make a move, a bloody battle would erupt in full force. After a moment of silence, it was the third Hokage who finally spoke first. Fugaku, are you really certain you want to go to war with us? You know very well what the final outcome will be. I urge your clansmen to surrender. If you do so, we will treat the remaining Uchiha with leniency. Fugaku showed no signs of emotion on his face. The third Hokage's words were nothing more than a trick to deceive children. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha had already begun, and regardless of the outcome, Konoha's higher-ups would never let the Uchiha escape unscathed. There was still a chance if they fought, but surrender would mean certain death for the Uchiha. The reason the third Hokage was speaking of surrender now was simply that he did not want to be the one to destroy the Uchiha clan. He had always been a very shrewd Hokage. Sure enough, as soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, Danzo jumped out. The Uchiha harbor ill intentions. They cannot be allowed to live. Today they dare to rebel and plot for the position of Hokage. Tomorrow they will conspire with enemy nations to destroy Konoha. They must be exterminated now, Danzo declared firmly. All the eyes around turned to Danzo, and many clan leaders from Konoha were hesitant. After all, the Uchiha had lived in Konoha for many years and had made significant contributions in past wars. However, as one of Konoha's higher-ups, the clan leaders present found it difficult to oppose Danzo's opinion, remaining silent. The third Hokage, who had just spoken of urging surrender, now seemed like a monk in deep meditation, showing neither approval nor disapproval of Danzo's words. Fugaku sighed deeply, having understood the third Hokage's true intentions. Danzo's face showed a smug expression as he sneered. It seems that everyone has no objections. Fugaku, you lead the Uchiha in rebellion. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, you will pay the price for your shameful betrayal. Betrayal? Danzo's words seemed to strike a nerve with Fugaku. He let out a self-deprecating smile and glared at everyone from Konoha. You are the ones who have broken the vows we made. They say the village was established to eliminate the barriers between clans. We Uchiha trusted the words of the first Hokage and have actively integrated into the village for so many years. But what have we received in return? Doubt schemes and murder. During the Nine Tails incident, I led my clansmen to stop it, yet you forbade us from approaching the Nine Tails. After the war, we were met with distrust. We were relocated to the outskirts. And even sure sway. Danzo, do you really think I don't know how he died? Fugaku roared, his pent-up frustration exploding after so many years. For the sake of his clan, he had endured time and again. For the peace of Konoha, he had retreated multiple times until there was no more ground to give. A war of words is meaningless. Today, I will definitely destroy your clan and wipe out the Uchiha completely. Attack! A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he spoke, waving his large sleeves. The war between Konoha and the Uchiha officially began. Danzo's words spread across the battlefield, and the ninjas of Konoha wasted no time flying out to attack the Uchiha. Several clan leaders took action in succession, unleashing powerful ninjutsu that illuminated the dark night. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs howled out, their massive bodies capable of easily swallowing adult ninjas, leaving destruction in their wake. And they coordinated with the Inuzuka clan members to form a massive tornado to attack the enemy. The Oil Women clan unleashed nearly endless parasites, creating a terrifying buzzing sound as they rushed towards the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan's ninjas were even more impressive, often easily overpowering ordinary Uchiha ninjas with their incredible taijutsu. As soon as they clashed, the Uchiha found themselves at a disadvantage. The third Hokage and the higher combat forces of Konoha firmly restrained Fugaku, who was their strongest fighter. Seeing his clansmen being slaughtered one after another, Fugaku's anger surged, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar to the sky. Bastards! At that moment, Fugaku's aura soared, his chakra exploding to its peak, and the Mangekyou Sharingan in his eyes was revealed for the first time in public. Upon seeing this, Danzo's killing intent intensified, and he growled, "Good, Fugaku, you really had this planned all along. You speak of trust, yet you hide your Mangekyou Sharingan. It's a pity. This will be the first and last time you showcase its power. Prepare to die." With that, Danzo formed hand seals, and wind chakra continued to gather in his mouth. Wind release. Vacuum wave was Danzo's killing move, and he unleashed several scythe-like gusts of wind, one after another, charging straight for Fugaku. "Before I die, I will kill you first." Fugaku's voice was filled with rage. The targeting of the Uchiha clan mainly came from Danzo, so Fugaku chose to attack him first. His right eye's Mangekyou suddenly filled with blood vessels, and blood began to flow from it. Amaterasu. Fugaku's Mangekyou aimed at the flying vacuum wave, and, in an instant, this advanced wind technique was consumed by the eerie black flames. Danzo's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "What kind of fire is this? It can actually burn my vacuum wave." The third Hokage, upon seeing the power of the black flames, also changed his expression drastically. Like Itachi, Fugaku's right eye possessed the most powerful physical attack, known as Amaterasu, the highest level fire technique. It would not disappear until the target was completely incinerated, and because it originated from the focal point of the Mangekyou Sharingan, it had been described by Sasuke as an attack that could not be evaded. After incinerating the vacuum wave, the black flames followed Fugaku's gaze and began to consume Danzo. Danzo's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face as he hurriedly raised his left hand to defend himself. The next moment, his arm was engulfed by the black flames. "Ah!" Danzo let out a painful roar as the extreme heat and destructive power of Amaterasu burned fiercely through his skin and blood. Several members of Root rushed to help their leader, with those skilled in water release attempting to extinguish the black flames. Water release, water wave, water release, waterfall technique. Members of Root displayed their abilities, repeatedly washing Danzo's left arm with a torrent of water. However, Amaterasu was not restrained by water techniques. As long as the target was not completely incinerated, it would never disappear. "Bastard, why can't it be extinguished?" Danzo's eyes were filled with blood vessels, and he kept slapping his left arm, but it was all in vain. As he watched the black flames gradually expand, he began to entertain the thought of using his right eye to activate his Izanagi. Chapter 16 Arrival at the Battlefield. Susanoo's might, but as soon as this thought appeared, Danzo immediately extinguished it. No, Shirsue's eyes cannot be wasted like this. Danzo gritted his teeth and resolutely decided to go for broke. He drew his kunai and slashed directly at his left arm. Blood gushed out instantly, splattering onto the black flames which evaporated it immediately. After his arm fell to the ground, it was quickly consumed by the black flames. After severing his arm, Danzo's face turned pale and he nearly fell over. But a member of the Root organization stepped forward to support him. A medical ninja from Konoha arrived beside him to stop the bleeding from Danzo's left arm. What a terrifying fire release technique. Seeing how Fugaku forced Danzo to sever his arm with just one move, the other Konoha ninjas displayed deep apprehension. What exactly are these black flames? Does Fugaku hide such power? Go help the third Hokage find a chance to deal with Fugaku. We'll handle the remaining Uchiha clan members. Messages spread across the battlefield, and the Konoha ninjas became even more frenzied, unleashing various ninjutsu recklessly at the Uchiha clan. As the Hokage, the third Hokage was also extremely cautious at this moment. He bit his finger, quickly formed several hand seals, and summoned his summoning beast. Summoning, Monkey King Enma, accompanied by a huge white mist, an elderly monkey dressed in a traveler's outfit, and with a head full of gray fur appeared on the battlefield. This was the third Hokage's strongest summoning beast, possessing an indestructible body and capable of transforming into the Rui Jingubang. Hizashi, what is going on? Who is the enemy? Enma's voice was incredibly old, tinged with confusion. After all, he had followed the third Hokage for several years and recognized the people of Konoha. He couldn't understand why they were fighting each other. Sorry, old friend, I'll explain later. Transform into the Rui Jingubang. The third Hokage replied in a deep voice without elaborating. Enma trusted Aruzans and immediately transformed into a completely black, thick staff with gold ends. The third Hokage took the Rui Jingubang, the massive staff contrasting sharply with his frail body. Fui Jingubang, et deng. The third Hokage shouted, and the staff instantly lengthened, directly thrusting toward Fugaku. This move had once forced the enraged Nine Tails out of the village, showcasing considerable power and speed like lightning. Boom! Fugaku had no time to dodge and could only catch the Rui Jingubang with both hands in a hurry. The immense force sent Fugaku flying dozens of meters, crashing through the walls of the Uchiha clan along the way, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After the Rui Jingubang struck, it shrank back, and just as Fugaku was about to counterattack, he suddenly felt his body unable to move. Looking down, he saw dark shadows connecting to his body. Nara clan's secret technique, shadow imitation technique. In this almost completely dark night, the Nara clan was undoubtedly the most troublesome existence. Their shadow imitation technique could extend several meters. Fugaku's heart sank. Being controlled under such circumstances was almost a death sentence. He let out a low growl, veins bulging on his forehead, and pushed his chakra to the limit, causing the surrounding shadows to tremble violently. Hiding in the shadows, Narashikaku's hands trembled continuously. He shouted, "Hurry up! I can't hold him much longer." As soon as the words fell, the third Hokage and Danzo, who had lost an arm, appeared in midair simultaneously. Danzo's expression was filled with resentment as he raised his remaining right hand, kunai in hand, infused with wind chakra, and stabbed toward Fugaku. "I'm sorry, Fugaku, but for the village, I have to do this." The third Hokage's old and murky eyes suddenly burst with astonishing killing intent as he swung the staff down toward Fugaku's head. This strike showed absolutely no mercy. The air was filled with a violent roar. "Clan leader, you bastards from Konoha, get away. Who will help the clan leader? Hurry." The surrounding Uchiha members shouted anxiously, frantically rushing toward Fugaku. Still, it seems it has failed. Fugaku sighed deeply in his heart. He was already unable to break free from the restraints. The gap in combat strength was ultimately insurmountable. How could the Uchiha clan contend against the combined might of the 8 great clans? He could only hope that Itachi could take Sasuke far away from the troubles of Konoha, and live well. "You will always be my pride." Fugaku silently prayed for his son, then slowly closed his eyes, preparing to embrace death. Just as the Rui Jingubang was about to smash Fugaku's head into pieces, 2 figures suddenly stood between the third Hokage, Danzo, and Fugaku. As soon as they appeared, one of them revealed an extremely angry expression and coldly shouted, "Who do you think you are, trying to annihilate my Uchiha? Get lost." He extended his arm and fiercely swung at the third Hokage and Danzo in front of him. A surge of black chakra rapidly condensed around his body, completely enveloping him, forming a giant skeleton made of black chakra. As soon as the skeleton appeared, it performed the same action as Ryumei, raising its arm and swinging it violently at the third Hokage and Danzo. An indescribable power radiated from the giant skeletal hand. The third Hokage was suddenly alarmed. The moment the Rui Jingubang made contact, he felt a tremendous backlash force coming from the staff, almost causing him to lose his grip. Fortunately, the Rui Jingubang possessed the ability to withstand damage, absorbing most of the force. Otherwise, that blow would have injured the third Hokage. Even so, the third Hokage was forced back several steps until he stabilized himself by propping the Rui Jingubang against the ground. As for Danzo, he wasn't so lucky. His weapon was merely an ordinary kunai, which he had no time to react with, and it shattered instantly. He took a solid punch from the giant skeleton, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood as he was smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone present was stunned, and the Uchiha members rushing to help stood frozen in place. Some clan leaders from the great clans even lost their composure, mouths agape. The one who was sent flying wasn't some random person. One was the esteemed third Hokage Suratobi Hiruzen, and the other was Danzo, the leader of Root. These 2 could shake Konoha with a stomp, and now someone was able to repel both of them with a single strike. Who on earth possesses such power? As all eyes turned to Ryumei, they were shocked to discover that the one who had just acted was merely a half-grown child. Who is this person? How did such a powerful figure emerge from the Uchiha clan? Chapter 17. The Shocking Blade. Izanagi unleashed. Covered in blood, Danzo struggled to crawl out of the pit, his heart filled with rage, wishing he could shred the recently attacked Long Ming into pieces. If it weren't for Long Ming, Fugaku would have already died at his hands. And at that moment, the entire Uchiha clan would have been thrown into chaos. But when Danzo's gaze turned towards Long Ming, his anger transformed into horror, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Is that the legendary Susanoo?" Everyone was taken aback, and the third Hokage's expression darkened. With his knowledge, he had certainly heard of this incredibly destructive ninjutsu. Susanoo, the third power that can only be unlocked by activating the Mangekyou Sharingan, is referred to as the power of the gods. Its essence is a manifestation of chakra, forming a giant humanoid figure that surrounds the user, rendering most attacks ineffective. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, very few have been able to activate Susanoo. The third Hokage never expected that a ninja capable of using Susanoo would emerge from the Uchiha clan. Due to the varying abilities of each person's Mangekyou Sharingan, the appearance and techniques of Susanoo differ. Long Ming's Susanoo is black and currently only exhibits its first form. It resembles a skeleton, with chakra completely enveloping the body, serving multiple purposes such as attack, defense, protection, and control. So what if it's Susanoo? Just a punk. We can all attack him together and tear him apart. Danzo suppressed his shock and wanted to say something harsh to intimidate Long Ming. However, before he could finish his words, he was met with Long Ming's cold snort of anger and mockery. Such bravado, Danzo. Why don't you be the first to test the power of my Susanoo? Long Ming's body stirred with invisible waves of energy, massive amounts of black chakra pouring out, covering the skeletal form with veins and flesh, completely enveloped in a cloak of chakra. This was the second form of Susanoo, equipped with exclusive weapons and techniques, such as the Yata mirror and bow and arrows. Long Ming's weapon was a massive double-edged blade. Itachi, keep an eye on the clan leader here. I'll go take care of Danzo in return. Long Ming coldly instructed, his heart filled with rage as he looked at the corpses of his clansmen. He was determined to kill. The six-pointed star in his left eye slowly rotated. Infinite activation. In an instant, Long Ming and Susanoo vanished before everyone's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Danzo felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surge through his mind. In the blink of an eye, Long Ming appeared right in front of him. The gigantic Susanoo instilled a sense of inevitable destruction. As Long Ming manipulated Susanoo, he gripped the double-edged blade tightly and swung down at Danzo. The cold glint in Long Ming's eyes flashed as he infused all his killing intent into this strike. His clansmen would never allow any outsiders to harm them. Konoha was nothing but a joke. No. Danzo let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice abruptly cut off, followed by a series of crashing sounds. Boom! The immense blade aura shot out for dozens of meters, kicking up clouds of dust along its path. Under the strike of the double-edged blade, the earth was split open, creating a chasm nearly several dozen meters wide. Danzo, who was struck head-on, was now split in half. Lying on the ground, in the noisy battlefield, there was now a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this shocking blow, unable to regain their senses for a long time. It wasn't until Danzo's body on the ground suddenly became ethereal that a brand new Danzo reappeared, causing everyone to snap back to reality. What is happening? Wasn't Lord Danzo dead? Some members of Root were instantly shocked, and most ninjas looked confused. Did we fall under an illusion? Impossible. Our chakra doesn't show any signs of disorder. It can't be an illusion. Then what is going on? Why has Lord Danzo come back to life? What ninjutsu is this? The Konoha ninjas debated, but they had no idea how Danzo had accomplished this. Only Long Ming and a few others knew what had happened to Danzo. Danzo had used the power of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan to activate the technique created by the Sage of Six Paths. The ultimate illusion of the Uchiha clan is Izanagi. It only takes a very short time to instantly transform all unfavorable factors for the caster, including death, into a dream. It can also convert all favorable factors for the attacker into reality, allowing control over the boundary between reality and dreams. This is the ultimate illusion cast upon oneself. However, the price is the permanent loss of light. After reviving, Danzo wasted no time and turned to retreat. Beneath his bandages, Shirsue's right eye slowly closed. Danzo felt immense pain. He had just burned his arm with Amaterasu, and hadn't dared to use Shursui's eye to activate Izanagi. Now, he was forced to do so by Long Ming's blade. Damn Uchiha brat, you made me waste Shursui's eye, such a precious power, used on Izanagi, Danzo said with a twisted expression. Just wait, I will definitely gouge out your Mangekyou Sharingan to make up for my loss. But he retreated quickly, and Long Ming pursued even faster. Knowing Danzo could use Izanagi, he was already prepared. Before Danzo could run far, Long Ming appeared behind him once more. You have no chance left. Long Ming shouted the last word, thrusting the massive double-edged blade straight at Danzo. Danzo turned his head and was instantly scared out of his wits. His inherent cowardice once again filled him with fear of death. No, I can't die here. I haven't even become Hokage yet. I must live. I have to live. Konoha cannot be without me. Someone save me. Danzo screamed madly, his once gloomy face now filled with terror. He fled desperately, watching the blade draw closer and closer. The fear of death made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He ultimately could not face sacrifice and death fearlessly, just as he had been proven unworthy of the Hokage title during the second Hokage's test. Just as Danzo was on the brink of complete despair, an elderly voice echoed from afar. Danzo, hold on. Danzo suddenly woke up. He looked into the distance and saw the third Hokage rushing towards him. Unlike him, the third Hokage's eyes held no fear, only overwhelming battle intent. His gaze was complex, filled not only with fear of death, but also an inexplicable sense of reluctance and shame. He had lost once again to Hiruzen. Chapter 18 Give the Uchiha clan an explanation. Diamond Prison. The third Hokage shouted, throwing the diamond Rui staff forward. The staff split into dozens of copies, forming a square cage that protected Danzo. At that moment, Ryumi's Susanoo struck down with a sword. Clang! The instant they collided, an invisible sound wave swept in all directions, causing many ninjas to instinctively cover their ears, yet their cochleas still felt a sharp pain. Danzo, who was closest, had blood burst from his ears, the thunderous noise ringing continuously beside him. The terrifying power of Susanoo fully poured down onto the diamond Rui staff, deeply embedding the entire square cage into the ground. Countless cracks spread out from beneath the cage like a tortoise's pattern, and even the supposedly indestructible Rui staff bore a deep knife mark. Inside the cage, Danzo was protected by the diamond prison and remained unharmed, only briefly losing his hearing. Susanoo pulled out its double-edged blade, and due to the severe injury, the Monkey King, Inma, immediately exited the state of the diamond Rui staff. It swayed, coughed up blood, and had a massive cut from its shoulder extending to its chest, revealing the white bones inside. The look in Inma's eyes towards Susanoo showed deep trepidation. It grabbed Danzo's body and jumped quickly backward. But this time, Ryumi did not pursue. He simply watched Danzo's direction calmly. This made Danzo overjoyed. He thought, he is not chasing. Great. If I can just escape back to Hiruzen's side, I'll be fine. This brat may be strong, but ultimately he is just one person. With the help of other elite jonin, he will have no place to die. At this moment, a smile of survival appeared on Danzo's face, and he was even calculating his escape plan, completely unaware of the danger beside him. Ryumi reached out his hand toward Danzo's position and fiercely grabbed, coldly shouting, "Infinite orb, explode!" As the words fell, a myriad of red lights suddenly erupted from Danzo's severed arm. Danzo's smile froze, and he looked in horror at the place where his left arm had been cut off. There, a red orb was continuously radiating terrifying energy. It was Ryumi's infinite orb. At the moment of their clash, Ryumi had condensed it and placed it on Danzo's severed arm. At such a close distance, once the infinite orb exploded, its power would be unimaginable. From the beginning, Ryumi had no intention of letting Danzo go. The Konoha higher-ups who held hostility towards the Uchiha were targets that Ryumi had to eliminate. And Danzo was at the top of that list. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from the Uchiha clan's territory. Danzo's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his body was instantly engulfed in red light. The energy generated from the explosion slammed into his flesh. Without any struggle or scream, Danzo was directly obliterated in the explosion, leaving no ashes behind. Inma, on the other hand, instinctively utilized its animal instincts. At the moment of the explosion, it immediately chose to end the summoning technique and return to its holy land, thereby escaping disaster. After an unknown amount of time, the explosion slowly ceased, revealing a massive, deep pit at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's grounds. The surrounding ninjas fell into silence. No one expected that this battle, which should have been a crushing victory, would result in such a turn of events. Moreover, they had witnessed the death of a Konoha elder, who was also the ruler of the root, who among the ninjas present would not be shocked. The third Hokage's expression was extremely grave. He had no time to mourn Danzo's death, as he needed to find a way to resolve the current situation. With Itachi and Ryumei present, the battlefield dynamics flipped instantly. Although Konoha could still win, the price would likely be too heavy. For a moment, the third Hokage's mind drifted to the thought of persuading Itachi. However, before he could speak, Ryumei domineeringly said, "Third Hokage, you are unable to distinguish right from wrong, condoning Konoha ninjas to attack my Uchiha. Today, you must give me an explanation." The third Hokage's gaze darkened as he coldly replied, "You killed an elder-level ninja of Konoha. It seems that you are the one who should give Konoha an explanation." Before he could finish, he suddenly swallowed his words, his face showing great shock. Ryumei twisted his right hand, pulling Naruto's body from behind him. However, Naruto was now unconscious and unaware of everything happening outside. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto! Cries of alarm erupted from the Konoha side. Many who saw Naruto immediately broke into a cold sweat. The third Hokage's face turned extremely ugly. He had clearly sent Kakashi and others to protect Naruto, yet he never expected that Naruto would still be captured by the Uchiha. Ryumei held the unconscious Naruto and said, "You better think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally release the seal of the Nine-Tails." This sent Konoha into complete chaos. Narashikaku, the brain of Konoha, instantly appeared beside the third Hokage, unable to help but speak. "Third Hokage, the Nine-Tails must never be released." But aside from rational factions like Shikaku, there were many radical factions. They kept shouting, "Lord Hokage, what do we have to fear from the Nine-Tails? We Konoha have so many elite ninjas, enough to destroy both the Nine-Tails and the Uchiha. Shut up, you fools." The fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails at the cost of his life. "Do you think you can compare to him? So are we just going to let this go? Lord Danzo was killed by that brat. What are you shouting about? If the Nine-Tails comes out, it won't just be one or two people who die. Someone like you could be killed by a single fart." The two factions argued back and forth, unable to come to an agreement. "Enough," the third Hokage shouted, stopping the farce unfolding among them. He looked at the Konoha crowd and slowly said, "My principles do not allow me to sacrifice too many people. This matter ends here. We will negotiate with the Uchiha." When the third Hokage said this, he felt incredibly frustrated but understood the gravity of the situation. If the Nine-Tails were to come out, everything would be over. However, things did not end as the third Hokage had imagined. Ryumei coldly snorted. "Who said it ends here? I said that Konoha must give the Uchiha an explanation today. I will count to 3. If you don't say anything by then, I will unleash the Nine-Tails and wipe out Konoha, leaving no blade of grass behind." The third Hokage trembled. He never expected Ryumei to be so domineering. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't be impulsive. We can discuss this slowly. We can sign an agreement that Konoha will no longer take action against the Uchiha, and we can even provide some economic compensation, but the premise is that you must return Naruto." Chapter 19, Threat of the Uchiha, Konoha's concession. Hehe. "It seems you still don't understand the situation." Long Ming sneered, then grabbed Naruto, the six-pointed star in his eyes slowly rotating. "1. Long Ming slowly uttered a word. "You Uchihas have suffered heavy casualties, haven't we in Konoha? Moreover, we lost an assistant to the Hokage, so this matter is even out. What further explanation do you want?" The third Hokage frowned and responded with feigned toughness. 2. Long Ming paid no attention, simply reciting the second word. "Don't go too far. If the Nine-Tails is released, even if Konoha is destroyed, the Uchihas won't survive either. Everyone will die then." The third Hokage's face turned pale, threatening in a fierce but weak manner. 3. Long Ming shouted the final word, killing intent evident in his eyes. "The Book of Seals." The third Hokage finally couldn't withstand the pressure. He couldn't gamble the lives of all the villagers of Konoha. "I will decide. In addition to economic compensation, I will also give you Uchihas the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. This explanation should satisfy you, right?" Upon hearing this, many ninjas who had heard of the Book of Seals were shocked, their eyes filled with intense eagerness. It sealed various powerful forbidden techniques, any one of which would make all nations covetous. Long Ming's eyes shifted slightly. This condition was quite good. If he pushed Konoha too hard, a mutual destruction scenario could occur, which was not what Long Ming wanted to see. After a brief silence, Long Ming put Naruto down and said to the third Hokage, "Besides this, we Uchihas also want to be relocated to the center of Konoha." The third Hokage was already drenched in cold sweat, seeing Long Ming had given up on unsealing the Nine Tails. He let out a sigh of relief and responded, "That can be arranged." Long Ming gave a nasal sound of acknowledgement and then descended with Naruto. The third Hokage became anxious and hurriedly said, "Wait, you haven't returned Naruto to us yet. When did I ever agree to return Naruto to you?" Long Ming scoffed, then said, "That was just your one-sided wish. Naruto will live with the Uchihas from now on. If you miss him, you can come visit anytime." Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression changed. If the Nine Tails fell into the hands of the Uchihas, Konoha would be completely passive. At this time, how could Long Ming possibly return Naruto to Konoha? After all, the Uchihas were not strong enough to protect themselves yet. Naruto was the Uchiha's talisman. Only with him present, Konoha would not dare act recklessly. Nearby, someone unwillingly said, "Third Hokage, is this matter just going to end like this? Are we really just handing over the Nine Tails?" The third Hokage remained silent. After a moment, he replied, "This matter still needs to be considered over time. At least we cannot continue fighting like this, or Konoha's foundation will be exhausted." Who exactly is this suddenly appearing kid? I have never heard of such a genius from the Uchiha before. If he hadn't captured the Nine Tails, our plan would have surely succeeded today. A member of the Root organization gritted his teeth in anger. Long Ming's identity was also a matter of great concern for the third Hokage, but he was deep-minded and did not easily show it. Just as they were reflecting, Long Ming's voice suddenly came from afar. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to invite you?" The faces of the Konoha people stiffened, and the third Hokage sighed. "Everyone, take your clansmen back. Let's consider today as if it never happened, and do not spread it widely. If other nations learn of the conflict between Konoha and the Uchihas, they might take it as an opportunity to do something terrible." The clan leaders, who were all sensible people, nodded in silence and led their clansmen to slowly exit the Uchiha territory. This extermination war finally ended with Konoha's concession. The surviving Uchiha clansmen were extremely excited. Long Ming's appearance not only saved them, but also brought them hope. After Shirsue's death, the strongest of the younger generation in the clan had finally reappeared. Long live the Uchiha clan. Thanks to that kid, he must have shadow-level strength. Incredible. That kid should be under 10 years old, and this talent is even more terrifying than Shirsue's. Let's go see him. The remaining Uchiha clansmen gathered around, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Long Ming. With the strength of one person, he turned the tide of battle, killed Danzo, and threatened the third Hokage. Each of these deeds made one feel blood boil just thinking about it. Even Fugaku looked at Long Ming with admiration and gratitude. This gratitude was, of course, for Long Ming changing the fate of the Uchiha clan. Without his intervention, the Uchiha would have likely faced total annihilation. "Kid, what is your name?" Fugaku asked gently. Everyone perked up, wanting to hear the name of the child who saved the Uchiha clan. "Long Ming, Uchiha Long Ming." Long Ming replied. Upon hearing this, everyone subconsciously repeated it several times in their hearts, as if wanting to imprint it within. Soon, this name would end up on the third Hokage's desk and quickly gain fame in Konoha. However, this name might also be a name of infamy. Long Ming, I want to thank you, not just for the clan, but also for the matter regarding Itachi. I saw your conversation. You worked hard. Fugaku sighed deeply and bowed deeply to Long Ming. This bow was not only as the leader of the Uchiha clan, but also as a father. Long Ming hurriedly helped Fugaku up, smiling as he said, "You flatter me, clan leader. I'm also a member of the Uchiha clan. Please rise." Fugaku did not act overly modest. After he stood up, he glanced at the chaotic battlefield, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Then he instructed the nearby Uchiha clansmen, "Immediately start cleaning up the battlefield, bury the bodies of our clansmen, and be sure to collect the Sharingan." For bloodline limit clans like the Uchiha, cleaning up the battlefield after a battle is very important. There are always many secrets left on the bodies of ninjas, and the corpses of the Uchiha clan are like treasures to other nations, allowing for extensive research. During the timeline of the successful Extermination Night, Danzo and Obito collected a large number of Sharingan because of this. The 10 Sharingan on Danzo's right arm also came from successful transplants from Uchiha members' corpses after the Extermination Night. Before the Extermination Night occurred, Danzo only possessed one of Shirsue's Mangekyou Sharingan, which is why he could only use Izanagi once. Long Ming did not participate in the cleanup work. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, he took Naruto and headed home. Chapter 20. The resentful Naruto having used the power of the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan several times. Naruto felt the strain on his chakra, even though there was no burden on his body or eyes. Continuous battles had left him with very little chakra. If the third Hokage had been a bit more resolute earlier, Long Ming would have had no way to deal with it. Unfortunately, the third Hokage valued Naruto more than anything else, even more than the village itself. He inherited the will of fire from the first Hokage, and Long Ming took advantage of this fact to boldly make his demands. Bang! Oni-san, I'm back. Long Ming kicked open the door to his home. Due to Long Ming's warning, Izumi did not go to the Konoha police department this time, but obediently stayed home. Although she wanted to go out after hearing the commotion outside, she ultimately held back. Where have you been tonight? The noise outside was so loud. Did you want to worry your sister to death? As soon as he entered, Long Ming was greeted by a fragrant breeze, and the next moment, he was tightly embraced by Izumi, her voice laced with anxiety and reproach. Feeling Izumi's genuine concern, Long Ming touched his nose and said, I'm fine. Just took care of an old dog and stopped a major war. Puffed. Izumi couldn't help but laugh, her worries dissipating significantly. She flicked Long Ming's forehead. There you go again with your nonsense. Always so disheveled. Look at how dirty you are. Go wash up in a bit. Izumi reached out to brush the dust off Long Ming, and upon noticing Naruto on his back, she exclaimed in surprise, This kid, isn't he the orphan from the village? Why did you bring him home? He guess. Long Ming blinked. I guess you're just making it up. It can't be that you kidnapped him, right? Izumi replied, not amused. You guessed right. Long Ming smiled awkwardly, then pulled Naruto along and said, Oni-san, Naruto and are going to take a bath first. You're not allowed to peek. Izumi was amused by Long Ming's antics and pushed him into the bathroom. Stop being so narcissistic. I saw all your little secrets when I was a kid. Hurry up and wash. I'll go cook for both of you. Long Ming chuckled and dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. He quickly stripped off his clothes and also undressed Naruto, throwing the boy, now only in his underwear, into the bathtub after dispelling the Jinjutsu on him. After a moment of delay, Naruto slowly came to. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and then at his own stripped clothes. Ouch, you're awake. I thought you'd wake up soon. Didn't he expect it took you so long? Long Ming's voice drifted from the side. Since Naruto had not yet mastered the Nine Tails, his resistance to Jinjutsu was poor, making it impossible for him to resist even ordinary illusions. Instinctively, Naruto raised his head to look at the half-naked Long Ming, and after a moment, he let out a scream. Naruto sounded as if he had been teased, loud enough for half the Uchiha clan to hear. What did you do to me while I was asleep? Boo-hoo, I'm not clean anymore. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Long Ming resentfully. Ugh, you're so loud. Why are you yelling? We're both guys. You didn't lose anything. Long Ming tossed a towel at Naruto's head. Naruto paused for a moment, then thought about it and realized it made some sense, so he stopped shouting. By the way, where is this? Did you bring me here, Long Ming? Long Ming comfortably lounged in the bathtub, casually explaining, This is my home. Of course, I brought you here. Don't you remember how you got here at all? Naruto frowned, resting his fingers on his chin, appearing deep in thought. After a moment, he clapped his hands and shouted, I remember. You said you would take me to save someone, and then you looked at me, and I passed out. Why are we bathing now? Your eyes are different from then. Well, it's pretty much what you said, but we succeeded. Thanks to you, many casualties were avoided, Long Ming said with a smile. Naruto displayed an extremely disappointed expression, crossing his arms. Then why didn't you wake me up? This was my best chance to earn everyone's recognition. Long Ming coughed twice. Even if Naruto had been awake, he probably still wouldn't have earned everyone's recognition. Naruto, didn't I tell you not to have any expectations of those ungrateful folks? Just stay with me in the Uchiha clan from now on. You'll be very happy with your best buddy. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face darkened. He knew exactly who Long Ming was referring to. Ever since he started attending the Ninja Academy, Long Ming had frequently tried to set him up to hang out with Sasuke. If it weren't for Long Ming's interest in his seduction techniques, Naruto would have suspected that the other party had some strange fetish. At first, Naruto thought Long Ming's invitation to stay in the Uchiha clan was just a joke, but now it seemed he was serious. And actually, living in my own home is pretty good too. If I suddenly moved into your place, I'd cause you a lot of trouble, right? As he said this, Naruto's bright blue eyes dimmed again. He feared that his identity as the Nine Tails would bring trouble to Long Ming and lead to gossip. Drinking expired milk and eating spoiled bread. This is what you call living well? Long Ming sneered a few times. He then looked at Naruto earnestly and said, Naruto, you don't need to have any burdens. just settle down here. I will take good care of you. Feeling warm inside, Naruto's nose tinged with a sense of sadness as he raised his hand to wipe away the impending tears. Long Ming, you're just about my age. Why do you always act like an adult? Long Ming ruffled Naruto's golden hair and teased. What do you mean act? I'm older than you, okay? Call me big brother. Naruto laughed through his tears, swatting Long Ming's hand away. In your dreams, what is the benefit of calling you big brother? Long Ming chuckled and said mysteriously, what if I told you I could help you control the monster inside you? Naruto's body stiffened, and his expression suddenly changed from surprise to ecstatic joy. He grabbed Long Ming's hand and excitedly asked, really? You can help me control it? Although young Naruto was unaware of many things, he could guess that there was a terrifying monster inside him. Based on how people in the village referred to him and the nine-tailed fox he sometimes encountered in his dreams. Long Ming pondered for a moment before earnestly saying, yes. But this isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. The key still lies with you. Chapter 21. Knowing everything lies within me? Naruto pointed at himself with a puzzled expression. Long Ming nodded. If he wanted Naruto to control the Nine-Tails' power, he needed to resolve the animosity between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. The first step was to win over the Nine-Tails, eliminate its hatred, and foster mutual understanding. Only when the Nine-Tails willingly lent its power could Naruto become the perfect Jinchuriki. Although he could enter Naruto's mental world to help suppress the Nine-Tails, whether he would ultimately succeed depended on Naruto himself. After all, the Nine-Tails had a deep-seated hatred for humans. However, if successful, the rewards would be immense. Naruto's current strength was still too weak, not enough to ensure his own safety. If he were absent, he could be kidnapped by Anbu at any moment, and then brainwashed by the higher-ups like the third Hokage, rendering all his efforts futile. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's combat power was currently too limited, and Long Ming needed Naruto to grow quickly to assist him. Long Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and said, controlling the fox spirit inside you is not a simple task. You need to eliminate its hatred and understand it. Before that, you need to know certain things about it, including its name, identity, and why it appeared inside you. But I must also remind you, Naruto, the truth and reality behind this matter can be heart-wrenching and hard to accept. Are you truly ready to know everything? Naruto's body trembled. He felt that what he was about to hear would overturn the trajectory of his future life. Yet, he desperately wanted to know, and even if the truth was cruel, he didn't want to be deceived. I want to know. Please tell me, Long Ming. Naruto's eyes gradually became resolute. He was prepared to face all truths. Long Ming nodded, sighed, and said, where should I start? His gaze flickered with reminiscence before he continued. The fox spirit inside you is called Kurama. It is a life form materialized from a large amount of chakra, possessing immense destructive power and chakra. There are 9 of these life forms, also known as tailed beasts, with their strength determined by the number of tails they possess. Due to their overwhelming power, they have attracted the envy of many humans, leading to their enslavement and control for use in wars. Over time, the tailed beasts have grown to hate humans even more. Tailed beasts are not like cattle or sheep. Controlling them is nearly impossible. Thus, people thought of another method, using human bodies as cages to seal the tailed beasts inside and control them. Long Ming's words completely overturned Naruto's understanding. He suddenly felt dizzy and fell into the bathtub. He murmured, so, I'm just a container to seal Kurama? The light in Naruto's eyes faded. This was even more heartbreaking than being ostracized by the villagers. Why me? Why was I chosen to be Kurama's Jinchuriki? Naruto repeatedly asked himself, tears falling from the corners of his eyes into the water. No, you are a hero. Just as Naruto was engulfed in pain, Long Ming's voice pulled him back to reality. You say I'm a hero? Naruto looked at Long Ming in astonishment, his eyes red. Long Ming looked at him seriously and said, not just you, but also your parents. They are heroes who saved Konoha. My parents? Naruto whispered. This word was so unfamiliar to him that he felt awkward saying it. Since he could remember, he had no memories of his parents, not even knowing their identities. Yet today, Long Ming suddenly said that his parents were heroes. Naruto swallowed nervously and asked, so who are my parents? You actually see them every day? Long Ming smiled slightly and looked towards the Hokage rock. Your father is the 4th Hokage of Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Huh? Naruto's expression and thoughts froze for a few seconds before he almost jumped through the roof in excitement, completely shedding his earlier despondency. You're not joking, right? My father is the 4th Hokage. Is this true? What about my mother? Who is my mother? In his excitement, Naruto didn't forget to ask about his mother. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki, a very beautiful woman and very, cough cough, very gentle and virtuous. Your father fell in love with her for that reason. Long Ming recalled Kushina's violent nature and felt a bit embarrassed. Perhaps the fourth Hokage had a preference for that type. Naruto probably inherited this trait, which is why he had a fondness for the violent Sakura. Listening to Long Ming praise his mother made Naruto feel elated, but then he realized something and quickly asked, Long Ming, you just said that my parents and I are heroes who save the village. How do they do it? Naruto didn't finish his sentence. But Long Ming understood his meaning and continued explaining with a serious expression. The story begins with the Nine Tails attack, right after you were born. Your mother was actually the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. During your birth, due to her weakened state, some guy took advantage of the situation and controlled the Nine Tails, causing chaos in Konoha. At that moment, your father stepped up to save Konoha, defeating the powerful enemy, and sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails within you to protect the village. Unlike other villages that treat Jinchuriki as mere containers, your father's sealing technique was exceptionally ingenious. He intended to leave the Nine Tails power as your support. After sealing the Nine Tails, both your father and mother exhausted their last strength and passed away. Although it appeared that your parents died at the hands of the Nine Tails, even if the Nine Tails hadn't attacked you, Minato and Kushina would have died anyway. One was forcibly extracted from the tailed beast, while the other performed the forbidden technique, the dead demon consuming seal. Without the Nine Tails intervention, they would still have perished. After hearing Long Ming's explanation, Naruto felt a whirlwind of emotions. He didn't know whether to feel angry at his father for sealing the Nine Tails within him or to be happy that his father was the fourth Hokage. With a complicated expression, he touched his belly, where the sealing technique resided. Long Ming snorted. If it weren't for you and your parents sacrificing themselves to seal the Nine Tails, Konoha's population would probably have been reduced by half by now. But how have they treated you? Think carefully. Am I wrong to say they are ungrateful? Chapter 22, entering the spirit world. Naruto, with a bitter smile, scratched his head and sighed. Actually, Grandpa Third, Irika-sensei, and Uncle Ichiraku are all good people. Not like you said. Oh, what about the others? If you shout out on the streets of Konoha, 9 out of 10 people will curse you as a demon fox. Isn't that ungrateful? Long Ming said disdainfully. Naruto bit his lip, unable to retort because he knew Long Ming was right. Deep down, the young Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit of frustration about the unfair treatment he received. His father was the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself heroically to protect the village, and he had become a Jinchuriki, sealing the demon fox. Yet, he received not a shred of gratitude from the villagers and was even seen as an embodiment of evil. So, you came to find me to leverage the power of the tailed beast within me? Naruto raised his head and asked, aware that after learning his identity, he could naturally connect the dots as to why Long Ming sought him out. Yes, due to the suspicion towards the Uchiha after the Nine Tails incident, after prolonged friction, they decided to wipe out the Uchiha clan tonight. To make them back off, I borrowed the Nine Tails inside you to threaten them. Long Ming did not lie, laying out his plans. I want you to join the Uchiha because I hope that when you grow strong enough, you can help me fight against Konoha. Of course, I also want to take care of you. Naruto, Konoha is ungrateful, using their so-called will of fire to force others into sacrifice, or to be sacrificed themselves. This applies to you, and even more so to the Uchiha. The roots of this big tree are already rotten. Are you willing to lend me a hand in completely overthrowing their rule in the future? Long Ming extended his right hand towards Naruto in an inviting gesture. Naruto hesitated, feeling very conflicted. He had received too much information all at once and could not make a choice. I'm not sure, Long Ming. I don't know if I should do this. Naruto's body trembled slightly as he recalled the villagers' disdainful looks, and then the care shown to him by Irika and others. Should he repay Konoha, or take revenge on Konoha? Two voices continuously echoed in Naruto's mind, making him very hesitant. Long Ming pondered for a moment and slowly spoke a sentence that completely shattered Naruto's defenses. Naruto, do you wish for Konoha to have another child like you? Naruto's body stiffened, and his gaze suddenly turned to Long Ming. Long Ming sighed. If you don't change the status quo, one day in the future, you will not be able to suppress the Nine Tails, and then those people in Konoha will choose a new vessel to become a Jinchuriki. Your mother was chosen that way. Konoha took her in because they saw the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan. That's how these people are. Do you want another child like you to appear in Konoha? Or you can choose to join me and spark a revolution in Konoha. The light in Long Ming's eyes burst forth, and Naruto's body stopped trembling. his gaze gradually shifting from confusion to determination. You're right, Long Ming. I want to change the status quo, not just for myself, but so that Konoha will no longer have children like me. I want to become stronger. I want to control the Kai by within me and gain its help. Naruto extended his hand, firmly grasping Long Ming's. Long Ming smiled, realizing that he could finally impress Naruto. This would definitely be good for bragging for at least a year or two. All right then, let's go meet that guy inside you, Long Ming said. And the three tomo in his eyes merged again into a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, the scene changed. The bathroom disappeared, and Long Ming arrived in Naruto's spiritual world. It was dimly lit, with gentle flowing water underfoot, and he could vaguely see his own reflection. The atmosphere felt somewhat gloomy. Wow, where's this? The startled Naruto instinctively let out a cry and hid behind Long Ming, looking around. Long Ming rubbed his nose, saying helplessly, "Don't worry, this is your spiritual world. The Nine Tails is sealed here." Really? Where's that guy? I can't see him, Naruto said, shaking his head and squinting to find the Nine Tails location. Just then, a heavy breathing sound echoed, and Naruto's body stiffened, turning his head mechanically. Before him was an incredibly huge cage with complex ceiling patterns in the center. Inside the cage, a pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at him. It was a gigantic fox. Its body was covered in fiery orange fur, and 9 enormous tails waved continuously behind it. Little brat, you actually found this place. Look at that shocked expression. I just want to rip you open and swallow you whole. The Nine Tails snarled, crashing against the cage. Its head only a few meters away from Naruto, the foul smell of its breath even reaching Long Ming. Being the first time facing the Nine Tails, Naruto was instantly intimidated by the overwhelming aura it emitted. The Nine Tails was very pleased with Naruto's expression. Gripping the cage with its sharp claws, it continued to intimidate. Kid, if it weren't for this cage, I'd love to crush your tiny arms and tear you in half. Naruto's body trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. However, Long Ming rolled his eyes and walked straight forward. Hey, Long Ming, what are you doing? It's dangerous, Naruto hurriedly called out. The Nine Tails looked at Long Ming approaching and let out a series of cold laughs, its killing intent growing stronger. A descendant of Madara. Huh. This chakra is more ominous than mine. I haven't seen this in a long time. You little brat, are you coming over here to let me eat you? Hee. I'd love that. Long Ming ignored it, calmly approaching the Nine Tails, slowly raising his index finger and provocatively beckoning. Then come here. Long Ming's voice echoed in the space. The contrast between his small frame and the massive Nine Tails was striking. This sentence also stimulated the Nine Tails' fury, and it slammed its paw against the ground, roaring, "You little brat, do you want to die? Do you believe I can destroy you right now?" The Nine Tails' voice was deafening, its chakra erupting, causing the entire space to tremble. Naruto's face changed dramatically. The Nine Tails' power was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, filled with darkness, ominousness, and evil. He was even more worried about Long Ming's safety. Chapter 23. The Tsundere Nine Tails. At that moment, Long Ming calmly rolled up his sleeves and beckoned forward with his finger. I believe you. Come here, little ghost. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will break the seal and then kill you and those damned humans. All of them. I'm waiting. Come here if it weren't for this seal. Would you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You would have been killed by me long ago. But you don't dare. So, come here, are you done yet? Is that all you can say? I already told you I can't get through. If you have the ability, then come in. Long Ming chuckled, not foolish enough to do that, slowly lowering his sleeves. He then turned to Naruto and said, "See, there's no need to be afraid. It can't hurt you. With your father's seal in place, it can't do anything." Seeing Long Ming provoke the Nine Tails just to help ease his own fear warmed Naruto's heart. He felt a familial warmth from Long Ming and nodded heavily, no longer feeling as frightened as before. Instead, he stood beside Long Ming. Long Ming smiled slightly, glancing at the furious Nine Tails in its cage and finding it somewhat amusing. The seal set by the 4th Hokage was undoubtedly the safest kind among all the villages. First, there was the Shiki Fujin, and then the 8 trigram seal was reinforced. Just to be safe, he left some of his and Kushina's chakra, so that when the Nine Tails went berserk, it could be sealed again. In contrast, some Jinchuriki seals were quite crude, like in Mangekyou. They sealed Shikaku within the young Gaara. And due to the flaws in the seal, Gaara suffered from insomnia, effectively turning him into a living panda. Compared to that, Naruto was quite lucky. Gathering his courage, Naruto stepped forward to examine the Nine Tails, observing this entity that had been residing in his body for 8 years. Your name is Kurama, right? Naruto asked, looking up. Don't talk to me casually, you little brat. The Nine Tails, in a tsundere manner, turned away and refused to answer Naruto's question. Since he and Naruto were connected, he heard Long Ming and Naruto's conversation and wasn't surprised that Naruto knew his name. The Nine Tails walked deeper into the cage, lazily lying on the water's surface, ignoring Naruto's calls. Naruto felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, unsure where to start. Long Ming knew he needed to step in. He stood beside Naruto, the kaleidoscope pattern reappearing in his eyes, and softly said, "Kurama, do you remember the Sage of Six Paths words?" The Nine Tails' tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, instinctively turning its head. But upon seeing the kaleidoscope in Long Ming's eyes, it realized it had fallen into a trap, but it was too late to look away. Sharingan Jinjutsu. The Nine Tails growled, and Long Ming's mental power began to invade its mind. The Nine Tails frantically slammed against the sides of the cage, but its pupils gradually transformed from slit-like to the three-tomo Sharingan. In its sealed state, the Nine Tails had little resistance against the eternal kaleidoscope Jinjutsu and could only be controlled. "You little bastard, I will definitely kill you." The Nine Tails struggled, its face twisted with rage as it glared at Long Ming. "Don't be so agitated. I just want you to correct your attitude and have a good talk with this child," Long Ming said casually, then gestured for Naruto to step forward. Naruto glanced gratefully at Long Ming and stepped forward again. Facing the Nine Tails, which was many times larger than himself, Naruto took a deep breath. "Kurama, when I was outside, I heard Long Ming say a lot about you. Before this, I hated you very much. I thought it was all your fault that I suffered so much. That you made me bear the title of the Demon Fox, getting ostracized and neglected by the village. But after listening to Long Ming, I realized that the one who has truly suffered is you, right?" The Nine Tails' body trembled violently, and at that moment, Long Ming could keenly sense that the Nine Tails' resistance to the Genjutsu weakened a bit. Naruto looked up, his eyes filled with sympathy and compassion. Being restricted, constantly sealed within others' bodies, used and imprisoned, your life must be very hard. Naruto seemed like a key, unlocking the Nine Tails' closed heart. Its violent emotions calmed down significantly, looking at Naruto with a somewhat complicated expression. Seeing this, Long Ming thought for a moment and released his control of the kaleidoscope, allowing them to communicate freely. The Nine Tails escaped the control, not shouting or making a scene, just casting a wary glance at Long Ming before muttering to itself, "You humans always see us as weapons to fight over for your own selfish desires. It's always been this way, never considering our feelings, even stubbornly believing that as long as we use our power, it will bring hatred. You enslave, manipulate, and seal us, and you will never stop until you confirm we pose no threat. Madara, Hashirama, Minato, and even your mother, they are all the same." The resentment in the Nine Tails' voice was palpable, which Long Ming could understand. In fact, when the Nine Tails was first born, it was a kind creature, just wanted to be a lawful-tailed beast. But one day, Madara came along, controlling it and using it as a steed to challenge Hashirama. Not only did it get beaten up, but it also received a lecture from Hashirama, who said that the Nine Tails was too powerful and couldn't be allowed to roam free. Then, with a gentle palm, it was sealed away. After that, it fell into a long period of being sealed, from Mito to Kushina, then to Naruto for decades. It was sealed. Anyone would be angry after being treated this way, which led to its growing hatred for humans. The Nine Tails sighed heavily and looked at Naruto, saying, "Although you also want my power, at least you're not as hateful as they are. Being treated as a weapon by you, I can reluctantly accept." Naruto shook his head, looking seriously at the Nine Tails, revealing a sunny and bright smile. "To me, Kurama, you are not a weapon, but a friend left to me by my father." This statement struck a chord in the Nine Tails' heart. Even as powerful as it was, its expression became somewhat flustered. What are you saying, you brat? Don't think that because you said that, I will willingly lend you my power. Get straight, I am the great Kurama." The Nine Tails stammered, its mind somewhat tangled. Naruto was confused by the Nine Tails' change, but Long Ming laughed heartily, knowing that Naruto had succeeded. "Ha, Kurama, just take your time and don't get too tangled up. As for the sealing, I will think of a way." With that, he grabbed Naruto and left the spiritual space, leaving the tsundere Nine Tails to struggle with its own thoughts. Chapter 24 New Home. Long Ming opened his eyes and returned to reality once again. Although the process of persuading the Nine Tails had some twists and turns, it was overall quite smooth. Even though the Nine Tails was still sealed, its ability to provide Naruto with enhancements was still terrifying. Naruto truly deserved to be the progenitor of verbal jutsu. Just a few words from him managed to shake the Nine Tails' heart. as long as they communicated more in the future. Long Ming believed that the Nine Tails would soon open its heart to Naruto. Long Ming just needed to find a time to get the sealing key from Jiraiya to unseal the Nine Tails. Long Ming ruffled Naruto's hair and said with a smile, "If you ever encounter someone who wants to harm you, just call out to the Nine Tails in your heart. Ordinary ninjas are definitely not your match. Got it? Got it. I'll protect myself," Naruto replied, patting his chest to reassure Long Ming. "That's good. The soaking is about done. Let's go out." Long Ming stretched and crawled out of the bathroom. After drying himself off, he turned and said, "You should hurry up and come out too. We're waiting for you to eat." After placing the towel on a nearby rack, Long Ming walked out. Naruto followed closely behind, and together they arrived in the kitchen. At that moment, Izumi was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and when she saw the two, she smiled gently. "You're all done washing up, right? Hurry and sit down to eat. You must be Naruto, right? Hello, I'm Uchiha Izumi, Long Ming's sister." "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." It was Naruto's first time meeting Izumi, and he fidgeted with his hands, looking a bit awkward. Long Ming slapped Naruto on the back, jokingly scolding, "Look at you, don't be so stiff. Just sit down and eat." Izumi also brought over a bowl of red bean soup and added, "Yeah, Naruto, just treat it like your own home. Don't be so polite. Sit down." Naruto nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice and carefully sat down in a chair. Long Ming brought Naruto a bowl and chopsticks, serving him a steaming bowl of red bean soup, remembering that this was Naruto's favorite. "Here, drink it while it's hot. You usually just eat those instant noodles and ramen, which are not good for your body. You're in your growth period, so you need to eat something nutritious." Long Ming rambled on like an old lady, causing Izumi to laugh beside him. She teasingly said, "I didn't expect our Long Ming to be so caring. Usually, you're just lazy. Why don't I see you serving a bowl for your sister?" "Cough, cough, I'm just not obviously diligent. Besides, I serve you every time we eat," Long Ming replied, serving Izumi a bowl of red bean soup. Looking at the steaming food on the table and the playful banter between Long Ming and Izumi, Naruto felt the warmth of a home for the first time. This dinner, which seemed ordinary to many, was something Naruto had longed for his entire life. He had imagined this scene countless times in his dreams, but he never expected that one day it would actually come true. Though not blood-related brothers, Long Ming had truly given Naruto the warmth of a family. Naruto felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes began to moisten. He lifted the bowl of red bean soup and drank, hoping to hide the tears that were about to flow. "Be careful, it's hot," Izumi reminded him, unable to hold back. But Naruto didn't care whether the red bean soup was hot. He just felt it was the best food he had ever eaten. Unbeknownst to him, when he set down the bowl and chopsticks, his face was already wet with tears. Izumi looked at the crying Naruto, feeling a bit at a loss, thinking that perhaps her red bean soup didn't taste good, and quickly comforted him. Naruto shook his head, choking out, No, it's not that. The red bean soup you made, sister, is the best thing I've ever eaten. It's just that it's so good that Izumi chuckled, amused by Naruto. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled. "You're really something. Who cries over drinking red bean soup?" Long Ming sighed and interjected, "Sister, you might not know, but Naruto has always lived alone. In the morning, he eats cold bread and milk, and for lunch, he has instant noodles. Sometimes when he doesn't have money, he has to go out fishing to fill his stomach." "What?" Izumi exclaimed instinctively. She knew Naruto was an orphan, but didn't realize his life was so tough. Looking at Naruto again, her eyes filled with compassion, she picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Naruto's bowl. Gently patting his head, she comforted, "Don't cry anymore, Naruto. Come, try the ribs I made. They're really delicious." Long Ming also picked up a steaming meatball and placed it in Naruto's bowl. "Naruto, eat as much as you want, okay? I guarantee you'll be so satisfied you'll want to eat your tongue." After serving the dishes, Long Ming turned to Izumi and said, "By the way, sister, Naruto will be living with us from now on. I've already talked to the villagers, and they all agreed and even offered to pay us an adoption fee for Naruto." Izumi rolled her eyes, as if Long Ming's words implied she was greedy. "I don't mind. After all, the family won't be short of a pair of chopsticks. As long as Naruto is willing, that's all that matters." Naruto was taken aback. He didn't expect Izumi to accept so quickly that he would be staying. "Sister, you don't think I'm a bother, do you?" Izumi touched Naruto's head, exuding a maternal glow. "Of course not. I'm happy to have a new member in the family. It saves me from this brat Long Ming always causing me trouble." Long Ming coughed twice and quickly averted his gaze. Naruto felt even more touched. He reached out to wipe his tears away. With red eyes, he looked at Long Ming and Izumi and said, thank you both. This is the first time someone has treated me so well." During this meal, the words he said the most were "thank you." Naruto took a long time to finish his dinner, perhaps because he hadn't tasted such delicious food in a long time. Or maybe he was afraid that everything was just a dream. After finishing, Ming took Naruto to rest. Since Naruto had just moved in and hadn't organized his room yet, he temporarily slept with Ming. Looking at Naruto, who was sleeping beside him with a sweet smile, Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he had changed Naruto's fate from certain angles, fortunately, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Naruto had a new home and had tamed the Nine Tails. In this life, he would definitely no longer be the last one. With Naruto's matters settled, it was time to meet that guy tomorrow. Ming hoped he wouldn't be too surprised when he saw Naruto. Ming muttered to himself, and then a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After experiencing several battles that day, he was already exhausted. Just a few minutes after lying down, he slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 25. The Uchiha clan meeting soon. The next day arrived. The warm sunlight outside the window filtered through the dense leaves, creating speckles of golden light. Ming and Naruto were sprawled on both of them sleeping in an exceptionally unattractive manner. Ming, wake up now. A voice of admonition came from outside the door. It was Izumi. Ming sleepily opened his eyes, moved Naruto's foot off his body, and groggily glanced at the alarm clock. He then stretched his arms and let out a good yawn. Sis, isn't it a bit too early for you today? What time is it? Ming complained casually. Izumi's voice followed immediately. Hurry up and get dressed. The clan leader is looking for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ming's heart stirred. He was no longer sleepy and quickly got dressed to head out. He saw Fugaku sitting on the sofa with a kind expression and his sister beside him. As soon as Fugaku saw Ming, he stood up and greeted him warmly. Good morning, Ming. I'm sorry to disturb you so early, but there are matters we need to discuss. Do you have time to go with us to the clan's Nanga shrine? Ming glanced at Fugaku, although he didn't say it. Ming knew they were likely going to discuss the future prospects of the Uchiha clan. Ming scratched his nose and nodded. No problem. Even if you didn't invite me, I was planning to find a chance to discuss the Uchiha clan's future with you. Izumi suddenly looked strange, seriously observing Ming. Could it be that her little brother had lost his mind? An 8-year-old child actually wanted to discuss the future of the Uchiha clan with its leader? What puzzled Izumi even more was that Fugaku didn't refute him at all, but instead nodded repeatedly. That's great. Let's set off now. Okay, Nisan, remember to make breakfast. I'll be back to eat later. Izumi felt a bit confused but numbly nodded. By the time she came back to her senses, Ming had already left with Fugaku. This child has changed so much recently. What on earth has happened? Izumi muttered to herself. Ming followed Fugaku to a temple-like building, which was the Nanga Shrine. It was also the traditional gathering place of the Uchiha clan, and beneath it hid a stone tablet left by the sage of 6 paths inside, was a spacious hall. With the Uchiha clan's fan insignia at the front, where many Uchiha clan members had already gathered. Most of them were survivors from the battle yesterday. As Ming stepped into the shrine, many people turned their heads, and upon seeing Ming, they showed expressions of respect. They spontaneously cleared a path for Ming to pass through. This was not only gratitude for Ming saving the Uchiha, but also respect for a strong warrior. Ming scanned the room and spotted Itachi in a corner, striding over. How's Sasuke? He was okay yesterday, right? Ming crossed his arms and leaned against Itachi. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Ming's first question to be about his younger brother, but then he broke into a gentle smile. He's fine. As you said, by the time he returned, the battlefield had already been cleaned up, and I brought him back home. It was only when mentioning his brother that Itachi would show such a gentle smile, like a caring older brother. After chatting for a bit, Fugaku stepped up to the platform and began to speak officially. Standing on the platform, Fugaku regained the authority of the clan leader and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to discuss the future path of the Uchiha clan. Yesterday, with Ming's help, we managed to repel Konoha, but at the same time, we have completely torn the facade with Konoha. The Uchiha and Konoha are now in a precarious balance, but this balance cannot last forever, so I want to hear everyone's opinions. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. While there were significant conflicts between the Uchiha and Konoha, at least there used to be a facade to cover things up. Now that facade had been completely torn away, and if Konoha were to strike again, it would undoubtedly be swifter and more brutal. Ming pondered for a moment and asked, Clan leader, what was our casualty situation yesterday? How many J-Nin, CH-Nin, and Jinin do we have left? How many ninjas have awakened their Sharingan? Ming did not offer his own opinions, but instead inquired about the Uchiha clan's losses. This wasn't a secret. Fugaku sighed and responded, Yesterday, The Uchiha clan lost a total of 143 members, including several genin. We had 52 seriously injured and 203 lightly injured. The Uchiha clan members below couldn't help but show signs of anger. The major families of Konoha often ganged up on the Uchiha, taking advantage of their numbers to attack one Uchiha. Although the battle ended quickly, it still brought significant casualties to the clan. As for the genin, there are 3 left, and there are about several hundred nin. The number of genin is hard to estimate, but it's probably a bit more than the nin. As for those who have awakened their Sharingan, there are less than 100, many of whom just awakened during yesterday's battle. Fugaku laid out the current foundation of the Uchiha clan in just a few sentences. Ming frowned slightly. It was clear that the number of those who had awakened their Sharingan in the clan was far too low. This wasn't too surprising, considering the harsh conditions for awakening in the Uchiha clan. One must endure significant trauma and emotional turmoil to awaken their eyes. The price for gaining such power was indeed too great and painful. Ming sighed inwardly. The current gap between the Uchiha and Konoha was still too wide. They could only rely on the Nine Tails for self-preservation and could not topple Konoha's regime. Not to mention the third Hokage, a shadow-level powerhouse, along with his Anbu. Even the other families could each send out a genin, strong enough to suppress the Uchiha. Although Ming, Itachi, and clan leader Fugaku had reached shadow-level strength, Konoha had other hidden cards as well. If they wanted to overthrow Konoha, Ming needed to recruit more allies to strengthen the Uchiha clan. At this moment, some Uchiha clan members began to voice their opinions and thoughts. Clan leader, I believe we shouldn't be too afraid of Konoha. After all, the Nine Tails is now in our hands. As long as we firmly control the Nine Tails, Konoha will never have a chance. Yes, clan leader. I think we should focus on researching the Nine Tails. As long as we can perfectly utilize the power of the Nine Tails, Konoha will just be a bunch of ants. We should lock up the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and keep a close watch on him. He is too important to fall into Konoha's hands. The Uchiha clan members spoke one after another, completely unaware that Ming in the corner had a face that was growing darker by the moment. Chapter 26. Naruto. I brought him here enough. Ming interrupted their conversation with a cold voice, his chakra erupting all around him. His eyes transformed into a Sharingan, locking onto everyone present with a fierce gaze. An invisible pressure swept through the surroundings, causing the Uchiha clan members present to refrain from making any rash movements. However, they were puzzled as to what had offended Ming. One person swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Lord Ming, is something wrong? Ming shot him a cold glance and spoke slowly, Naruto, I brought him here. To be more precise, I invited him. He has accepted my proposal and joined the Uchiha clan. If anyone dares to harm him or imprison him, it is like challenging this wall. After saying this, Ming struck the wall with incredible speed. With a loud thud, cracks spread from the point of impact like a spider web. A few seconds later, with a rumble, the thick stone wall, several centimeters thick, collapsed under Ming's punch, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. They understood that Ming was serious. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and a few quick-witted Uchiha clan members immediately stepped in to ease the tension. Ahem, if that's the case, then it's great that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Oh no, with Naruto joining us, we'll be like family in the future. This is much better than forcing him. Yes. And I've heard that the previous Jinchuriki have always had great power. What Ming is doing is equivalent to recruiting a shadow-level powerhouse for the future Uchiha clan. Others chimed in, and finally, Fugaku spoke up. Ming, they were just thoughtless words. The pressure from Konoha is too great for everyone. I hope you can forgive us. Ming's expression softened slightly, and he withdrew his fist. It wasn't that he favored Naruto and disregarded the clan. Rather, this radical ideology within the Uchiha clan must be curbed. Among those who had just spoken, most were Uchiha clan members who had just awakened their Sharingan yesterday. They had already been consumed by anger and dark emotions, unable to think rationally. They could have easily won Naruto over, but instead, they resorted to imprisonment and coercion. If such radical thoughts were allowed to grow, they would eventually become obsessive like Obito. Ming took a deep breath and said slowly, the balance between us and Konoha cannot last forever, even with Naruto on our side. But only by becoming stronger can we avoid being bullied by outsiders. I hope that for the time being, everyone will devote all their time to training. Meanwhile, I will seek out powerful allies for the Uchiha during this precious period of peace. When the time comes, I will lead you all to overthrow Konoha's rule and make the will of the Uchiha the dominant force in Konoha. Ming's voice rang out powerfully. echoing within the shrine, reigniting excitement among the clan members. As for Itachi, although he wanted to speak, he remembered Long Ming's promise and slowly buried his words deep in his heart. He would use his eyes to witness the new future Long Ming would bring to the Uchiha and Konoha. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, feeling even more admiration for Long Ming, and then turned to say, from now on, all members of the Uchiha clan will enter special training. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Hokage, Uchiha Inahibi, Uchiha Kai, and I will form a teaching team to conduct special training for Uchiha clan members below the rank of Jonin. Furthermore, no one is allowed to cause trouble in Konoha during this period. We need to keep a low profile until Long Ming finds us external support. Is that clear? Understood. The Uchiha clan members responded in unison. Very well, you can all disperse now. Prepare yourselves. We will also be moving into the village today. Fugaku waved his hand, and the Uchiha clan members began to disperse, each returning to prepare. Long Ming did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Itachi, he returned home. At this time, Naruto had already gotten up. When he saw Long Ming, he immediately greeted him, mumbling with his mouth full, "Welcome back. Let us hurry up. It's time to go." Long Ming rolled his eyes. "Can you finish your food before talking?" After saying that, he also picked up a sandwich from the table and took a big bite. The two worked together and quickly finished the food on the table. Izumi had thoughtfully prepared a bento for both Long Ming and Naruto. When she handed it to them, she reminded, "Be careful on the way and listen well in class, okay? Got it. You know me, I'm a genius. Naruto, hurry up and catch up." Long Ming casually said as he grabbed the bento and ran outside. "This kid, really. Naruto, you're a good boy. But don't learn to brag like him." Izumi turned to Naruto and advised, then handed him the bento as well. Naruto took the bento from Izumi's hands, feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. He treasured it like a treasure, carefully placing the bento in his backpack. As he reached the door, he waved to Izumi, "Thank you, sister. I'm going to school with Long Ming now." Izumi smiled and waved back to Naruto as he left. Long Ming, with a shoulder bag, walked leisurely toward the ninja academy. It wasn't that he actually wanted to go to school, but there was a special condition in the sign-in system. If he could earn the Jonin title when checking in at the Sound Ninja Village, he would trigger an extra reward. This was something Long Ming certainly couldn't miss. Therefore, he needed to find a way to obtain the Jonin title as quickly as possible. Behind him, Naruto was panting as he caught up. He threw an arm over Long Ming's shoulder and couldn't help but complain, "Long Ming, why are you running so fast? Trying to tire me out?" Long Ming grinned and then glanced around before asking, "Did you encounter anything strange on your way here?" "Strange things?" Naruto looked puzzled and replied directly, "No, there's nothing strange. Do you think I would run into someone attacking me?" Long Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Then he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just asking. Let us hurry to school." Naruto nodded and followed Long Ming as they left. After a while, what should have been an empty mountain path suddenly saw the appearance of a dozen Anbu ninjas. As expected, he had already discovered us. Fortunately, we didn't attack the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki just now. Otherwise, we would definitely have been killed by him. This guy is deliberately testing us. What a jerk. He.S. just a little brat after all. Enough talk. Let us go back and report to the third Hokage. Withdraw. Chapter 27. The third Hokage's little moves. Sasuke makes his entrance in the Hokage office. The third Hokage donned the familiar red Hokage attire and placed the conical hat symbolizing the Hokage on his head. Recently, he also took to smoking a pipe, occasionally exhaling puffs of white smoke. His gaze fell upon a photo album on the desk, which featured Danzo. Having grown up together and worked alongside each other, the bond between the third Hokage and Danzo was complex and close. He stood as the Hokage in the sunlight, while Danzo was rooted in the mud. They complemented and supported each other. With Danzo's death, many of the hidden tasks in Konoha would need to be assigned to others. The third Hokage sighed softly. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two masked Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared and knelt before the third Hokage. His expression remained unchanged as he silently took a puff from his pipe and asked, "Have you investigated everything?" The Anbu responded, reporting to the third Hokage, "We have investigated everything. The child who acted yesterday is named Uchiha Ryumei. His parents died on the battlefield, and he has only an older sister at home, who is still attending the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage was taken aback, choking on the smoke and coughing several times. His face turning red as he asked, "Are you sure he's in school? Not some secret weapon of the Uchiha?" I was surprised at first too. The key point is that Ryumei's grades in the Ninja Academy are very average. He's just an ordinary child with no special talents. The third Hokage twitched his mouth. An ordinary child with no special talents could capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Could he activate the Sharingan at the age of 8? However, the Anbu wouldn't lie to him. Ryumi was indeed in the ninja academy. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead and then asked, "What about Naruto? Where is he currently imprisoned by the Uchiha clan?" "He's not imprisoned. He's attending school." "Attending school?" The third Hokage suddenly stood up from his chair, incredulously asking, "You mean Naruto is going to school? He hasn't been imprisoned?" The Anbu nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, but he is accompanied by that Ryumi. We once considered taking action to capture him, but we were wary of that child's strength and didn't dare to act recklessly. Your choice was correct. If you had acted, you would all have died at his hands, and he would have seized the opportunity to hold us accountable." The third Hokage's gaze flickered continuously. He had initially thought Naruto was secretly imprisoned, which would have made organizing a rescue difficult. But now that Naruto was attending school normally, he would frequently appear in the village. Organizing a team of elite jonin would eventually provide an opportunity to retrieve Naruto. With this thought, the third Hokage felt considerably better. "Go, call Kakashi and the others over. Also, send a sealing book to the Uchiha to lower their vigilance." "Understood." The two Anbu members responded, and then disappeared from sight in a flash. At the Ninja Academy, Ryumi walked into school with Naruto, and everything seemed just like before, as if nothing had happened yesterday. However, Ryumi keenly noticed that there were many more ninjas near the Ninja Academy. They did not reveal any obvious malice, merely observing. On the way, Ryumi encountered several classmates from his year, such as Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Niji, and others. These individuals would become the backbone of Konoha in the future. But the one Ryumi paid the most attention to was someone sitting in the front row, enjoying the adoring gazes of many girls, Uchiha Sasuke. As the reincarnation of Indra, it was only a matter of time before Sasuke became the peak combat power in the ninja world. Due to the prevention of the Massacre Night, Sasuke had not activated his Sharingan this time, and he was likely to be easily surpassed in training speed by Naruto. In fact, even if he did activate it, he would still be outmatched by Naruto, who could now harness the power of the Nine Tails. In the normal course of events, after the Massacre Night, Sasuke, under extreme pain, would have only awakened a single Tomo, which was far inferior to the power of the Nine Tails. "Good morning, Sasuke. How was yesterday?" Ryumi casually draped his arm over Sasuke's shoulder, prompting Naruto to greet him as well. Sasuke looked a bit confused, but recalling that his brother Itachi had promised to teach him shuriken techniques after he got home yesterday, he couldn't help but smile happily. Sasuke lifted his head and said, "Yesterday was great. My brother promised to teach me shuriken techniques. I want to go home early today." Sasuke's face radiated a happy smile, completely devoid of the gloom and coldness typical of his older self. Ryumi's intervention in Massacre Night had subtly altered Sasuke's fate. "Unfortunately, he probably won't be able to teach you today. Itachi will be very busy." Ryumi winked, knowing that Itachi had been assigned to train the Uchiha clan members today and likely wouldn't have much time recently. Sasuke's face immediately fell, and he pitifully asked why. "He clearly promised me." Ryumi scratched his nose and explained, "Actually, your brother just received the news today. He really wants to find time to accompany you. So don't blame him too much. You should know that your brother loves you more than anything in this world." Sasuke, who had been sulking, felt his cheeks flush upon hearing Ryumi's words. He buried his head in his chest and said happily, "I know. Thank you for telling me, Ryumi." Ryumi smiled slightly and poked Sasuke on the head. "No need to thank me, Sasuke. Next time, I'll make sure Itachi teaches you shuriken techniques." After saying this, Ryumi pulled Naruto toward the back of the classroom, leaving Sasuke rubbing his slightly sore forehead behind. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Ryumi didn't need to deliberately win Sasuke over. He just needed to provide appropriate encouragement for his growth. As they walked toward the back, a pink figure suddenly stepped out to block Ryumi's path. Before Ryumi could speak, Naruto's eyes lit up, a wide smile spreading across his face as he cheerfully said, "Sakura, what's up?" Blocking Ryumi's way was none other than Naruto's longtime crush, Haruno Sakura. Ryumi was also puzzled by Sakura's appearance. To be honest, since his arrival in this world, Ryumi had not spoken much with Sakura. She held no value for gaining allies, and even after inheriting Tsunade's legacy, she would ultimately only be a Jonin. "I'm not looking for you." Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto, then leaned closer to Ryumi and whispered, "Ryumi, what did you just say to Sasuke? He seems really happy. Can you tell me too?" Ryumi felt a bit speechless. It turned out she had come to dig for gossip about Sasuke. Chapter 28. teaching Sakura a lesson. Applying for graduation, looking at Sakura's eager face, Naruto felt a mix of emotions. He crossed his arms and muttered, "Why is it that guy again? What's so great about him? He.S. just a bit handsome." Before he could finish his thought, Sakura kicked him. "Don't say bad things about Sasuke. He.S. the top of the class. And look at you, always at the bottom." Naruto rubbed his sore backside, unsure how to retort. Sakura, feeling even more smug, gazed dreamily at Sasuke and said, "If only I could be assigned to be with Sasuke after graduation, I would be so happy." Naruto leaned in and asked, "What if you were assigned with me? I can protect you too." Sakura's expression soured as she pushed Naruto away with a look of disdain. "I'd rather die. Do you really think you can compare to Sasuke? Being protected by you? I protect you, that's about it. Go away," trailing behind. When Naruto saw Sakura looking at him with such disdain, his expression immediately fell. Ming frowned upon seeing this. He never liked Sakura much. She was sharp-tongued, timid, cowardly, prone to tears, and even had a bit of a violent streak. She relied on Naruto for everything, and whenever there was trouble, she would turn to Sasuke. Although she clearly liked Sasuke, she was very dependent on Naruto. For a girl like her, it's best to keep her away from Naruto as soon as possible. With that in mind, Ming said, "Naruto may not be very strong yet, but at least now he surpasses Sasuke and far exceeds you. You'd better not disturb Naruto in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Ming's voice echoed in the classroom. However, this statement did not receive the approval of Sakura and the other classmates. They burst into loud laughter, each taking turns to mock him. "Don't make me laugh to death. Ever since entering school, Naruto has always been at the bottom of the class. Don't even mention ninjutsu. He can't even use shuriken, haha. Exactly. To think he could compare to Sasuke. Sasuke is a genius from the Uchiha clan. He's just a demon fox. Ming is too arrogant. As my parents said, being around a demon fox leads to no good end." Sakura couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, "Stop bragging. Sasuke could easily defeat both you and Naruto with one hand. You guys should just stop embarrassing yourselves." Hearing these harsh comments from the kids about Naruto, Ming narrowed his eyes, his expression revealing no joy or anger. The next moment, the three-tomo Sharingan in Ming's eyes flickered. Including Sakura, several children who mocked Naruto suddenly trembled, their laughter abruptly stopping, replaced by expressions of sheer terror. "No, don't. Big spider, stay away from me. Help, there's a monster. Mommy, save me. Ah." They keep screaming as if they have seen something terrifying. This is a Jinjutsu cast by Ming using the Sharingan, showing them their deepest fears. However, it is not fatal. It is merely a punishment for their disrespectful words. The classroom is in chaos, and Naruto quickly rushes over to check on Sakura, who is crouched on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Sakura, are you okay? What happened?" At this moment, Sakura clearly cannot hear what Naruto is saying. She just keeps shaking and murmuring, "Sasuke. Naruto doesn't know how to wake Sakura up, feeling as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Naruto's lovesick expression, Ming is filled with frustration. When you're young, you don't realize Hinata's worth and mistakenly treat Sakura as a treasure. "What are you all doing?" At that moment, a sharp shout immediately silenced the chaotic classroom. Everyone turned to see their teacher, Irika, had arrived. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Irika frowned and unconsciously glanced in Ming's direction. As Ming's teacher, he had naturally had a talk with the third Hokage, who informed him about Ming and advised him to be courteous to Ming, not to provoke him, and to try to meet any conditions he might have, leaving the rest to the village. Irika did not expect that just after returning from the third Hokage, Ming had already gotten into trouble. He walked over with a grim expression, extended his hand to check on a few children, and sighed in relief when he found that they were merely under a normal Jinjutsu. He then told everyone, "Don't worry, they are fine. They just suffered from heat stroke. They won't be able to attend class today, and I will arrange for someone to take them back to rest shortly." With Irika's words, everyone seemed to feel reassured and gradually calmed down. Soon, Irika found a few oddly dressed ninjas who carried the children out on stretchers. Before heading to the podium to officially start the lesson, Irika took a deep look at Ming. "All right, class, today we will learn about the body replacement technique, one of the most commonly used ninjutsu, which allows one to instantly swap places with a plant or animal to evade attacks." Before Irika could finish his introduction, Ming suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "Wait, Irika-sensei, I have something to say." Irika was forced to stop, recalling the words of the third Hokage, and put on a friendly expression. "What is it, Ming? Do you have a question about the body replacement technique?" Ming touched his nose and replied, "No, I just feel that I've learned everything in the Ninja Academy, and there's no need for me to stay here. I want to apply for the graduation assessment early. What? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. For kids like them, it would take at least another 2 or 3 years to reach graduation standards. Ming applying for graduation now was akin to skipping a grade. Unlike the other children in the class, Irika felt a surge of joy upon hearing this news. He had learned from the third Hokage that Naruto had been captured by the Uchiha clan. In his view, Naruto must have been suffering greatly and would be eager to escape from his torment. It was just that he had been under Ming's watch and hadn't had a chance. Now that Ming planned to conduct the graduation assessment, it meant there was an opportunity to separate him from Naruto. This was truly a godsend. Irika cleared his throat a couple of times and pretended to be troubled as he said, "You're still young. The skipping grade assessment is very difficult. Why don't you think it over again? Isn't it better to graduate with Naruto and the others?" "Oh, you almost made me forget." Ming slapped his forehead, then pulled Naruto up from his seat, smiling as he said, "Naruto is just like me, taking the advanced assessment early. It will be a hassle for Irika-sensei to let us do it together." Irika's face darkened, wishing he could slap himself twice on the spot. Why couldn't he just agree properly without bringing up Naruto? Chapter 29. Saving Naruto. Goodbye Kakashi, can I really do it too? Naruto raised his finger and asked uncertainly. Ming patted Naruto's shoulder and encouraged him, "Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Once you become a Genin, your strength will increase significantly. But remember, don't think about advancing further. Just be honest and be a Genin." Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes and retorted, "You're saying such strange things again. I want to be Hokage in the future. How can I be satisfied with just being a Genin?" Ming shook his head. How could young Naruto understand that being a Genin represented the strongest combat power of the Hidden Leaf Village? Irika found an excuse to go out and discuss with the Anbu ninja outside. They ultimately decided to take a risk and attempt to rescue Naruto. After returning to the classroom, Irika said in a deep voice, "All right, I have agreed to your request. Today, I'll arrange an early graduation assessment for you. Everyone else will have a day off and go home. In a moment, there might be a fierce battle at the school." As a teacher, Irika's first concern was the safety of the students, so after coming back, he evacuated them all. The students were quite happy about this. Nothing was more enjoyable than not having to go to school, and they scattered in excitement. Only Hinata, as she walked over to Naruto, blushed and said softly, "Naruto and Mangekyou, you both have to do your best, okay?" Naruto gave Hinata a thumbs up and flashed his sunny smile. Ming ruffled Hinata's hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Naruto." Hinata's face turned even redder, and without saying another word, she quickly ran out of the classroom. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Why is her face so red? She's really a strange girl. Ming was speechless. He was the strange one for not noticing a treasure like Hinata. But these words were just in his mind. "All right, you two follow me," Irika said, relieved now that all the students had left. He led Ming and Naruto to the front of 2 separated classrooms. Irika pointed to one of the classrooms and said to Naruto, "Naruto, you go into this room. There are special teachers inside. Just listen to their arrangements once you go in." Irika emphasized the word listen, clearly trying to convey a message to Naruto. However, the oblivious Naruto didn't pay attention to this and rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush in. Ming suddenly grabbed him. This unexpected action caused Irika's heart to leap into his throat, and the hidden ninja's emotions became tense. Did Ming change his mind? "What's wrong, Ming?" Naruto turned his head, confused. Ming didn't speak. He just stretched out his hand to tidy up Naruto's clothes. "Be more careful once you go in, and seize the opportunity." As Ming said this, his Sharingan suddenly appeared, and the 6-pointed star at his right eye began to rotate for the first time. The speed was so fast that Irika didn't have time to notice before Ming's eyes returned to normal. "All right, hurry and go in." After saying this, Ming didn't wait for Naruto to react and directly pushed him into the classroom. The classroom door was tightly closed in the next moment. Ming glanced at Irika beside him and asked, "Excuse me, Irika-sensei, am I being assessed in the classroom next door?" "Yes, you can go in." Irika suppressed the joy in his heart and opened the door to the adjacent classroom, making a gesture for him to enter. At this point, it felt quite like a trap to lure someone in. Ming smiled slightly and walked into the classroom without any hesitation. The interior was simply decorated, and sitting at a wide table were 5 Leaf Village ninjas. As soon as Ming entered the classroom, their auras locked onto him tightly, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Ming observed the 5 Genin with great interest. This time, the Leaf Village had truly sent a golden lineup. From left to right were Asuma, Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, and Kizashi Tsukikage. Asuma and the other three needed no introduction. They were all elite Genin. Kakashi's thousands of ninjutsu, along with his Sharingan, could bring him close to the level of a Kage, though sometimes his performance fluctuated. Might Guy was on par with Kakashi in strength. Under normal circumstances, they were both Kage level. However, if Guy opened the 8 gates, his power could rapidly escalate to the level of a Kage or even surpass it, making him a very dangerous opponent. Ming smiled slightly and picked up a stool, swaggering over to sit in front of the 5. He couldn't help but tease. Is the graduation assessment in the Leaf Village this strict now? You need to send out 5 Genin. Even Might Guy, the so-called Azure Beast of a Leaf, is here. Ming had long since realized that the Leaf Village wanted to rescue Naruto, but giving them an opportunity was fine. It would let the Leaf Village know that Naruto genuinely wanted to join the Uchiha, rather than being forced. This would completely cut off the third Hokage's thoughts of trying to win Naruto back, preventing the Leaf Village from pulling any tricks while he wasn't around. You know very well why we are here. This time, we will not allow you to take Naruto, even if it means death. I will hold you back. Kakashi's eyes burst with an astonishing killing intent, and anyone could sense his determination at that moment. Although the other Leaf ninjas didn't speak, their resolve was clearly just as strong as Kakashi's. Ming slowly stood up, and the 5 immediately tensed, standing up as well, their chakra ready to unleash. Ming chuckled, "Don't be so nervous. I said I'm here for the graduation assessment. How about we make a bet?" The 5 looked at each other in confusion, and after a brief silence, Kakashi was the first to ask, "What kind of bet do you have in mind?" Ming pointed to the adjacent classroom and said, "How about betting on whether Naruto will leave with you or not? I won't interfere or seize him. If he willingly decides to leave with you, I'll turn around and leave without staying." The 5 exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Ming to propose such terms. It wasn't that the bet was too harsh. On the contrary, it was too lenient. They just had to wait for Naruto to make a decision without doing anything. Kakashi felt a bit tempted. If this operation to rescue Naruto could avoid a fight, that would be the best outcome. Ming's strength was terrifying, and he was likely already at the level of a Hokage. Although Kakashi was prepared for sacrifice, that didn't mean he didn't want to keep his useful body to continue protecting the Leaf Village. Chapter 30, Confrontation. Agreeing to the bet, what do you want to bet on? Just to be clear, we will never agree to anything that threatens the village, Sarutobi Asuma said in a deep voice. Kakashi and the others decided to negotiate with Ming, but before starting, they stated their side's demands. Ming smiled slightly, leaning back in his chair, and said, "Don't worry, it won't threaten the village's safety. If I win, I want to be appointed as a Jonin of Konoha by the 3rd Hokage. Remember, it's the Jonin title, not the special Jonin." Ming emphasized this point because there is a significant difference between a Jonin and a special Jonin in Konoha. Special Jonin are more like honorary Jonin. They don't need to have powerful personal strength, just outstanding achievements in a specific field. However, to become a Jonin, one must first become a Chunin, complete a certain number of ninja missions, be promoted by the Hokage, and pass the assessment of Konoha's higher-ups to earn that title. From the difficulty of the two, it's clear which Jonin title holds more value. Of course, the key point is that the task requires the Jonin title, which is why Ming pays special attention to this. Kakashi and the others look puzzled. Although the Konoha Jonin represents status and powerful strength, becoming a Jonin is not easy. They often have to execute many village orders and carry out many A-rank or even S-rank dangerous missions. Kakashi certainly wasn't foolish enough to think Ming wanted to contribute to Konoha. "Why do you want a Jonin title? What does it mean to you?" Kakashi asked, frowning. "Well, I can't tell you that. You just need to tell me whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, I will have to take action. Although there are 5 of you, to be honest, I don't take you seriously at all." As he spoke, Ming revealed his Mangekyou Sharingan, appearing ready to strike at any moment. The 5 were enraged by Ming's blatant threat. They were all elites of the village and had never been looked down upon like this. Asuma took out his unique weapon, the Fian, which has 4 small holes in the handle for fingers other than the thumb, with the handle and blade integrated into a special weapon with a serrated edge. In an instant, Asuma rushed to Ming's front. "Don't underestimate the ninjas of Konoha, Uchiha brat," Asuma said with a cigarette in his mouth. Chakra blade, true one character. Asuma infused wind-style chakra into the Fian, generating 2 powerful blue glowing blades, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. However, such close-range attacks were futile in front of Ming. Asuma swung the blade, but Ming activated his infinite, and under the spatial barrier, Asuma's attacks missed entirely. unable to touch Long Ming. Long Ming's Mangekyou began to spin, black chakra enveloping him as he formed a giant skeletal arm. Faced with Susanoo, Asuma certainly didn't plan to foolishly engage. He decisively retreated. Trying to run? Long Ming sneered, his figure flickering as he used Infinite to teleport behind Asuma, controlling Susanoo to deliver a powerful punch. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Asuma thought it was bad. With this punch, even if he miraculously survived, he would definitely lose his combat ability. The proud azure beast of Konoha makes its appearance. Just at that critical moment, Might Guy intervened, executing a spinning kick in midair. Konoha's strong fist whirlwind. The incredible power and speed directly intercepted Susanoo's punch, allowing Asuma to escape the attack range. While retreating, Asuma quickly formed hand signs, puffing out his cheeks. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma exhaled a cloud of high-temperature ash forward, obscuring everyone's vision. Gritting his teeth, he ignited a flint he had prepped in his molars, causing the area filled with ash to explode. Boom! With a loud explosion, debris flew everywhere, and thick black smoke obscured everyone's sight. Did it succeed? Yuhi Kurini asked, but there was no sound from the smoke. Just when everyone thought the attack had worked, Long Ming's voice came from within. Cough cough, the smoke is so strong. Do you really have to use such techniques? Please rinse your mouth next time. Long Ming waved his hand in disdain, dispersing the surrounding black smoke. Asuma's expression darkened. It seemed his technique was utterly ineffective. Long Ming was standing right there, yet he couldn't inflict any damage. At this moment, Kakashi stepped in to stop everyone, analyzing seriously. Ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks should be ineffective against him. I've already tried that before. We can't act recklessly. It would just waste chakra. What do we do then? Are we really going to agree to his conditions? Asuma said resentfully. Kakashi's mind raced. He hadn't fully grasped Long Ming's abilities yet, and forcing a fight might lead to failure. The Jonin title was just a name after all. Perhaps he could agree to it for now and by some time. As long as Naruto could be taken away, everything would return to their control. With that thought, Kakashi signaled to the others to sheath their weapons. He then turned to Long Ming and said seriously, "Don't get agitated. Long Ming, we agree to your bet. No matter what choice Naruto makes, you must not interfere or forcibly take him away. Can you guarantee that?" Long Ming chuckled, then retracted Susanoo and shrugged, saying, "What is there to be afraid of? I guarantee that if Naruto goes with you, I won't intervene." Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, a victorious smile appearing at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. In his view, Naruto would definitely be willing to return to Konoha. After all, Long Ming was the one who forcibly abducted him. They had only spent a day together. There was no way Long Ming could convince Naruto. Moreover, even if things developed to the point where Naruto was unwilling to leave, Kakashi had already prepared a backup plan. Kakashi thought to himself, "Long Ming, you are too arrogant. Without the Nine Tails to balance things out, all of Konoha's Jonin working together will surely be able to eliminate you. Although this method was underhanded against an enemy like you, I had no choice but to resort to such tactics." The Jonin all put away their fighting stances, preparing to witness Long Ming's disappointed expression after Naruto was taken away. Long Ming did nothing, merely closing his eyes to rest, waiting for news from the adjacent classroom. Chapter 31. Yamato's terrifying control on the other side. After Naruto was pushed into the classroom, he saw a strange man with big eyes standing in the center. Naruto was a bit confused and scratched his head, asking, "Excuse me, are you the teacher responsible for the graduation assessment?" Yamato didn't respond, instead quickly walked over and grabbed Naruto's arm, saying, "The graduation assessment is just a ruse. I'm an Anbu ninja, here to save you. While Ryum is being held up, hurry and come with me." Without waiting for Naruto's answer, Yamato dragged him towards the window. Naruto then realized that the other party was here to capture him. He stomped his feet and forcefully broke free from Yamato's grip. Yamato was perplexed by this and exclaimed, "What are you doing? The situation is very dangerous. Ryum could come over to catch you at any moment." Naruto shook his head and said firmly, "I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not going with you. I want to be with Ryum. I've already joined the Uchiha clan." Yamato was taken aback for a moment, then his expression suddenly darkened, making his big eyes look particularly terrifying. "What did you say? You joined the Uchiha?" Naruto was startled by Yamato's sudden change, but quickly regained his composure. He swallowed hard and replied, "Yes, that's right, so I'm not going with you. If there's nothing else, I'm going to leave." Naruto cautiously moved his feet. He was still somewhat fearful of Yamato in this darkened state. But just as he took a few steps, a wooden vine as thick as an adult's arm suddenly slammed down into the floor in front of him with a loud thud. Wood chips flew everywhere. and Naruto hurriedly retreated several steps. Yamato retracted the wooden branch that extended from his arm, forming hand signs as he said, "I like to communicate well with others, but I don't mind using terrifying control. It seems that for you, the latter will be more effective. Even if I have to knock you out, I will take you away." After finishing, Yamato completed his hand signs, clasped his palms together, and shouted, "Would release technique, silent binding technique." Yamato's palms suddenly transformed into branches that extended and bound Naruto. Those who were bound by this technique could not move and could only remain silent. Naruto quickly tried to dodge, but how could he, who was still not even a low-ranking ninja, withstand the elite Anbu Jonin Yamato? Unsurprisingly, Naruto was tightly bound. Even his mouth was wrapped up by the branches, leaving him only able to emit muffled sounds of struggle. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to be taken away like this for now. I'll put you in a very safe place until everything is over." After saying this, Yamato lifted Naruto and headed towards the window. Naruto struggled anxiously, looking towards another classroom just a wall away. "What should I do? I'm going to be captured. Ryum. I need to find a way to notify Ryum. How can I break free from these wooden vines?" Naruto's heart raced with anxiety when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. If someone tries to harm you in the future, call out for the 9 tails in your heart. Ordinary ninjas are no match for you. Understood? Ryum's words echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto stopped panicking and calmed himself, sinking his consciousness into the spiritual world. He shouted loudly in the spiritual realm, "Kurama!" In the spiritual space, a demon fox opened its crimson eyes. Kurama raised its head, and everything that Naruto could feel it knew. This is ridiculous. You can't even deal with such a guy? I thought you were strong," Kurama mocked, but this time there was no killing intent or brutality in its words. "No, that guy is really strong. His hands turned into wood and bound me. I can't break free at all." Naruto desperately defended himself in the spiritual space. However, Kurama had no intention of listening further. It stood up and coldly snorted, "It's just would release. He is not the first Hokage. What is there to be afraid of? Give your body to me. I'll take care of him." Naruto nodded, and then a red chakra enveloped his entire body. As the Naruto in the real world opened his eyes, his pupils were no longer the pure blue, but had transformed into slitted eyes like a demon fox, with red chakra continuously emanating from him. Yamato immediately sensed the anomaly and was shocked at Naruto's transformation. "What is this? Has the 9 tails already broken free from its seal?" Without hesitation, Yamato's body exploded with several wooden vines again, wrapping around Naruto inside and out. When the next second, bang, Naruto's arms shook, and all the vines snapped apart, scattering wood chips everywhere, with broken wooden pieces falling to the ground. At this moment, Naruto was enveloped in a red chakra cloak, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. And behind his red-tailed beast cloak, 3 tails could be faintly seen waving. "TSK, is this all the power I can exert? But it should be enough to deal with someone like you." Kurama observed its own body with a dissatisfied expression. The seal within Naruto was still quite strong. With the seal in place, Kurama's chakra couldn't leak out too much. Currently, it was only enough to manifest 3 tails. If it could obtain the key and break the seal, Kurama could lend all its power to Naruto, allowing him to enter the Kurama mode, where Naruto's strength would instantly reach the level of a super shinobi. In the current chakra cloak state, Naruto could barely reach the level of a quasi-shinobi. But the outcome of the battle would still depend on both sides' combat experience and attribute advantages. Yamato looked at the drastically changed Naruto in front of him and immediately realized that the one controlling the body now was the 9 tails inside Naruto. His expression turned serious for the first time, and he clasped his hands together, saying solemnly, "9 tails, immediately return the body to this child, or I want to hold back." "Not hold back." Kurama smirked with a hint of sarcasm and replied, "I really want to see how you plan on not holding back. Do you think you're the first Hokage?" After saying that, Kurama took the initiative to attack, condensing its chakra into a giant red claw and lunging at Yamato. This claw, made purely of chakra, was flexible and incredibly powerful under Kurama's control. Yamato leaped to the side, and with a loud crash, the red claw easily pierced through the wall, leaving a huge hole. Seeing this terrifying destructive power, Yamato dared not be careless and constantly dodged and maneuvered around the classroom, while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Chapter 32. The eye technique of the right eye. The intense sounds of battle also attracted Kakashi and others in the nearby classroom. There is no need to explain this noise. If Naruto really intended to leave with the Leaf Village people, there would be no fighting sounds. Ming opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi and the others across from him, chuckling lightly. It seems that Naruto doesn't plan to leave with you guys. This bet should count as my win, right? Faced with Long Ming's inquiry, Kakashi and the others looked very grim. They never expected that Naruto, who had lived in a leaf village for 8 years, would betray them in just one night. Just as Long Ming was about to get up to meet Naruto, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly spoke up. Wait, the situation isn't settled yet. The bet isn't completely over. How do you know that Naruto won't change his mind? If you go over now, wouldn't that violate the rules? You said you would never interfere with Naruto's choice. Asuma and others nearby also brightened up and immediately echoed. That's right, our bet didn't say we couldn't fight. Once the battle is over, who knows? Naruto might change his mind. Seeing the leaf ninjas blatantly stalling for time, Long Ming rubbed his nose as if he thought of something and smiled. Then sat back down and said, all right then, I'll wait for the battle to end. After saying that, Long Ming closed his eyes again. Kakashi and the others felt a surge of joy. As long as they could delay Long Ming, they could buy time for Yamato. Whether by carrying or binding him, they just needed to get Naruto far away. Time passed second by second. Yamato, who bore everyone's expectations, did not let them down. Although Naruto's power surged exponentially with 3 tails, Yamato was no pushover either. His extensive combat experience, combined with the wood release's effectiveness against the 9 tails, led Yamato to victory in this battle. At this moment, the classroom was in ruins, almost completely dismantled, with rubble and broken wood scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the 9 tails controlling Naruto's body was tightly bound by vines emerging from the ground, surrounded by large wooden pillars with sharp spikes to prevent its escape. Damn it, if it weren't for the 8 trigram seal, how could I be trapped by someone like you? The 9 tails struggled violently, the vines creaking as if they would snap at any moment. Yamato, also with some wounds on him, panted heavily and said in a deep voice, 9 tails, it's all over. Fall into a deep sleep. After saying that, Yamato extended his right hand, clearly showing a black character in the center of his palm. Hokage-style ear-listening technique. Ku and Arjuing. Yamato shouted, then slapped Naruto's chest, a strange light illuminating from Naruto's chest. The 9 tails let out a low roar, feeling a drowsiness continuously invading its mind. This technique had a strong hypnotic effect, capable of putting the 9 tails into a deep sleep. Its characteristic was that a character would appear in the center of the palm. This move was immensely powerful and could suppress the 9 tails chakra. Damn it, not this move again. The 9 tails felt its head starting to spin, its eyes gradually closing. But at that moment, another chakra suddenly appeared within Naruto. A black chakra enveloped the entire classroom, as if the entire room had been paused, suddenly coming to a complete standstill. The 9 tails also awakened from the brink of sleep. In the entire classroom, everything except Naruto was frozen. Yamato even maintained the action of his palm on Naruto's chest. This was the technique that Long Ming had placed within Naruto before he entered the classroom, and it was also Long Ming's eye technique from his right eye, named Haiyusu. It could freeze time within a certain range, including all living beings present. Normally, the techniques of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan needed to be released using someone else's body, relying on the recipient having Sharingan and using the transcribing seal. However, the unique aspect of the Haiyusu technique was that it could work not only on oneself, but also, as in this case, be given to others. Under Long Ming's setup, this technique would be released while the 9 tails was suppressed. The infinite and Haiyusu techniques complemented each other, helping Long Ming control space and time respectively. Normally, Haiyusu could freeze time for 3 seconds, but depending on the strength of both parties, this time could be extended or shortened. However, if anyone in this space was attacked, time would immediately resume. Watching the scene unfold, the 9 tails was left speechless in shock. That guy, he might be even scarier than Madara in the future. The 9 tails silently thought, then seizing this precious opportunity, broke free from its restraints. A punch landed heavily on Yamato's stomach, and time immediately resumed flowing. Yamato didn't even have time to react before he was sent crashing into the adjacent classroom. Bang! Kakashi and the others, who were waiting, suddenly heard a loud crash behind them, and a figure came crashing towards them through the dust. Faced with this sudden situation, they instinctively dodged without thinking. As a result, Yamato's head slammed into their table, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Tens? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the newcomer and hurried over to help him up. How is this possible? Tens actually lost? Yuhi Kurenai beside him revealed an incredulous expression. As a man with wood release, Yamato could be said to be the 9 tails nemesis. This was also why Yamato was assigned to the classroom to receive Naruto to prevent any possibility of Naruto going berserk. As the dust gradually settled, Naruto's figure appeared before everyone. However, at this moment, the tailed beast cloak on Naruto had disappeared, and his eyes had returned to the clear blue pupils, clearly indicating that the Nine Tails was no longer active. Although Kakashi had already guessed the outcome in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask, "Naruto, don't you want to return to the leaf with us?" Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Although he didn't recognize him now, he felt an inexplicable fondness for this man. So he replied, "Being in the leaf is no different from being alone. I won't go back. I have a new home, and I will stay there." Naruto's voice, though not loud, was enough to echo throughout the small classroom. Kakashi found it hard to accept at that moment. He really wanted to disregard everything and just take Naruto away. But how could Long Ming allow Kakashi to back out? He directly activated Infinity, standing beside Naruto. Everyone was wary of Long Ming's strength, and even more wary of his ability to control the Nine Tails with the Sharingan, and their little thoughts were extinguished. Long Ming smiled lightly, turned, and said, "The bet has been completed. I won. Tell the third Hokage that I will soon seek the title of Jonin." After saying that, he swaggered out of the ninja school, holding Naruto's hand. Chapter 33 Attitudes of the Major Clans and Marriages. At this time, the Uchiha clan was preparing to relocate to the center of Konoha. When the people of Konoha saw the Uchiha clan migrating in large numbers, their expressions were mixed with joy and worry, and many were secretly observing the Uchiha members. This included several major clans of Konoha, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and others. On a large pavilion, the clan leaders of the major families were having tea while observing the situation below. Akimichi chose a side. As expected, they have returned. It seems the third Hokage temporarily can't think of a way to deal with the Uchiha. But that's fine. Avoiding a great war is the best outcome. Yamanaka, Inoichi, shook his head and sighed. "I'm just afraid that a fight will be inevitable sooner or later. By the way, has everyone received information about the ninjutsu used by that Ryumi? Hyuga Hizashi said in a deep voice. "The Anbu delivered it early this morning. I heard that ordinary ninjutsu and close combat ninjas can't harm him at all. We can only attempt jinjutsu or mental attacks. Among us, only brother Inoichi might be able to give it a try." Yamanaka Inoichi's face instantly darkened. What the hell? Are they trying to get me killed? He had witnessed Ryumi's monstrous speed on the battlefield. Before he could even complete a hand seal, Ryumi's great sword would probably be at his head. At this moment, Narashikaku said in a low voice, "Otherwise, Inoichi might not be able to control Ryumi. Don't forget that once the Uchiha clan activates their Sharingan, their mental strength is often stronger than that of ordinary ninjas, and their skills in Jinjutsu are not low either." This remark reminded those present. They had been thinking about how to break Ryumi's infinite loop, but had subconsciously overlooked the fact that Ryumi had activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. This could be what is referred to as darkness under the lamp. So how do we fight now? Shikaku's words made the atmosphere in the room even heavier. After a long while, Yamanaka Inoichi said quietly, "Actually, based on the current information, it would not be wise to take action against the Uchiha in the next 2 to 3 years. Even if we were to reclaim the Nine Tails, with just Ryumi alone, Konoha would likely suffer heavy losses. This internal conflict was meaningless and shouldn't have happened at all. I think we should propose to the Hokage to reconcile with the Uchiha clan." Yamanaka Inoichi was the best at gathering intelligence in all of Konoha, and his words carried absolute authority. Moreover, from Inoichi's attitude, it was clear he no longer supported the idea of annihilating the Uchiha. The expressions of the clan leaders changed repeatedly as they were very wary of a ninja like Ryumi, who possessed the strength of a Kage at just 8 years old. The battle from last night had left some shadows in many leaders' hearts. They were confident they were not much stronger than the deceased Danzo. Furthermore, the attitude toward the Uchiha clan had always made it difficult for all clans to stand on the same front. They all lived in the same village and certainly had connections with each other, with bonds among the clan's younger generations. The Uchiha had not committed any major crimes. It was Danzo who had acted like a mad dog, leading to the chaos with the Uchiha last night. Many clan leaders received only vague orders and information yesterday, later realizing that the Uchiha had not instigated a rebellion. It was Danzo who led an attack on the Uchiha first. The deceased Danzo was taking the blame again. How could a broken mirror be restored? The Uchiha suffered many casualties last night. How could they let go of their grievances? Shikaku sighed deeply. Yamanaka Inoichi cleared his throat and, a bit embarrassed, said, "Actually, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it." All the clan leaders replied, "You just said that. How can we not listen?" Shikaku looked helplessly at his friend and said, "Inoichi, just say it." There are no outsiders here. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded, then crossed his hands seriously and said, actually, we could marry into the Uchiha. Throughout history, this has been the best way to form alliances and maintain peace. Wouldn't it be good to have Ryumei become a strength for Konoha again? Coincidentally, I happen to have a daughter, intelligent and beautiful, though still young. But we can arrange an engagement between these two children first. Everyone was aware of Ryumei's strength, and Inoichi's suggestion not only aimed to reconcile Konoha and the Uchiha, but also to provide a powerful shield for the Yamanaka clan in the future. For a moment, everyone looked at Yamanaka Inoichi with strange expressions. However, his proposal also caught their interest. Perhaps resolving the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha this way wouldn't be a bad idea. But the marriage slot couldn't be taken by Yamanaka Inoichi. An 8-year-old with Kage-level power had limitless potential for growth. I'm saying, Brother Inoichi, your method is good, but you only have one daughter. Sacrificing her for Konoha is too much. I have 2 daughters, gentle and kind. Why don't you leave this marriage proposal to me? Hyuga Hizashi waved his sleeve and said with a sense of righteousness, that's not appropriate. As far as I know, your youngest daughter Hanabi is only 3 years old, and your eldest daughter is taking over the family duties. It's better if I handle it, Yamanaka Inoichi replied. That's wrong. She can also be a child bride. Although I don't have a daughter, the Akimichi clan also has many female ninjas, quite beautiful. I think this marriage should be handled by our Akimichi clan, said Akimichi Choji. Everyone chimed in, leaving Shikaku completely dumbfounded. He never expected the situation to develop to this extent. After arguing for a long time, they finally decided to report this proposal to the 3rd Hokage first. Shikaku led the clan leaders to the 3rd Hokage's office and reported their proposal. At this time, the 3rd Hokage had just received the news of the failed rescue of Naruto. Listening to the clan leaders discussing marriage talks with the Uchiha, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Leading a team is tough. Under normal circumstances, the 3rd Hokage might have tolerated this, as he was someone who would willingly give up Niji's father's body for peace. However, this time, Ryumei had taken the Jinchuriki. With such a nuclear bomb nearby, the 3rd Hokage truly couldn't find peace. After silently taking a puff of his pipe, he said in a deep voice, I understand your proposal, but Naruto's situation is critical. I cannot accept giving up so quickly. I estimate that Ryumei will come to find me soon to receive the title of Jonin. Let me try once more. Shikaku seemed to think of something and hesitated. 3rd Hokage. Do you mean you want to invite that person back? The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, not directly answering Shikaku's question, but said, if this time still fails, then everything will be up to you, and we will negotiate peace with the Uchiha and arrange the marriage. Chapter 34. Obtaining the Book of Seals. A few days had passed since the bed at the ninja school, and it seemed that Konoha had settled down quite a bit. Recently, Ming had rarely seen any Anbu ninjas around. During this time, Ming did not rush to the 3rd Hokage to receive his Jonin title, but instead focused on helping the Uchiha family move. He also participated in the Uchiha family's special training. Although Ming had strong ocular jutsu, he still lacked knowledge of some ordinary ninjutsu compared to Itachi and Fugaku. After several days of special training, he had gained quite a bit. Today was another day of special training. Many Uchiha clan members had gathered, each forming the same hand seals for a ninjutsu. Siwei, Shun, Hai Wu In, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Everyone took a deep breath, gathering chakra at the back of their throats, and then exhaled, unleashing massive fireballs toward the front. The entire training ground was engulfed in flames, with fireballs continuously burning. This technique was a high-difficulty ninjutsu created by the Uchiha clan, widely known in the ninja world, and is considered a fundamental technique for learning fire style among the Uchiha. Although it was said to be high difficulty, Itachi had learned it in just a second back in the day. However, Ming spent more than half a day learning this technique, which was even longer than Sasuke's time, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. Could it be that I, Ming, lack the talent of a great emperor? It takes me so long to learn a C-rank ninjutsu. Sigh, maybe I should just stick to my daily routine. Ming silently complained to himself. All right, everyone, put away your techniques. You've all worked hard these past few days. I'll let you go back to rest early today, and we'll continue our special training tomorrow. Fugaku waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Ming also dispelled the Great Fireball technique and was about to leave when Itachi called out to him from behind. Wait, Ming. The clan leader has something for me to give you. Something? Ming turned around and saw Itachi approaching him with a large scroll on his back. This is the Book of Seals, right? Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking, as this item was too recognizable. Itachi nodded and said yes. The Konoa people sent it over a few days ago. The clan leader, along with several jonin, studied it for a few days but deemed the forbidden techniques inside too dangerous for them to practice. So he asked me to bring it to you to see if you need it. The Book of Seals was called the Forbidden Book because it contained ninjutsu that could cause great harm or even death to the user. Therefore, most people actually could not practice the ninjutsu inside. For example, although the multi-shadow clone technique is only a rank A ninjutsu, it is an enhanced version of a shadow clone, using a large amount of chakra to increase the number of clones, allowing one to create 1,000 clones at once. Due to the intense chakra consumption of this technique, the second Hokage considered that those without a large chakra reserve could be harmed or even risk their lives using it. Thus, he classified it as a forbidden technique and sealed it in a scroll. This technique was only suitable for someone with chakra, like Naruto. Ming certainly could not practice the multi-shadow clone technique, but he was very interested in the other ninjutsu inside, and considering Naruto, he took the Book of Seals from Itachi's hands. I'll take it. Thank you for your help, clan leader. By the way, since the special training ended early today, remember to go back and teach your brother about shurikens. Don't keep leaving him hanging. After saying this, Ming waved his hand and vanished from the spot. Itachi stood there, laughing silently, but he had the same plan in mind. I'm back, Inner-san. Naruto, come out quickly and see what big treasure I brought you. Ming kicked open his house door, rushing in with the Book of Seals in hand. Naruto, thinking it was food, excitedly ran out of his room, only to see that Ming was holding just a scroll, and his excited expression instantly vanished. What is this? Naruto looked at the Book of Seals with a puzzled face. This is called the Book of Seals. Don't make that face. This is a treasure. If it gets out, the major countries will fight over it. Ming's words once again excited Naruto, who fixed his gaze on the Book of Seals. Ming placed the Book of Seals on the ground and opened it. Several powerful ninjutsu were presented before them. The sealing scroll recorded a total of 5 forbidden ninjutsu: multi-shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, 8 gates, mutual exploding tags, and spirit transformation technique. Naruto was dazzled, and Ming pointed at the multi-shadow clone technique, saying, just learning this ninjutsu will be enough for you. Your chakra reserve is extremely high, and with the 9 tails chakra, mastering this technique won't be hard. Naruto nodded and began to study it earnestly. Meanwhile, Ming turned his attention to the page that recorded the impure world reincarnation, showing a hint of eagerness. This ninjutsu could be said to be the most outrageous forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, if not the only one. It was because of the impure world reincarnation that the 4th Great Ninja War occurred. If Ming could learn this technique now, it would instantly tilt the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Summoning 7 or 8 shadow-level powers could directly pin the 3rd Hokage down and beat him. However, while the idea was appealing, the reality was harsh. The impure world reincarnation was ranked S rank, and the learning difficulty was off the charts. For someone like Ming, who lacked the talent of a great emperor, it would take at least half a year, if not longer, to master it. Moreover, this ninjutsu directly involved using living people as practice. Ming certainly would not use his clan members, and if he used Konoha's ninjas for practice, the 3rd Hokage would definitely come after him with a pipe. After thinking it over, Ming gave up on the idea of practicing impure world reincarnation and turned to look at the other forbidden techniques. The multi-shadow clone technique required a massive amount of chakra. Otherwise, the practitioner could injure themselves or even risk their lives. The 8 gates technique allowed one to temporarily gain immense power by unlocking the chakra pathways in their body. When all 8 gates were opened, it was known as the 8 gates of death, granting 10 times the power of the 5 Kage. However, it caused great harm or even death to the user. The mutual exploding tags was an A-rank infinite explosive technique that could continuously summon countless explosive tags, causing an infinite series of explosions. If used in an unguarded state, the caster could also be caught in the explosions, putting their life at risk. The spirit transformation technique allowed one to transform their spirit into a living soul, traversing distances to kill enemies, controlling their bodies, and entering others' mental worlds. This kind of spirit is immune to physical attacks. It can cause an enemy's mental collapse by possessing them or manipulate allies by possessing them. After pondering for a moment, Ming's eyes lit up. I've got it, I'll practice this one. Chapter 35, Mutual Explosive Talismans. Mutual Explosive Talismans. This is the forbidden technique that Ming found most suitable for his cultivation. It requires the user to stick a single explosive talisman onto the enemy's vital points at lightning speed. Then the technique is activated, allowing the explosive talismans to infinitely summon more explosive talismans, triggering endless explosions. For Long Ming, this was incredibly simple. His eye technique allowed him to enhance his speed to a level comparable to the flying thunder god, and he didn't even need to throw a kunai around, making it very convenient. However, the downside of this technique is that the damage from explosions at close range can easily affect the user. This might be lethal for others, but it was not a problem for Long Ming at all. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Over the next few days, bursts of explosions frequently erupted from the Uchiha clan's residence. Initially, this alarmed the higher-ups of Konoha, who feared that Long Ming had gone mad and unleashed the Nine Tails. However, upon investigation, they found that it was merely the explosions of ordinary explosive talismans. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking the incident was over. Little did they know, the nightmare was just beginning. Boom! 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 The intense sounds of explosions and fire once again came from the Uchiha clan. Several Anbu ninjas monitoring the area had their eardrums ringing and were cursing. Damn it, it's happening again. The frequency has been increasing over the past 2 days. What is the Uchiha clan up to? Do they want to tear down Konoha? This must have happened at least 100 times. I haven't even been able to sleep properly. I dreamt I heard explosions. It's like a living nightmare. Where are they getting so many explosive talismans? In the Uchiha compound, Long Ming stood in a deep pit, surrounded by swirling blue smoke. He waved his hand to disperse the acrid black smoke and looked down at the deep pit with satisfaction. Not bad. The power is barely acceptable. I didn't waste tens of thousands of explosive talismans for nothing. Long Ming sighed slightly. This ninjutsu really burned through money. The explosive talismans summoned by the mutual explosive talisman technique had to be prepared in advance. Long Ming had asked the clan leader to collect nearly all the explosive talismans from the Uchiha clan so he could practice day and night. Itachi's figure appeared beside Long Ming, looking at the several massive deep pits around them, and remarked, Long Ming, the power of this technique is truly immense. If you were to unleash it unexpectedly, even a shadow-level expert might meet their end. Itachi had been using shadow clones as targets to assist Long Ming in practicing the mutual explosive talismans. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of the technique's power. Not necessarily. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Although this technique possesses great power, it can still be countered. Let us try again. Alright, I'll continue using shadow clones. Just as the two were practicing, a Uchiha clansman walked over with Nara Shikaku from distance. Shikaku's expression was calm as water. Even in the Uchiha territory, he maintained his composure. He came on a mission from the 3rd Hokage, representing Konoha. This was the first time Konoha sent someone to negotiate with the Uchiha clan after the night of the massacre. To showcase Konoha's demeanor and style, Shikaku wore a brand new ninja outfit, and his hair and beard were meticulously groomed. He aimed to match the Uchiha's presence and take the initiative in the conversation. Soon, Shikaku was brought to a devastated ground, where deep pits and charred marks were everywhere. Upon seeing this, Shikaku thought the Uchiha clan was deliberately trying to prank him and nearly reprimanded them. But then he remembered he needed to demonstrate Konoha's dignity and demeanor. So he asked lightly, I'm looking for Long Ming. What do you mean by bringing me here? The Uchiha clansman rolled his eyes and pointed ahead. It's right there. Take a look for yourself. Look for myself? Shikaku showed a puzzled expression. He was Konoha's genius strategist, known for his high intelligence, often serving as an advisor to the Hokage. But what was there to see in this charred land? As he focused his gaze, a figure suddenly flew out from a deep pit. Itachi? Although Itachi was no longer wearing a mask, Shikaku recognized this former Anbu member at a glance. Just as he wondered why Itachi was here, Long Ming appeared in front of Itachi at an astonishing speed. He quickly affixed explosive talismans to Itachi's arms, waist, and legs, and a massive explosion instantly engulfed both Itachi and Long Ming. However, Long Ming, having activated his infinite technique, was unharmed. In midair, he pulled out another explosive talisman and threw it into the sky towards Itachi. The explosive talisman began summoning more talismans mid-flight, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 3, in an infinite cycle. Boom! 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 The explosive talismans began to explode continuously. The vast range of the huge explosions sent waves of scorching air and dust blowing onto Shikaku's face. His carefully groomed hair and brand new clothes were soon in a complete mess. What the hell is going on? Shikaku's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit several eggs, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had often heard strange explosions from the Uchiha clan, He never expected it was Long Ming's doing. The thought of this ninjutsu being used on himself made Shikaku involuntarily shiver. The explosions continued for 2 or 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Shikaku thought to himself, such a terrifying ninjutsu, even with Long Ming's mysterious eye technique. Being so close should still cause him some injury, right? If he got hurt, it would prove that he wasn't immune to ninjutsu damage. Just as Shikaku was thinking this, Long Ming emerged unscathed from the black smoke. Not only was he unharmed, but there wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Shikaku's face darkened. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Nara Shikaku? Long Ming noticed Shikaku standing nearby and walked over. You must be Long Ming. Indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I'm Nara Shikaku, the clan leader of the Nara family. Please take care of me. Shikaku quickly put on a friendly smile and extended his hand to Long Ming. All notions of dignity and demeanor were thrown out the window, as he just hoped not to provoke this calamity. Long Ming glanced disdainfully at Shikaku's dirty hand and casually swatted it away, saying, Lord Shikaku, you're joking. Didn't we meet just over a week ago? You almost took out our Uchiha clan leader. Also, next time we meet, could you please take a shower first? I almost didn't recognize you. This mess is all thanks to you. Shikaku felt a bit awkward. He had originally wanted to avoid discussing the night of the massacre, but unexpectedly, Long Ming brought it up directly, showing no regard for face. Chapter 36. Frightening Nara Shikaku, he cleared his throat twice and explained, I apologize for any offense that day. It's all to blame on Danzo. His reckless spreading of false information led both the third Hokage and us to become accomplices in his wrongdoing. The Nara clan has already faced severe punishment from the third, so please rest assured. Long Ming's expression remained unchanged. If other clans claimed ignorance of the situation, Long Ming would believe them. However, if Sarutobi Hiruzen, the dignified third Hokage, said he was unaware of Danzo's plans, it would mean he had wasted so many years as Hokage. It's better to avoid idle chatter. Lord Nara, what brings you here? If there's nothing important, please turn left and take your leave. Without further ado, Long Ming directly issued the order to dismiss him. Shikaku's face twitched. If an ordinary person dared to speak to him like that, he would definitely use the shadow strangulation technique to choke the bastard to death. But facing Long Ming, he could only force a smile and hurriedly said, There is indeed something. Not long ago, Long Ming, didn't you say the third Hokage would grant you the title of Jonin? The procedures are almost complete, and we just need you to go to the Hokage Hall to receive your forehead protector. Oh, so it's this matter. Long Ming dragged out the last syllable and then looked at Shikaku with deep meaning, saying, You almost made me forget about it. But I'm not in a hurry. Why is the third so anxious? There wouldn't be any conspiracy involved, would there? As Long Ming said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, the kaleidoscope in them slowly rotating. Long Ming's voice thundered in Shikaku's heart, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Under the immense pressure released by Long Ming, Shikaku's breathing became somewhat erratic. After a brief silence, Shikaku suddenly forced a laugh, saying, How could that be? You must have misunderstood. Konoha absolutely has no such intentions. Don't you know that the third Hokage values peace above all? Long Ming's expression remained unchanged, and Shikaku felt extremely tense. He had prepared himself. If Long Ming revealed even the slightest killing intent, he would immediately throw a smoke bomb and run for his life. However, the next second, the previously sullen Long Ming suddenly smiled. He stepped forward, patted Shikaku's arm, and laughed. Haha, I was just joking to see how scared you'd get. Shikaku's face darkened. Do you think you're funny? Long Ming continued. Don't worry. Tell the third that I will go accept the Jonin title today. Please have him prepare. Shikaku sighed in relief and hurriedly said, In that case, we will be waiting for you in the Hokage office. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, without waiting for Long Ming's response, he used body flicker technique to leave the place that made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. After witnessing Shikaku disappear, Long Ming also retracted his smile and began to ponder. It seems Konoha is planning to take action against you. Itachi appeared beside Long Ming in an instant. He had heard everything just now. With Itachi's intelligence, it was easy to guess that this was a trap set by the third Hokage for Long Ming. Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, I know, but I'm not sure what they have prepared this time. Honestly, I'm a bit impatient. From Long Ming's words, there was no hint of fear or worry. On the contrary, he seemed a bit eager. He was well aware of Konoha's various strengths and had mentally prepared himself to cope. Itachi frowned upon hearing this and couldn't help but advise, Why take this risk? You are currently the highest combat power and spiritual pillar of the Uchiha clan. as well as the guardian of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The third and the higher-ups in Konoha are so eager for you to come. They must have prepared means to defeat you. Why take this risk? If anything happens to you, the Uchiha and Konoha will go to war today. Long Ming raised his hand to interrupt Itachi's words, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your concern, Itachi, but the Jonin title is very important to me. I must obtain it. Besides, even if Konoha really has some strong means, I still have you to help, right?" Seeing Long Ming's firm attitude, Itachi felt there was no point in further persuasion and could only sigh. "All right, but you must be careful." Long Ming nodded, then made some preparations before heading towards the Hokage hall alone. Long Ming has already started moving. Quickly report to the Hokage. You stay here and keep monitoring and pay attention to the movements of the Uchiha. If any Uchiha family members come out, be sure to stop them until our plan is complete. In the shadows, Konoha's ninjas exchanged information continuously from the moment Long Ming came out. He was being monitored by the Anbu members. This news quickly reached the third Hokage's ears. The third sat at his Hokage desk, still smoking his pipe. He took a deep drag and exhaled clouds of smoke, saying to a tall figure seated in the shadows, "It's been a long time since we last contacted each other. And suddenly bringing you back to deal with this kind of opponent is quite a burden." The tall figure let out a hearty laugh, saying, "It's all right. I've been traveling outside for so long, and I actually missed the village. This time it's just right for me to return." The third nodded, and after a moment of silence, suddenly asked, "Have you still not found Orochimaru?" The man in the shadows fell silent, slowly rising and stepping out of the shadows, sighing, "No, I've been searching for his whereabouts, but he seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clues." This man was tall, wearing a forehead protector with the kanji for oil written on it. His long white hair reached down to his waist. Below his eyes were red markings, and he wore a red coat and wooden clogs, with armor-like gear on his hands. This man was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and the trump card the third Hokage had prepared to deal with Long Ming. The third, not knowing whether to feel happy or disappointed about not hearing news of Orochimaru, took another deep drag from his pipe and said, "It's for the best that you haven't found him. Let's assume he's dead outside." Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat melancholic, but he quickly regained his composure. "That kid, Uchiha Long Ming, should be arriving soon. I'll step back for now. You talk to him, and if needed, I'll be ready to act at any moment." As Jiraiya spoke the last part, his eyes sparkled with determination, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The third Hokage looked at his disciple with great satisfaction and nodded, saying, "Good. Thank you for your hard work. Act upon my signal." Jiraiya nodded. Then with a flash of his figure, he hid back into the shadows. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," the third Hokage said in a deep voice. The door creaked open, and Long Ming walked into the Hokage office with a light smile. "Third Hokage, I hope I'm not late. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Long Ming glanced at the half-filled teacup beside him, implying something. Chapter 37, Toad Sage, Jiraiya. However, the third Hokage is also quite cunning for an old man. This time, Long Ming was in his home turf, and he had made a lot of preparations. The third took a puff from his pipe, showing no signs of panic, casually providing an excuse. "I didn't disturb you. I just arrived a bit late, and the tea I prepared for you has gone cold." Long Ming secretly cursed the third for being shameless. The tea was clearly just poured for someone else. It was very likely that the third had invited someone to deal with him. However, facing the third's act of ignorance, Long Ming had no intention of exposing him. He simply found a random place to sit down and said, "Third Hokage, you should be clear about my intentions. Please hand over the Jonin headband and the ninja registration card." Long Ming got straight to the point, asking the third for the Jonin headband. The third leisurely took another puff from his pipe and smiled. "Young people are always so impatient. I prepared everything for you. Take a look." Saying this, the third pulled back a red cloth on the table. There lay a silver headband and a ninja registration card specifically for Long Ming. It recorded Long Ming's ninja registration number, date of birth, number of missions, and the time he became a Jonin, among other details. Once he obtained this, Long Ming would officially be a Jonin of Konoha. Long Ming reached out to take the headband, but the third suddenly extended his hand to stop him. Long Ming frowned and said slowly, "What? Does Konoha plan to deny it after losing?" The third chuckled lightly and shook his head. "That's not it. But you should be aware of the meaning this headband represents. Once you take it, you will no longer be a member of the Uchiha clan, but a ninja belonging solely to Konoha. You must obey the orders of the Hokage, working hard in the shadows for the peace of the village, even at the cost of your life. Are you ready for that? Is this some sort of brainwashing? I sacrifice your sister." Long Ming sneered internally and casually replied, Of course, as long as it's within my ability, I will help Konoha. This guarantee was very vague. The point of within my ability was entirely determined by Long Ming himself. The third, being so cunning, naturally caught the underlying meaning in Long Ming's words. He shifted his tone. Long Ming, I won't beat around the bush with you. Naruto, you must return him to us. As long as you agree to this condition, I will gladly hand over the Jonin headband. You and T need to obey any orders from the village or the Hokage, and you will enjoy the benefits and salary of a Jonin. Moreover, I have prepared a generous gift for the Uchiha clan. Your clan members often lose control when they activate their Sharingan, which can cause significant harm to their bodies. I believe you have seen a ninja in Konoha with the first Hokage's cells, right? If you agree, I will give the Uchiha the research results of would release. Long Ming narrowed his eyes. The third Hokage was indeed using Niji's father's life to trade for peace, striking hard internally. After only a few words, he treated Yamato as a bargaining chip. If the Nine Tails were kidnapped a few more times, and Konoha was threatened multiple times, I fear the third Hokage would wipe out his own people. Although the conditions are tempting, once I hand over Naruto, I believe you will go to any lengths to destroy the Uchiha, and, at that point, what use would I have for the first Hokage's cells? Long Ming's words hit the mark. The third smiled and raised his hand, guaranteeing earnestly, I swear I will never lay a hand on the Uchiha during my lifetime, and I will never do anything to threaten the Uchiha. Long Ming shook his head again and said, Your guarantee is worthless, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can only guarantee yourself. You cannot change the decisions of the other two high-ranking members of Konoha. Once I hand over Naruto, they will start preparing to destroy the Uchiha, and, at that time, you will just stand by and watch them attack. You always manage to keep your hands clean, leaving the dirty work for others to do. You are a shrewd Hokage, but your cleverness is misplaced. So no matter what conditions you propose, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I will refuse all of them. Long Ming's voice was firm, echoing in the Hokage's office. The third's previously smiling face now looked a bit unsightly, and both sides fell into a stalemate. After a while, the third Hokage finally loosened his hand. He sighed and said, In that case, forget what I said earlier. You can take the Jonin headband. After saying this, the third leaned back in his chair, appearing to have completely given up. Long Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The third, giving up so quickly made him feel uneasy, which was not in line with the other party's style of conduct. However, Long Ming, being bold and skilled, still reached out to take the headband. The moment Long Ming touched the headband, many suppression seals suddenly flew out from the ground, entangling him with numerous threads. These seals could suppress the chakra within a person's body, and the effect was often most pronounced on tailed beasts. The gleam in the third's eyes shot out like a sword as he shouted, Go! Long Ming reacted quickly. Although part of his chakra was suppressed, he instantly activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Whoosh! A fierce sound of air slicing through the room came, and a tall figure appeared in the Hokage's office, reaching out with a large hand to grab Long Ming's head. In the palm appeared a sealing talisman, seemingly intending to seal Long Ming. Jiraiya, it's really you. A flash of brilliance appeared in Long Ming's eyes, but he was not too surprised. At this time, Konoha was in a transitional period, and the number of super strong ninjas available was limited. Watching the hand that kept enlarging before him, Long Ming decisively activated Infinity, setting up a positive spatial defense around his body. Buzz! Jiraiya's hand stopped just inches away from Long Ming, unable to advance any further. Naturally, the sealing talisman did not stick to Long Ming's head. As expected, it was just as the intel said. However, this feeling is more like it didn't hit. Your Mangekyou Sharingan is indeed quite interesting. Jiraiya did not feel disappointed at failing his ambush. Instead, he showed a very interested expression, even in the midst of battle. He gave off a carefree vibe. Jiraiya leaped to the side. With Infinity's defense, Long Ming finally had time to remove all the suppression seals from his body. His gaze towards the third became increasingly cold. If it weren't for his prior preparations, he might have truly fallen into the traps set by this old man. The third ignored Long Ming's gaze and turned to Jiraiya, saying, Then I'll leave this to you. I will go outside to oversee the situation. Jiraiya did not respond, merely nodding slightly, his eyes fixed on Long Ming. Chapter 38. Long Ming versus Jiraiya. The third Hokage's figure flickered and appeared at the edge of the Hokage's hall, surrounded immediately by several Anbu ninjas. Lord Third, we are all ready. Please give the order, the Anbu ninjas said in low voices. The third Hokage nodded silently, then pulled at his Hokage robe, revealing a tight black combat suit underneath. Set up the four purple flames formation. With the third's command, the surrounding Anbu ninjas dispersed. occupying the four corners of the Hokage's hall. They simultaneously formed hand seals, and a deep purple chakra rose from them, piercing the sky. A rectangular barrier of transparent purple flames formed, preventing anyone from entering the interior of the barrier. Anyone who touched the walls of the barrier would be burned by the flames. This formation was set up by the four elite jonin of Konoha to prevent Long Ming from escaping, as his speed was indeed too fast. Long Ming looked at the purple barrier rising outside the window and fell into deep thought. With this, he certainly couldn't use Infinity to directly run out of the Hokage's hall. Although Infinity could shorten the distance between multiple targets, it couldn't penetrate the barrier like Obito's intangibility. He was restricted by the barrier. It seems that if I want to leave, I'll have to defeat you, Jiraiya. Long Ming turned his head and began to talk directly to Jiraiya. In fact, even if the third hadn't set up the four purple flames formation, Long Ming would still find a way to defeat Jiraiya. This was because the key to the Nine Tails seal, recorded by Minato Namikaze, was in Jiraiya's possession. Oh, you know me and my name? Jiraiya said, somewhat surprised, as he hadn't even introduced himself yet. Of course, you're the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, the handsome man who can make crying children shut up. Am I right? Long Ming smiled slightly. He was so familiar with Jiraiya's lines that he could recite them on the spot. After hearing this, Jiraiya was quite pleased, laughing and ruffling his hair. Oh dear, being called that makes me a bit embarrassed. I almost thought about sparing you. Long Ming's face twitched. He didn't look the least bit embarrassed. Oof. It seems you are quite confident about defeating me. Just right. I also want to see just how strong you are as one of the legendary Sannin. Long Ming's kaleidoscope eyes began to spin. Susanoo. A surge of black chakra exploded from Long Ming's body, quickly coalescing into a massive skeletal figure that enveloped him. On the base of the skeleton, Susanoo began to fill with muscles and veins, wrapped in a cloak of chakra, and dual-bladed weapons appeared in its hands. Every weapon wielded by Susanoo had its own uniqueness. For example, Itachi's Tatsuka blade could trap people in a dream, while Sasuke's bow, with its gigantic frame, could serve as a shield against attacks, shooting arrows at incredible speed. Long Ming's dual-bladed weapon, besides being extremely sharp, could also unleash blade energy for attacks. The enormous Susanoo broke through the Hokage's office, causing debris to fall from the ceiling. Before Susanoo, Jiraiya's tall figure seemed somewhat small. The Konoha ninjas outside were all nervously watching the battle, including Kakashi, Might Guy, and the clan leaders of Konoha. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan and even Konoha itself. Several elite jonin of Konoha were nervously discussing under the four purple flames formation. Do you think Lord Jiraiya can win? That Susanoo cut Danzo in half with a single strike. How ridiculous. What is Danzo compared to Lord Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin. He can definitely beat that Long Ming to the ground. That Long Ming is dead for sure. Once Lord Jiraiya kills him, we can head to the Uchiha and reclaim the Nine Tails. Facing Long Ming, who had unleashed Susanoo, Jiraiya showed no fear, but instead revealed an excited smile for the first time. It's really Susanoo. It's been a long time since I fought someone from the Uchiha clan. Let's get started. With that, Jiraiya stomped his feet, and the terrifying power of his physique directly smashed two deep pits into the ground, cracks spreading from his feet. Boom! Jiraiya's figure shot out like a cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Long Ming, then executing a rapid spinning back kick. Long Ming did not dodge. Jiraiya's kick landed on Susanoo's face. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from Long Ming's Susanoo, but it showed no signs of damage. Instead, Jiraiya gasped in surprise. Hiss! It's really hard. Truly a genuine Susanoo. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but tease. You can find out for yourself, can't you? Long Ming's gaze flickered as he controlled Susanoo to slash down with the blade. The dual-bladed weapon seemed to suck the air around it, creating a roaring sound. Facing the descending blade, Jiraiya remained unafraid, smiling as he bit his finger and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning technique, Jiraiya slammed his palm into the ground, and a huge cloud of white smoke exploded. Long Ming's dual-bladed weapon seemed to strike something incredibly hard. Clang! The clear sound of metal clashing echoed, and as the white smoke dissipated, it revealed a giant red toad blocking Long Ming's dual-bladed weapon. The toad held a pot lid-shaped shield in its left hand and a spiked harpoon in its right. Oh, thank you, Toad Sage. Jiraiya leaped onto the head of the red toad, who was a formidable creature, its size not inferior to Long Ming's Susanoo. No problem, as long as you don't mind my clumsiness. The red toad humbly responded. However, Long Ming had no intention of letting them chat during the battle. His Susanoo once again raised the dual-bladed weapon. Streams of black chakra coalesced on the blade, making the already enormous dual-bladed weapon even wider, with the blade alone being half the size of Susanoo's body. Jiraiya's smile slightly stiffened. The power of this strike was on a completely different level than before. Toad Sage, retreat, Jiraiya shouted sternly, his expression finally serious. Understood. The Toad Sage leaped backward with impressive explosive power. Ming took a deep breath, aiming at the Toad Sage's position, and Susanoo swung the dual-bladed weapon down once more. This time, the enormous blade energy sliced through the Hokage's office, splitting half of the Hokage's hall in two, with black, sharp blade energy carrying terrifying might aimed at the Toad Sage. Chapter 39. The Infinite exposed Jiraiya did not dare to be careless, and quickly formed hand seals on the body of Gamekin. Earth release, earth flow wall. A huge earthen wall rose from the ground, and Jiraiya, not yet satisfied, created several more massive earth walls in succession. The blade's aura approached in an instant, accompanied by a loud bang. Dozens of solid earth flow walls were crushed as if made of paper, but using them, Jiraiya successfully changed the direction of the blade's aura. Gamekin narrowly dodged this earth-shattering strike, but the residual power of the blade struck hard against the four purple flames formation. The purple rectangular barrier trembled violently, and a clear blade mark appeared on the four purple flames formation. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas changed their expressions. This was only residual power, and if it had been a full strike, the four purple flames formation likely wouldn't have held up. The third Hokage's expression darkened, and he immediately commanded, Asuma, take your team and set up another layer of the four purple flames formation outside the current one. Make sure Dragon Ming doesn't escape after breaking through the formation. Understand. Asuma quickly responded, then led 3 elite jonin to stand at the four corners of the four purple flames formation and set up another layer. The four purple flames formation, composed of 4 elite jonin, appeared to be much sturdier than the first one. However, Dragon Ming inside scoffed at their actions. If he wanted to escape, even if the Leaf Village set up 10 more four purple flames formations, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Dragon Ming's left eye's 6-pointed star flashed, and his figure instantly appeared behind Jiraiya, ready to swing his blade down. But Jiraiya, having gathered enough intelligence on Dragon Ming's abilities before the battle, was already prepared for his infinity. With his back to Dragon Ming, Jiraiya began to form hand seals, and his hair suddenly began to grow longer, as if it had come to life. Ninja technique, wide lion esman technique. Jiraiya's hair split into countless strands, flying backward and firmly entangling Dragon Ming's Susanoo, rendering it immobile. The originally soft hair, under Jiraiya's ninjutsu, became as solid as fine steel and possessed significant cutting power, continuously trying to slice through the Susanoo. But that's not all. Jiraiya laughed and shouted, biting his finger and forming seals once again. Summoning technique, stage collapse technique. Dragon Ming felt something was off. A giant shadow suddenly enveloped the area he was in, and looking up, he saw a massive toad descending from the sky. With a loud crash, Dragon Ming's Susanoo was directly pressed down to the ground by the sudden weight. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and when countless fragments fell onto the four purple flames formation, they were instantly burned to ashes. This was a giant toad, emerald green and carrying 2 blades on its back, named Gamabunta, a master of Mount Myaboku. Although Dragon Ming was hidden inside the Susanoo and was not injured, the Susanoo itself was cracked due to the impact. Infinite Shunshin, body flicker, could not pass through barriers, and while being controlled, it also could not be used. It required a clear path and freedom from control. Jiraiya's combination of attacks drew cheers from the surrounding Leaf Village ninjas. So impressive. That kid doesn't stand a chance against Lord Jiraiya. Haha. Not just that, he's being completely overwhelmed. Long live Lord Jiraiya. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas cheered, while the clan leaders from the mountain and the Hyuga family showed thoughtful expressions. If Dragon Ming were truly defeated, they would have to mobilize their clans to assist in eliminating the Uchiha. For them, such internal conflict was not only unpleasant, but would also bring casualties to their clansmen. Deep down, they naturally preferred the marriage plan proposed by Yamashiro Kaichi, but in the world of ninjas, the one with the stronger fist had the final say. If Jiraiya won, they would have no choice but to obey the Hokage's orders to eliminate the Uchiha. It seems your ocular technique has many limitations. It shouldn't be an ability that can nullify ninjutsu so freakishly, Jiraiya analyzed while tightening control over his hair. Although I missed you during our first encounter in the office, that feeling didn't resemble hitting a barrier, but felt more like hitting air. Based on the intelligence I have, Your ocular technique should be able to extend or shorten the distance between others and yourself, right? But once controlled, it seems you can't shorten the distance. Am I right? The surrounding ninjas showed expressions of realization. They had always been unaware of Dragon Ming's abilities, which often put them at a disadvantage in battle. Dragon Ming's gaze darkened slightly. In ninja combat, information about each other's strengths and weaknesses was crucial. He had revealed too much information during his encounters with the Leaf Village ninjas, allowing Jiraiya to deduce his infinite abilities. However, he had kept his right eye hidden, rarely exposing it, and they likely still did not understand the abilities of his right eye. Enough small talk. I should resolve this battle quickly. I still need to gather inspiration for my creations in the Leaf Village, Jiraiya said with a smile. He extended his palm, continuously concentrating high-density fire attribute chakra in his hand, forming a fire-red chakra sphere. This was the Fire Release, Great Flame Rasengan, created by adding fire attribute chakra to the Rasengan. Its power was several times greater than that of a regular Rasengan, and Jiraiya intended to use it to break through the Susanoo's defenses. Dragon Ming's eyes sharpened, and his chakra erupted. The left hand of his Susanoo, which was bound, formed a black magatama that resembled the pattern of the Sharingan. This was a ranged attack method of the Susanoo, the Yasaka magatama. It could connect to attack a single target or disperse to attack a wide area of enemies. The magatama spun rapidly, cutting through the hair surrounding his arm. Jiraiya noticed this just in time and prepared to counter. However, Dragon Ming had already thrown the magatama from Susanoo's hand. The black magatama spun around Dragon Ming's Susanoo, cutting through all the entangled hair. It then attacked Gamabunta, who was pressing down on the Susanoo. Gamabunta immediately drew the two swords from his back, crossing them in front of himself. Gamabunta, be careful, Jiraiya immediately warned. Boom! The Yasaka magatama collided with Gamabunta's dual swords, generating numerous sparks from the violent spinning. Seeing this, Dragon Ming took the opportunity to release the Susanoo, causing Gamabunta to lose his support and become unsteady. The blade that was blocking was deflected, and the Yasaka magatama struck Gamabunta directly. A large amount of blood splattered, staining the ground of the Leaf Village red. Gamabunta! Jiraiya's expression darkened upon seeing Gamabunta injured. Chapter 40. Art is explosion. As Jiraiya worried about Gamabunta's injuries, the next moment, Longming had already appeared behind him. After breaking away from Gamabunta and Jiraiya's Chaotic Lion's main jutsu, Longming immediately activated Infinite and teleported to Jiraiya's back. Don't get distracted in battle, Lord Jiraiya, Longming said. And in a flash, he swiftly placed an explosive tag on Jiraiya's back. At the same time, he pulled out a handful of explosive tags and threw them into the sky, where they continuously summoned new explosive tags, one after another. Longming squinted his eyes and pronounced each word clearly. Art is explosion. Mutual explosive tags activate. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, and the next second, boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions of the explosive tags began, each wave stronger than the last. The explosive power grew increasingly intense, enveloping the entire area of the four purple flames formation, making it impossible to see anything inside, only the soaring flames and the shock waves of the explosions. The first layer of the four purple flames formation began to collapse at an astonishing speed, and the four Anbu Jonin stationed there were directly caught in the explosion, disappearing without even a scream. The four purple flames formation set up by Asuma and 3 elite Jonin was also on the verge of collapse, cracks appearing continuously. We have a hold on, Asuma shouted angrily, his forehead veins bulging as he continuously poured his chakra into the four purple flames formation. The explosions lasted for about 2 minutes, and during those 2 minutes, Asuma felt as if it was longer than several years. To put it bluntly, if the explosions continued for a while longer, he might run out of chakra and die. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Everyone watching the smoke-filled four purple flames formation as if petrified. The power of the explosion was truly terrifying, more so than what Riku had seen that day in the Uchiha clan. In fact, it wasn't that Longming used more explosive tags, but rather that the essence of an explosion is the rapid release of energy in a very short time, manifesting as a sudden expansion of air that releases energy outward. In a sealed space, the air is compressed even more severely by the explosion, unable to vent, resulting in a multiplied effect of the mutual explosive tags. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone saw that the entire Hokage hall had turned into ruins, with hardly a large stone left intact. Everything had been reduced to dust in the chain explosions, and Jiraiya stood amidst the debris, everyone coming back to their senses. It's Lord Jiraiya. He's okay. Are you blind? Didn't you see Lord Jiraiya spitting blood? The power of the previous explosive tags was indeed terrifying. Then isn't Lord Jiraiya in great danger? People spoke one after another, making the third Hokage's expression even grimmer. Naruto stepped forward to advise. Third Hokage, why not the 4 purple flames formation first? We can go in and help. If anything happens to Lord Jiraiya, then our Konoha. The third Hokage's expression changed continuously. He knew that if Jiraiya died, no one in Konoha would be able to control Longming. However, after a moment of hesitation, the third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a little longer. Jiraiya still has his trump card. If he summons those 2 sages, Longming will surely be defeated." Disappointment flashed in Shikaku's eyes, and he said no more, silently retreating to the side. At this moment, Jiraiya inside the 4 purple flames formation was exceptionally disheveled, no longer the spirited figure from before. Just at the last moment of the explosion, he had used his secret defensive technique, the ninja art. Needle Kazashi hardened his silver hair, wrapping around his entire body. However, it still couldn't fully defend against the power of the mutual explosive tags. His once flowing long hair was now reduced to almost nothing, with only a few strands left on his head. The red outer robe and armor on his body had vanished in the explosion. The remaining clothing was tattered, and there were numerous wounds on his body from the blast. As for Gamabunta and Gamaken, they decisively chose to end the summoning technique during the explosion and return to Mount Myaboku, thus avoiding disaster. Jiraiya's expression was grave, blood continuously dripping from his palm. He had been careless. He didn't expect Longming to have such a powerful ninjutsu. In a moment of miscalculation, he was seriously injured. At this point, the only way was to summon Gamabunta to buy time, gather Senjutsu chakra, and then call upon those 2 sages to secure victory. Jiraiya had already formulated a strategy in his mind. He bit his finger and was about to summon Gamabunta when Longming had already teleported in front of Jiraiya again. "You won't use the summoning technique again." Longming quickly kicked Jiraiya away. Jiraiya raised his arms to barely catch the blow, but the summoning technique was interrupted at that moment. Left with no choice, Jiraiya had to distance himself from Longming, pushing off with his legs to appear high in the sky. However, this speed couldn't compare to Longming, who had activated Infinite. Longming activated Infinite again and caught up, delivering a punch to Jiraiya's back, sending him crashing from the sky to the ground. With a loud bang, the dust from the ground flew everywhere, but when Longming landed and looked, Jiraiya had suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone? Longming's expression darkened, and as he turned around, he saw Jiraiya with his hands together, gathering Senjutsu chakra. In Sage mode, Jiraiya was truly a super shadow-level powerhouse. Not only did his attack and defense increase dramatically, but he could also use natural energy to create Senjutsu chakra, greatly enhancing the power of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. If Jiraiya managed to summon those 2 sages, Longming would undoubtedly be defeated. Longming narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed again, charging toward Jiraiya. But Jiraiya was already well aware of Longming's moves. As soon as Longming vanished, he jumped without hesitation, escaping from his original position. Jiraiya's decades of combat experience were fully displayed at this moment, as he continuously evaded Longming's attacks using various methods, all while keeping his hands together. The ninjas outside were on edge, and the third Hokage was anxiously watching, knowing that Jiraiya was about to succeed. Longming's gaze flickered as he employed the same tactic again, using Infinite to close the distance. Jiraiya also prepared to jump, feeling Longming approaching from behind. Jiraiya felt a surge of joy because his Senjutsu chakra was about to be fully gathered. As long as he dodged this attack, he could enter Sage mode. At this moment, a smile appeared on Longming's lips as he suddenly said, "Jiraiya, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Orochimaru?" Jiraiya's body suddenly stiffened for a brief moment, and Longming seized this precious opportunity, activating the deadly ocular technique of his right eye's 6-pointed star. Got Goose. Chapter 41, The Strongest Illusion. Kodoa Mitsukami Black Chakra surged from Longming's body, quickly enveloping the surrounding space. Wherever the black chakra spread, everything was instantly frozen, as if time had stopped. At that moment, Jiraiya felt an immense sense of crisis, but a brief moment of hesitation had already made him miss the best opportunity to escape. The black chakra directly engulfed Jiraiya, and within a radius of 5 or 6 meters around Longming, time was frozen at that moment. Jiraiya was still in the posture of wanting to jump away, his hands clasped together, frozen in place. Longming took a few breaths, although Kodoa Mitsukami could freeze time. It was directly related to the area of effect and the strength of the person being immobilized. The larger the area and the stronger the creature inside, the more chakra was required. To immobilize a ninja of Jiraiya's level required a massive amount of chakra, so this move could only be used once. It had to ensure a hit. The previous tugging was intentionally meant to lower Jiraiya's guard, making him think that getting close would not pose a fatal threat. This was because while Konoha Mitsukami could freeze time, its activation speed was not as fast as imagined, at least not fast enough to catch a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber. Therefore, if Long Ming had used Konoha Mitsukami from the start, it was very likely that Jiraiya could have dodged it, causing the plan to fail. Though it was only less than 3 seconds, it was enough time for me to perform that technique. Long Ming smiled with a sense of success. Although Long Ming could kill Jiraiya, who had no ability to resist, that would be a waste. So he had prepared another method early on. He quickly formed a hand seal and then opened his mouth, accompanied by a series of retching sounds, as a pitch-black crow was expelled from his mouth. To everyone's astonishment, one of the crow's eyes was actually a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. This was the preparation Long Ming had made before arriving in Konoha, borrowing Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. Long Ming aimed to use Itachi's Mangekyou to alter Jiraiya's will. The crow flew in front of Jiraiya, who, at this moment, could not make any evasive movements. The 3 tomo of the crow's left eye began to rapidly fuse, forming a 4-pointed shuriken. The strongest illusion, Konoha Mitsukami, was activated. After Konoha Mitsukami hit Jiraiya, Konoha Mitsukami was instantly. Time resumed its flow, and everyone outside was left dumbfounded. Although it was only a matter of seconds, everyone had witnessed the scene of time being frozen. There was such a terrifying dojutsu in this world that could freeze time. What had he just done to Lord Jiraiya? As long as Lord Jiraiya was fine, I was almost going to have a heart attack. I think I saw a crow. I'm not sure if I was mistaken. The crowd was somewhat puzzled as to why Long Ming had not killed Jiraiya, but only the 3rd Hokage seemed to have thought of a certain possibility, his expression turning extremely grim. The pitch-black crow flew back to Long Ming's side, its Mangekyou Sharingan reverting to the 3 tomo. Without Hashirama's cells, the next use of Konoha Mitsukami would likely be postponed for 10 years. This weapon of mass destruction would have to be temporarily sealed away. However, the price was worth it, as Long Ming had used Itachi's eyes to recruit a Super Shadow level powerhouse for the Uchiha clan. As a result, the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha clan would instantly tilt in favor of the Uchiha. In the 4 purple flames formation, Jiraiya actively ceased gathering Sage Chakra. At this point, his will had been modified by Long Ming to become a guardian of the Uchiha. Thus, Jiraiya had completely changed his view of Long Ming and had no intention of engaging him in battle. The terrifying aspect of Konoha Mitsukami was that the target was unaware they had been affected. Everything happened without Jiraiya being able to perceive it. "Welcome to the Uchiha, Jiraiya," Long Ming said with a smile, extending his arm. "Thank you, and I look forward to your guidance in the future," Jiraiya replied, also extending his hand to shake Long Ming's. At that moment, even the most oblivious onlookers could guess what had happened. How is it possible? How could Jiraiya negotiate with that little brat Long Ming? Why didn't he kill him? He was so close. A senior member of the Shimura clan stood outside the barrier, pounding his chest in frustration. If anyone in this village wished for Long Ming's death, the Shimura clan would definitely be among them, as their most promising member, Danzo, had died at Long Ming's hands. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage had a very complex expression. He knew that Jiraiya and Long Ming were not negotiating, but that Long Ming had used Itachi's illusion, Konoha Mitsukami. Konoha's high-end combat power was already limited, and now they had lost another, effectively handing a significant advantage to the Uchiha, which was devastating for Konoha. After a long time, the 3rd Hokage sighed slowly. "Asuma, lift the barrier. That thing is no longer useful. It cannot contain those 2 inside." "What do you mean, 3rd Hokage? Are we just going to let this go?" Asuma beside him hesitated. He had never heard of Konoha Mitsukami, this outrageous illusion, and had not considered that Jiraiya had turned traitor. So he thought they should continue fighting. An elder from the Shimura clan also jumped out from the side, shouting loudly, "We can't just let this go. That damned brat has caused us so much loss in Konoha, and so much loss to my Shimura clan. Today you must give us an explanation, 3rd Hokage." Slap! Before the elder could finish, the 3rd Hokage directly slapped him away, sending him crashing into a tree, where he finally stopped. Half of the elder's face swelled up, bruised and purple. "Are you the Hokage, or am I? If you feel dissatisfied, go fight him yourself." The 3rd Hokage snorted coldly and swept away. The elder from the Shimura clan turned pale with anger, unable to voice his frustration, knowing that even if he had another ounce of courage, he would not dare to confront Long Ming. They in the Shimura clan had grown accustomed to pressuring the third Hokage, but they had forgotten that Danzo was already dead. They were not qualified to challenge the third Hokage. Asuma gritted his teeth and withdrew the 4 purple flames formation, and the pale purple barrier in the sky began to slowly dissipate. 3 elite Nin jumped away simultaneously, and the 4 purple flames formation was opened. Long Ming smiled, his figure flickering as he appeared in front of the third Hokage with Jiraiya. Third Hokage, we should now discuss the terms once more. Seeing Long Ming suddenly appear, the surrounding Nin immediately tensed up, surrounding the third Hokage cautiously while watching Long Ming. Chapter 42. Extermination of the Konoha High Command. Asuma and several other Jonin looked at Jiraiya beside Long Ming, unable to restrain their curiosity, and asked, Lord Jiraiya, what exactly is going on? Why are you standing with Long Ming? Yeah, he is our enemy. Lord Jiraiya, did he say something to you? Faced with the questions from the Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya's expression remained calm as he simply replied, It's nothing. I just can't do anything to harm the Uchiha. I apologize, everyone. Asuma wanted to say something else, but the third Hokage reached out to stop him. Don't say any more. He is no longer the Jiraiya of the past. Long Ming, feel free to speak about what you want to discuss. At this moment, the third Hokage's mood was completely different from before. Initially confident, he now felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something disgusting. Long Ming smiled slightly and said, Third Hokage, you're too old. I believe Konoha needs a new transformation. I hope you will hand over the position of Hokage to the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, to succeed as the 5th Hokage. Presumptuous. Long Ming, you're going too far. The position of Hokage is not something a kid like you could decide. It is determined by the daimyo of the Fire Country, the Jonin, and the public opinion. You will not manipulate Konoha. As soon as Long Ming finished speaking, Mito Gate Flame, one of Konoha's 2 advisors, immediately jumped out and shouted loudly. They, as Konoha's high command, had always held significant power, capable of determining others' fates with just a few words, even influencing the Hokage's decisions. Eliminating the Uchiha clan. These 2 old men had come up with their fair share of terrible ideas. Another Konoha high-ranking official, Tizai Kamachi, also stood up to speak. That's right. Konoha has been established for so many years, and there's never been a precedent for a family to forcefully replace the Hokage. We will not allow your request. Seeing the arrogant attitudes of Tizai Kamachi and Mito Gate Flame, the third Hokage's face turned ashen. Can't you see the atmosphere? Idiots. The third Hokage cursed inwardly at the 2 advisors. Jiraiya was now under the control of the Kodoa Mitsukami. If Long Ming went crazy and wanted to destroy Konoha, they wouldn't even have a means to die alongside him. It was only fair to blame the third Hokage for usually giving too much leeway to these 2 advisors, granting them significant power, leading to their current arrogance and lack of restraint. Looking at Long Ming's seemingly amused expression, the third Hokage's heart sank. He quickly stepped forward and said, Long Ming, they were just joking. This matter can be discussed. Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled. Did you misunderstand something? I didn't seek your opinion. I was merely informing you of this news. With Long Ming's words, Tizai Kamachi and Mito Gate Flame became even angrier. You little brat. You are too arrogant. I can clearly tell you that this matter is impossible. Granting you Uchiha clan amnesty is already a great favor. Otherwise, according to your actions, it would not be excessive to slaughter the Uchiha 10 times over. Now it wasn't just the third Hokage's face that looked bad. Even the other Jonin looked pale. Long Ming's smile also vanished as he looked at the 2 men with cold eyes and slowly said, You 2 old fools have helped the Akatsuki more than enough. You even had a hand in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you come out to seek death? The third Hokage's pupils constricted, and before he could plead for mercy, Long Ming's figure suddenly appeared between Tizai Kamachi and Mito Gate Flame, his hands resting on their necks. Boom, boom. Long Ming slammed their heads hard into the ground, producing 2 muffled thuds. The heads of the 2 advisors instantly became bloodied and mangled. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively wanting to intervene. Wild Lion's main technique, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Several strands of white hair wrapped around the Jonin who attempted to intervene. It was of course Jiraiya. Although he had lost most of his hair due to Long Ming's explosive tags, he could still use it when extended. While pressing down on the 2 advisors' heads, Long Ming said, I've had enough of you so-called Konoha high-ups. In every matter regarding Naruto's treatment and the handling of the Uchiha, you all have been involved. Power has long since eroded your bones, hasn't it? As a former guard of the second Hokage, you can't even dodge a single move from me. How embarrassing. The once arrogant two were now in an extremely awkward situation, struggling desperately, but the result was merely their heads slowly deforming in Long Ming's grip. These two high-ranking officials of Konoha could no longer hold on and shouted loudly, Wait. Our attitude was poor just now. We apologize. This matter can be discussed. Please let us go. Long Ming remained unmoved and calmly said, It's fine. Just be more careful in your next life. After saying that, Long Ming directly snapped the necks of the two advisors. At this point, the Konoha High Command responsible for plotting the extermination of the Uchiha clan had been nearly cleaned up by Long Ming. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, remained. Some people revealed extremely angry expressions. After all, Long Ming had killed two high-ranking officials of Konoha right in front of them. Others, however, were deep in thought. Leaders of families like Hyuga and Nara were very intelligent. The rise of the Uchiha had already been determined. Why should they act against the Uchiha? As long as the Uchiha could manage Konoha well and not suppress these major families, who would be the leader was actually a secondary matter. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku, whom Long Ming recommended, was not a violent person. He was kind and composed, and in terms of strength and prestige, he was qualified to be Hokage. Long Ming stood up, shook off the blood on his hands, and then said, Third Hokage, I hope you can make the last correct choice before you resign. You don't want Konoha to be drenched in blood, do you? The third Hokage's face was bitter, and some of his supporters stood up and said, Third Hokage, let's fight him. You are the strongest Hokage. You cannot just yield like this. Long Ming had just fought with Jiraiya, and both of their chakras were definitely running low. If we fight, we still have a chance. Yes, the Anbu will always be loyal to you. We still have many people. Please give the order. Give the order. Long Ming looked at the Anbu members who jumped out and calmly took out a scroll, tossing it into the sky. The scroll exploded in midair, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, countless sounds of air being pierced filled the surroundings as a large number of ninjas surrounded the area. They all had a distinct feature, wearing vests resembling flaming fans, which was the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 43. The Change of Konoha. The third Hokage resigns. The Uchiha clan members were almost all present. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Uchiha Teiho, Uchiha Tuka, and Naruto all rushed to the battlefield. They formed a circle, surrounding the Konoha ninjas tightly. The Konoha crowd appeared somewhat flustered, backing against each other, nervously confronting the Uchiha. Long Ming extended his hand towards Jiraiya and said slowly, Jiraiya, give me the key to seal the Nine Tails. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya bit his finger and quickly performed several hand seals. Summoning technique, Jiraiya opened his mouth, and a small orange toad covered in blue-green patterns, resembling a scroll, was spat out. This was the scroll toad, Toadhin. It was used to unlock the seal within Naruto, releasing the power of the Nine Tails. Long Ming grabbed Toadhin and, with a swift movement, appeared directly beside Naruto. Naruto, open your mouth, Long Ming said with a light chuckle. Naruto was taken aback and then asked, What do you mean by open my mouth? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Long Ming took advantage of the moment. He opened his mouth and shoved the scroll toad inside. The process was somewhat hard to watch, but it ended quickly. Naruto felt a bit nauseous and collapsed to the ground, gagging. Long Ming, why did you suddenly feed me a toad? That's so disgusting. You should have at least cooked it first. This is really unhygienic. I can still feel it moving in my stomach. Long Ming rolled his eyes. If it were cooked, you would never break the Nine-Tailed Seal in your lifetime. The Nine-Tailed Seal? Naruto was stunned and then looked at his own body. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within him. After a moment, his body was suddenly surrounded by golden flames. His hair stood up, and a black tomo appeared at his collar. A large cloak formed from chakra appeared on him. At that moment, Naruto entered the QB mode. Comparing to the plot development of Naruto, this scene was at least 4 to 5 years ahead of time. Now, Naruto's strength had leaped to the level of a Kage. The only reason he wasn't at the Super Kage level was that he hadn't learned his strongest jutsu, the Rasengan. Those familiar with Naruto know that his combat strength is directly related to the size and color of the Rasengan he creates. Whether it's the Big Ball Rasengan, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, Rasengan, Planetary Spiral, and so on. Without being able to create Rasengan, Naruto couldn't unleash his strongest fighting power, so he could only rely on the Nine Tails to produce tailed beast bombs. However, this state was enough to intimidate everyone below. It's the power of the Nine Tails. He actually controlled the power of the Nine Tails. This is terrifying. We can't win. Uchiha Fugaku, the Nine Tails Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Longming. These 5 individuals are all at least Kage level, right? How could this happen? The members of the Anbu had grim expressions, and the third Hokage looked ashen. Longming had already arranged everything. Today, Konoha was about to change. Longming stepped forward, surrounded by black Susanoo, a massive skeleton standing on the ground. Third Hokage, tell me your answer. Fight or resign. Longming's voice was powerful, resonating in everyone's ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, "You've won. Longming, I am willing to resign from the position of Hokage, and I will let Fugaku take over as the 5th Hokage." After saying this, Sarutobi seemed to age significantly. Of course, Sarutobi could choose to fight Longming, but that would yield nothing and would instead cause Konoha to disappear from the annals of history. He viewed the village as his life, so he would not allow such a thing to happen. The Anbu ninjas beside him changed their expressions but ultimately said nothing. As for the clan leaders of various families, they appeared thoughtful, their gazes shifting between Fugaku and Longming. As long as there was no conflict, it was a favorable outcome for them. Next, they had to consider how to gain the new Hokage's trust and favor. It was obvious to all that Fugaku was merely a transitional figure. The position of Hokage would eventually fall to Longming. Therefore, the idea of forming a marriage alliance to win Longming's favor burned in the hearts of several clan leaders. We've won. The clan leader is now the 5th Hokage. We've won. Long live Lord Longming. Finally, we don't have to live like we used to. Let us see who dares to underestimate us Uchihas. The surrounding Uchiha clan members cheered. Just weeks ago, they were marginalized and suspected by the higher-ups of Konoha. But in just a few weeks, they had transformed and become the new rulers of Konoha. They were now the strongest clan in Konoha. All of this stemmed from Longming, a genius who activated his Mangekyou Sharingan at the age of 8. It was easy to imagine that everything that happened today would be recorded in the history books. Longming also retracted his Susanoo. Although he wanted to eliminate all the higher-ups of Konoha, Sarutobi was the Hokage after all. Unlike the despised Danzo and other Konoha leaders, many villagers and ninjas still respected Sarutobi. Forcibly killing the 3rd Hokage would provoke a huge backlash in Konoha, which is why Longming refrained from taking action. Itachi's expression was quite emotional. Although he recognized Longming's extraordinary abilities, he truly didn't expect Longming to achieve this so quickly. When Longming initially said he would find strong support for the Uchiha clan, Itachi had some doubts until he saw Jiraiya now. "I can't believe you managed to do this. You actually controlled the legendary Sannin Jiraiya using Konoha Mitsukami," Itachi remarked, looking at Jiraiya behind him. Longming smiled slightly at Itachi and handed him the crow in his hand, saying, "This is all thanks to Shursui. The process isn't important. You didn't let Shursui down this time. You used his eyes to protect the glory of the Uchiha." Itachi wanted to take it, but seemed to think of something and withdrew his outstretched hand. "No, keep it. It has already fulfilled its mission. Konoha Mitsukami has a cooldown of several decades every time it is used. It's of no use to me, so keep it as a memento." Itachi was unaware that Hashirama cells could reduce the cooldown time of Konoha Mitsukami, so he directly suggested giving it to Longming. Then I won't be polite. It's just right for me to keep it." Longming accepted Shursui's eyes without hesitation, planning to find a time later to study Hashirama cells. After Sarutobi announced his resignation, the remaining processes included handing over the Hokage hat, notifying the daimyo of the Fire Country, and announcing it in front of the entire village, among other details. All these minor matters would take about 10 days to half a month. Additionally, after a battle with Jiraiya turned the Hokage's office into ruins, it would take about a month for Fugaku to officially take over as Hokage. Chapter 44. Outing for training. The sun rose slowly from the east, illuminating the land of Konoha. Several members of the Uchiha clan were training in the dense woods. Suddenly, one of them punched a nearby tree, causing countless leaves to scatter down. Whoosh! Several black shurikens shot out from below, piercing through the leaves and embedding themselves in a distant tree. A boy extremely agile activated his Sharingan and wore a black robe adorned with flame-patterned fans, continuously launching shurikens from his hands. In the end, all the leaves were pierced before they hit the ground. It was Longming. Longming glanced at the shurikens stuck around him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. With the insight of his Sharingan, hitting these falling leaves was indeed very easy. However, on the battlefield, making changes still required a certain level of intelligence. As Longming pondered this in his mind, he moved his limbs. It had been more than half a month since the great battle had ended. During this time, the village had been busy building the Hokage Hall and addressing matters related to Fugaku's succession. Ordinary villagers were still unaware of this news, but most ninjas had already spread it. Although some were reluctant to accept this situation, the majority ruled, and the weak obeyed the strong. They couldn't change anything. As for Long Ming, he had been training continuously during this period. His various eye techniques had been nearly exposed, and if he fought others, relying solely on these few techniques would definitely be insufficient. Therefore, Long Ming focused on practicing other basic ninjutsu. For example, the most popular fire style in Konoha, as well as the standard shadow clone technique, shuriken techniques, and so on. Wow, Minga, you're learning shuriken techniques way too fast. Why can't I do it every time? A voice came, and it was Naruto. Once, Long Ming jokingly said that he helped Naruto control the Nine Tails power and that Naruto should acknowledge him as an older brother. Unexpectedly, Naruto took it seriously. Long Ming secretly laughed. With his Sharingan, he could almost predict the trajectory of the falling leaves, making learning shuriken techniques a breeze. You have other talents. Go learn the Rasengan with Jiraiya. How was your progress? When Long Ming asked, Naruto's face immediately drooped, and he weakly replied, Don't mention it. That pervert teaches me a few words, and then makes me practice on my own before sneaking off to spy. I'm progressing super slowly. Long Ming chuckled. Although he used the Konoa Mitsukami to change Jiraiya's will, it seemed that Jiraiya's personality was still unchangeable. Next time, you could try using a shadow clone to help you gather the Rasengan. That might benefit your training. Naruto was first stunned, then thought for a moment, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Mingo, you're a genius. Naruto hugged Long Ming fiercely and then ran to the side to continue practicing the Rasengan. Long Ming rubbed his nose. This method was actually thought up by Naruto himself. He was indeed borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. Long Ming, you're picking it up really quickly. It seems your Sharingan is even stronger than I thought. Itachi walked over. Of course, for training shurikens or kunai, he had to seek Master Itachi. Long Ming specially asked Itachi to help him train, and Itachi was happy to do so, bringing along his brother Sasuke to train together for over a week. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve, puffing out his cheeks, and said, Nisan, why haven't I awakened my Sharingan yet? If I did, I could be as strong as Long Ming, right? Itachi secretly broke into a sweat. He was afraid that even if Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, he would still be inferior to the freak in front of him. Moreover, the Sharingan couldn't just be awakened. It required experiencing intense trauma. Itachi didn't actually want Sasuke to awaken it, as that process was far from pleasant. Long Ming looked at Sasuke and thought for a moment. Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra, destined for greatness in the future. However, due to Long Ming changing the outcome of the Uchiha massacre night, Sasuke was growing a bit too slowly now. After all, he was meant to develop the Uchiha clan into the strongest clan in the ninja world. So Sasuke's strength was absolutely essential. Itachi, in a couple of days, I plan to take Sasuke out for some training and also find him a teacher. What do you think? Long Ming raised his head and said, Teacher? Training? Itachi and Sasuke spoke in unison. Long Ming nodded. Now that things in Konoha had basically stabilized, the Uchiha clan firmly held power in the village, and some core, high-ranking officials in Konoha had been purged by Long Ming. The crisis had been resolved, and the Jounin title was already in place. Therefore, Long Ming planned to head to the Sound Village to check in and look for the contemporary scientist, Orochimaru. Will we be going far for training? Can I still come back to see you, brother? Sasuke looked a bit reluctant. After all, he hadn't graduated yet and had never left the village. Well, that's not possible. It'll take at least a month to come back. Long Ming rubbed his nose. Now, Sasuke had become a brother complex. He didn't seem very interested in getting stronger. After hearing this, Sasuke turned his head away and firmly said, Then I won't go. I can have my brother teach me, and if that doesn't work, I can have you, Long Ming. Be my teacher, right? You're really strong too. Long Ming cleared his throat. In the original story, Sasuke's teachers had high-risk professions. Just look at Orochimaru. After carefully teaching for 2 years and cultivating Sasuke into a talent, he was directly killed by Sasuke. Kakashi didn't fare any better. Shortly after teaching Raikiri, his student became a rogue ninja. Of course, Long Ming wasn't primarily afraid of these things. It was that he truly had nothing to teach Sasuke. Most of his combat power relied on his special abilities, and the ninjutsu he knew was limited. He couldn't just dig out his eyes to give to Sasuke, right? In contrast, Orochimaru was proficient in everything. Seals, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing techniques, summoning techniques, there was nothing he couldn't do. In the present day, he was definitely a well-rounded talent, making him the most suitable teacher for Sasuke. Sasuke, the teacher I found for you is no simple person. He is proficient in various ninjutsu and dedicates his life to research. He doesn't rely on others or engage in nepotism, and he has built his own career alone. What is more, he is passionate about charity, often taking in abandoned children from a ninja world and actively cultivating them. He is a person who has transcended low-level interests, a great scientist. If you can become his disciple, your training speed will absolutely skyrocket, and you will surely earn the respect of your brother and your father. Are you really not coming with me? Long Ming's persuasive voice was laced with temptation. Chapter 45, discussing the marriage alliance. Sure enough, Sasuke turned his head and asked with some doubt, "Is what you said really true?" Long Ming immediately patted his chest and said, "Absolutely true. If any part of it is a lie, may I be struck by lightning." Sasuke was somewhat moved. What he wanted most was his brother's recognition. Itachi was a genius in the family and the goal he looked up to. Gaining Itachi's acknowledgement was Sasuke's greatest motivation to become stronger now. "Well, okay, I'll go out with you, but we need to come back quickly," Sasuke said seriously as he released Itachi. "Of course, once we finish our business, we'll come back," Long Ming assured while secretly chuckling to himself. "Once we reach the sound-hidden village, it won't be up to you anymore." Itachi thought for a moment. As an older brother, he naturally hoped his younger brother would become stronger and even surpass him. Although Sasuke was going out for training a bit early at his age, with Long Ming around, there shouldn't be any danger. Itachi patted Sasuke's head and looked at Long Ming, saying, "Since Sasuke has agreed, please take good care of him. When do you plan to leave?" Long Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "The sooner the better. I want to set off tomorrow. Before we leave, I'll take Sasuke to say goodbye to the clan leader." Long Ming was already eager to head to the second checkpoint. The group quickly tidied up the place. Then Long Ming took Sasuke straight to the newly built Hokage Hall. The new Hokage Hall was basically completed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had transferred most of the Hokage's powers to Uchiha Fugaku. Currently, all village affairs, task allocations, and political diplomacy were handled by Uchiha Fugaku. As for the family matters, they were overseen by Uchiha Itachi, who also held the position of captain of the Konoha police force. The Akatsuki organization had been completely disbanded, with all personnel integrated into the Anbu. The Hokage's assistant was still Nara Shikaku, the smartest person in Konoha. Of course, some of the upper ninjas in the village had reservations about Fugaku's succession. He had not yet gained the full recognition of all the upper ninjas. It was also said that there were many obstacles with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. These matters could only be resolved over time. The most difficult period had passed, and Long Ming believed that as long as they continued moving forward, they would eventually see brighter days. He headed to the sound-hidden village to enhance his own strength and to recruit Orochimaru to join the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi was leading Hinata toward the Hokage's office. Hayashi's expression was serious, while Hinata looked somewhat downcast. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Hayashi said sternly, "Lift your head. Don't show such an expression. It would disgrace the Hyuga clan. When you meet the 5th Hokage, make sure to perform well and secure a marriage alliance opportunity for the Hyuga clan." Hinata lowered her head even further, responding in a barely audible voice, "Yes." Hayashi frowned and stopped, scolding, "Is this how you represent the main family of the Hyuga? It was indeed the right choice to have your sister inherit the main family. The main family doesn't need someone like you who lacks potential. Your only value now is to successfully form a marriage alliance to strengthen our relationship with the Uchiha clan. Don't let me down again." Hayashi's harsh reprimand made Hinata tremble slightly. At this time, Hinata was experiencing a period of neglect from Hayashi. Because Hinata's displayed talent and potential could not compare to her younger sister, Hanabi, Hayashi had developed the idea of having Hanabi inherit the main family. As a result, in terms of marriage alliances, the eldest daughter Hinata became Hayashi's primary choice. While Hayashi was scolding Hinata, Yamanaka and Noichi suddenly appeared from nowhere, greeting them familiarly. "Isn't this Lord Hayashi? What are you doing?" Hayashi put away his stern expression and replied with a smile, "It's Noichi. Nothing much. Just bringing my daughter to meet the 5th Hokage and discuss some matters." Yamanaka and Noichi glanced at Hinata and awkwardly said, "Cough, what a coincidence. I'm also bringing my daughter to talk to the 5th Hokage." Yamanaka and Noichi stepped aside, revealing his daughter, Yamanaka Ino, who stood behind him. Both parties understood that they had come to discuss marriage alliances. At this time, the Uchiha clan was powerful, and forming a marriage alliance would greatly benefit their own clan's development. Long Ming was a solid shadow-level powerhouse. So this marriage could be seen as a significant gain for the clan. Now, not just one family had this intention. This marriage alliance was a silent war between various clans. However, the clan heads were not ordinary people. They were both confident in their daughter's appearances. So they walked into the Hokage's office together. Fugaku was sitting at the Hokage's desk, handling various affairs, when he heard a knock at the door. Hayashi and Yamanaka Inoichi entered the office. Upon seeing the two clan heads from Konoha together with two girls, Fugaku stopped writing and asked curiously, "Inoichi, Hayashi, what brings you both here?" The two cleared their throats, and then Yamanaka Inoichi spoke up first. "Hokage-sama, I have some good news to discuss with you today. This is my daughter, Yamanaka Ino. I believe you've seen her before." Fugaku glanced at the graceful Ino and nodded slightly. "Of course. I remember that was a few years ago. I didn't expect her to have grown so much. She'll definitely become an outstanding kunoichi in the future." Ino blushed at Fugaku's compliment, showing an embarrassed expression. Yamanaka Inoichi smiled and asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you think of my daughter?" "What do I think?" Fugaku was taken aback, then observed Ino again, saying, "She looks good. She'll be a great beauty in the future. Then I would like my daughter to be engaged to your noble son, Long Ming. What do you think, Hokage-sama?" Yamanaka Inoichi expressed his anticipation. "Engagement?" Fugaku's face showed a mix of surprise and confusion as he rubbed his forehead, saying, "Inoichi, as far as I know, your daughter is also only 8 years old, just like Long Ming. Isn't that a bit?" Fugaku didn't continue, but Yamanaka Inoichi understood what he meant. He hurriedly explained, "Engagement is just an engagement. The two kids will grow up sooner or later. Engaging them now will help them develop feelings, and when they grow up, we can hold the wedding." Fugaku frowned and then looked at Hayashi, hesitating. "Hayashi, are you also?" Hayashi remained silent and simply pushed Hinata forward. Chapter 46, When Did You Two Go Blind? Seeing Hinata's attitude, Fugaku knew that the other party's purpose was consistent with Yamankakaichi's. Fugaku smiled bitterly and said, "You two, this matter is indeed a bit sudden. I can't make a decision for Ryomi without consulting him. How about I notify someone to call Ryomi over and ask for his opinion?" Hinata, Hizashi, and Yamankakaichi both nodded in agreement. Just as Fugaku was about to have someone notify Ryomi, he kicked open the door to the Hokage's office with Sasuke behind him. "Chief, I have something to discuss with you." Ryomi's nonchalant voice came from outside the door. "Wow, it's so lively in here. The heads of the Yamanka and Hyuga clans are here, and Hinata, you're here too. What is everyone doing?" "I've been practicing shuriken all morning, and I'm dying of thirst. Where's the water?" Ryomi swaggered into the office, set Sasuke down, and started guzzling the cool tea from Fugaku's desk. Seeing Ryomi, Fugaku's expression softened as he explained, "Ryomi, you're just in time. I was going to send someone to find you. The Hyuga and Yamanka families are considering marrying their daughters to you, and I wanted to ask for your opinion." Puffed. Ryomi sprayed the tea he had just sipped all over Fugaku's face. "Marry me? Too? Hinata and Ino?" Ryomi stood there dumbfounded, even forgetting to clean the tea from Fugaku's face. "You wish?" Fugaku's face darkened, and after grabbing a towel to wipe his face, he said, "Of course. You can only choose one. However, this also depends on your willingness. If you think it's too early, I won't force you." Ryomi coughed a couple of times, thinking he could have both. He turned to look at Hinata and Ino, only to see Ino's gaze fixed on Sasuke, while Hinata had her head down, looking a bit dejected. Ryomi scratched his nose. These two weren't even thinking about him. It wouldn't be good to force the girls. "I think we shouldn't just consider my feelings. If Hinata and Ino aren't willing, then it's better not to force it." As soon as Ryomi finished speaking, Hizashi stepped forward to answer. "Ryomi, you're overthinking it. I've already asked my daughter, and she's very satisfied with the match I've arranged for her, right, Hinata?" Hinata's eyes dimmed as she silently nodded. Yamankakaichi chimed in, "It's the same on my side. You two are still classmates, after all. Ino has a good impression of you, right, Ino?" Ino casually replied with an her gaze still fixed on Sasuke. Ryomi's mouth twitched. "When did you two go blind? Can't you see the clear unwillingness on your daughter's faces? These two fathers, one looks down on his daughter, and the other doesn't know how to communicate with her. It's truly frustrating." However, Ryomi couldn't directly refuse these two clan leaders on the surface, as the Uchiha clan would still need their support in the future. "Ahem, it's not that I'm unwilling. I think marriage is a big deal, and I need a long time to decide between the two of them. Unfortunately, I'm here to bid farewell to the clan leader. I'm going to take Sasuke out for some training, so I won't be in the village for a long time. How about we talk about this later?" Ryomi wasn't lying. He really was planning to take Sasuke out. As time passed, by the time he returned from the Sound Village, He believed these two clan leaders would have calmed down. He thought this would make them give up, but surprisingly, Hisashi and Kaichi became even more excited. That's perfect. Why wait for you to come back? Just take my daughter with you for training. It's a great opportunity for you to develop feelings with Hinata, Hisashi said. What Hisashi said is exactly what I wanted to say. Take my daughter along, too. You can form a small team. You said you wanted to choose between them, and now you have the opportunity to take your time deciding. WTF? You can turn this around like that? Ryomi's face darkened as he shot Fugaku a desperate look. Fugaku glanced at Ryomi, then directly ignored him and turned to say, That's a good idea. I'll agree for Ryomi. Let them form a small team and go out for training under Ryomi's lead. You both take your daughters home and make preparations. Thank you, Hokage. Hisashi and Kaichi both bowed and then left with their daughters. Ryomi plopped down at the table and helplessly said, Clan leader, are you retaliating against me for spraying you in the face just now? Fugaku chuckled, poured a cup of tea for Ryomi, and said, How could that be? Besides, you just said you were willing, right? It's not me forcing you. I just didn't want to offend these two families at such a critical moment for you to succeed as Hokage. After all, I'm going to be gone for a while, and you will still need to rely on these major clans. Ryomi took a sip of the tea Fugaku handed him. Fugaku clasped his hands together and pondered, yes. After all, the village is made up of clans. The reason I agreed to them earlier was also in hopes that you could choose one of those two girls to marry. Both the Yamenka and Hyuga clans are very powerful clans in Konoha, and the Uchiha also needs their support. A marriage alliance could greatly strengthen the relationship between both sides. I think they share the same intention as I do. Clan leader, didn't you notice that those two girls weren't too willing? A forced marriage is not sweet. Ryomi rubbed his nose. Although a forced marriage may not be sweet, it can quench thirst. Fugaku said seriously, feelings can be cultivated slowly. I'm not asking you to choose right now. It's just a training trip. Who knows, as you spend time with these two girls, you might end up liking one of them. Ryomi felt a bit embarrassed. If something really happened, either Naruto or Sai would end up single. Ryomi waved his hand. Forget it. I'll take them with me. But you need to double the activity funds you give me. Otherwise, I can't afford to support these three. I don't need much. Just casually give me 1,000,000 Ryo. Cough, cough, cough. Fugaku coughed repeatedly and couldn't help but say, You're asking for too much. Don't you remember how many explosive tags you took from me a while ago? You almost emptied the Uchiha's treasury, and now you want 1,000,000 Ryo? The currency in the Hokage world is calculated in Ryo, and there are also paper money and coins. Kishimoto once specified the purchasing power of money in the ninja world. This 10 yen refers to Japanese yen. In other words, if Ryomi wants 1,000,000 Ryo, it equals 10 million yen, which roughly translates to a purchasing power of about 600,000 yuan in RMB. Chapter 47, A Rank Mission. Ming coughed twice and explained, It's difficult for me to have dinner with 4 people. Besides, I've risked my life for the family. A mere 1,000,000 Ryo, Lord Clan Leader. You wouldn't be planning to deny me that, would you? Fu, you had a strange expression. Are you eating gold at every meal? Ming, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but most of the village's funds have recently been used to renovate the Hokage Hall. Some of it is allocated for mission rewards, and that part cannot be touched. I can at most give you 30,000 Ryo. Fu Yu raised 3 fingers, and Ming's expression immediately fell. This amount of money might not even be enough for him to buy some exploding tags. Ming smiled wryly. Come on, Lord Clan Leader, this Hokage position is too meager. Is there no other way? It's not that I don't want to give you more. There's a reason for it. Fu Yu chuckled awkwardly, then lowered his head to think for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up. There's indeed a way. But the premise is that you need to complete a mission for the village while you're out. A mission? What kind of mission? Fu Yu searched through the scrolls beside him and then found a scroll marked with an A and handed it to Ming, saying, It's an A-rank mission, with a reward of 700,000 Ryo. This matter is actually related to my succession as Hokage. Ming took the A-rank mission scroll. Generally, ninja rewards are mostly obtained through accepting missions. D-rank missions are trivial tasks added by personal requests, with rewards often between 500 to 10,000 Ryo. C-rank missions are personal tasks also added by requests, with rewards between 10,000 to 50,000 Ryo. B-rank missions are personal tasks as well, with rewards between 50,000 to 150,000 Ryo. A-rank missions involve protecting important individuals or dealing with hostile ninjas, Chunin and below, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1,000,000 Ryo. S-rank missions involve state-level confidential matters, with rewards above 1,000,000 Ryo, such as assassinating important individuals or stealing confidential documents. Ming opened the mission and read carefully, while Fuyu explained beside him. The daimyo of the fire country is quite dissatisfied with my succession as Hokage. I've heard they've made many small moves, recruiting wandering ninjas and ronin everywhere. They've also cut off some of our financial support, which is why I can only give you 30,000 ryo. This mission is to go to the daimyo's residence in the fire country and negotiate with him to rebuild a good relationship with the daimyo. Ming frowned at the mission scroll. The daimyo, also known as the Lord, is the head of the 5 great nations, referred to as the pinnacle of the 5 great nations, possessing the highest administrative and military power. They can even convene meetings within their country to decide on the selection of the Hokage. This time, the Uchiha clan forcibly pressured Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down and take the Hokage position for themselves, naturally angering these high-ranking daimyo. Don't think these daimyo are easy to bully. From a certain perspective, the village is the armed force of the fire country, serving the daimyo. While they may not have strong power, their economic strength is not to be underestimated. Most of the village's funding for purchasing ninja tools, food reserves, scientific research, ninja welfare, and financial subsidies for frontline scouts during high-risk periods is borne by the daimyo. If they cut off economic assistance to Konoha, it would be almost a devastating blow to the village. The reason this significant mission is classified as A rank instead of S rank is that the daimyo do not dare to truly cut off economic assistance to Konoha. Because if Konoha were to disappear, other countries' ninjas would declare war on the fire country. Without a ninja village, the fire country would have no resistance. So the daimyo only want to conduct negotiations to ensure their ruling status remains unchanged. Those foolish guys, just thinking about it makes me annoyed. But I guess I have to complete the mission before I can receive my reward. So, I have to go to the daimyo's residence first, and then return to the village? Ming pouted. It would be better to just take the 30,000 ryo. Fuyu looked around and then took out a stack of 100,000 ryo bills from a drawer, saying, "You underestimate me as Hokage too much. I can still give you a small privilege. You can take the mission reward first. Just remember to complete the mission." Ming grinned. "Now that's my good clan leader." "Thank you. I'll take Sasuke with me." "Sasuke, come over and say goodbye to your father." Sasuke ran over to Fuyu and said firmly, "Father, I will work hard to train. When I return, I will definitely become an excellent ninja." My son truly lives up to my expectations. I'm proud of your ambition. Go ahead and listen to Ming's arrangements when you're out." Fuyu looked at Sasuke, his expression returning to its usual strictness, but also filled with encouragement for Sasuke. Hearing Fuyu's words, Sasuke's eyes seemed to light up, and he nodded heavily at Fuyu. "Then I'll be off, Lord Clan Leader." Ming grabbed Sasuke and dashed out of the Hokage Hall, leaving Fuyu with no time to say a few farewell words. With a box full of cash, Ming happily headed towards the Uchiha compound. However, halfway there, he suddenly spotted a somewhat lonely figure squatting at the street corner. "Hinata?" Ming stopped and scratched his head, as he could probably guess why Hinata was there. Turning to Sasuke, he said, "You go back and pack your things. I have something to take care of." Sasuke remembered his father's instructions to listen to Ming, so he immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for your news at home." After saying that, Sasuke jogged back home. As for Ming, he walked towards Hinata. Hinata, who was squatting, sensed someone approaching and turned around, quickly getting up. "Ming-kun, it's you." Hinata greeted softly, so quietly that one might not catch what she said if not listening closely. "All right, why are you here? Aren't you going home?" Ming regretted asking this question as soon as it left his mouth. Hinata not going home was certainly because she was unhappy with her father's arrangements. Why do you have to bring that up? Hinata's head lowered even more, and she kept twisting her clothes, unable to say a word. Hinata's demeanor made Ming feel a bit awkward. He hadn't done anything, yet being caught in the middle of Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha, you made him feel like a bully snatching love. The atmosphere at the street corner fell into a stalemate, with both of them just standing there without saying anything. At that moment, a strange gurgling sound broke the silence. What was that sound? Ming instinctively looked around. Hinata's face turned red, embarrassed as she stared at her stomach. Ming then realized what was happening. He rubbed his nose and said tentatively, "How about we go eat ramen?" Chapter 48, Uncle Ichiraku. 10 bowls of noodles. I'm not hungry. I think I'll go home first. Hinata initially wanted to refuse, but her stomach betrayed her and growled loudly. She covered her belly and turned to leave. "Stop!" Ming suddenly called out to her. Hinata jumped in surprise, glanced at Ming, and quickly lowered her head. "Come here," Ming said in a deep voice. Hinata nervously crossed her fingers and slowly walked over. "Faster," Ming emphasized, adding, "Hurry up." Only then did Hinata take small steps back, trembling slightly, and her little face looked as if she was about to cry, having prepared herself to be scolded. To her surprise, Ming suddenly sighed, rubbed Hinata's dark hair, and gently said, "If you're hungry, you should eat. Ichiraka ramen isn't far from here. After we're done eating, I'll take you home." Faced with Ming's unexpected kindness, Hinata was startled and awkwardly declined, I can't trouble you, Ming-kun." As she refused, Hinata averted her gaze like a frightened deer. Seeing this, Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hinata's personality was timid and lacked confidence, which was also related to her environment. In the original story, it wasn't until the Nin exams, when Hinata bravely fought her brother Niji, that she gradually became stronger and more confident. The Nin exams were still far away, so he thought to take it slow. If he could help Hinata become stronger during this experience, it would be a good thing for her. Ming thought to himself from his angle. He could see Hinata's long eyelashes, her delicate nose, and her well-defined lips. What a sin, what a sin. Naruto, if something happens during this training, you can't blame your big brother. Afterward, Ming took Hinata to Ichiraku Ramen, which was just a few turns away. By now it was evening, and many customers had gathered in the ramen shop. This place was a favorite of Naruto and many Konoha ninjas. Uncle Ichiraku had been dedicated to making ramen for 34 years, and customers came in an endless stream. Ming pulled aside the white curtain of the ramen shop, and Uncle Ichiraku looked up, recognizing Ming and greeting him warmly. "Oh, it's Ming. How's it going? Is it the special pork, miso, chashu ramen again?" "No, this time we'll have 2 bowls, one for her." Ming pointed to Hinata beside him. "Got it. 2 special pork miso, chashu ramen, coming right up." Uncle Ichiraku skillfully started kneading and pulling the dough. Taking advantage of the moment, Ming gently sat Hinata down on a nearby chair and said seriously, "You just sit here quietly, eat until you're full, and then I'll take you home. Do you understand?" "I understand," Hinata quickly replied in a small voice, fearing that if she took too long to respond, Ming would scold her. Uncle Ichiraku teased from his side, "I never expected you to be so young and already know how to please a girl, inviting her to dinner. But your attitude needs some work. Be a bit gentler, or else the girl won't accept your pursuit." Hinata's face turned red. Being shy, she felt as if her face was on fire. Just as she was about to faint from embarrassment, a large bowl of ramen was placed in front of her. The delicious broth was filled with freshly cooked noodles, tasty chashu, a perfectly soft-boiled egg, tangy bamboo shoots, and fragrant green onions, all arranged like a beautiful piece of art on the ramen. For a moment, Hinata forgot her shyness and focused all her attention on the ramen in front of her. Ming thoughtfully fetched a pair of chopsticks from the side and handed them to her, saying, "Here, eat up. If it's not enough, remember to ask for more." Hinata, blushing, took the chopsticks and quietly began to eat. Despite her small frame and delicate demeanor, Hinata had a surprisingly large appetite. She could eat 46 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. This amount was nearly what an ordinary person would eat in several days. In no time, Hinata finished her first bowl while Ming had barely finished half of his. Hinata glanced at Ming, nervously put down her chopsticks, and said softly, Ming-kun, I am full." "Really full?" Ming looked at Hinata with a skeptical expression. Hinata glanced at Ming's half-finished bowl and quickly looked away, nodding with difficulty, "Yes, I'm full." Seeing Hinata's stubborn expression, Ming felt speechless. It was as if Hinata was afraid that if she ate too much, Ming would sell her off. "Are you really full? I have to check." Saying this, Ming suddenly placed his hand on Hinata's belly and, under a shocked gaze, he rubbed it and then said, "Your belly is still flat. Uncle Ichiraku, bring 10 more bowls of ramen." Ming-kun," Hinata stammered, unable to find her words. "Don't worry, it's on me. Just eat boldly." Ming waved his hand generously. Hinata felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Internally, she felt wronged, thinking, how can you just touch someone's belly? However, as several bowls of hot ramen arrived, Hinata transformed her frustration into appetite and continued to eat. Ming finished his bowl early and patiently watched Hinata from the side, occasionally asking Uncle Ichiraku for more noodles. When Hinata finished her 21st bowl, she finally let out a satisfied burp. Realizing her actions were too rude, she quickly apologized. Sorry, Ming-kun. I ate too much." Ming grinned and casually said, "It's fine, be more confident. Eating a lot isn't something to be ashamed of." Ming's words warmed Hinata's heart, but she quickly blushed again. It was her first time showing such a big appetite in front of others. Ming stood up to settle the bill with Uncle Ichiraku. After counting, Uncle Ichiraku said, "1 bowl of special pork miso chashu ramen is 80 ryo. You order a total of 22 bowls, which comes to 1760 Ryo. Hinata felt even more embarrassed upon hearing the total. After all, she hadn't become a ninja yet, and her usual allowance was very little. She rarely spent this much money on a meal. Longming readily pulled out 2,000 Ryo bills from his wallet and placed them on the table. 2,000 Ryo, no need for change. Hinata's mouth dropped open in surprise. She thought Longming was amazing for having so much money at such a young age. While Hinata was lost in thought, Longming had already taken her out of Ichiraka Ramen. Chapter 49. Not human. Just so charming at this moment. The sky was completely dark, and the bright moonlight spilled over the hidden leaf village, with patrolling ninjas occasionally seen darting across the rooftops. "Catch me, don't lose me," Longming said, holding Hinata's small hand as they walked down the street. While Hinata blushed and followed closely beside him. Long Mingkyou is holding my hand again. I'm so nervous, but his hand is so warm, Hinata thought to herself, unable to resist tightening her grip on Longming's hand. Longming sensed Hinata's little action. He rubbed his nose and deliberately slowed his pace, turning a journey that should take about 10 minutes into half an hour. "Hinata, you're here." When Longming said this, Hinata hadn't yet come back to her senses from the tranquility. When Hinata realized she was home, she quickly blushed and let go of his hand, then bowed deeply to Longming and said softly, "Thank you, Longmingkyou, for bringing me back so late and for the meal. I'll prepare my things for tomorrow and wait for you." Longming ruffled Hinata's hair and said seriously, "You don't have to force yourself too much. About what your father said, if you're unwilling, you can tell me honestly. I'll talk to your father myself." Hinata's face turned red again, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "No, I'm not forcing myself. If it's with Longmingkyou, then it's not a problem." By the end of her sentence, her face was already red to her ears, and she wished she could hide her head in her clothes. Longming looked at the treasure of a girl in front of him and couldn't help but want to hold her tightly and cherish her. Naruto really was blind to pursue some flashy and cheap woman. "Then see you tomorrow, Hinata," Longming said, opening his arms and embracing Hinata. This seemingly gentle farewell directly caused Hinata's brain to overheat and faint. Longming's expression stiffened. "Hinata? Hinata, wake up! Hinata, if you faint like this, I want to be able to explain to your father." After explaining for a long time at the Hyuga household, Longming finally cleared his name and brought the unconscious Hinata into the Hyuga family. After returning home, Naruto suddenly ran overexcitedly. "Ming-ji, you're finally back. Let me show you my training results." Saying this, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. A shadow clone was created, and he extended his hand to help Naruto control his chakra. A blue chakra sphere quickly appeared in Naruto's hand. Longming knew that Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan, which made him feel a bit more at ease about leaving the village. Looking at the excited Naruto, Longming suddenly thought of Hinata and secretly said, "Naruto, don't blame your brother for not being human. Just blame your sister for being too charming." To compensate Naruto from a certain perspective, Longming pulled out a dozen bills from the box and stuffed them into Naruto's hands. Naruto, who was used to being poor, had never seen so much money. His eyes widened. "Ming-ji, is all this money for me? Where did you get so much money?" Naruto stuttered. Longming smiled and said, "I'm preparing to go on a trip tomorrow, taking Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata out for training. This is the activity fund I applied for from the Hokage, so I'm leaving some for you as pocket money." After hearing this, Naruto suddenly stiffened, and his expression became very serious as he stared blankly at Longming. Longming's heart sank, thinking Naruto would make a fuss about Hinata going out with him. However, Naruto seriously asked, "Ming-ji, does that mean I won TC Sasuke in the village for a long time?" Longming was taken aback for a moment, and then instinctively nodded, "Of course, at least for a few months." Naruto's eyes suddenly became very excited, and he jumped up happily. "Great, that means in the next few months, I can spend time alone with Sakura. Hooray! Thank you, Ming-ji. I'll take this money and invite Sakura to dinner tomorrow. I have to try to win her over in the next few months." Longming's expression darkened, and any sense of guilt he had completely vanished. "I overestimated you. Just continue being your love-struck fool. As long as you don't delay your training in these few months, it's fine." After leaving this remark, Longming moved swiftly and directly dove into his room. After a night passed, Longming stood at the door with a large amount of prepared luggage, bidding farewell to Izumi and Naruto. "All right, Izumi, Naruto, you two can stop here. During the days I'm away, take care of yourselves. Don't worry, Ming-ji, when you come back, I'll be stronger," Naruto said, raising his arm confidently. As for Izumi, she rolled her eyes. "Just take care of yourself. Be careful on the road, okay? Izumi adjusted Long Ming's clothes. Although she spoke quite plainly, there was a hint of reluctance in her gaze. I'm fine. Just that if I'm not around, I want to be able to supervise Itachi. Sister, you must behave yourself, Long Ming said in a teasing tone. Izumi's face flushed, and the sad atmosphere of parting was dispelled by Long Ming's words, and she raised her hand to hit him. Long Ming laughed heartily, and then activated his ability to escape. When he arrived at the village's entrance, it was already crowded with people. Besides Hinata and the others, there were also Itachi, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and many Uchiha clan members. Lord Long Ming is here. We are here to see you off, Lord Long Ming. Lord Long Ming, please come back soon. One by one, the Uchiha clan members greeted Long Ming warmly after several battles. His status in their minds was already comparable to that of the clan leader. Upon hearing that Long Ming was leaving today, they all came voluntarily to send him off at the village entrance. Isn't this too grand for just going out for training? Long Ming rubbed his nose. He originally wanted to leave quietly. Fugaku smiled kindly and said, "This is everyone's goodwill. Don't forget to send a letter back to the village after you leave." Long Ming nodded slightly. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's forehead and then said, "Sasuke, it's hard on you to take care of her. I'll be waiting for you to come back to the village. In exchange, just take good care of my sister," Long Ming replied with a smile. Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then surprisingly turned his head a bit shyly. He also had feelings for Izumi in his heart. Long Ming passed through the crowd and came to Jiraiya's side, saying, "Please protect the Uchiha family. I will bring your dear friend back." Originally calm, Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Although he had his will altered by Konoha Tsukumi, he had always kept the matter of Orochimaru in mind. He opened his mouth, intending to suggest joining. But considering that the Uchiha family needed someone to guard it, he swallowed the words back. "Don't worry, I'll be here," with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, assuring him the Uchiha family was undoubtedly safe. Long Ming approached Hinata and the others, who had already organized their luggage, and turned to the crowd, slightly bowing. "Everyone, Long Ming bids farewell." Chapter 50. Sasuke and the others training the sun was high in the sky, with blue skies and white clouds. The wind rustled through the dense foliage, creating a sound like whispering gold. In such a forest, tranquility was rarely found. Occasionally, one could see rabbits, deer, and wild boars darting through the underbrush. The roar of a tiger could also be heard from time to time. In the shade of the trees, a massive brown boar lay resting. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. Several black shurikens shot directly toward the boar, which, startled by the noise, had no time to dodge. The shurikens embedded themselves deep into the boar's flesh, causing it to let out a painful roar. It stood up, glaring with blood-red eyes, searching for its attacker. Your aim is still a bit off. If that shuriken had hit its eyes just now, this boar would have been incapacitated. Long Ming's voice echoed from a distance. Calm and measured. The boar turned its head, seeing a group of differently dressed youths standing far away. One of the girls held the shuriken that had harmed it, and the boar immediately understood who its enemy was. Roar. The boar let out a furious roar and charged forward with its four stout legs, crashing toward the group. Long Ming did not intervene, and neither did Sasuke and the others move as the boar charged. The boar's fierce presence and its sharp tusks instilled fear. Most ordinary people would have been paralyzed with fear. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. "Hinata now," Long Ming shouted as the boar approached. "Yes." Hinata rolled her eyes, positioning her hands into the 8 trigram stance. Just before the boar reached her, she dodged its attack by spinning away and struck its body with her left hand. Infused with chakra. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was adept at seeing through the body's chakra pathways and points. Hinata's strike hit a vital point on the boar, causing the massive creature to cry out in pain and turn its head, crashing into a nearby tree. Boom! The boar's tusks embedded themselves into the trunk of the tree. At this moment, the boar was in a terrible state. One of its tusks was broken, blood oozed from its mouth, and its eyes burned with rage. Sasuke seized the opportunity, quickly forming hand seals and gathering fire chakra in his throat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball that instantly ignited the boar's fur. The pain ignited the boar's survival instincts. It struggled to pull its tusks from the tree and let out a furious roar as it charged towards Sasuke again. Boom, boom, boom. The boar continued its assault, while Hinata, Sasuke, and Ino worked to exhaust and distract the beast. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, the boar finally perished in the flames. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, sending up a cloud of dust that carried a hint of meaty aroma. Finally, it's over. Sasuke plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ino and Hinata also seemed drained, leaning against each other to rest. Long Ming appeared next to the now half-cooked boar, snorting, "You can't handle just one boar? Get up, move it to the camp before dark, or else you'll be punished with 2 hours of chakra control practice." Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata's faces paled, and they jumped up from the ground, swiftly grabbing ropes to tie up the boar before dragging it in a certain direction. They had been out of the hidden leaf village for nearly half a month. During this time, Long Ming had not rushed them. Instead, he combined their travels with strict training, creating a rigorous training plan for the 3 of them. Initially, Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata were full of confidence. But they quickly discovered that when Long Ming helped them train, he seemed like a different person, exceedingly serious and strict. Aside from a portion of each day spent traveling, the rest of their time was dedicated to constant training under his supervision. They practiced shuriken techniques, chakra control, hand seal speed, and combat drills, often training until midnight, leaving them exhausted to the point where they could barely lift their fingers. However, under this rigorous training, their progress was remarkable. Long Ming tailored the training to their different personalities and strengths. The most significant progress was made by Sasuke, known as a genius, learned quickly regardless of the subject. Long Ming focused on theoretical education for Sasuke, teaching him how to awaken his Sharingan and the basics of the Mangekyou Sharingan. The Uchiha clan often became extreme after awakening their eyes, and Long Ming did not want to cultivate the strongest rogue ninja. As for Hinata and Ino, Long Ming emphasized the development of their bloodline limits and secret techniques. Hinata's Byakugan had room for development, and if it could evolve into the legendary Tenseigan, her power would be limitless. Unfortunately, evolving into the Tenseigan required chakra from the Tsutsuki clan, which was nearly impossible for Long Ming at that time. The Tsutsuki clan had powerful beings, and even the weakest among them could crush the leaders of all nations. Thus, Long Ming focused on changing Hinata's timid and easily discouraged nature, placing her in vital positions during combat training. At first, Hinata cried out of fear, but under Long Ming's constant encouragement, she gradually mustered the courage to face challenges. Over this training period, it was evident that Hinata's character became more resilient, and Ino's body flicker technique grew more proficient. Dragging the boar's carcass, the 3 of them arrived at a makeshift open-air camp, their temporary shelter. They immediately released the ropes and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. "Good, there's progress. Today's meal looks great. Let's prepare to eat," Long Ming said with a slight smile. He picked up a nearby backpack and took out coal, a metal rack, a pot, a kettle, dry bread, and more. His movements were swift as he removed several pieces of pork bone and belly meat from the boar's carcass. Then he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bag of mushrooms, quickly preparing a pot of meat soup that filled the air with a rich aroma. "All right, come over for dinner," Long Ming said with a smile, looking at the weary trio. Sasuke mustered his last bit of strength to grab a ladle, wolfing down the soup and bread. In contrast, Hinata and Ino ate more delicately, taking small bites. Since starting their training, mealtime had become the happiest time of their day. Long Ming handed over several more pieces of bread and said, "Today, you can eat freely. This is our last meal here. Tomorrow we'll set off with full force." Sasuke's body trembled. Is this hellish life finally coming to an end? Chapter 51. Dongjing Long Ming and the others began their relentless journey soon after. When they were thirsty, they drank from springs, and when they were hungry, they ate flatbreads. After bypassing 2 patches of woods and climbing over 4 large mountains, they finally saw a massive city. This was the most prosperous center of a land of fire. From Dongjing, they could already see pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages passing below, even wandering samurai with blades and ninjas. The Land of Fire is located in the center of the 5 great nations, making it a transportation hub since ancient times. And it is the most prosperous of the great nations. "Wow, it's so bustling here," Ino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. She turned to Sasuke and said, "How about we go shopping together once we get inside?" Sasuke rubbed his eyes. He wasn't interested in shopping and just wanted to find a decent inn to eat a meal and rest properly. Long Ming, beside them, laughed and said, "Let's get down first. We didn't come here just to shop." Ino stuck out her tongue and ran to Sasuke's side. Long Ming and the others gradually approached the city gate. Following the flow of people, they lined up one by one, as everyone wanting to enter Dongjing had to register. Once inside, fighting was prohibited, and violators would be imprisoned for at least 3 days, shouted the soldiers stationed at the city gate. As a city where the daimyo resided, Dongjing had many rules and regulations. If someone from another country or a ninja entered Dongjing and ignored the rules, it would be seen as a provocation against the authority of the Land of Fire. If things escalated, it could even lead to a small-scale war. Dongjing. The daimyo Longming thought coldly to himself. He had no good feelings towards those ordinary people who spent all day gesturing at Konoha with their fans. If it weren't for the fact that the other gods had already been used, he would have wanted to control the daimyo directly. However, that would also be a waste of Jishue's eyes. 4 of you, please stop. Where are your families? The guard at the city gate approached Longming and the others. The 4 of them were dressed in ordinary clothes, looking like commoners. They were also not very tall, clearly just kids, with the tallest, Longming, barely reaching 6 meters. We are ninjas from Konoha, here to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire on behalf of Konoha Village, Longming said calmly, handing over a pass. You are Konoha ninjas? The guard showed a suspicious expression. Since Sasuke and the others had not yet graduated, they did not have the ninja headbands that represented Konoha. Although Longming had one, he was too lazy to tie a piece of metal to his head. However, the pass was genuine after checking it. The guard stepped aside and let them through. Please, if you wish to meet the daimyo, you need to stay at the inn first. Someone will contact you, the guard said. Longming nodded slightly and then led Sasuke and the others into the city. Watching Longming and the others' retreating figures, the guard muttered quietly. Why did Konoha send 4 kids to meet the daimyo? What a waste of preparation. Forget it. I'll report it to the daimyo. The guard took out a homing pigeon, wrote something, and released it into the sky. The news of Longming and the others entering Dongjing quickly reached the daimyo's ears. In a luxurious mansion, a long-faced daimyo with a fan on his head angrily threw the note down. Uchiha Fugaku is too audacious to send a few kids to meet me. I'm giving him too much face. The daimyo's tone was extremely dissatisfied, his eyes filled with deep arrogance. Notify below to cut this month's funding to Konoha by half. The daimyo waved his fan, venting his displeasure. Yes. May I ask, daimyo, how should we deal with those children who came to Dongjing? A subordinate wearing a tall hat asked cautiously. The daimyo was very impatient at the moment and casually waved his fan a few times. I don't know. Just leave him there. Hurry up and get out. The subordinate, silenced by the daimyo's demeanor, quickly stood up to take his leave. At this moment, a voice came from the shadows. My lord, don't be so angry. Konoha's people aren't fools. They dared to send these kids here. They might have some special significance. The daimyo pondered for a moment, feeling there was some truth to it, and then said, What do you mean? The shadowy figure stood up and rasped. After all, my lord has given such generous rewards. If we don't do our job, it would be unreasonable. Just turn those kids into minced meat and send them back to Konoha. As he spoke, several figures stood up behind him. The daimyo was taken aback, and a hint of hesitation crossed his arrogant face. No need to turn them into minced meat. Just teach them a little lesson and let them go back to Konoha to deliver a message to Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Konoha represented the strongest ninja village of the Land of Fire. If he completely fell out with Konoha, it would mean the end for him as a daimyo. Haha, understood. You are the client. You have the final say. But I can't guarantee anything, the shadowy figure said, swinging a giant long knife as he led his subordinates out. The daimyo's expression changed, but he did not dare to say more. After passing through the tall city gate, the 4 of them saw an extremely wide street. The street was bustling with people, lined with tall, straight trees on both sides. Various stalls selling noodles, vegetables, jewelry, clothing, and geisha houses were everywhere, with a dazzling array of goods. Kids, looking for a place to stay? Our rates are very cheap, all big beds, only 50 ryo for a night, and we have all kinds of delicious food. You'll definitely be satisfied. A middle-aged woman approached, her face full of smiles. Sasuke and the others were tempted. After more than half a month of traveling, they hadn't had a good meal in a long time. Longming shot her a glance and walked away without saying a word. Although Sasuke and the others were tempted, they dared not linger because Longming was moving on. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman was undeterred and continued. You must be here for the first time, right? It's so dangerous. Even if you don't want to stay, these 2 girls can't sleep on the street at night, can they? The inns ahead are expensive. You should consider your companion's feelings. While she spoke, she kept glancing at Hinata and Ino, her eyes revealing a hint of greed. Get lost. Longming revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, his voice chilling to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically, her body stiffening in place. Haha, looks like the geisha house owner misjudged. These kids are actually ninjas. Trying to lure the pretty girls into her shop. But now she has hit a snag, the vendors around them began to chatter. The middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground, her face extremely pale. Sasuke and the others finally understood the situation. Hinata and Ino's cheeks flushed slightly. If it weren't for Long Ming, they might have actually followed the woman. Chapter 52, Guardian 12 Warriors, D. Lu. Ugh, so disgusting. Ino made a disdainful expression as she glanced at the fat woman, then tightly followed behind Ryumi Ai. Ryumi Ai led everyone in a circle around Dong Jingli, eventually arriving at a 3-story pavilion. The building had white walls and black tiles, with red doors and large columns, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. It was the largest restaurant Ryumi Ai could find after his search. For guests, please come in. The owner welcomed them warmly, not putting on an air of superiority just because Ryumi Ai and his group looked young. As Ryumi Ai entered the restaurant, he frowned and said, "This hall is too noisy. Take us upstairs." The owner showed a look of difficulty and explained, "Sir, the thing is, we only accommodate ninjas or lords from various countries on the 2nd floor and above." Ryumi Ai snorted and tossed his Konoha forehead protector over. The owner hurriedly bowed. "Oh, so you're ninjas from Konoha. I truly did not recognize the great mountain. Please come in." Ryumi Ai took Sasuke and the others upstairs. Not long after, a bald man appeared in the lobby of the hotel. "Excuse me, did 4 children come through here just now?" The owner looked puzzled, but upon seeing the fire emblem belt around the bald man's waist, his pupils suddenly constricted. You are. They're upstairs, please." Ryumi Ai and his 3 companions sat in a private booth on the 2nd floor, and shortly after, a large table of dishes was laid out before them, each one colorful, aromatic, and delicious. Sasuke and the others immediately felt their mouths watering. They had been training in the wild, and although they occasionally caught wild boars for meat, most of the time they relied on Ryumi Ai to buy them flatbreads to stave off hunger. "After being out with you for so many days, I finally see you being generous. I thought you were going to hoard that box of money," Sasuke said while stuffing his mouth full. Ryumi Ai touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "Our budget is limited. Besides, eating some grains is good for health." Sasuke's forehead twitched. Meanwhile, Hinata carefully picked up a slice of meat and placed it in Ryumi Ai's bowl, quietly extending her finger to push the bowl over, then quickly retracting her hand as if stealing a bell. "You should eat more too. If it's not enough, we can order more. After we finish eating, we'll go rest. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the daimyo's residence." Ryumi Ai patted Hinata's head, then took his bamboo chopsticks to start feasting. The dishes here were indeed quite good, and after finishing, Ryumi Ai couldn't help but refill his plate several times. Just as they were finishing up, a bald ninja monk slowly walked up the stairs. Ryumi Ai noticed him, his gaze lingering briefly before moving away. However, the monk walked directly toward Ryumi Ai's direction. "You must be the envoys from Konoha. Hello, my name is D. Lu, and I have something I want to discuss with you." The monk introduced himself briefly. He was one of the elite ninjas from the Guardian 12 Warriors assigned to protect the daimyo, D. Lu, and also a close friend of his Suma, Sarutobi. As for why he was here, Ryumi Ai could roughly guess. It was likely that the daimyo had called him back to protect himself again. After all, there weren't many ninja combatants around the daimyo. Ryumi Ai stopped using his chopsticks and turned to D. Lu, smiling lightly. "So, it's one of the former Guardian 12 Warriors. May I ask if you're here on personal business or representing the daimyo?" D. Lu was taken aback. He didn't expect Ryumi Ai to see through his identity so easily. Sasuke, Hinata, and the others beside him were equally surprised, their mouths agape. They had heard of the legends of the Guardian 12 Warriors in school. To them, it was a title representing strength and glory. After a slight hesitation, D. Lu replied to Ryumi Ai's question, "I am here solely on personal business." "Then we have nothing to discuss. I'm here to negotiate with the daimyo, not you." Ryumi Ai lost interest and interrupted D. Lu. Seeing Ryumi Ai's arrogance, D. Lu frowned and said solemnly, "Although I am not representing the daimyo, if you do not listen to me, both you and your companions will be in danger." Ryumi Ai narrowed his eyes and looked at D. Lu. "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" Ryumi Ai activated his chakra, the 3-tomo Sharingan appearing in his eyes. Staring intently at D. Lu, a member of the Uchiha clan, D. Lu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. The Sharingan immediately revealed Ryumi Ai's identity. Moreover, D. Lu felt a powerful pressure from Ryumi Ai, akin to an ordinary person facing a fierce tiger without any weapons. D. Lu was certain that if he fought Ryumi Ai, his chances of survival would be less than 10%. "I do not mean to threaten you, just to remind you, and I'm not the one who wants a fight." D. Lu lowered his posture and explained. Ryumi Ai snorted coldly, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. "Then let us talk. You have 3 sentences to explain the situation clearly. Otherwise, you can leave horizontally." D. Lu smiled bitterly. This matter cannot be explained in just a few sentences. That counts as one, Ryumi reminded lightly. Di-Lu's expression changed, and he began to explain. The daimyo has offered a large sum of money to recruit many wandering ninjas and defectors to ensure the safety of the negotiations with the new Hokage from Konoha. That's the second sentence. Ryumi's Sharingan was slowly rotating in his eyes. They want to kill you. Di-Lu hurriedly finished the last sentence, his forehead now drenched in sweat. Ryumi stared at Di-Lu for a moment, then finally retracted his Sharingan. Di-Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Sasuke and the others were stunned. The legendary Guardian 12 warriors, elite ninjas protecting the daimyo, were actually so wary of Ryumi. Although they had spent most of the past half-month together, they rarely saw Ryumi take action, only occasionally hearing about his strength from others. They never expected that Ryumi could intimidate Di-Lu, a member of the Guardian 12 warriors, merely with his pressure. Hinata looked at Ryumi's imposing demeanor with admiration, recalling her father Hinata Hisashi's words before he left. Hinata, remember, Ryumi is a genius ninja with the strength of a Hokage. If you want to be worthy of him, you must strive to become stronger and not bring shame to the Hyuga clan. Hinata tightened her grip on her chopsticks, silently vowing, I will definitely become stronger, and I will become a kunoichi worthy of Ryumi-kun. Meanwhile, Ryumi continued to ask, which defecting ninjas has the daimyo invited? Tell me. Di-Lu hesitated slightly, but after receiving a glare from Ryumi, he honestly replied, There's the leaf defector known as Hakiyama Shin, the sand defector known as Zabukawa Ao, the rock defector known as Honkawa Kigo, and the infamous rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza. Chapter 53. Don't worry. I'm invincible. If there were people from the Anbu here, they would definitely be shocked to hear the names reported by Di-Lu, because these are all rogue ninjas with a danger level of S from various villages, most of whom possess elite Jounin level strength. It's quite a mixed bag. Doesn't the daimyo fear that these rogue ninjas will take him down? Longming sneered after hearing the names. Sasuke and the others, having no knowledge of rogue ninjas, still looked somewhat confused. Di-Lu aside, the daimyo was confused for a moment, but the root cause lies with the Uchiha clan. Di-Lu hesitated, as he really didn't dare to speak ill of the Uchiha family in front of Longming. Longming chuckled. To be honest, if you hadn't come to inform me, with just that sentence you just said, I would have taken you down and sold you for a bounty in the black market. Di-Lu broke out in a cold sweat. His bounty in the black market was as high as 30 million ryo. Because of this, he often faced harassment from many people, but usually they were just petty thieves, and he had never encountered a ninja of Longming's caliber. I misspoke, so what are your plans now? Di-Lu cautiously inquired. Longming waved his hand casually and said, I already know everything. Since you have given me so much information, I won't make things difficult for you. Just go quickly. Di-Lu was taken aback and instinctively asked, You weren't going to run? Run? Why should I run? Longming rubbed his nose. I haven't even met the daimyo of the Land of Fire yet. Once I talk to him, I will naturally leave. Di-Lu became anxious. He didn't want Longming and the others to die here. If Longming were to die, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo would deteriorate completely. If Uchiha Fugaku were to come and seize power, the Land of Fire might erupt into a serious civil war. That was why he had come here, risking everything to inform Longming and the others. I may not know who you are, but please believe me, those rogue ninjas are all extremely frightening. Each of them has blood on their hands and a record of killing Jounin. You alone are definitely not their match. You should leave quickly, Di-Lu urged anxiously. Longming rubbed his forehead and said lightly, I understand. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter any further. Just go, or I might change my mind. Di-Lu's face kept changing, and in the end, he could only slowly exit the second floor under Longming's strong gaze. Hinata asked worriedly, Longming-kun, are those rogue ninjas he mentioned really that powerful? Longming replied lightly, pretty much. Although I'm not very familiar with most of them. That Zabuza Momochi indeed has the strength of an elite Jounin and is very skilled in assassination techniques. He is quite famous in the ninja world. Ino's expression changed as she nervously asked, Then, if they all attack together, would you? Longming chuckled lightly, stretched his back, and said, Don't worry, I'm invincible. The heavy atmosphere was alleviated by Longming's words, and it became relaxed again. Everyone filled their stomachs. Although the boss kindly gave a 10 discount, it still cost Longming more than 500 ryo. As expected of the East Kingdom, the prices are quite steep. Just as Longming and the others exited the pavilion, he keenly noticed that many miscellaneous ninjas had suddenly mixed into the streets. Their gazes occasionally flickered towards Ming and the others. Ming's lips curled slightly. Then he said to Sasuke and the others, "It's still early. How about we stroll around a bit nearby, just to digest?" Ino pretended to be defeated and said distressedly, But I really want to lie down and have a good rest. I've been sleeping outdoors for these past few days without a chance to bathe. I feel so dirty." Sasuke cleared his throat, and it was clear he felt the same way. Ming pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "In that case, Hinata and Ino should go find a hotel to stay in first. I remember there's a hotel called Chongha on the way that is pretty good. You can go there. Sasuke and I will stroll around a bit more." Sasuke. Ming took out several 1,000 Rio bills and handed them to Ino and Hinata. "Ming, you are so nice. Long live." Ino jumped up happily, kissed the money in her hand, and then pulled Hinata to run down the street. Ming rubbed his nose, and with a glance around, he said to Sasuke, "Let us go. I'll take you to buy some ninja tools." Sasuke replied, "Ahem," and followed Ming as they walked through the streets. Several watching ninjas were discussing among themselves. "These kids split up. What should we do? Should we report to the boss first? Just a few kids. Do we even need to notify the boss? Let's split into 2 groups. You chase after the 2 boys, and I'll go after the 2 girls. After we catch them, we can present them to the boss." "That doesn't seem right." The boss said, "We should report first. You can go report, and we will split up to act." Saying this, these ninjas divided into 3 groups. One group pursued Ming and Sasuke, another pursued Hinata and Ino, and the last went to inform Zabuza and the other rogue ninjas. At the Baizeo shop, Ming glanced at the sign and stepped inside. This was a store selling ninja tools. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I ask what you young brothers are looking for?" A woman in charge of reception approached and asked softly. As soon as Sasuke entered the shop, he was immediately attracted by the spacious interior and the dazzling array of ninja tools. The Land of Fire, being the center of the 5 great nations, naturally has a constant flow of passing ninjas. Where there is demand, there will be a market. The ninja tool shops in the East Kingdom can fully meet your needs for training, assassination, combat, and ambush. It's a must-visit place for home travel and silencing. The woman snapped her fingers, and a girl in a kimono immediately brought out 2 cups of fragrant tea, placing them down before retreating. "I need some explosive tags, soldier pills, and a samurai sword suitable for my companion beside me. If there are any special ninja tools, please introduce them to me as well," Ming said, while picking up the teacup. The woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was going to be a big sale. "No problem. Please wait a moment. I will get them for you." The woman slightly bowed and then walked toward the nearby shelf. The woman was very professional. By the time Ming finished his tea, she had already brought everything. In front of Ming lay a samurai sword, 3 different explosive tags, and a small cloth bag. The woman picked up the cloth bag and explained, "This is a new product soldier pill developed by our store. In addition to the original materials, honey has been added to adjust the taste. An ordinary person can feel full after eating one, and it can also gradually restore chakra." Chapter 54, 5 Yuan Explosive Tag. Ming opened it and briefly looked over it. This military food pill is a favorite among many ninjas, as it can withstand harsh environments. Ming nodded slightly in satisfaction, and the woman continued to introduce the next item. She took out 3 different types of explosive tags from the side and said, "These are our store's 3 best-selling explosive tags. The regular explosive tag, the delayed explosive tag, and the 5 Yuan explosive tag. The regular explosive tag costs 300 Rio each and can release a high-level fire release ninjutsu comparable to that used by J-Nin. The delayed explosive tag costs 400 Rio each, and it can be used in conjunction with kunai and can also be set for traps." As for the 5 Yuan explosive tag, the woman said as she picked up the largest explosive tag, "This explosive tag is significantly different from the others. Its sealing technique is more complex. In the middle, there's the character for explosion, and 4 black runes extend outward, each ending with a smaller character for explosion. This 5 Yuan explosive tag costs 1,000 Rio each, and it seals 5 fire release ninjutsu. Once detonated, it will produce 5 consecutive explosions with astonishing power," the woman explained softly. Ming was somewhat taken aback by the price, but after hearing about its power, his eyes lit up. If this explosive tag were used in conjunction with his own explosive tag multiplication technique, its power would be greatly enhanced. However, at 1,000 Rio each, the total amount of money he had could only buy him 100 tags, which was indeed quite expensive. The woman noticed Ming's strong interest in the 5 Yuan explosive tag and smiled, saying, "If the esteemed guest is interested, we can negotiate on the price. If you buy in bulk, I can offer you a 20% discount." Long Ming held the explosive tag and pondered for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really like this 5 yuan explosive tag, but I need a large quantity and I can't come to Dongjing to purchase every time. How do you sell the sealing technique for this 5 yuan explosive tag?" The explosive tag is essentially a special paper on which ninjas have sealed fire release ninjutsu in advance. The fact that this 5 yuan explosive tag can seal 5 fire release ninjutsu clearly indicates that a rather advanced sealing technique has been used. The woman slightly furrowed her brows, appearing troubled. As the saying goes, rarity makes value. The sealing technique for this 5 yuan explosive tag was developed at great cost by their store and is unique in the entire ninja world. Such an item wouldn't be easily sold by any store. As long as it's a product, it has its price. Why don't you make an offer, and we can discuss it? Long Ming said. The principle of teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish is simple. The method of catching fish is far more valuable than the fish itself. With the method of fishing, one can have a continuous supply of fish. Long Ming himself could use fire release, and having the sealing technique would mean that he could continuously create 5 yuan explosive tags in the future. Seeing Long Ming being so straightforward, the woman said no more and raised 3 fingers, saying, "If the esteemed guest is sincerely interested, it will be 30 million ryo." This price startled Sasuke, who was beside him. He was well aware of how much money Long Ming had brought this time. The price the woman quoted was 30 times what Long Ming had, which meant he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. However, Long Ming's expression didn't change much. The store owner quoted a fair price. 30 million ryo sounds like a lot, but if it's used to buy these 5 yuan explosive tags, it would only buy 30,000 tags. That price is still acceptable, but I can't come up with it right now. Let us continue with the introduction of that sword. Long Ming leisurely took a sip of tea. Then I'll wait for good news. The woman smiled slightly and then picked up a katana beside her, introducing, "This sword is called Snow Walk, belonging to the class of fine sabers and crafted by master. Its blade is lightweight and tough, able to withstand different attributes of chakra, priced at 800,000 ryo." Long Ming took the Snow Walk, looking quite satisfied with the exquisite and beautiful scabbard, and turned to hand it to Sasuke, saying, "Try it out. If you like it, we'll take it." Sasuke felt a bit moved. This sword costs 800,000 ryo, which would consume a large portion of the money Long Ming had. Originally, Sasuke intended to just take a look at the Snow Walk and then refuse it, but the moment he drew the blade, he was captivated. The pitch-black blade, combined with the intricate designs, made Sasuke unable to put it down. "All right, we'll take it and also grab some military food pills, smoke bombs over there, and those boxing gloves." Long Ming decisively bought the Snow Walk and then selected many other items until he had spent most of the money he had. Seeing Long Ming emptying his backpack of money, Sasuke felt a bit guilty and said, "Long Ming, this sword is too expensive. Doesn't that mean we want to have money left for food? Shouldn't we return it?" "Don't worry, we have money, and soon someone will bring me more." Long Ming casually glanced around and then stepped out of the room. Although Sasuke was confused, he had no choice but to follow. They stepped outside and were ready to act. As Long Ming and Sasuke stepped out, the ninjas who had been lurking outside could no longer hold back. They all pulled out their weapons and approached from all sides. A one-eyed ninja in front concealed a sharp claw knife in his sleeve, waiting to strike Long Ming as soon as he got close. As for the orders from the daimyo, they didn't care at all. The Anbu from the 5 great villages have always been hunting down these rogue ninjas. With a chance for revenge, they certainly wouldn't miss it. As Long Ming and the one-eyed ninja got closer, a flicker of excited malice flashed in the ninja's eyes. When they were less than a meter apart, the one-eyed ninja suddenly launched his attack, gripping the claw knife and aiming for Long Ming's neck. The fierce strike was accompanied by a sharp sound of air exploding. If this strike landed, Long Ming would surely have his carotid arteries sliced, leading to a fatal loss of blood. Long Ming, reacting late, turned to look at him, his eyes filled with terror. The one-eyed ninja felt even more smug. He seemed to already see Long Ming lying in a pool of blood, struggling and begging for help. "Ha, a little brat is just a little brat, not a bit of awareness. Let me hear your pathetic screams." The one-eyed ninja brought down the knife, and with a crack of bone, blood immediately splattered and stained the ground. Long Ming, in disbelief, covered his wound, blood continuously seeping from his neck. He gasped for breath like a fish out of water, collapsing to the ground, his eyes slowly losing their luster. The one-eyed ninja laughed coldly, kicking Long Ming's body and saying, "What a joke, he died so easily. Is this really a ninja from Konoha?" Chapter 55. You really are penniless at this moment. A sudden change occurred. Long Ming's corpse suddenly stood up, and then bizarrely transformed into a giant centipede that coiled around the one-eyed ninja's body. The one-eyed ninja was so frightened that he lost control and frantically raised his hands to stab at the centipede on him. What is this? Get away. I hate centipedes the most. Go die. The one-eyed ninja stabbed mercilessly at the centipede. In reality, Long Ming was still standing there unharmed, while the one-eyed ninja, who thought he had killed Long Ming, was raising the knife in his hand and continually stabbing himself. Blood gushed from the gaping wounds, soaking the one-eyed ninja's shirt red. The massive blood loss was enough to make someone faint, yet the one-eyed ninja still had hollow eyes, repeatedly raising his head to stab at himself. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded by this bizarre scene, crying out in shock. There's a lunatic. This person has gone crazy. In fact, from the moment the one-eyed ninja locked eyes with Long Ming, he was already caught in Long Ming's illusion. Next, this one-eyed ninja would continue to self-harm until his life signs disappeared. Several rogue ninja companions who wanted to intervene were stunned, as everything that was happening was simply too strange. All right, who's next? Long Ming stroked his chin and turned to glance at the several rogue ninjas behind him. The targeted rogue ninjas felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, don't be afraid. This guy just used an illusion technique. Let us watch each other's backs and avoid falling for his tricks." Upon hearing this, the rogue ninjas immediately gathered together, as the simplest way to break an illusion was to inject a different type of chakra. The reason illusions could create hallucinations in the victim was that they disrupted the flow of the victim's chakra. To break the illusion, one only needed to inject a different type of chakra. Seeing the 4 or 5 enemies in front of him, Sasuke immediately drew his sword, Snow Walk, and took up a fighting stance. Long Ming, are they the rogue ninjas that Monk was talking about? Pretty much, but they're just small fry. Consider this your practical training. I'll leave one to you, and the other 3 will be mine. How about that? Long Ming said leisurely, assigning tasks to Sasuke. Sasuke, having just acquired a new weapon, felt a surge of confidence and shook his head, saying, "No, let us keep it fair. We'll take half each. I promised my father I would become stronger." Goodness. The rain has stopped, and the sky is clear. The second pillar thinks he can do it again. However, an increase in confidence is a good thing. Long Ming nodded. All right, let us do it your way. We'll each take 2. The rogue ninjas across from them watched as Long Ming and Sasuke not only remained calm in battle, but also casually discussed how one person would deal with them. This immediately ignited their fury. Damn, you 2 little brats are tired of living. So what if you can use illusions? Brothers, attack. One rogue ninja shouted angrily, and the 4 of them stomped the ground forcefully, launching themselves forward. As soon as the words were spoken, they moved swiftly. Long Ming activated his infinity and moved like lightning, directly rushing in front of the 4. Whoosh! The fierce wind whipped up, and 2 of the rogue ninjas suddenly saw darkness before their eyes. Before they could react, Long Ming's fist struck their chests. In that instant, they felt a violent pain surge through them, nearly fainting from the agony. The sound of wind rushed past their ears, and their vision rapidly receded. They flew dozens of meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. The 2 rogue ninjas who narrowly escaped were drenched in cold sweat. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Then this will be left to you, Sasuke. Long Ming smiled slightly, handing the battlefield over to Sasuke. He then activated Infinity again, appearing in front of the 2 rogue ninjas who were sent flying. Cough, cough. One rogue ninja coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and struggled to rise from the ground. In fact, Long Ming hadn't used his full strength earlier because he still wanted to ask these people some questions. But one rogue ninja, seeing Long Ming suddenly appear, did not hesitate to form several hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground began to melt and transformed into a dragon head, which opened its mouth and spat out several mud bullets aimed at Long Ming. However, all the mud bullets stopped right in front of Long Ming, unable to touch his body at all. This scene left the rogue ninja completely stunned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The rogue ninja felt a blur before his eyes as Long Ming vanished from his spot. Then, he felt an overwhelming force from behind him. Long Ming directly kicked him. This kick was delivered without holding back. The sound of wind howled. The rogue ninja's head was violently smashed into the ground, his skull shattering in an instant. Blood slowly flowing out and soaking into the earth. Long Ming looked down from above, as if the surrounding scene had frozen. After a full 10 seconds, the crowd erupted in exclamations. "He is dead, dead. Quick, call the guards. A ninja is attacking in the city." The onlookers scattered in panic, and the remaining rogue ninjas also looked terrified. Although conflicts between ninjas inevitably led to death, being crushed to death like this was quite rare. Long Ming ignored the ordinary people screaming nearby. He reached out to search the rogue ninja's corpse, finding a few explosive tags and ninja tools, as well as over 30,000 ryo in cash. Long Ming frowned slightly. Pauper, and you still consider yourself a rogue ninja? Aren't you afraid of starving to death? The rogue ninja was speechless. To die and be humiliated like this was not something he had anticipated. However, Long Ming's actions gave him a glimmer of hope. He quickly pulled out all his savings. Sir, this is all my money, 80,000 ryo. Please spare me. The rogue ninja trembled as he handed over the blood-stained bills. You're quite smart. Long Ming smiled slightly, taking the 80,000 ryo from his hand and putting it into his bag. Let me ask you a few questions. Who are you working for? Where's your leader now? The rogue ninja quickly replied, I'm under the rogue ninja Yashan, Xin, from Konoha. Our leader is currently waiting for our news at the daimyo's mansion, but someone has already gone to inform him. He should be here soon. Long Ming smiled faintly and continued to ask, you rogue ninjas must have earned quite a bit from assassination missions, right? Why are you all so poor? The rogue ninja was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, we do have money, but all the assassination fees we earn are managed by the leader. If you're short on cash, our leader's price in the black market is as high as 18 million ryo. As he spoke, the rogue ninja pulled out a small black notebook. Long Ming took the notebook and began to flip through it. It contained records of various bounty targets printed by black market organizations. Chapter 56. The Hyuga clan's pressure points. There were important figures from various countries, feudal lords, landowners, ninjas, and rogue ninjas among them. The bounties ranged from several million ryo to tens of millions. Long Ming also saw bounties for Asuma and the Land of Earth. All right, I'll take this. Take your time on the road, he said while flipping through the small black notebook and getting up. The rogue ninja thought he had escaped death and was about to flee when he suddenly noticed a burning explosive tag beside him, causing his pupils to contract. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The rogue ninja followed his companions onto the road. Long Ming closed the notebook, and he seemed to have found the thrill of Kakuzu. Killing the people on these bounty lists was simply a huge profit. This was much easier than completing missions. Long Ming looked over at Sasuke, whose battle was also nearing its end. Thanks to more than half a month of training, Sasuke's stamina and combat experience had improved significantly, and his eyes occasionally revealed an eagle-like sharpness. After stabbing a rogue ninja in the chest with his sword, he ended the fight with a fireball jutsu. Sasuke was panting, with a few wounds on him, but his expression was very excited because he felt that he had indeed become stronger. Long Ming nodded in satisfaction, then walked over to the two corpses, scavenging their bodies and obtaining nearly 100,000 ryo. However, this amount was still far from enough for him to exchange for the method to create 5 explosive tags. Let's go back to the inn. Hinata and the others should have encountered battles too. Long Ming drew his sword and handed it to Sasuke. Although Long Ming had stored the ocular technique in Hinata's eyes for safety, it was better to return to them as soon as possible. After all, according to what the rogue ninja had just said, they had sent someone to notify Zabuza and the others. Sasuke nodded seriously, and the two set off towards the direction of the inn. At this moment, 3 rogue ninjas quietly approached the inn's door. They took out shurikens hidden behind their backs and knocked on the door. Bang! Bang! Inside the room, Ino was taking a shower. Hearing the knocking, she shouted loudly, Hinata, it seems like Sasuke and the others are back. Go tell them to wait a moment. Okay. Hinata got up and went to the door, quietly saying, Long Ming-kun, Ino is taking a shower. We opened 2 rooms, and one is next door. You can go rest for now. There was no response from the other side of the door. Hinata showed a puzzled expression. Long Ming-kun? Boom! A huge sound erupted as a burly rogue ninja smashed the door open. Hinata reacted immediately, rolling back to avoid the scattered wooden debris. What happened? Hinata, what's going on? Ino, in the bathroom, quickly asked. There's an enemy. Ino, don't come out yet. Hinata quickly replied, then activated her Byakugan, locking onto the 3 enemies in front of her. I didn't expect this little girl to have Byakugan. If I capture her and sell her in the black market, she would be worth a lot of money. The sturdy rogue ninja greedily sized up Hinata, his eyes revealing no concealment. In the world of ninjas, bloodline limits were extremely precious. Every clan placed great importance on protecting their own bloodline limits. For example, the Hyuga clan was divided into the main house and branch house to protect their bloodline limits. Unlike dealing with wild boars, Hinata's heart tightened when facing these bloodthirsty rogue ninjas. No, I can't be nervous. I must protect Ino. I vowed to become stronger for Long Minkuin. With that thought, Hinata's heart slowly regained its calm. The rogue ninja in front pulled out a chain from somewhere. Grinning maliciously, "Little girl, stand still and let me tie you up, or I'll kill you along with your companions." Saying this, the rogue ninja reached out towards Hinata with his right hand. Hinata remained unafraid, forming her left hand into a palm and striking forward. The palms collided with a muffled sound, and the rogue ninja was actually forced back a few steps by Hinata. This result surprised the other two rogue ninjas. The bloodline limit is indeed powerful. Such a small girl can actually push me back. The rogue ninja shook his numb arm, and his expression turned cold. Unappreciative. Since that's the case, I'll have to kill you and take your eyes. After saying this, the rogue ninja suddenly roared, his muscles bulging slightly, with veins popping out on his face. This rogue ninja was clearly skilled in taijutsu. Whoosh! He stomped his feet and lunged at Hinata, raising his right fist to smash down on her. Before his fist hit Hinata, the force of the wind blew her hair back. Hinata seized the opportunity, squatted down, and struck the rogue ninja's armpit with her palm. The rogue ninja's entire body stiffened as he felt the chakra in his arm suddenly cut off, rendering him unable to exert any strength. In that moment of stiffness, Hinata struck his chest with another palm. Puffed. Though it wasn't a particularly powerful strike, it caused the rogue ninja to spit out blood. The two rogue ninjas beside them displayed expressions of disbelief, exclaiming, "This is the Hyuga clan's pressure points. This girl is so talented. She has developed her Byakugan to this extent." But at that moment, the rogue ninja who had been hit by Hinata let out a roar. Using the only arm he had left, he swung fiercely at Hinata. Boom! Hinata was directly sent flying, her arms numbed from the impact. But she managed to stabilize her balance in the air, twisting her waist and landing steadily on her feet. The rogue ninja hung his one arm down, angrily shouting behind him, "What are you two still doing? Come help me." The two rogue ninjas behind him wasted no time and immediately pulled out their weapons, standing together. Hinata's heart sank. She really didn't have the confidence to deal with three rogue ninjas at once. Even if Ino joined the fight, it was likely that they would still lose. Just at this critical moment, Hinata's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as she shouted behind the three rogue ninjas, "Long Minkuin, you finally came back." The three rogue ninjas were momentarily stunned. Then they sneered, "Little girl, do you think we're idiots? Using such a childish trick. Your two companions are probably already taken out by our people. But don't worry too much, you'll join them soon." The three were convinced that this was Hinata's tactic to lure them away, not turning their heads and still staring intently at her. "You really are idiots." A calm voice came from behind them. Then, the two rogue ninjas felt someone suddenly grab their heads. Huh! Bang! Long Ming grabbed the heads of the two rogue ninjas and, at high speed, slammed them into the head of the middle one. The violent impact caused the heads of all three to slightly deform. They felt intense pain and dizziness flooding their minds, as if the whole room was spinning. Long Ming snorted coldly and released his grip. Without support, they immediately collapsed to the ground with vacant eyes. Watching Long Ming easily resolve the crisis, Hinata finally felt her heart settle down. Chapter 57. The rogue ninjas attack. How is it? You and Ino aren't hurt, right? Long Ming stepped forward to check on Hinata. Hinata shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. They just showed up not long ago. Ino is in the bathroom and isn't injured either." Long Ming nodded, but was a bit surprised to find that his eye technique was still active. He had thought that with Hinata and Ino's strength, they would quickly trigger the usage conditions for High Nest. It seems that a month and a half of training has indeed helped them quite a bit. Ino came out of the bathroom dressed, and upon seeing the three fallen rogue ninjas on the ground, she couldn't help but show an expression of anger. They really picked the worst time to barge in while someone was taking a bath. Long Ming quickly tidied up the battlefield and found about 100,000 Rio from the rogue ninjas on the ground. Although it was a bit less, even flies are meat, after all. Outside the inn, Zabuza and a group of rogue ninjas had already arrived. The surrounding civilians, seeing the murderous aura of Zabuza and his companions, quickly retreated, fearing for their safety. A tall man, 8 feet high, with a chest covered in black hair, stepped forward, exuding a fierce aura, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. "The Konoha ninja who killed my men is hiding in here, right?" The man glared angrily, his eyes flashing with flames of hatred. He was Yamashin, an S-rank rogue ninja, wanted by Konoha, and a top ninja with a bounty of 18 million Rio on the black market, skilled in fire and wind ninjutsu. At that moment, a squad of the Eastern Jing Guard rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Zabuza and his men armed at the inn entrance, they immediately surrounded them. "Don't move. We received reports of a ninja fight here. Is it you? Put down your weapons and come with us. The leading captain shouted sternly. The surrounding soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at Zabuza and his companions. Yamashina looked at the surrounding soldiers with a sneer. In the next moment, he transformed into an afterimage and appeared in front of the nearest soldier. The soldier hadn't even reacted before Yamashina grabbed him by the neck and with a snap, broke it. What are you? A bunch of ordinary people who aren't even Chunin dare to command me. Yamashina. He casually tossed the corpse aside. The surrounding guards, seeing their living comrade die right before their eyes, wore expressions of horror. However, it was clear that their nightmare had just begun. Yamashina, feeling exhilarated, decided to use ninjutsu to eliminate all the guards at once. He formed the in-hand seal, and the air around him began to heat up, as if they were in the scorching sun of a summer afternoon. Fire release, Hell Lantern, Yamashina shouted, and immediately countless fireballs that resembled demonic faces appeared around him. These fireballs, as if alive, surged forward and violently crashed into the surrounding guards. Anyone touched would ignite instantly, leading to the rapid demise of their companions. The surrounding guards could no longer bear the pressure. They dropped their helmets and armor, desperately trying to escape the oncoming hellfire. Run! We are no match for these guys. Damn fire help! Screams echoed as, in a short moment, the surrounding civilians and guards suffered heavy casualties, with several charred corpses appearing on the street. A man clad in armed guards and various protective gear spoke. This is too much, Yamashina. Don't forget, we were invited by the daimyo. Slaughtering like this isn't good. The man speaking was Kagawa Kigo, a rogue ninja from the Iwagakure, skilled in earth-based attack and defense. Yamashina scoffed dismissively, casually incinerating another guard as he said, "So what? Does that daimyo dare to be rude to me? As long as I kill the Konoha envoy inside, Konoha will gladly take care of the daimyo without me having to lift a finger." While Yamashina spoke, he was filled with disdain and hatred for Konoha. Behind him, a thin man with several summoning scrolls sneered. "It seems you've suffered quite a bit from Konoha's Anbu. But be careful. Killing so many ordinary people might bring divine retribution." Yamashina showed a look of contempt and coldly replied, "When it comes to killing, who has more to their name than you? The so-called 10,000 slaughters rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Zabukawa AO? I doubt I've even killed 1% of what you have." Zabukawa AO remained non-committal, stroking the scrolls behind him. As a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, his specialty was, of course, puppet techniques. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us wrap this up and deal with the little brat inside." Zabuza pulled out his beheading sword, pointing the nearly 2-meter-long blade at the end before them. At this point, the entire street was empty, either slaughtered or fleeing for their lives. Yamashina revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "Good, getting to the point quickly is best. They killed a few of my subordinates, and I'll use the same method to eliminate them one by one." After saying that, Yamashina changed his hand seals. Unicorn, Noon, Snake, Dragon, Rat, Ox, Tiger. Yamashina gathered fire chakra in his mouth, then took a deep breath, causing his stomach to swell slightly. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The flames Yamashina expelled split in 3 directions, front, left, and right, charging toward the inn. This was a highly powerful fire ninjutsu, with flames dancing like a raging dragon. The direction of the fire dragon was controlled by chakra, instantly turning enemies to ashes, making it hard to evade. Boom! The entire inn was struck head-on, accompanied by a loud bang, as even the walls were instantly destroyed. Under the onslaught of the flames, the entire inn was engulfed in fire, with some civilians who had fled to a distance discussing nervously. "These guys are terrifying. They're all rogue ninjas, right? Why are they appearing inside Eastern Jing? The people inside that must all be dead. The power of that fire release is just too great. Run. If these guys go on a killing spree, what will we do when they come for us?" Watching the thick black smoke before him, Yamashina nodded in satisfaction and turned to say, "Sorry, I've resolved the issue directly. You just need to wait for the flames to extinguish and then go collect the corpses." The surrounding rogue ninjas shrugged indifferently, some even showing expressions of boredom. The 10,000 slaughters Zabukawa AO disdainfully remarked, "What a joke. These Konoha ninjas are just for show. I thought they would be impressive, but they can't even manage a decent fight? What a waste of my excitement." Just as the rogue ninjas were about to leave, a teasing voice came from the black smoke. "Oh, then let us have a proper fight. But the losing side will end up dead, you know." Chapter 58. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? The pupils of several rogue ninjas shrank simultaneously as they looked towards the inn. As the black smoke gradually dissipated, they saw that a part of the inn, which should have been completely destroyed by the fire dragon's flame bullet, was curiously safe. showing no signs of scorching. Long Ming was standing there, with Sasuke, Hinata, and others behind him. Was it blocked? Ba Shanshin thought to himself. Although he was somewhat curious about how Long Ming did it, he still did not regard the few kids before him as opponents. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a kunai and questioned, "Lucky you, kid. Among you, who killed my 4 subordinates? Step forward." Long Ming smiled slightly, raised his thumb to point at himself, and replied, "I won't step forward, but the one who killed your subordinates is indeed me. I wonder what you have to teach me." Ba Shanshin was infuriated by Long Ming's arrogant attitude, letting out a series of hoarse cold laughs. "Nothing to teach, just want to take your little head. Looking at your eyes, you seem to be from the Uchiha clan, and I just happen to be in the mood to collect your eyes." Long Ming laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. I also want your heads. I see that the bounty on you in the black market is quite good. Combined, it seems to be enough for 70 to 80 million Ryo. I'm just short on money and was wondering where to find you." As soon as these words came out, the others, including Zabuza, were instantly furious, shouting in unison, "What the hell are you talking about, you little brat? You dare say you want our heads as a bounty? When I was killing, you were still drinking milk. You arrogant brat, I'm going to tear you in half with my puppets." Ba Shanshin sneered repeatedly, looking at Long Ming as if he were a dead man. "You ignorant little brat. You must have never seen a real strong person. Today, I'll let you see what an 18 million bounty really represents." With that, Ba Shanshin's chakra erupted. He quickly formed the enhanced seal, and dozens of flaming ghost heads appeared out of thin air, seemingly ready to charge at Long Ming at any moment. Long Ming crossed his arms and scoffed. Being on the bounty list is precisely proof of your weakness. Because someone can kill you, that's why you're on a bounty list. If you were strong enough, wouldn't no one dare to put a bounty on you? The scene fell into silence. Ba Shanshin was momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a rebuttal. Zabuza and the others had veins popping on their foreheads. If they didn't retaliate after being provoked in front of others, who would still fear them? The rogue ninja from Mangekyou, Zhang Buchuan Bai, took the lead and opened several scrolls from behind him, coldly saying, "If I don't personally kill you today, I'll write my name backward. Yuho Jiaoyang." Zhang Buchuan Bai summoned 2 adult-sized puppets from the scrolls, which were his most refined creations, equipped with numerous traps. All the weapons were coated with poison. Even the slightest touch would result in death. "This little brat is really angering me. Let's use our strength to make him recognize reality," said Binchuan Kigo from Awagakure. He quickly formed several seals with his hands and his right hand, as flesh and blood rapidly transformed into rock. Zabuza gripped his executioner's blade tightly, ready to strike when Long Ming showed a flaw. These rogue ninjas each had their strengths, and their ninjutsu and fields of expertise varied. But one thing was certain. They were all capable ninjas. "How about it? We all made our moves. Aren't you going to show your eyes?" Ba Shanshin looked at Long Ming triumphantly, with a provocative gaze. Long Ming smiled slightly, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye began to spin rapidly. Speed equals quality. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Ba Shanshin was momentarily stunned, clearly not understanding what Long Ming meant. But in the next second, Long Ming's figure appeared before Ba Shanshin like lightning. Swish! A sharp sound explosion rang out, and Ba Shanshin's vision went black. Before his mind could react to Long Ming's appearance, Long Ming kicked toward his chest. Pain! An indescribable agony spread from his chest throughout his body. Boom! Boom! Ba Shanshin was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into 2 shops in succession without stopping. He only came to a halt when he slammed into a telephone pole 2 streets away. At this moment, Ba Shanshin was covered in dust and blood, sprawled on the ground. The series of collisions caused intense pain throughout his body. However, compared to the pain in his chest, these sensations were nothing. He struggled to look down at his chest and was instantly terrified. His chest was caved in, skin torn open, and he could even see his white ribs, clearly broken in several places. A large amount of blood was seeping out from his chest. The other rogue ninjas widened their eyes in shock, and after their initial horror, they raised their alertness towards Long Ming to the highest level. Be careful. This kid is not that simple. Bentuan Keigo shouted loudly. But before he could finish his sentence, his vision blurred, and then he heard Long Ming's voice in his ear. Before warning others, you should take care of yourself first. Long Ming lifted a leg and kicked fiercely at Benchuan Kigo's face, the fierce wind causing his face to hurt intensely. Boom! Benchuan Kigo didn't even have time to scream before being kicked in the head by Long Ming and sent flying. His neck twisted at a 90-degree angle. Countless teeth mixed with blood splattering out as his head crashed into a nearby grocery store. As one of the most important parts of the human body, Benchuan Kigo's brain suffered a severe injury, resulting in instant death. Zhongbu Chuanbai, who was nearby, was already somewhat scared. He frantically manipulated the chakra threads in his hand, causing his two puppets to activate all their traps. Monster, you monster, D. Zhang Buhuan bereft continuously. The two puppets, Yuho and Jiaoyang, erupted with countless small sunbon needles, iron thorns, and ring blades. All these hidden weapons were coated with deadly poison, and from a distance, one could smell the stench of the weapons. Swish, swish, swish. Long Ming did not dodge. All the hidden weapons stopped before him, blocked by an invisible space. After flying to their maximum distance, they all fell to the ground. Zhongbu Chuanbai was drenched in cold sweat. After realizing his hidden weapons were ineffective, he no longer hesitated and chose to escape decisively. Are you kidding? I don't want to die here. This kid is simply a monster. Zhongbu Chuanbai threw down a smoke bomb to obscure his vision and quickly retracted his puppets, running away. Chapter 59. Silent Killing Technique. Although the smoke obscured Long Ming's vision, he remained calm. He slowly raised his finger, and a massive amount of chakra suddenly gathered in his hand, forming a small red orb. Infinite Jade. As Long Ming threw the Infinite Jade forward, a tremendous energy shockwave enveloped the street. Boom! A large section of the ground was lifted, and countless houses were impacted by the residual force of the Infinite Jade. Zhongbu Chuanbai, who wanted to escape, was immediately caught by the energy wave, his eyes wide with terror amidst the dazzling energy. He regretted coming to Dongjing to take on the bounty mission to protect the daimyo. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. In the energy wave, Zhongbu Chuanbai's body was quickly engulfed, completely disappearing from the world. The residual force of the Infinite Jade gradually faded, revealing a gaping trench dozens of meters long on the ground. Previously, Yaoshan Xian and others had wreaked havoc here, causing the people on this street to scatter. Thus, Long Ming had only caused some property damage. Sasuke and the others were astonished, their mouths agape as they looked at Long Ming, who resembled a war god. They felt his figure suddenly become incredibly tall. This war god suddenly slapped his forehead, looking regretful as he said, "Damn it, I was too busy showing off and forgot to leave him a complete corpse. How am I going to claim the bounty now?" Okay, the image collapsed again, and the tall figure instantly returned to normal. Well then, it's just you left. What are you going to do, Zabuza? Long Ming turned to the only remaining Zabuza with a smile. Beside him, Zabuza was sweating profusely, feeling fear for the first time in the face of Long Ming, who had just killed 3 people. However, Zabuza was not an ordinary person. He was the strongest among this group. As a man who had once assassinated a Mizukichi, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to strike out of fear. Moreover, he wasn't alone. Swish! A ninja wearing a special Anbu mask and a blue top appeared in front of Zabuza. He was Haku, Zabuza's companion, possessing the ice release bloodline limit. Zabuza-sensei, the enemy is too strong. We should retreat, Haku said seriously while holding a few Senbon needles. No, Haku, buy me some time. I am confident I can defeat him. Zabuza coldly replied, then plunged his executioner's blade into the ground and began forming hand seals. Haku opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but ultimately chose to obey Zabuza's command. He spread his hands, and countless Senbon needles flew out from his sleeves, attacking Long Ming. At this moment, Haku was still young and had not yet mastered his ice release, so this ordinary attack was certainly ineffective against Long Ming. Long Ming activated the Infinite Technique, easily dodging the Senbon and appearing in front of Haku, throwing a punch at his stomach. Ugh! Haku was sent sprawling, curled up on the ground. This was still Long Ming holding back. Otherwise, that punch would have killed Haku. When dealing with the Sharingan, it was best to first obscure the user's vision. Zabuza paid no attention to the injured Haku and formed hand seals with one hand, pointing to the sky. Ninja a, idun mist technique. Long Ming frowned as thick fog rapidly began to form in the surrounding air, becoming denser. Soon, Zabuza's body was concealed within the mist. Although the hidden mist technique would hinder everyone's vision, including Zabuza's, he could determine the opponent's position by sound, so the mist did not significantly affect him. Zabuza's ears twitched slightly. After confirming Long Ming's position, he revealed a hunter-like smile. He concentrated his chakra throughout his body, unleashing a deep red chakra aura that resembled a demon. This was Zabuza's signature skill. The silent killing technique allowed him to hide in the mist and execute high-speed attacks on enemies over a wide area, ultimately revealing himself to deliver a finishing blow with his executioner's blade. Zabuza moved. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Got you little brats. Zabuza sneered. Sasuke and the others were shocked because Zabuza was not attacking Long Ming, but was instead coming for them. That little brat is too fast. Even with the silent killing technique, I can't catch up to him. But as long as I capture one of these three brat's companions, even if I can't win, I can still retreat safely. Zabuza thought to himself, his eyes shining with excitement as he swung his executioner's blade towards Sasuke and the others. Sasuke immediately drew his sword, Ukai's, attempting to block Zabuza's attack. But how could his strength compare to Zabuza's? Clang! With a crisp sound, Ukai's was instantly deflected, and even Sasuke was sent flying. Hinata and Ino were about to be taken hostage by Zabuza. At that critical moment, a surge of black chakra erupted from Hinata's body, instantly freezing the space within a 3-meter radius at incredible speed. The high-ranking divine technique that Long Ming had left in Hinata's eyes activated, and except for Hinata, Zabuza and Ino were instantly immobilized, with only the throne's Sasuke narrowly escaping. Hinata was shocked by this scene, but Sasuke reacted immediately. He disregarded everything and picked up Ukai's, shouting loudly, "Hinata, get out of the way!" After saying this, Sasuke used all his strength to throw Ukai's. Hinata quickly sidestepped, avoiding Ukai's. The rapidly flying blade pierced Zabuza's body, and the bloodied blade emerged from Zabuza's back, causing the high-ranking divine technique to be immediately dispelled. What is happening? Zabuza's face displayed disbelief as he coughed up blood and knelt on one knee. The hidden mist technique could no longer be maintained due to Zabuza's injury, and as the mist dissipated, it became clear that Long Ming was also rushing towards Sasuke. Seeing that Zabuza had sustained a fatal injury and that Sasuke and the others were unscathed, Long Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he did not want to activate Infinite for an immediate attack, but in this almost indistinguishable thick fog, he could not use Infinite to shorten the distance between any objects because he truly could not see anything. Even if he could see a little, Long Ming could immediately activate Infinite for teleportation, but this hidden mist technique completely obscured his vision. Long Ming's figure flickered and appeared in front of Zabuza. Sasuke's previous strike had indeed been accurate, directly hitting Zabuza's heart and achieving an overlevel kill. Long Ming felt a bit regretful. He had intended to keep Zabuza for last to capture such a skilled rogue ninja proficient in assassination techniques. However, he did not expect things to nearly spiral out of his control. If Zabuza had truly harmed Hinata and the others, Long Ming would have killed him directly. Zabuza-sensei, Haku, who was curled up, could no longer hold back upon seeing Zabuza injured. He immediately used the body flicker technique to reach Zabuza's side and support him. Chapter 60. I am no longer Mr. Zabuza's tool. Blood gushed from Zabuza's mouth, dripping down the bandages. He pushed away Haku and said in a low voice, "No need to support me. Haku, go ahead. Kill these little brats." Watching the blood continuously flowing from Zabuza's body, tears streamed uncontrollably down Haku's face beneath the mask. "Mr. Zabuza, please stop talking. You've lost so much blood." Haku extended his hand and pressed it against Zabuza's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. But Sasuke's strike had severed all of Zabuza's life force. Even Tsunade couldn't save him now. Feeling his life ebbing away through the wound, Zabuza felt his head growing heavier. And even the figure of Long Ming began to blur. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. Zabuza seemed to realize he was close to death and stopped shouting about killing Long Ming. He understood that his mission had failed. However, there was one thing that still weighed on his mind. Zabuza struggled to turn his head and sighed as he looked at Haku, who was crying for him. He reached out and wiped the tears from Haku's chin. "Haku, you have the bloodline limit of ice release. Live well, don't let me see you down there so soon." After saying this, Zabuza's hand fell limp, and his body gradually lost warmth. Listening to Zabuza's meaningful last words, Long Ming felt a bit sentimental. Although Zabuza was cold-hearted, he was not heartless. Even at the moment of his death, he specifically mentioned Haku's ice-release bloodline limit, hoping Long Ming would notice Haku's talent and take him as a subordinate, thus ensuring Haku's life would be preserved. "Mr. Zabuza." Haku stood frozen in place, his eyes devoid of life beneath the mask. "Mr. Zabuza, wake up." Haku numbly shook Zabuza's already cold body, but there was no response. "He's dead. Stop doing these foolish things. Let's give him a proper burial." Long Ming's voice reached Haku's ears, seemingly waking him up. He looked up, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, who had killed Zabuza. Sasuke met his gaze unflinchingly. Long Ming frowned and said in a deep voice, "Haku, don't blame me for not warning you. If you want to take revenge for Zabuza, I'll kill you first. Think carefully about his last words. Don't disappoint him." Haku's ice-release bloodline limit was a very rare ability in the ninja world. If possible, Long Ming certainly didn't want to kill Haku. His family lacked such rare, bloodline limit ninjas at all times. Haku lowered his head, knowing that with Long Ming around, he could never take revenge for Zabuza. He took off his mask, revealing a very handsome face. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. Without him, I am an unnecessary existence in this world. I understand his intentions. But without Mr. Zabuza, there is nothing worth my attachment in this world. Haku hugged Zabuza's corpse tightly and then rammed his body against the blade behind Zabuza. Long Ming's pupils constricted. It was too late to save him. Shoo! The blade of Yakizawa pierced through both their bodies, blood trickling from Haku's mouth. This scene stunned Sasuke and the others. They never expected Haku to be so resolute, choosing to end his life immediately upon seeing Zabuza dead. Long Ming sighed deeply and shook his head. What was the point of this? Haku gazed gently at Zabuza and slowly spoke. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. He has gone to that world, and I must accompany him. If possible, I ask you to bury us together. Long Ming remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. Haku slowly rested his head on Zabuza's body and closed his eyes. Although Long Ming had won, he felt an unusually complex emotion. He pulled Yakizawa from the bodies of Zabuza and Haku and said to Sasuke and the others, clean up. We need to prepare to visit the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had caused so much trouble for him, and he certainly needed to pay a proper visit. The streets were filled with traces of battle. Long Ming ran down 2 streets and found Hayama Shin, whose sternum he had kicked in. Hayama Shin seemed to have just died not long ago, his body still warm. Without medical ninjas to assist, he must have experienced quite a bit of pain before dying. Long Ming carried his corpse and then found the dead Kagawa Kigo in another collapse shop. Compared to the suffering Hayama Shin endured, Kagawa Kigo's situation was much better. At least he had been killed instantly without feeling any pain. However, half of his face was now unrecognizable, and it was uncertain if this would affect claiming the bounty. Long Ming wanted to find the corpse of Zabukawa A.O., but he had been obliterated by the infinite Tsukuyami, leaving no trace behind. After searching for a long time, he only found half of a puppet's arm, so it seemed hopeless. As for Zabuza and Haku, although Zabuza had a bounty out of respect for him and Haku, Long Ming did not take his body, but arranged for Sasuke and the others to give them a proper burial. In the end, the only bounties Long Ming could claim were for the rogue ninja Hayama Shin from Konoha and the rogue ninja Kagawa Kigo from Iwagakure. They were worth 18 million and 16 million ryo respectively, totaling just over the amount needed to purchase the method for creating explosive tags, starting at 5 ryo. He still needed to find a bounty office to exchange these 2 bounties. I remember there seems to be one nearby. Long Ming pulled out a small black book to check. About 10 miles from here, there was indeed a bounty office where he could exchange the bounties. Should we send these 2 to exchange for money first? Sasuke asked seriously. No, we're going straight to the daimyo's mansion. Long Ming closed the black book, formed hand seals, and crossed his fingers. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, Long Ming summoned a shadow clone. The shadow clone was a tangible clone created using chakra, possessing independent consciousness and certain resilience, and upon dispelling, the memories and experiences of the clone would return to the original. The shadow clone could also release Susanoo and use some ninjutsu, but it couldn't use the ocular techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan, such as Long Ming's infinite Tsukuyami and Kamui. Learning the shadow clone technique took Long Ming quite a bit of time. Given his current chakra levels, he could produce about 12 shadow clones, which, while not as fearsome as Naruto's, was still quite excellent compared to ordinary ninjas. Chapter 61. The daimyo's mansion. These 2 corpses are handed over to you. After exchanging the bounty, remember to meet us. Long Ming handed the 2 corpses to the shadow clone. The shadow clone nodded, then picked up the 2 corpses and kicked off the ground to leave the street. As for Long Ming, he left with the others. What Long Ming didn't know was that not far down the street, a bald knight had witnessed the entire battle. This bald knight was Di Lu. Di Lu was drenched in cold sweat, looking as though he had just been pulled out of the water, his clothes soaked. Who exactly is this kid? Too terrifying. Even I couldn't handle 4 S-rank rogue ninjas so easily. My instincts were right. Thankfully, I didn't attack him in that shop. Di Lu slowly watched Long Ming disappear into the distance, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then he thought of something and his face suddenly stiffened. That direction is bad. He's going to find the daimyo to settle the score. Di Lu abruptly snapped to attention, quickly climbed down from the rooftop, and hurried towards the daimyo's mansion. The location of the daimyo's mansion was not hard to find. It was the most luxurious and largest residence in all of East Jing. The place was heavily guarded, with up to 80 elite guards in front of the massive red-painted iron gates. Inside, there was a guard stationed every 10 steps, in case the daimyo faced any mishap. Ming walked slowly towards the daimyo's mansion with Sasuke and the others. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, the guards raised their long guns and aimed them at Ming. A leading captain spoke up first, scolding, "What are you doing? This is the daimyo's mansion, not a place for kids like you to play. Get lost, get lost." The captain poked Ming's shoulder with a gun tip, seemingly trying to scare him away. Ming's expression remained calm as he reached out and gripped the tip of the gun in front of him. The captain was taken aback, then scoffed, "You little brat. What do you want? Do you want to take my gun?" Before he could finish, he felt an irresistible force coming from the gun, and his body was sent flying like a leaf in a storm. Boom! The captain crashed into a distant wall, unconscious. The remaining soldiers were all stunned, and it wasn't until Ming continued forward that they came to their senses. It's a ninja. They are ninjas. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A ninja is attacking the daimyo's mansion. Eliminate them, protect the daimyo. All the guards raised their guns and charged towards Ming and the others. Protect the daimyo? You really overestimate yourselves. Ming snorted coldly, not even raising a hand. His eyes unleashed Jinjutsu upon everyone staring at him. Anyone who made eye contact with Ming froze in place, their bodies becoming immobile. Their expressions shifted from anger and determination to emptiness. Even some Nin couldn't resist the power of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, let alone these ordinary guards. Ming walked straight ahead, and all the guards along the way collapsed to the ground. Sasuke followed closely behind Ming, enviously. He understood that this was the power of the Sharingan from his clan. While feeling proud, he also had an intense desire for this power. Ming slowly approached the front door, and just as he was about to open it, he suddenly felt a strange barrier of repulsion, a faint glow enveloping the door. This power seemed to be some sort of barrier designed to protect the daimyo's residence. Quite a few tricks, huh? Ming paused. Just like Konoa village has sensing barriers, the daimyo's residence certainly wouldn't be unprotected. If it relied solely on these ordinary soldiers, then a single Nin could easily assassinate the daimyo. Ming examined the massive iron door and the two statues resembling Rakshasas beside it, deep in thought. This barrier must be activated by these two statues. The statues could identify those passing through the door. As long as the person possessed chakra, they could not enter the daimyo's mansion without the owner's permission. In this case, there are two methods to breach the barrier. One is to be like Obito, skilled in space ninjutsu, capable of traversing the barrier. The other way is to forcibly smash through with overwhelming power. Ming took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and struck the door like lightning. Bang! The entire door reverberated with a muffled sound, and a large amount of dust fell from above. The glowing barrier on the door remained unmoved while a strong backlash force surged back. Ming's right arm went numb, and he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. Quite tough, huh? Ming shook his slightly aching arm. It seemed that even a Nin using fire ninjutsu couldn't break through this barrier. The guards inside seemed to have noticed the situation and shouted, "Everyone come over and brace the door. That ninja is ramming the door. Don't let the ninja from outside get in. Everyone brace yourselves. The door has a barrier set by the 3rd Hokage for us. That ninja won't be able to open it easily. Let us hold the door together." A throng of guards crowded at the door, using their bodies to brace against it. Ming snorted coldly and threw another rapid punch at the door. Bang! With the addition of these guards, the barrier on the door seemed even tougher, and Ming was pushed back 5 steps this time. "It's working, brothers, hold on. We must protect the daimyo at all costs. This is the legendary barrier set by the 3rd Hokage. No matter who is outside, they can't break through easily." Ming touched his nose and chuckled. "You think a barrier can stop me? Even if the 3rd Hokage himself were here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant." After saying that, Ming's eyes slowly rotated and black chakra emerged from his body. He activated the first form of Susanoo, forming a massive skeletal upper body around him. The body of Susanoo was nearly as wide as the door itself. Ming controlled Susanoo to raise its arm, slightly bending it, preparing for a powerful strike. The next moment, boom, a power of an entirely different magnitude surged against the door, shattering the glow enveloping it instantly. The 2 statues beside it shattered into pieces, and the door crashed down with a loud bang. Many guards, unable to escape in time, were pinned beneath the hundreds of pounds of iron door. Ming stepped into the daimyo's mansion, the enormous Susanoo instilling deep pressure on the guards. Their legs trembled slightly. With every step Ming took forward, They took a step back. Long Ming casually reached out with Susanoo's hand and grabbed the nearest guard. The guard's face turned pale as he struggled in Susanoo's grip. Let me go. No, I don't want to die. Help. Chapter 62. The resolute guards of the daimyo, the surrounding guards hesitated, their hands soaked with sweat, and no one dared to step forward to stop Long Ming's actions. Long Ming pulled the guard in front of him and said lightly, "Stop shouting, or I'll cut out your tongue." The guard's voice abruptly ceased, and he looked at Long Ming with a face full of indignation. What do you want? Long Ming surveyed the large courtyard and asked, "Where's the daimyo?" The guard snorted coldly, his expression one of defiance. "In your dreams. I'll tell you this. I'm a loyal protector of the daimyo. Even if I die, I won't tell you where he is." Long Ming glanced at him indifferently, controlling Susanoo with a wave of his hand. With a loud bang, the surrounding soldiers were instantly sent flying, their armor scattering across the ground. The guard's face stiffened, and after coughing a couple of times, he said, "Well, the daimyo is currently in a special safe house. Just go straight ahead, turn left, and after a few turns, you'll get there." "Thank you very much," Long Ming replied, releasing Susanoo and casually tossing the guard aside. In the safe house, the daimyo was anxiously pacing back and forth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He kicked over a table in front of him and shouted, "Where is Jiraku? Why hasn't he come to protect me? The ninjas from Konoha are already at my doorstep. Where is he?" The people around him were silent, no one daring to step forward at that moment. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of hurried knocks came from the door, and the daimyo's face turned pale as he frantically hid under the table. "The ninjas from Konoha are coming. Quick, go out and stop them." The people around him were also very tense, and one guard bravely went to open the door. Creak. When the door opened, a bloodied soldier stumbled into the safe house. "It's bad, daimyo. Those ninjas have already broken in. They are too strong. We can't resist them at all. The guards have suffered heavy casualties, and they are almost here. Please, you must evacuate quickly." The guard's tone was urgent, his eyes filled with panic and fear. The daimyo clung to the table's edge, his face fluctuating between fear and anger, and he said to the people beside him, "Quick, come help me leave. My legs won't listen to me." The others approached and discovered that the daimyo's legs were trembling uncontrollably. He didn't even have the strength to get up. They struggled to pull him out from under the table, supporting him as they prepared to flee. Just as they were about to open the door, there was a loud bang, and the door was smashed open, creating a hole. A pale fist stopped just in front of the daimyo's nose, narrowly missing him. The daimyo looked at the fist and immediately lost control, a stream of urine flowing down his pants onto the floor. Long Ming withdrew his fist, and the door was torn open along with it. The daimyo's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Long Ming looked down at the daimyo, sitting in a puddle of urine, and frowned. He hadn't expected the Lord of the Land of Fire to be so pathetic. However, upon reflection, these daimyo's performances in Naruto really weren't all that impressive. Their appearances mostly involved playing mahjong and seeking attention. This daimyo of the Land of Fire had once been silenced by a glare from Danzo. Long Ming stepped forward slowly, and the daimyo shrank back in fear, shouting hoarsely, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? I am the Lord of the Land of Fire. I command you to step back." Long Ming coldly glanced at the daimyo. "It seems you still haven't realized your position." Long Ming raised his foot and kicked, sending the daimyo flying, who crashed down and broke a nearby table. This kick was powerful, and after landing on the table, the daimyo spewed blood and lost several teeth. Long Ming strode over and immediately placed his foot on the daimyo's face, pressing down hard as he spoke slowly. "I originally planned to have a proper conversation with you. After all, you are the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and we Uchiha are not evil spirits. But how did you treat me before I even met you? You sent a few rogue ninjas to kill me. Should I take this as you declaring war on the Uchiha and Konoha on behalf of the Land of Fire?" As Long Ming spoke, he pressed down slightly harder, and the daimyo's head made a crunching sound beneath his foot. At that moment, the daimyo was filled with regret. He had only wanted to negotiate with the Uchiha. Ever since Mito, Kazan, and Tien Kamaru, two high-ranking Konoha officials, had died, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was forcibly removed from office, the daimyo had almost completely lost control over Konoha. This time, he truly only wanted to negotiate. But due to his ignorance of the Uchiha clan stance, he had recruited some ninjas for his safety. Who would have known these rogue ninjas would completely disregard his orders and attack Long Ming and his companions, leading to the current situation? The daimyo's heart was filled with anger and despair, and he mentally cursed Zabuza and the others' ancestors. But no matter how much he cursed, he could no longer change the current situation. He felt Long Ming's foot gradually pressing harder, and under the pressure, he began to have difficulty breathing, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. The onlookers could no longer bear to watch and turned their heads away. Just as the daimyo was on the verge of death under Long Ming's foot, a panicked voice came from outside the door. "Show mercy. Please show mercy." Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Long Ming's foot loosened. With the pressure lifted, the daimyo, who had just danced on the edge of death, immediately began to gulp in air. Jiraku. Save me, please save me. The daimyo cried out, begging for help. The one who had just called for Long Ming to stop was the hurriedly arriving Jiraku. At this moment, the people in the room seemed to have found a warm harbor, and the daimyo subordinates all hid behind Jiraku. "Jiraku, you're finally back. This villain has taken the daimyo hostage. Please subdue him." "Yes, Jiraku, you're the only one among us who can do it. Please take action." Everyone looked at Jiraku with hopeful eyes. Jiraku's face darkened. "Can you all stop coming up with bad ideas? I want to live a few more years." Ignoring the people around him, Jiraku walked straight up to Long Ming and performed a respectful gesture. "Little brother, thank you for showing mercy. This is actually a misunderstanding. The daimyo does not want to go to war with the Uchiha clan. It was those rogue ninjas acting on their own, wanting to attack you and your companions." The daimyo repeatedly nodded, trembling as he said, "Yes, yes. I never ordered those ninjas to harm you. They acted on their own. This is a misunderstanding." Chapter 63. 100 billion Ryo, Misunderstanding? Long Ming raised his voice and ground his foot into the face of the daimyo, scolding, "That person was definitely sent by you, right? You still dare to say it's not a declaration of war against my Uchiha clan? Tomorrow, I will return and bring people to slaughter the Eastern Jing. From now on, let the Fire Nation belong to the Uchiha name." Di Lu was drenched in cold sweat. Talking to Long Ming was truly terrifying, as he would casually talk about exterminating a nation. However, Long Ming's words were not entirely unreasonable, because Zabuza and the others were indeed summoned by the daimyo of the Fire Nation. If the daimyo had not issued a bounty to gather those rogue ninjas, these events would not have occurred. Faced with the overwhelmingly strong Long Ming, Di Lu could only grit his teeth and say, "Little brother, please calm down. War is not a joke. With so many people in Eastern Jing, if you act impulsively, the entire Fire Nation will be paralyzed, and at that time, the other 4 great nations will come to divide our land." Long Ming seemed to act like a rogue, throwing a tantrum. "I don't care. You declared war on my Uchiha clan first, and now you say it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm so easy to bully? If I don't get an explanation, tomorrow I'll lead the Uchiha to attack Eastern Jing." Long Ming's resolute attitude made Di Lu's eyes light up. He realized Long Ming was looking for benefits. Although being robbed at such a time was a bit unpleasant, the situation forced him to act. As long as he could calm Long Ming down and save the daimyo's life, everything was worth it. Di Lu immediately made eye contact with the daimyo, reminding him, "Daimyo, this matter is indeed our fault. We must give this little brother a satisfactory explanation, right?" Under Di Lu's frantic hints, the daimyo finally reacted and immediately shouted, "I will definitely give Konoha, oh no, give the Uchiha a satisfactory explanation." Long Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a subtle smile, but his tone remained aggressive. "Then tell me, how will you compensate us, Uchiha? If you dare to deal with it perfunctorily, don't blame me for being ruthless." As Long Ming spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, scaring the daimyo into losing control again, yellow and white fluid spilling everywhere. Di Lu couldn't bear to watch the daimyo continue like this, and said, "Little brother, look, the daimyo has already agreed to you. Why don't you let him go first, and we can discuss it slowly?" Long Ming rolled his eyes. He didn't want to keep stepping on this stinking daimyo. So he lifted his foot, and the daimyo was finally free again. Di Lu stepped forward to help the daimyo up, who took a long time to catch his breath. "Now, tell me, how do you plan to compensate?" Long Ming casually asked while blowing dust from his fingernails. The daimyo instinctively glanced at Di Lu and then cautiously said, I am willing to increase the funding to Konoha from the original 200 billion Ryo to 400 billion Ryo next time. What do you think?" "What? Only 400 billion Ryo?" Long Ming was furious and lunged forward to grab the daimyo by the collar. "Are you sending me off with beggar's money? Is this enough for anyone? Do you think I'm not serious? Shut your mouth. I'll give a number. 5 days from now, the Fire Nation needs to pay the Uchiha 100 billion Ryo. If not, war starts tomorrow." The daimyo turned pale with fright and bitterly explained, "Our Fire Nation only collects 400 billion Ryo in taxes a year, and most of that goes to daily expenses. 100 billion Ryo is simply too much." Long Ming snorted coldly and released the daimyo's collar. "I don't care. If I don't see that 100 billion Ryo, I'll lead my people to attack Eastern Jing. You can figure it out. The daimyo was in a difficult position. Although he was the daimyo of the Fire Nation, many things could not be decided by him alone. With a grim expression, the daimyo said, "This matter is too significant. I must convene the officials and governors of the Fire Nation to discuss it before giving you a response." The officials and governors were also the daimyo's subordinates. They were responsible for financial, administrative, judicial, and military logistics matters, as well as managing the cities. Although most of the power lay with the daimyo, using such a large tax amount of 100 billion Ryo still required thorough discussion with them to see if they could agree. Most likely, they would have to agree. After all, if Konoha really attacked, they would lose everything. Then I will give you 1 day. You better not disappoint me, Long Ming said coldly. In fact, he was quite satisfied with 400 billion Ryo, but it was hard to pass up such a good opportunity to extort the Fire Nation. As for getting rid of the daimyo, Long Ming had considered it, but ninjas were good at fighting, not production, and they didn't understand how to govern a country. Something still had to be done by ordinary people. After making his threats, Long Ming left the daimyo's residence directly with Sasuke and the others. The aftermath was left for the daimyo and others to clean up. A day later, the daimyo summoned his subordinates to discuss the conditions proposed by Long Ming. After intense debate, the Fire Nation agreed to provide Konoha with 100 billion Ryo in activity funds every year. When this news reached Konoha, Fugaku was overjoyed, dancing with excitement, praising Long Ming as a talented negotiation expert. After completing the task, Long Ming did not stay in Eastern Jing for long. After obtaining the production method for the 5 explosive tags through the black market, he left Eastern Jing directly. A few days later, the Fire Nation also announced that Uchiha Fugaku was the legitimate heir to the Hokage position. With the recognition of the daimyo of the Fire Nation, Fugaku's position as Hokage was finally legitimate. After a series of twists and turns, many people began to discuss the upheaval that had occurred in Konoha. Some organizations skilled in intelligence gathering learned a lot about Long Ming and discovered this new genius from the Uchiha clan. Long Ming gradually gained a small reputation in the ninja world. In a dark cave, Toby, wearing a mask, looked thoughtfully at the intelligence in his hand. Beside him stood Zetsu, resembling a Venus flytrap. Since returning to the Uchiha, Toby had ordered Zetsu to continuously gather information on Long Ming, hoping to figure out how Long Ming learned about his identity. Although he hadn't found the channel, the information Zetsu brought back each time startled him. Killing Danzo, confronting the 3rd Hokage, controlling Jiraiya, seizing the position of Hokage. Each terrifying achievement reminded him of how troublesome the enemy he faced was. What a pity. If I could recruit someone like him into the Akatsuki, my Moon-Eye plan would definitely be completed faster, Toby said with a hint of regret in his tone. Chapter 64. The actions of the Akatsuki organization after a fierce battle between Jiraiya and Long Ming. Obito had completely mastered Long Ming's abilities. In his own words, it was virtually unsolvable. Just as Long Ming had once said, he was Obito's absolute nemesis. Because Obito simply couldn't lay a hand on him. Since that's the case, why not try to persuade him to join us? Zetsu said nearby. You are thinking too simply. Not everyone is as easily swayed as Nagato. From the first moment I saw that guy, I knew he wasn't someone who would willingly submit to others, Obito replied, rubbing his forehead and asking in a hoarse voice, "Where's Long Ming now?" Zetsu responded, "Probably in the northern part of the Land of Fire. The exact location is still unclear, but he should be nearing the border of the Land of Fire." North? Obito rubbed his chin and suddenly turned to ask, "I remember that Orochimaru and Sasori are active in that area, right?" Zetsu nodded slightly. "Yes, ever since they captured the Five Tails, they've been lingering at the border of the Land of Fire. Nagato hasn't assigned them any other tasks yet. The Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, named Han, is a ninja from Iwagakure." Obito pondered. Although he couldn't kill Long Ming, it didn't mean he would just sit back and do nothing. Long Ming knew his true identity, and just thinking about it made Obito restless. Therefore, no matter the cost, he had to kill Long Ming. He knew he couldn't do it himself, but Orochimaru was skilled in various ninjutsu, and was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. So it should be a problem for him to deal with Long Ming. Obito handed the information back to Zetsu and commanded, "Have Nagato inform Orochimaru and Sasori to pursue Long Ming." "Understood," Zetsu replied briefly, and his body slowly sank into the ground, restoring silence to the cave once again. The evening sun cast a red glow across the sky. 2 figures dressed in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds sat cross-legged on a rock. They wore conical hats with wind chimes tied to them, and their fingers adorned rings marked with code names. One of them had golden, elongated pupils, with purple eyeshadow extending to his nose. His face and skin were very pale, and he wore blue-green, comma-shaped earrings, giving off a sinister vibe. The other person was shorter, wearing a black mask that obscured his face, leaving only a pair of small eyes visible. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Sasori, currently working as partners. After a long while, the two slowly opened their eyes. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. Sasori, it looks like we have some work to do again. The Uchiha clan. This is truly exciting. As Orochimaru spoke, a greedy look flashed in his eyes, which displeased Sasori beside him. Be careful, Orochimaru. According to the intel, this kid is quite troublesome. My puppet technique might not be very effective, Sasori calmly analyzed. Orochimaru's expression slightly restrained, as they had already obtained information on Long Ming's various ninjutsu and the ocular techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan. It was undeniable that the ocular techniques controlling space and time were quite tricky, even for Orochimaru. We will find a way. Let us wait until the organization locates his exact position. For now, let us prepare in advance, Orochimaru said, his golden eyes spinning as if plotting something. What kind of preparations are you thinking of? Sasori asked indifferently. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously and looked to the north. I still have some influence in the land of rice. It's a small base of mine. We can go there to rest for 2 days and study how to deal with this kid Long Ming. When did you have influence in the land of rice? I never expected there would be followers like you. Such a gloomy guy, Sasori mocked Orochimaru coldly. Their relationship could be described as very discordant. On one hand, it was due to their differing philosophies on immortality and eternity. On the other hand, Orochimaru was a ninja from Konoha, while Sasori's parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru paid no mind to Sasori's mockery and instead replied, It's a recent establishment. To be honest, it's still in its infancy. Only a few of my loyal subordinates are left there, and I can show you around. Let us go. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he slowly walked north. Sasori snorted coldly and silently followed behind. The land of rice was a small country bordering Konoha, which previously had no ninja village. According to the original storyline, after being defeated by Itachi, Orochimaru left the Akatsuki, bribed the daimyo of the land of rice, and established the Sound Village within its territory. The Sound Village was not employed by the land of rice. After bribing the daimyo, Orochimaru occupied the land of rice, which later became his main base. Now, due to Long Ming's interference, Itachi did not join the Akatsuki. However, Orochimaru still established the Sound Village, indicating that he had long harbored thoughts of leaving the organization. Long Ming stood atop a mountain, looking out at the scenery of the land of rice. It had been half a month since they left the Eastern Jing, and along the way, they had been stopping and practicing intermittently. Compared to the prosperity of Eastern Jing, the land of rice seemed like a poor and remote place. There were no large caravans or passing ninjas on the roads, only a few citizens moving about the streets. Sasuke couldn't help but question, Long Ming, the super talented master you told me about lives in a place like this? From the outside, the land of rice indeed had nothing outstanding, completely unlike a place where a great person should reside. According to Sasuke's thoughts, the teacher Long Ming found for himself should either live in a luxurious mansion or hide deep in the forest, but neither was the case. Long Ming tapped Sasuke on the head and pretended to explain deeply, well, you know, kid, this is called small hidden in the mountains, great hidden in the city. Don't underestimate this place. There are several very powerful genius ninjas here. Really? Sasuke rubbed his head, looking half convinced. Long Ming smiled lightly without answering. The talented ninjas he referred to were, of course, Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro. Their current strength definitely surpassed Sasuke's. They had both been taken in and trained by Orochimaru since childhood, executing various tasks or battles. Especially Kimimaro, whose strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin, was a wielder of the bloodline limit of Shikatsu Myaku. All right, let us go down and find a place to rest. I'll go out to gather some intel. Long Ming led the group into the land of rice. Unlike Eastern Jing, the management in the land of rice was very lax, whether one was a ninja or not. It didn't matter at all, and everyone was allowed to pass freely. Chapter 65. Gathering intelligence, Long Ming settled Hinata and the others, then planned to inquire nearby about the location of the Sound Village or information regarding Orochimaru. Long Ming was not worried at all that Orochimaru had not established the Sound Village, because since the system issued such a task, it proved that the Sound Village must exist. The day for the task was just around the corner. However, Long Ming needed to be cautious about whether Orochimaru was still a member of the Akatsuki organization at this moment. If Orochimaru was still with Akatsuki, then Long Ming had to prepare to confront other members of the organization. As for who to ask in the Land of Rice for news about Orochimaru, Long Ming already had someone in mind. He searched around the Land of Rice and eventually found the mansion of the daimyo. Looking at the guards at the entrance who were dozing off, Long Ming felt a bit embarrassed. These guards were truly weak. Ignoring them, Long Ming directly kicked off the ground and jumped into the daimyo's mansion. A burst of laughter between men and women reached his ears. Lord Daimyo, come catch me quickly. As long as you catch me, I'll be yours tonight. Lord Daimyo, I'm right here, come find me. Little beauty, once I catch you, you'll know what it means to be in ecstasy tonight. Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled. The daimyo of the Land of Rice had quite the taste for entertainment. Following the sounds, he found a small garden where a little man with a mustache was playing with 3 women dressed in kimonos. Whenever he touched the women's clothing, a lewd smile would occasionally appear on his face. This man was presumably the daimyo of the Land of Rice. Lord Daimyo, I'm next to you, come on. A woman in a blue kimono leaned forward and blew in the daimyo's ear. Little beauty, you can't run away, take this. The daimyo lewdly laughed twice, then lunged forward, actually managing to grab someone. The daimyo was overjoyed, using both hands to squeeze as if he wanted to feel the softness of the woman. But the next moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Little beauty, your chest is so small, and it's so hard, just like a man's. Realizing something was off, the daimyo removed the blindfold from his head. He saw a young man standing in front of him, glaring at him with an unhappy expression. Who the hell are you? How dare you intrude in my mansion? Where's my little beauty? The daimyo was startled and quickly released his grip. He then disdainfully wiped his hands on his clothes, as if disgusted by his recent actions. Long Ming also patted his chest, shrugged, and said, she's behind you. Didn't you notice? The daimyo turned his head and found that the women who had just been playing with him were now standing there with vacant expressions, seemingly under a genjutsu. The daimyo's pupils constricted, and his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He immediately realized that the young man in front of him had come to cause trouble. Someone, there's an assassin. The daimyo, not caring about anything else, shouted loudly. He was just an ordinary person and had no confidence in escaping from a ninja's grasp. Slap! Before the daimyo could finish his sentence, Long Ming had already slapped him, sending the daimyo flying. The daimyo, lying on the ground, felt stars in his eyes, and half of his face became swollen. Long Ming touched his nose and chuckled. Don't shout. I'm not an assassin. I just want to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer me honestly, I won't make things difficult for you. Do we have a deal? The daimyo covered half of his swollen face, his expression furious. Although he understood that Long Ming was a ninja, being threatened like this was a humiliation to his dignity as a daimyo. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and coldly said, don't be too arrogant. Our Land of Rice is not easy to bully. If you dare to kill me, powerful ninjas will come to take your life. That person is definitely not someone you can provoke. In front of him, you're nothing but an ant. The daimyo dared to say this, of course, relying on the confidence Orochimaru had given him. A few months ago, when Orochimaru approached him about establishing a ninja village in the Land of Rice, the daimyo was so delighted that he danced with joy. Their country was impoverished and had no ninjas at all. With Orochimaru's arrival, not only did he bring money, but he also established a ninja village for his country, with the name of one of the legendary 3 ninjas who would dare to casually attack the Land of Rice. Slap! Just as the daimyo was lost in his thoughts, Long Ming delivered another crisp slap, waking him up. The daimyo was sent flying again, and this time it was even harder. The other half of his face swelled up even more than before. You're going too far, the daimyo said, blood spilling from his mouth as he looked at Long Ming with indignation. He never expected Long Ming to be so unreasonable and to start attacking before he had even finished speaking. Long Ming brushed off the dust from his hands and said casually, I didn't want to do this, but you insisted on putting on a show in front of me. I can't help but feel the urge to slap people when I see them acting all high and mighty. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness. The daimyo was so furious he almost spat blood. According to your reasoning, am I the one at fault? Long Ming ignored the daimyo's thoughts and sat down on a nearby flower bed, asking, you just mentioned that there are powerful ninjas in your country. Who is that ninja? From the daimyo's earlier words, Long Ming was already 80 sure that Orochimaru was within the borders of the Land of Rice. But he still needed to confirm this with the daimyo. The daimyo hesitated, as Orochimaru had warned him not to casually reveal his identity and whereabouts. He had only said that to scare Long Ming. It seems you're unwilling to cooperate with me, Long Ming said, raising his right hand again. The daimyo's face turned pale. If he took a few more slaps, he really might die at Long Ming's hands. He quickly stopped. Wait, don't hit me. The powerful ninja I mentioned is actually the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha. He is currently residing within the Land of Rice. Long Ming's eyes lit up, and he lowered his raised hand. Then where is he now? Has he established the sound village in this country? The daimyo's heart skipped a beat. This information was well concealed, and even many of the citizens of his own country were unaware of it. How did this young man know? Why, yes, the sound village is established in the northwest corner of the Land of Rice. Orochimaru just returned there 10 days ago. After hesitating for a moment, the daimyo chose to spill everything. Compared to Orochimaru's warning, resolving the immediate crisis was far more important. Chapter 66. D and Kimimaro 10 days ago. Long Ming stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. It was quite a coincidence that Orochimaru returned just after him. Long Ming had originally thought he would stay in the Land of Rice for a long time. Now it seemed that after clocking in, he would be able to meet Orochimaru directly. One of Long Ming's goals for coming out this time was to win Orochimaru over and have him leave Akatsuki to join the Uchiha clan. However, achieving this was not so easy. Orochimaru was very ambitious, constantly researching various ninjutsu, probing into the secrets of immortality, and was very eager to obtain the Sharingan. If Long Ming couldn't control Orochimaru and brought him into the Uchiha clan, it might actually become a disaster for the Uchiha. Sigh, if only Shirsue's Kodoa Mitsukami could be used. Long Ming felt somewhat regretful. If Shirsue's Kodoa Mitsukami could still be used, he could apply the same method to modify Orochimaru's will. Unfortunately, without Hashirama's cells, Shirsue's Kodoa Mitsukami had too long a cooldown and couldn't be used this time. And although both Orochimaru and Yamato had Hashirama's cells, only Orochimaru had mastered the transplantation technique. Long Ming couldn't just tell Orochimaru, I want to use Kodoa Mitsukami to modify your will. Could you transplant Hashirama cells for me? That would probably make him look like a fool. Little hero, I've said everything I need to say. Can you let me go now? The daimyo of the Land of Rice, his face swollen like a pig's head, asked pitifully. Long Ming patted the daimyo's shoulder and chuckled, of course. But to prevent you from leaking information, I need you to sleep for a while longer. Sleep for a while longer? The daimyo of the Land of Rice was stunned. And before he could react, Long Ming had already struck him on the neck with a chop. The daimyo's eyes went dark, and he fainted. After finishing his business, Long Ming walked out of the daimyo's mansion and headed straight for the northwest corner. Orochimaru's strength was different from the opponents he had encountered before, so Long Ming didn't bring Sasuke and the others, choosing to go alone instead. On the street, two young men with white hair were walking together, attracting quite a number of gazes. One of them wore black glasses and a black ninja jacket, giving off a very gentle vibe. Standing next to him was a boy with green pupils and two red dots between his eyebrows. These two were, of course, the talents that Orochimaru had recruited from Konoha and the Take-Torai clan, D and Kimimaro. D, do you think there really is a dojutsu in this world that can manipulate space and time? Kimimaro asked casually as they walked. D adjusted his glasses and smiled, perhaps. Since Lord Orochimaru said so, then there's probably no mistake. Why you care about this? Kimimaro was silent for a moment before replying. It's nothing. Just thinking that if that's the case, then I won't qualify to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel. There was a hint of regret in Kimimaro's tone. He had been raised by Orochimaru since childhood. Therefore, he held a deep admiration for Orochimaru, even to the point of obsession. Since Kimimaro was still unaware of his illness, he was thrilled at the prospect of becoming Orochimaru's vessel. But a few days ago, Orochimaru suddenly returned and ordered them to search for someone named Long Ming. After inquiring carefully, Kimimaro learned that the person was a member of the Uchiha clan and had awakened the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. Kimimaro knew that he was far inferior to such a person and could no longer be the first choice to be Orochimaru's vessel. Seeing the regret in Kimimaro's heart, D gently smiled. That's actually a good thing. You can keep your useful body and continue to serve Lord Orochimaru. Now that Lord Orochimaru has established a ninja village, it's a great time for talent. D's words seemed to revive Kimimaro's spirits. You're right. I need to continue serving Lord Orochimaru. I will find this Uchiha named Long Ming and bring him before Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro raised the drawing paper in his hand, which had Long Ming's portrait, sketched and then handed to Orochimaru. Although it was somewhat rough, it was still recognizable. D chuckled and patted Kimimaro's shoulder, saying it's not that easy. We've been searching for 7 or 8 days, and there's not even a ghost near the Land of Rice. We can't just expect him to appear right in front of us. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurriedly walked past them. D initially glanced casually, but suddenly froze, quickly turning his head and rubbing his eyes vigorously. What's wrong? Did something get in your eye? Kimimaro frowned. D shook his head and snatched the drawing paper from Kimimaro's hand to compare it with the person ahead. After confirming carefully, D was dumbfounded. Holy crap. That person looks like Long Ming. What did you say? Kimimaro's eyes lit up and he grabbed the drawing back, seriously comparing it with the background of the figure ahead. Excited, he exclaimed, "That's right, it's this guy. D. Lord Orochimaru has shown his presence." D rolled his eyes. He was the one who discovered the person, after all. Since we found him, let's hurry back and report to Lord Orochimaru, D said, turning to head back to the hidden sound village. However, Kimimaro stayed put, staring intently in Long Ming's direction. Kimimaro? D called out in confusion. Kimimaro seemed to snap back to reality and turned to D, saying seriously, "D, you report to Lord Orochimaru. I need to test whether this kid has the qualifications to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel." D frowned and said sharply, "Have you lost your mind? If the intel is true, then going up to him is a death sentence. Only Lord Orochimaru can handle him. Come with me." After saying that, D reached out to grab Kimimaro, but the latter easily dodged. Kimimaro's gaze was resolute. "D, don't try to persuade me. This is something I must do for Lord Orochimaru. If he is indeed as strong as the intel suggests, then dying at his hands wouldn't be a bad thing. It would prove he is far superior to me as a vessel." Seeing Kimimaro so stubborn, D sighed, then took out a small bird, wrote down the intel, placed down the bird, and set it free. "Let's go together. Two people have a better chance. Even if we're not his match, we should be able to escape." D stood beside Kimimaro, and the two of them chased after Long Ming. Chapter 67. Kimimaro versus Ryumi. Ryumi sped forward, while the two behind him frowned. "Strange. It seems like he's heading towards the sound hidden village," Kabuto muttered while watching Ryumi ahead. Kimimaro, on the other hand, paid no attention to this, and after reaching a sufficient distance, he extended his hands. "Let me see if you have what it takes to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel. If you're just a name without substance, then I'll eliminate you for Lord Orochimaru." A hint of killing intent flashed in Kimimaro's eyes. Corpse bone technique. 10-finger piercing bullet. Kimimaro's fingers suddenly began to twitch strangely, and then 10-finger bones pierced through his skin, shooting out from his flesh. This is the ability of Kimimaro's corpse bone technique, allowing him to freely manipulate bone sprout cells and bone-destroying cells, and even control calcium concentration to form bones. His hard bones are tougher than steel, providing a defense that prevents typical physical attacks from getting close, and once he counterattacks, these bones can become the strongest spear. These 10 small finger bones shot towards Ryumi's body like bullets, creating a series of sonic booms. Upon hearing the sound, Ryumi quickly turned his head and showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Kimimaro and Kabuto. He had been focused on his journey and had completely overlooked the two on the road. However, in response to the attack, Ryumi immediately reacted, activating infinite shifting. The rapidly fired finger bones stopped in front of Ryumi and then dropped helplessly to the ground. Kimimaro, seeing his first attack fail, immediately pulled out a bone knife from his left arm and charged towards Ryumi. "Want to use taijutsu?" Ryumi smiled, his hands quickly forming seals. "Si, wei, shen, I, wu, yin." Ryumi took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his throat, and then sprayed it forward. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, accompanied by layers of heat waves, swept towards Kimimaro, turning the surrounding ground bright red from the intense heat. Ryumi's great fireball technique was significantly stronger than that of an average ninja. But Kimimaro did not stop. Instead, he charged forward. Water style, water chaos wave. Just as the fireball was about to engulf Kimimaro, Kabuto gathered chakra in his mouth and sprayed forth a waterfall-like volume of water. Sizzle. The clash produced a tremendous steam sound, and Kimimaro burst out from the steam, with sharp bone spikes appearing on his wrists, back, and palms. Corpse bone technique. Dance of the Willow. Kimimaro leaped into the air, launching a series of continuous attacks at Ryumi with exquisite taijutsu, as if dancing. However, no matter how many times Kimimaro swung his bone knife, he couldn't touch the hem of Ryumi's clothes, as if he were attacking the air in front of Ryumi. Just as the intelligence reported, Kabuto felt a sinking feeling in his heart. With that ocular technique, nearly half of the ninjutsu was ineffective against Ryumi. Kimimaro ignored this and continued to attack Ryumi with his dancing taijutsu. Alright, enough of the dancing. Ryumi watched Kimimaro twisting in front of him, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Ryumi activated Susanoo, entering its first form, and threw a punch towards Kimimaro. Feeling the immense pressure from Susanoo, Kimuro decisively increased the growth of his bones, enhancing their strength beneath his skin, and guarded his head with his hands, preparing to take Susanoo's attack head-on. Boom! With a crack, Kimuro's body uncontrollably flew backward, leaving behind tiny bone fragments in its wake. Kabuto hurriedly rushed to catch Kimuro, but the impact still caused him to stagger and nearly fall. Kimuro, unfazed by his shattered hand bones, excitedly said, "Good, your strength is indeed impressive. Only this way do you deserve to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel." "You want me to become Orochimaru's vessel?" Ryumi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. "I'm afraid Orochimaru doesn't have that qualification, and he certainly doesn't have the ability to defeat me. Although in terms of overall strength, Orochimaru might be slightly stronger than the current Ryumi. That doesn't mean he can surpass Ryumi, as Ryumi knows all of Orochimaru's trump cards. None of the ninjutsu Orochimaru excels that can counter Ryumi." Kimuro's eyes revealed a fervent expression as he declared earnestly, "Lord Orochimaru is omnipotent. The moment you were chosen by him, your fate was already sealed. What you need to do is accept it calmly. Being able to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel is an honor for you. You really are a die-hard fan of Orochimaru, daring to say such things. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Ryumi squinted his eyes, suddenly releasing an astonishing amount of chakra, creating a tremendous air blast and shockwave that swept through the entire street. What was once just a skeletal Susanoo rapidly grew veins and flesh, simultaneously covering itself with a formidable black Tengu armor, wielding a double-edged battle knife in its right hand. This is the third form of Susanoo, in which its defensive power is greatly enhanced, and the variety of weapons used is also more abundant. However, the chakra consumption also increases significantly, making it difficult for an ordinary Mangekyou Sharingan to maintain this state. "Do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Ryumi stepped forward slowly, his voice echoing through the street. Kimuro's heart trembled. The vast gap in strength and the terrifying pressure of Susanoo brought a moment of clarity to his fervent admiration for Orochimaru. But this moment of clarity was quickly extinguished, and Kimuro gritted his teeth. "I am willing to give everything for Lord Orochimaru, even if it means death." With that, Kimuro tore open his clothes. On his chest, there was a strange curse mark formed by 3 black dots. This is Kimuro's Earth Curse Mark. This curse mark was made from bodily fluids extracted by Orochimaru from Yugo, a member of a clan with a special bloodline limit, possessing sage body traits. Orochimaru injects it into the bodies of ninjas through the snake's kiss, making them stronger, leading to unnatural changes in their bodies and appearances. Although those marked can unleash great power, it also forcibly draws out power in unlimited quantities, thus having a strong corrosive effect on the user, making it a double-edged sword. The curse mark on Kimuro seemed to come alive, emitting a dark red color that covered his entire body. Kimuro's skin turned black, huge bones sprouted from his back, and a thick tail grew, adorned with sharp bone spikes. "Kabuto, you should step back. It might affect you soon." Kimuro raised his right hand, forming a massive bone drill with the hardest bones in his body. Chapter 68. Successful Check-In. Ajura Body-Do's pupils constricted, as if he understood Jumalu's thoughts. He said solemnly, "Be careful. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. After all, dealing with Long Ming shouldn't be our responsibility." Jumalu did not respond, only nodding silently. Seeing this, Do used the body flicker technique to leave, appearing several dozen meters away. Feeling that it was still not safe enough, he moved a few more times and ended up over 100 meters away. Jumalu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Without Do by his side, he could finally unleash his full potential. Suddenly, Jumalu's eyes snapped open, sharp as 2 long swords. Corpsebone Path, Dance of the Fern. Jumalu growled, plunging his palm into the ground, causing the entire street to shake violently. This was Jumalu's strongest attack, a ninjutsu he used as a trump card. It could cause sharp bones to grow from the ground to attack the opponent in large numbers, covering the entire ground like a forest of white bones. It was a terrifying technique that subjected the opponent to a comprehensive assault, making it difficult to defend against. Moreover, he could attach himself to the protruding bones and attack the opponent with his strongest spear. Boom! 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 Huge bone spikes shot up from the ground, continuously piercing towards Long Ming's Susanoo. These bones were harder than steel and sharper than blades. Even rocks would be pierced through. However, when they collided with Long Ming's Susanoo, they shattered like tofu, leaving not even a scratch on the armor. Yet the attack from the bone spikes was unending. As one bone spike shattered, another would emerge to take its place. Long Ming stood inside the Susanoo, moving step by step towards Junma Lu's position. The bone spikes that had already grown along the way could not withstand Susanoo even slightly. They shattered upon contact. Junma Lu shouted loudly, pushing off the ground with his legs, launching himself like an arrow from a bow, raising the bone drill in his right hand to charge at Susanoo. In response to Junma Lu's counterattack, Long Ming simply controlled Susanoo to lift a hand and grasp the bone drill, applying a slight force. The bone, which was said to be comparable to steel, shattered into pieces. This is too monstrous. Is this the power of the Uchiha? Do muttered to himself, dazed. This attack from Junma Lu was a powerful ninjutsu that even Orochimaru praised. Yet, in the face of Long Ming's Sharingan, it felt like a child playing with an adult, completely disregarded. Junma Lu looked at his right hand in disbelief, while Long Ming had already stood before him. Junma Lu gazed at Long Ming, his eyes unable to calm for a long time. Finally, he hoarsely said, "With a body like yours, Lord Orochimaru will surely be very pleased. I have lost. Come take my head." Saying this, Junma Lu dropped his hands, assuming a posture of waiting for death. Wanting to die is not so easy. I still need you to serve me in the days to come. Long Ming grasped Junma Lu's neck and, taking advantage of his momentary opening, used the Sharingan's Genjutsu on him. Junma Lu's body stiffened and then went limp. Junma Lu was an extremely rare wielder of the Corpse Bone Path bloodline limit. After the destruction of the Take-Torai clan, he became the only person in the ninja world to possess this bloodline limit. It was undoubtedly the right choice to bring such talent into the Uchiha clan. Of course, to recruit Junma Lu, it was necessary to start with Orochimaru, whom he regarded as a godlike being. As long as he could convince Orochimaru to join the Uchiha, then Junma Lu would be easily obtained. In the distance, Do's expression was extremely unsightly. While he hasn't noticed me, I should hurry back to the Sound Village. This kind of guy can only be dealt with by Lord Orochimaru. With this in mind, Do lifted his foot, preparing to leave. But as he turned his body, Long Ming had somehow already stood behind him. Do was instantly frightened out of his wits, instinctively gathering chakra to form a surgical blade and swung it at Long Ming. The attack was easily dodged, and a heavy punch struck his stomach, causing him to faint. Long Ming leisurely grabbed this master of dreams from the Hokage Do. Although his current strength was not very strong, his talent in medical ninjutsu and espionage abilities surpassed many. Susanoo grabbed Do with one hand and Junma Lu with the other, rushing towards the Sound Village. Since the Sound Village was newly established by Orochimaru and had a limited number of personnel, its scale was not large. There wasn't even a sign, just a few buildings standing there. When Long Ming descended from the sky, he heard the familiar system voice in his mind. Detected that the host has arrived at the Sound Village. Congratulations on completing the second check-in task. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Azura body. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the rank of Jonin, meeting special reward requirements. Reward for the host, Indra's chakra. Would you like to claim it immediately? Damn. Long Ming couldn't help but curse in excitement upon hearing the system's voice in his mind. This was not a curse of frustration, but one of exhilaration. Long Ming never expected that the reward for the second check-in would be so generous, its value even surpassing the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Who is Azura? He is one of the legendary sons of the Sage of Six Paths, inheriting powerful vitality and physical energy. As for the Azura body, one can refer to the physical constitution of the ninja god Hashirama to understand how monstrous it is. Hashirama is the reincarnation of Azura, and this first Hokage is revered as the ninja god by the ninja world largely because of his extraordinarily powerful body. This constitution grants Hashirama an almost inexhaustible chakra. Additionally, it provides him with immense vitality, allowing him to recover from any injury rapidly. As long as he is not killed instantly, there are no injuries he cannot heal. Hashirama once even staged a suicide act in front of Madara using kunai, moving Madara to tears, unaware that kunai couldn't kill Hashirama at all. It can be said that it was precisely because of this constitution that Hashirama could suppress Madara and dominate the ninja world. The Azura body is stronger than Hashirama's constitution, not weaker. As for the special reward, it was also very enticing to Long Ming. Indra's chakra. Indra, the other son of the Sage of Six Paths, inherited the power of chakra and spiritual energy. Although in terms of quantity, it does not match Azura's, his spiritual power is terrifying. Gaining Indra's chakra would exponentially enhance Long Ming's ocular power, even allowing him to activate the complete Susanoo. Moreover, The Indra's chakra rewarded by the system has a very crucial role. It can fuse with the Asura body to gain one of the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. Chapter 69, 10 S-Rank Mission System, claim the rewards. Long Ming took a deep breath and silently recited in his heart. Beep, rewards are being distributed to the host. The host's body will be modified in 10 seconds. Please prepare. With a peculiar energy being injected into his body, Long Ming felt that his body and cells were undergoing earth-shattering changes. Waves of pain, as if his muscles were tearing apart, flooded his mind continuously, causing Long Ming to gasp in shock, unable to maintain his Susanoo. He knelt on the ground, his expression pained, as the relentless pain surged like a tide into his mind. After enduring a few minutes of torment, the energy gradually dissipated, replaced by a light and comfortable sensation. Long Ming felt as if every pore on his body had come to life, emitting pleasurable moans. Clenching his fists, Long Ming now contained an incredibly terrifying vitality within him, comparable to Tsunade when she activated the 100 healing technique, and his chakra was several times stronger than before. Although Indra's chakra was limited, it greatly aided him, and the powerful spiritual energy significantly enhanced Long Ming's ocular power. But wait, where's my Rinnegan? Why is there no change at all? Long Ming pulled out a small mirror from somewhere, staring at his unchanged kaleidoscope eyes, and shouted. The Rinnegan is awakened by the fusion of Indra and Ashura's powers. There's no mistake about that. As for why it hasn't awakened, after thinking for a long time, Long Ming finally speculated that it might be a situation similar to Uchiha Madara. He would need to wait for a certain period for the powers to fully merge before awakening it. Hopefully, it won't take as long as it did for Madara, who nearly died waiting for his Rinnegan to activate. Long Ming silently complained, then stood up. At that moment, Long Ming suddenly realized that several different ninjutsu seemed to have appeared in his mind. Wind Release, Tornado, Gale Palm, multiple Great Jade Gale Palm, Amaterasu Kagaya's command. Wood Release, True Thousand's Hands, Buddha on top. Long Ming's eyes widened in surprise. These are the techniques of Indra and Ashura, right? Why can I suddenly use them? Long Ming was taken aback. Then his heart ignited with excitement. It turned out that the system not only granted Long Ming the powers of Ashura and Indra, but also bestowed upon him the ninjutsu they had learned throughout their lives. With these techniques, even without awakening the Rinnegan, Long Ming could easily reach the Super Shadow level, and his strength would increase even further if he went all out. This special task truly felt worthwhile. Long Ming thought to himself. Reward distribution has been completed. Check-in location has been updated. Next check-in location, Rain Village. If the host completes 10 S-rank missions before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. Please strive for improvement. After saying this, the system fell silent once again. However, Long Ming was filled with ambition. At this rate, he would soon lead the Uchiha clan to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The Rain Village can be said to be the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization, and Long Ming was in no hurry to go there. The most important thing right now was to subdue Orochimaru. Long Ming walked into the Sound Ninja Village and looked at the surrounding houses, his gaze stopping at the largest one. Orochimaru, no need to hide. I've heard you're looking for me. Now that I'm here, aren't you going to come out and get to know each other? As soon as Long Ming's voice fell, a black giant python suddenly burst out of the house, moving as fast as a black lightning bolt. The giant python opened its mouth wide and lunged directly at Long Ming's neck. Long Ming's expression remained unchanged as a skeletal arm of Susanoo appeared in the void, grabbing the giant python's head. Crack! The Susanoo's hand clenched, and the terrifying force crushed the giant python's skull, causing a large amount of blood to splatter on the ground. Emitting a strong stench, Long Ming casually threw the giant python aside and chuckled. Orochimaru, as a dignified Sannin, is this all you can do? Hiding in the shadows and using such methods? A strange, cackling laugh came from inside the house. Orochimaru spoke in a teasing tone, as expected. You are as strong as the rumors say. Possessing such a powerful bloodline limit makes me envious. No need for self-introductions. I've already investigated a lot of information about you. It seems you are the same. Orochimaru slowly walked out of the house, still wearing the Akatsuki's cloud robe, his greedy gaze sweeping over Long Ming. Besides Orochimaru, there was also Sasori hiding in the Hiriko, slowly walking to Orochimaru's side, his gaze fixed on Long Ming. When he heard the information, he couldn't believe it at first, not expecting that he was just a little brat after all. He wouldn't have also transformed his body with puppetry like me, would he? Sasori's voice sounded hoarse from within the Hiriko. Although Sasori's appearance looked like a child, his true age had already surpassed 30, making him a true elder. Therefore, when he saw Long Ming, who was equally young yet possessed immense strength, he couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. Absolutely not. After staring at Long Ming for a long time, Orochimaru shook his head firmly. His body moves quite normally, without the stiffness of a puppet. Sasori, I don't mean to mock you, but you and this kid are not on the same level. His physique and talent are simply too perfect, like a work of art. Orochimaru's fervent tone drew a wave of displeasure from Sasori, who said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, the organization's task is to eliminate him on the spot. You'd better not do anything unnecessary." Don't worry, my dear Sasori, I'll only do what I'm supposed to do." Orochimaru replied with a sinister smile. In his heart, he was already thinking of seizing Long Ming's body, and as for the Akatsuki's orders, they were nothing to him. He joined the Akatsuki organization primarily to obtain the Rinnegan and gather related intelligence. However, after so much time had passed, Pain remained very mysterious, hardly ever appearing before him. The remaining organization members were few, usually scattered around the world, taking on low-cost war contracts for small nations under the organization's orders to earn funds for the organization's activities. Orochimaru had long grown tired of this 9-to-5 life. Long Ming's appearance only intensified his desire to break free from the organization. The organization? Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking Orochimaru had heard news about him from somewhere and wanted to seize his body. Now it seemed the situation was not as he thought. It was the Akatsuki that had issued the order to eliminate him first, and only after Orochimaru obtained his information did he develop an interest in him. Chapter 70. Poisonous Mist. Scorpion sneered, "That's right. Although I don't know where you offended us, the order from above is to eliminate you. Today, you are destined to leave your life here." As he spoke, he controlled the red flow puppet to raise the sharp stinger on its tail, putting on a threatening posture. "It's hard to say. It might be that I defeat you, dismantle your puppet body completely, and then destroy your heart, making it impossible for you to resurrect. Wouldn't you agree?" Long Ming touched his nose and replied playfully. Scorpion let out a series of cold laughs and said in a deep voice, "Humph, you really have some guts. But unfortunately, the eye technique you are so proud of has already been figured out by us, so today, you will undoubtedly die." As he spoke, the red flow puppet opened its mouth. Immediately, a thick purple mist sprayed out from the puppet's mouth, rapidly spreading in all directions. This purple mist was extremely dense and spread quickly, turning everything submerged in it into a dark purple in an instant. The grass on the ground withered instantly, flowers wilted, and the white walls of nearby houses quickly turned as black as ink, showing signs of corrosion. What a powerful poison! Long Ming squinted his eyes, quickly understanding Scorpion's intentions. Unlike regular flying weapons, poison gas can continuously flow in the air and won't fall due to losing power. Scorpion had a high level of expertise in poison. Almost all of his puppet's weapons contained a specially made deadly poison, which was lethal once it seeped in. This purple mist was evidently no exception. Little brat, struggle and die in this poisonous mist. Feel, well, the poison I prepared for you." Scorpion sneered repeatedly. The speed at which the poison mist spread was incredibly fast. If Long Ming wanted to use his eye technique to create distance, it would consume a lot of chakra. Without chakra, Long Ming would naturally no longer be a threat. He needed to be careful to prevent Long Ming from escaping directly. Scorpion threw a blue pill to Orochimaru from the puppet and said in a deep voice, "Take it. It's the antidote. Otherwise, even you can't withstand this poisonous mist." Orochimaru took the pill and said sinisterly, "You really are considerate, Scorpion. Thank you." The poisonous mist rapidly engulfed the entire Sound Village and continued to spread outward. Long Ming stood in place, his left eye already activated, and he now had two methods to resolve the predicament. One was to increase the output of chakra, extending the infinite distance so that the poison mist would never touch him. Although this would consume a lot of chakra, it was acceptable for Long Ming, who had just acquired the Azure body. The second was to use wind release ninjutsu to blow away the surrounding poison mist. Coincidentally, wind release was one of the ninjutsu that Azure excelled in. These two simple methods could resolve the crisis before him. Long Ming did not hesitate and began forming seals according to the impression in his mind, quickly mobilizing the wind release chakra within him. Wind release, Gale Dragon Tornado. The moment Long Ming completed the seals, a violent wind suddenly swept up around him. Centered on Long Ming, the wind attribute chakra formed a massive tornado that enveloped him. This technique was similar to the water release, water barrier used by Senju Tobirama, which had once blocked Indra's lightning release. Now, Using it to disperse the poison mist was naturally a piece of cake. Accompanied by gusts of fierce wind, the surrounding poison mist began to rapidly recede. And from the air, it formed a swirling vortex. The strong winds lifted branches and weeds around, causing them to dance wildly in the air. Scorpion, inside the red flow puppet, had a somewhat ugly expression and cursed, "Damn it, the intel didn't say he could use wind release ninjutsu. Orochimaru, it's up to you now. Deal with him." Scorpion's own puppet technique posed little threat to Long Ming. Although it wasn't completely ineffective, it was evidently better to let Orochimaru take over in this situation. Orochimaru licked his lips and replied seriously, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure he can't get up." Orochimaru naturally did not want to kill Long Ming. After all, he still wanted to use him as the next vessel for his immortality reincarnation. However, defeating and capturing Long Ming was a necessary process. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to complete the reincarnation steps with peace of mind. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed several seals and then expelled a massive tornado from his mouth. It completely surrounded Long Ming, and the range of Orochimaru's tornado was vast, almost covering the surrounding poison mist entirely. However, unlike Long Ming's intention to blow away the poison mist, Orochimaru wrapped it up with wind release, controlling it within a certain area. The winds of Long Ming and Orochimaru were different in direction, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. The poison mist continued to churn in the wind, resembling a furious wild beast. Watching the two stalemated, Scorpion rasped, "It seems like you still need my help." Orochimaru snorted coldly, not responding. Suddenly, a white mist exploded. Scorpion retracted the red flow puppet and appeared in front of everyone in his true form. Scorpion's body was also a modified human puppet, with all its weapons carrying deadly poison. His abdomen was modified to contain toxic steel cables that could extend freely to attack. His back and waist were equipped with a spiral slash, which could be used in conjunction with the steel cables, and his back was outfitted with a scroll compartment. On his left chest was a regeneration core used to produce chakra. This regeneration core could be swapped to other puppets during battle for action. As long as he had this regeneration core, Scorpion was almost immortal. Even if his body was damaged or his head was severed, he could resurrect. However, this was also Scorpion's weakness. Any attack would result in a fatal injury. Scorpion raised both hands, aiming at Long Ming's position, and suddenly two dark tubes appeared in the palms of his hands. Scroll, Inferno Prison Formation. A massive flame with strong melting power and temperature erupted from the tubes in Scorpion's palms, surging into the tornado in front of him. The wind fueled the flames, and Scorpion's Inferno Prison Formation became exponentially more powerful in the swirling tornado. It formed a gigantic fire tornado. The hard ground was directly torn apart by the fire tornado, and countless fragments of stone and soil were lifted and burned to ashes, making it almost impossible to see Long Ming's body from the outside. Seeing the scene, Orochimaru furrowed his brow, clearly a bit worried. After all, if Long Ming really died, he would have no vessel left. Just as Orochimaru was hesitating whether to release the wind release, a jet black flame with extreme heat and destructive power emerged from the fire tornado. This black flame swiftly devoured Scorpion's Inferno Prison Formation and even consumed Orochimaru's wind release, incinerating everything in its path. What kind of fire is this? Orochimaru's pupils constricted, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Chapter 71. The Doubting Life of Scorpion. This fire can actually burn wind release. Looking at the wind in front of him that had been burned to ashes, Orochimaru showed an incredulous expression. This black flame completely disregards the principles of elemental interactions. Long Ming used the highest level of fire release, technique, Amaterasu. After obtaining Indra's chakra, Long Ming gained two additional techniques, one being Amaterasu and the other being Kagetsuchi. Amaterasu is in his left eye, while Kagetsuchi is in his right eye. The moment the firestorm consumed him, Long Ming directly used Amaterasu from his left eye. It burned away all the wind release and fire release in front of him, even incinerating a significant amount of poisonous mist. Seeing Long Ming emerge unscathed from the poisonous mist, Scorpion's expression grew increasingly dark. What kind of intelligence did the organization gather that they didn't even discover such a powerful fire release? This is truly too dismissive of us. Scorpion's tone was exceptionally displeased, and then he took out a scroll from his back. It was his most prized puppet, hailed as the strongest Kazekage in the history of the ninja world. The third Kazekage. Even if the poison was ineffective, Scorpion firmly believed that his puppet technique would not be inferior to anyone. To die under my art is a blessing from heaven, so be grateful. Scorpion sneered repeatedly, and then a burst of white mist erupted. The body of the third Kazekage appeared on the battlefield. As it was a puppet, Scorpion was able to connect it with chakra strings, allowing it to float in midair to confront the enemy. Scorpion's 10 fingers moved slightly, and the third Kazekage puppet immediately unveiled all its weapons. There were giant blades, arms, poison needles, and stingers, including the third Kazekage's famous technique, magnet release. Scorpion looked at his art with satisfaction and ecstasy on his face, then proudly said, "You better use all your strength, otherwise once my third Kazekage makes a move, you probably won't even have a chance to fight back." Because he can convert highly refined chakra into magnetic force, transforming it into various forms for attack and defense. Once it invades a person or puppet's body, it can completely paralyze the opponent, and of course, your eye techniques will also be ineffective, as the magnetic force will make my attacks continuously track you, until you are hit and die. Watching Scorpion boast about his art, Ming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Stop pretending, Scorpion. Your puppet technique is completely useless against me. In my eyes, this puppet is even inferior to the third Kazekage himself. I'm not interested in you, so hurry up and get lost." Although Scorpion's strength is also quite strong and ranks among the Akatsuki, Ming had no intention of subduing him, as Scorpion's potential was limited. Puppet techniques are nearly ineffective in battles at the super shadow level. Scorpion had given up all his body parts except for his heart, which, while providing him protection, also doomed his future growth. Ming's words made Scorpion so furious that he stomped his feet. The thing he hated most in life was having others look down on his art. "Ignorant brat, I will definitely take your life today and then turn you into my work." With a bang, before Scorpion could finish his words, his body and the third Kazekage were engulfed in black flames. The speed was extraordinarily fast. It happened almost without any warning. "Damn, this fire release doesn't require hand signs?" Scorpion cursed in his heart. "Is this a joke? Why did this happen?" Suddenly, he was on fire. Scorpion was burned to the point of questioning life itself. It wasn't that he was careless. To be honest, Scorpion was already wary of Ming's Amaterasu. However, the common knowledge in the ninja world led him to believe that the black flames of Amaterasu must be a ninjutsu. If it's ninjutsu, then it requires hand signs. As a result, heaven played a huge joke on him. Ming's black flames were actually an eye technique. Isn't this bullying honest people? In the blink of an eye, the black flames were about to burn the two puppets to ashes. Scorpion threw out a puppet and decisively detached his heart from that body. This was how he avoided the same fate as the third Kazekage. However, looking at the puppet before him that had turned to ashes, Scorpion felt immense pain. The third Kazekage goes without saying, a shadow-level puppet, and it even had a magnet release, Kekei Genkai, now reduced to ashes. He had poured a massive amount of effort into it, and now it was gone. The scroll behind him, the Scarlet Flow Jade, containing nearly 300 human puppets, was also burned to nothing. Ming sighed lightly, smiled faintly, and said, "I told you not to pretend, but you insisted I take action, almost costing you your life. Why do you have to do this?" Scorpion was so enraged he nearly spat blood. He had suffered a loss due to intelligence. If he had known earlier that Amaterasu was an eye technique, he certainly wouldn't have wasted those words. He also wouldn't have foolishly stood still waiting. You're going too far." Scorpion was furious. He immediately turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, my puppet has been destroyed, so I can only leave it to you now. Help me kill him, and as long as you assist me in killing him, I will agree to any condition you have." Orochimaru licked his lips, not knowing what he was thinking, and replied ominously, "Rest assured, my dear Scorpion, I will definitely avenge you." After Scorpion nodded, he stepped back. This was just an ordinary puppet of his. If he wanted to participate in battle again, that would be a bit too overconfident. Orochimaru stepped forward, and oddly enough, he didn't rush to attack, but instead hoarsely asked, "Ming, the playful battle is almost over. You should clarify your intentions now, right? Scorpion and I searched everywhere to kill you. But what are you here for?" Scorpion remained silent in the back, and after being reminded by Orochimaru, he too felt curious about Ming's sudden appearance. Ming smiled calmly and said, "Is this important to you?" Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh and replied, "It depends on the situation. If it can serve as a condition for negotiation or trade, then it is indeed very important." Orochimaru had set his sights on Ming's body, but obtaining it did not necessarily have to be through battle. For example, with Kimimaro, if Orochimaru wanted his body, Did it require a fight? Just a beckon, and Kimimaro would come running. Similarly, in the original plot, when Orochimaru wanted Sasuke's body, it wasn't through battle. It was through exploiting Sasuke's desire for power, coaxing and trading with him. Although it ultimately failed, at least initially, Sasuke agreed. Therefore, Orochimaru wanted to see if he could use other methods against Long Ming. After all, if it came to combat alone, Orochimaru felt a bit uncertain deep down. The intelligence provided by the Akatsuki was not entirely accurate. This left Orochimaru without complete confidence in being able to defeat Long Ming. Long Ming laughed, staring at Orochimaru, and said, "Hee hee, then I'll get straight to the point. Would you like to join the Uchiha?" Orochimaru. Chapter 72. There should be some benefits, right? Join Uchiha. Orochimaru was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting that Long Ming's purpose for coming here was to win him over. However, as one of the legendary three ninjas, he had seen his fair share of storms. Orochimaru quickly recovered from his surprise and then smiled sinisterly, saying, "It's truly an honor to be invited by you. But what benefits would there be if I choose to join Uchiha?" Sasori's pupils constricted, angrily saying, "Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Do you want to betray the organization?" Faced with Sasori's stern questioning, Orochimaru merely shot him a disdainful glance and coldly laughed. Sasori, don't be so agitated. The situation is not certain yet. I'm just negotiating here. You should calm down for a bit." After saying that, Orochimaru waved his hand towards Sasori's direction. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Several pythons appeared from the cuffs of Orochimaru's sleeves and unexpectedly attacked Sasori. With Sasori's current puppet body, he was naturally no match for Orochimaru. The pythons quickly bound Sasori's puppet form. Since they were summoned, they were stronger and more intelligent than ordinary snakes, making it easier to subdue their enemies. Sasori was both surprised and angry, cursing at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you bastard. I knew you never had good intentions since the day you joined the organization, you ungrateful wretch. Don't think that just because you joined Uchiha, you'll have an easy life. Pain will always hunt you down, you bastard, shameless scum." As Sasori was about to curse more, his mouth was already bound by the pythons. Orochimaru turned his attention back to Long Ming. The corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said, "Now, we can have a good talk, Long Ming-kun. Why do you want me to join Uchiha? Is it because of my powerful combat ability?" Long Ming rubbed his nose and shook his head, saying, "That's not it. Although your combat ability is not weak, there are plenty in the Uchiha clan who can defeat you." Being told this by someone feels a bit unpleasant. Orochimaru responded coldly, clearly feeling unconvinced. However, Long Ming's statement was indeed a fact. Jiraiya, Naruto, and the Nine-Tailed State, and Itachi all would not be inferior to Orochimaru in terms of strength. Long Ming opened his arms and said seriously, "The reason I am putting in so much effort to invite you is that I value your research skills. I want you to use your technology to help me establish the most powerful clan in the ninja world, to elevate Uchiha to a new peak, to become the new master of the Land of Fire, or even the 5 great nations." Long Ming's voice was powerful, exuding confidence and strength. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, who had been quietly observing from a distance, couldn't help but raspingly sigh upon hearing such ambitious words. What an ambitious guy. Even Madara back then was not so different. If he had been born earlier, I might have chosen him as my pawn. White Zetsu, possessed by Black Zetsu, asked, now that Sasori has been captured and Orochimaru is negotiating with Long Ming, this mission is a complete failure. Should we intervene to rescue Sasori? Let's observe the situation for a while. Black Zetsu pondered before responding in a low voice. Long Ming-kun, your ambitions are truly great. A cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead. After all, he hadn't heard of anyone who could truly conquer the entire ninja world. The only possibility was the sage of the 6 paths, Hashirama, from decades ago. Unfortunately, he did not advocate for war, but favored peace. Otherwise, the 5 great nations would have been unified by now. Orochimaru, I know you want to study all the ninjutsu in the ninja world, but how can you obtain their forbidden techniques from the many powers of the 5 great nations by yourself? Leave Akatsuki and join Uchiha, and I will make your dreams come true. Long Ming coaxed, and Orochimaru's expression kept changing, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Long Ming-kun, it's not that I don't want to agree to you. Akatsuki treats me well, and the members are like brothers who have fought life and death with me. You need to offer some more benefits. Bound Sasori, damn, facing Orochimaru's price hike. Long Ming smiled faintly and calmly asked, then what do you want? Depending on the situation, I might agree to you. Orochimaru's gaze greedily swept over Long Ming. What he wanted most was, of course, Long Ming's body. However, he also knew that such a request would surely be refused. So he suggested, I want a body of someone from the Uchiha clan, one that has awakened the Sharingan. In addition, I want to conduct some human experiments to study the major secret technique clans of Konoha. As long as you agree to these two conditions, I will immediately leave Akatsuki. Orochimaru, you really are too greedy. Long Ming gently shook his head and replied, I won't agree to either of your conditions. I won't allow anyone to harm my clan members. Konoha is now Uchiha's territory. Similarly, I won't let you act against Uchiha's allies. Orochimaru frowned and said in a deep voice, Long Ming-kun, you are lacking in sincerity. I can take a step back and not ask for a body from the Uchiha clan. I just want a few Sharingan for research. I can also guarantee that my human experiments won't harm the lives of those secret technique clans. How about that? Long Ming smiled, shook his head again, and said, I can agree to the Sharingan issue. After all, many Uchiha have died in history, and their eyes have been preserved well. As for the secret technique clans, you don't need to think about it anymore. Even if your human experiments don't harm the body, they would still be a great torment to the mind. And I won't make decisions for others. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Long Ming reminded him, my patience is limited, Orochimaru. If you refuse, I have other ways to control you. Trust me, you cannot resist my power. If it were before, Long Ming would surely have no confidence. But now he possessed the Azura body. With the enhancement of his physique, as long as he transplanted Shursue's Mangekyou Sharingan, he could shorten the cooldown time of Konoha Mitsukami to just a few dozen minutes. At that time, giving Orochimaru a taste of Konoha Mitsukami would conclude the matter. What a grandiose claim. Long Ming-kun, your words are a bit arrogant. Orochimaru coldly laughed, scoffing at Long Ming's assertion that he could control him. While he indeed feared Long Ming's abilities, being provoked like this made Orochimaru's fighting spirit rise, and he decided to show some strength to let Long Ming see. Orochimaru stepped forward and said in a low voice, Since you are so confident, why don't we make a bet? Long Ming smiled and asked, What do you want to bet on? Chapter 73. The duel. Orochimaru spread his hands and said, Since we cannot convince each other, how about I duel with Long Ming? If I win, Long Ming must agree to all my conditions. Conversely, if Long Ming wins, I will unconditionally withdraw from the Akatsuki and join the Uchiha, obeying your arrangements. Long Ming touched his nose, surprised that someone would come looking for a fight. If that's your request, then I have no objections. Let's do it this way. You only need to withstand one of my attacks, and I will agree to all your conditions. Long Ming calmly responded, then stood in the arena. One attack? You think you could defeat me with just one attack? Long Ming? Orochimaru pointed at Long Ming and couldn't help but laugh, doubling over with laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Defeated by one attack? Ha! Orochimaru continued to laugh uncontrollably, covering half of his face, as if it was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Long Ming, however, was not angered by Orochimaru's behavior. He stood there leisurely, waiting for Orochimaru to finish laughing. It seems your sense of humor is quite low, Orochimaru. I don't find this funny at all, because I'm very serious about this. Once Orochimaru finished laughing, Long Ming said lightly. In fact, not only was Orochimaru laughing, but also Scorpion and the distant Zetsu were the same. White Zetsu shook his head and said, This Long Ming is too arrogant. Perhaps he doesn't know Orochimaru's true strength. Even Black Zetsu remained silent, not agreeing with Long Ming's words. Orochimaru's strength in the Akatsuki was definitely among the top few, far surpassing Scorpion, especially in terms of escape and defense, with techniques like the triple Rashomon, the Orochimaru body replacement technique, and Curse Seals, among others. Even those stronger than Orochimaru in the Akatsuki wouldn't dare claim they could defeat him, let alone with just one attack. That would be sheer delusion. Long Ming, if you say that, then I won't be polite. You can only make one attack. If I am still standing afterward, you must agree to all my conditions. Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. For such a favorable condition, he couldn't wait to agree. Long Ming nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and said, No problem. Just give the signal, and once you give the signal, I'll start. Orochimaru stared intently at Long Ming, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, he took a deep breath. Although he had enough confidence in himself, Long Ming's demeanor still made him extremely cautious. Just one attack? Even if his black flames are powerful, I can dodge them with the body replacement technique. As for his Susanoo, the explosive light ball, and time-freezing eye technique, they all count as one attack. With just that, he can't defeat me. I'm certain to win. Orochimaru thought to himself with a cold smile, and then, for safety's sake, He bit his finger and quickly formed several hand signs. Summoning technique, triple hashimo. Orochimaru slammed his palm into the ground, and the entire Sound Village began to tremble. 3 towering Rashomon gates, colored red, green, and blue, rose from the ground, emitting deafening sounds. They opened their massive mouths without reservation, summoned to absorb all attacks. The first gate would bear the attack, the second would reduce its power, and the third would disperse it. With these 3 gates, the power of any attack reaching the caster would be significantly diminished. Summoning 1 Rashomon requires a considerable amount of chakra, summoning 3 simultaneously. Only someone like Orochimaru, once known as one of the legendary Sannin, could use such an ultimate defensive ninjutsu. Here it comes, Orochimaru's triple Rashomon. If that's the case, those black flames won't work. In this situation, Ming was bound to lose, White Zetsu muttered. Black Zetsu, attached to his body, added, Amaterasu can only ignite black flames within sight. Now that Orochimaru is completely behind the gates, Amaterasu is useless. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant and underestimating Orochimaru. The outcome is decided. Inform Obito to prepare to rescue Scorpion amidst the chaos. Understood. After White Zetsu finished speaking, he opened the picture plan on his body. With both hands pressed against the ground, his entire body suddenly began to split apart. It was as if he was being torn in half. And soon a brand new White Zetsu clone appeared on the ground. He glanced at his original self. Then the ground beneath him began to melt, slowly engulfing him. Orochimaru, this Rashomon means you are ready, right? Ming called out loudly. From behind the 3 gates came Orochimaru's confident voice. Of course, Ming. Feel free to come at me. I'll just stand here and let you attack. All right, here I come. As soon as Ming's voice fell, an incredibly terrifying chakra erupted from his body, emitting waves of sonic booms and air pressure. However, these airwaves dissipated into nothingness upon striking the Rashomon gates. Orochimaru sneered and, standing behind the Rashomon, felt completely at ease. He firmly believed that no matter what means Ming used, he could not break through the Rashomon. Even if Ming truly had the ability to break the Rashomon, after going through the 3 gates absorption, reduction, and dispersion, the remaining power would definitely be bearable for him. Ming's eyes shone brightly as he suddenly poured a massive amount of chakra into the ground, and then shouted, "Would release, Flower Tree World descends." Boom, boom. This time, not just the Sound Village, but a significant portion of the Land of Rice was shaking continuously. What is this? Seeing such a drastic change in the ground, Black Zetsu's expression showed the first signs of shock and panic. Black Zetsu would not mistake it. This power was incredibly familiar. He had spent years in the ninja world, having searched for and witnessed countless people using this power. It was the power of Ashura, the son of the sage of 6 paths. How could this be? How could the reincarnation of Ashura be born from the descendants of Indra? Black Zetsu's tone was filled with an unspeakable seriousness. While Black Zetsu was still contemplating, the trees buried in the ground had already grown rapidly, becoming larger, with trunks thicker than an elephant's leg erupting from the ground. They tore through mountains, broke through rocks, and enveloped the entire surface. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Would release ninjutsu. How do you possess the bloodline limit of the first Hokage? Among the countless powers Orochimaru sought, the wood release of Hashira Masenju was undoubtedly a crucial part. For this, he had even collaborated with Danzo and conducted numerous human experiments, all to obtain wood release. Chapter 74. The 8-Headed Serpent Technique. This is not something you should be worrying about right now. Think carefully about how to block this move. Ming's eyes narrowed, and a stronger chakra erupted from his body. The surrounding trees grew even more wildly. Several of the thickest trunks suddenly charged downwards toward the triple Rashomon gates as they reached their height. The tips of their branches became sharp and pointed, crashing violently into the triple Rashomon gates. Countless giant trees followed suit, growing madly before sweeping toward the triple Rashomon gates. Under the continuous impacts, the 3 Rashomon gates quickly could not withstand the onslaught, being violently broken apart by the trees and then submerged in a sea of trees. This is too terrifying. Baiju couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't help but pinch himself. When his body felt a sharp pain, he realized that everything before him was not an illusion. Orochimaru's Rashomon had actually been directly broken through. Meanwhile, Heiju remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on Ming, not knowing what he was thinking. Damn it, this little brat is so strong. The ground beneath the scorpion's face turned pale. Just thinking about how he had just boasted that he would not give his opponent a chance to fight back made the scorpion's legs tremble uncontrollably. Creating a massive forest in just a moment was, in the scorpion's eyes, almost a mythical power. The trees continued to grow, and, among them, some trees, having reached their limit in height, did not attack, but grew several red flowers on their branches. Orochimaru's expression was extremely grim as he fled amidst the wildly growing trees. Although these trees were thick, they were extraordinarily agile, occasionally striking at Orochimaru from difficult angles or trying to bind him. Damn it, I never expected he would also use would release, but he can't defeat me with just this technique. As long as I can hold out until this technique ends, I will be the victor. Orochimaru roared in his heart and then formed hand seals. He was about to unleash one of his strongest forbidden techniques, the eight-headed serpent technique. This was Orochimaru's ultimate trump card, capable of summoning 8 giant snakes to transform into a massive serpent monster with 8 heads, the size of which matched that of a Susanoo. Moreover, its attack power could rival that of tailed beasts. After using the 8-headed serpent technique, Orochimaru effectively became a Jinchuriki. In this form, Orochimaru possessed tremendous offensive power and could use the 8 snakes to continuously attack his enemies, leaving them unable to fight back. Most importantly, the 8-headed serpent technique had the ability to resurrect infinitely. Orochimaru could revive himself infinitely while transformed into the 8-headed serpent. No matter how many times the enemy killed him, he would return completely unharmed. The 8 snakes also possessed the same ability. Even if they were severed by the enemy, they could restore themselves in no time. Even a genius like Orochimaru took several months to master this ninjutsu. This technique was almost unsolvable except through sealing or other special means. Back in the day, Orochimaru had only selected the Edo Tensei and the 8-headed serpent technique from a room filled with forbidden techniques, demonstrating the importance he placed on the 8-headed serpent technique. Orochimaru first opened his mouth, and then 8 enormous white snakes shot out from his mouth, opening their massive jaws to bite at the surrounding trees. In an instant, a serpent monster with 8 gigantic heads and spikes on its back appeared on the ground. The attack power of the 8-headed serpent was extremely strong, often capable of biting through the thickest trunks in one go. Their relentless attacks, crashes, and bites quickly began to take effect, severing the nearby wildly growing trees. Although the 8-headed serpent was pierced by many trees or had its scales shattered, its terrifying regenerative ability allowed it to recover rapidly. It seemed that Orochimaru was not completely without the power to resist. Perhaps he could still win. Baiju's eyes brightened again. Heiju narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "This technique is not that simple. Just watch, Baiju." As time passed, the trees began to gradually stop growing, and no more trees actively attacked the 8-headed serpent. The 8-headed serpent seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, lowering its head and panting slightly, clearly exhausted from the recent battle. At this moment, a large portion of the land of Rice had already been covered by the sea of trees, and many houses and facilities had disappeared. A burst of wild laughter came from within the 8-headed serpent. "Haha, I won. The victor is me, and I'm still perfectly fine." Long Mingkyō, with a voice hitting the ground, one of the serpent heads suddenly opened its mouth wide. Covered in slime and without clothes, Orochimaru excitedly wriggled out from the belly of the serpent. Although Orochimaru was well aware that he had been at a disadvantage in the recent battle, he remembered Long Ming had said that if he couldn't defeat him in one move, then the victor would be him. "Long Mingkyō, you will keep your promise, right? According to our agreement, you must provide me with a body of an Uchiha clan member and let me conduct human experiments on the secret techniques of the clan." He. "Don't worry, Long Mingkyō, I will use their bodies well," Orochimaru proclaimed triumphantly, like a victorious rooster announcing its triumph. "I will, of course, keep my promise. I hope you will too." Long Ming smiled and said, "But you celebrated a bit too early. My ninjutsu is not over yet." "Not over?" Orochimaru laughed dismissively, mocking, "Long Mingkyō, even if you want to play tricks, don't use such a low-end method. These trees have long since stopped growing. Your technique is ended. Surely you can't defeat me with these decorative flowers." Ha ha. Orochimaru's laughter suddenly stopped, as he saw the nearby giant red flowers suddenly bloom. A large amount of pale yellow pollen surged forth, spreading through the air at an incredible speed, enveloping the entire land of Rice in a layer of pale yellow mist. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, instinctively sensing that this pale yellow pollen was anything but simple. As the pollen approached, Orochimaru quickly retreated back into the belly of the 8-headed serpent, hoping to avoid the impact of the pollen. However, in this state, Orochimaru and the 8 snakes were essentially one and the same. Once the 8-headed serpent was affected, Orochimaru was too. Moreover, the 8 serpent heads inhaling the pollen meant that it was 8 times the amount of a normal person. Even a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period nearly collapsed after inhaling the pollen, let alone Orochimaru. The 8-headed serpent stumbled as if drunk, its mind becoming hazy, and finally, with a thunderous crash, it fell onto the enormous sea of trees. Chapter 75, Indra's Power. After the 8-headed serpent fell, the entire sound-hidden village fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound. Orochimaru had truly been defeated, losing to Longming in just one move. A renowned Sannin, not even able to make a single move. This would surely be hard for anyone to believe if it were to be told. Who would have thought that this pollen was the real attacking method? What release was indeed terrifying. White Zetsu swallowed hard, feeling a deep sense of dread towards Longming's power. Black Zetsu's gaze remained unsettled for a long time. He wanted to confirm whether Longming was indeed the reincarnation of Ashura. If so, then his plan to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki might need some adjustments. Let's go. Obito has arrived. We need to help him. Black Zetsu issued a brief command, and White Zetsu controlled his body to descend towards the ground. Orochimaru's unconsciousness naturally led to the interruption of the 8-headed serpent technique. After a burst of smoke, the figure of the 8-headed serpent disappeared, replaced by Orochimaru, who was lying unconscious on the ground. At the same time, Sasori had naturally freed himself from his restraints, since he had only one heart and no respiratory organs. The pollen was useless against him. He dared not make too much noise, and only thought about controlling his puppet body to escape quickly. Longming turned his gaze towards Sasori's position and said indifferently, "Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's a bit late? I just gave you a chance to escape, yet you didn't cherish it." Sasori's face turned extremely ugly. He stomped his foot, and his puppet body shot off at high speed into the distance. Just as Longming was about to take action, his brow suddenly furrowed. White, expanding objects suddenly sprouted from his body at an alarming speed, along with a strange human face appearing. White Zetsu's spore technique. Longming immediately recognized that what was appearing on his body was White Zetsu's spore clone. The spores could not be detected before they grew. When activated, they would wrap around the host like a similar expansion, absorbing the host chakra and could transfer chakra to others. Zetsu's main body emerged from beside Sasori, saying in a deep voice, "Go ahead, I will delay him. Someone will come to rescue you." Seeing Zetsu come to help, Sasori's face showed wild joy, and he accelerated his speed, fleeing into the distance. Zetsu looked towards Longming's direction, and his hands formed a strange seal. The white Zetsu on Longming's body began to expand rapidly, soon engulfing most of Longming's body and absorbing his chakra. "You think such petty tricks can save someone from me?" Longming smiled faintly. Then his left eye flashed, and Amaterasu was activated in an instant. The black flames burned the white Zetsu on his body to ashes. Zetsu's expression changed, knowing the power of the black flames. He dared not take it head-on and decisively used the insect technique to sink underground. Seeing this, Longming focused his gaze on Sasori's fleeing position, and the black flames surged like a tide, sweeping towards Sasori along with Longming's gaze. No! Watching such a terrifying scene, Sasori was horrified, scared out of his wits, and let out a scream. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a whirlpool-like distortion suddenly appeared in front of Sasori, and then a figure shot out from a spatial whirlpool. It was Obito. He reacted quickly. Upon seeing the incoming black flames, he decisively grabbed Sasori and planned to retreat with him. Obito's right eye once again showed a spatial whirlpool, intending to absorb Sasori into the Kamui space. At that moment, the black flames had already reached Sasori's body, but Sasori's body was merely a puppet. As long as Obito could absorb him into the Kamui space, he would have a chance to detach his heart and save his life. Facing the sudden change, Longming snorted coldly. "Obito, I remember saying that when we meet again, I won't let you escape so easily. You think you can save someone in front of me? You're still too naive." After saying that, the six-pointed star in Longming's right eye began to spin. Add the earth command. The black flames on Sasori's body suddenly transformed into sharp blades, directly piercing through Sasori's heart. Sasori looked in disbelief at the black blade protruding from his chest, murmuring, "How is this possible?" The Add the Earth command is a ninjutsu that can elevate the power and practicality of Amaterasu's black flames to another level. It can control the shape changes of the black flames, transforming them into shields, blades, arrows, shuriken, and other forms. After being pierced in the heart, Sasori's body began to collapse. The puppet, no longer controlled by heart, fell to the ground and was quickly burned to ashes by the black flames. Watching Sasori die a miserable death before him, Obito was filled with rage and despair, looking at Long Ming with deep resentment. Every member of the Akatsuki organization had been carefully selected, possessing at least the strength of a Kage or above. Every death was a tremendous loss for the organization. Long Ming not only killed one, but also took another away. This made Obito feel that his Moon Eye plan was becoming more and more distant. Long Ming, you damn little bastard, I will definitely kill you here today. Obito raged, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, exploding wind dance. Obito used Kimui to distort the surrounding space and create a storm, then spat out a gigantic fire serpent to attack. This attack had a massive range and a very fast speed. The swirling flames rushed towards Long Ming in a flash, their tremendous impact destroying the trees along the way. With just fire release, you're no match for me, Long Ming said lightly, then unleashed Susanoo. In the next instant, terrifying black chakra covered his whole body, and a gigantic skeleton appeared in an instant, growing muscles, flesh, and armor. At this moment, Susanoo was even stronger than before. The air was filled with the sound of explosions. Although it was still only the third form, the black shadow of Susanoo seemed to have solidified, at least twice as strong as before. That suffocating aura swept across all directions at an alarming speed, filling the area. Boom! The overwhelming flames crashing against Susanoo did not cause a ripple. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, they scattered in all directions, turning into sparks before disappearing. How is this possible? This is the power of Indra. Black Zetsu, watching from the side, widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it! How could the reincarnator end up in one person's body? Black Zetsu felt his worldview was severely impacted, but he believed his perception could not be wrong. This familiar ocular power clearly belonged to Indra's chakra. Ashura and Indra had sworn an oath. Their chakra would attach itself to the outstanding ninjas of future generations and continue to battle against each other's reincarnators. How could this attach itself to one person? Would they fight with one another's hands? It was completely absurd. Chapter 76. It's time for me to dance. Black Zetsu was baffled. Indra, Ashura. He kept repeating these two names. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could this guy be from the Tsutsuki clan? A deep apprehension appeared in Black Zetsu's eyes. The only person who could possess the powers of both Ashura and Indra, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, was the Tsutsuki clan. If that were the case, his plan to save his mother would be significantly impacted. After all, the relationship between the Tsutsuki clan and Kagaya was truly antagonistic. Damn it, I can only take it one step at a time. Black Zetsu muttered resentfully, then continued to observe the battlefield. Even more frustrated than Black Zetsu was Obito at this moment. Looking at the Susanoo towering like a mountain, Obito felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Damn it, if only my left eye could be used. Obito gritted his teeth. With his abilities, as long as he had two eyes, he could also activate Susanoo. Obito, you slaughtered the members of the police force on the night of the clan massacre. Back then, I didn't have the power to kill you, but now, you will pay for what you've done. Long Ming's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent, and in the next instant, the Susanoo, under infinite control, teleported in front of Obito, its massive fist mixed with black flames smashing directly toward him. But Obito, already informed, would not be careless. He had activated intangibility as Long Ming disappeared. Boom! The deafening roar echoed. The terrifying shockwave made the entire forest tremble slightly. What terrifying power! Seeing the deep pit beneath him, Obito's expression changed. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. If it weren't for intangibility, a single punch would have definitely killed him on the spot. Although he couldn't think of a way to kill Long Ming, as long as he controlled the duration of his intangibility well, he could remain invincible. With this thought, Obito took a deep breath and sneered. Your Susanoo may be strong, but it's ineffective against me. Activating this form must consume a lot of chakra. Let's see how long you can hold out. Unlike the Kimui of his left eye, the intangibility of Obito's right eye consumed very little chakra. Moreover, with Hashirama's cells in his body, his chakra reserves were decent, allowing him to sustain long-term combat with intangibility. You analyzed quite well, Long Ming said with a slight smile. Your ocular technique is indeed impressive, but I also know its fatal weakness. Your eye power can only maintain the intangibility for 5 minutes, right? What will happen if I continuously attack you during those 5 minutes? Obito's pupils constricted, his cheeks filled with shock and disbelief. This secret, unique to him, Obito had never told anyone. Even he had only discovered it by chance. When did Long Ming find out about this? With a whoosh, the massive black Susanoo swung its fist toward Obito again. The colossal fist, still enveloped in scorching black flames, crashed down. Obito's face turned extremely ugly. Having his trump card seen through, he chose not to use intangibility this time. Instead, he took out a gigantic round fan from his right eye and charged forward. This was a gourd-shaped fan with 2 pairs of 6-pointed stars, a weapon passed down through the Uchiha clan for generations. Made from a part of the god tree, it had the ability to control fire release ninjutsu using wind release and rebound attacks. After Madara's death, he had handed it over to Obito. Boom! The punch and the fan, 2 disproportionately sized weapons collided. In an instant, centered around Long Ming and Obito, countless airwaves buzzed, sweeping the surroundings. The black flames clinging to Susanoo were completely absorbed by the fan. Obito shouted in a deep voice, "Uchiha rebound." The fan emitted a blinding white light, transforming all absorbed attacks into wind chakra that rebounded back. The airwaves, now several times stronger than before, surged toward Long Ming. A tremendous roar erupted as countless fragments of stone and broken wood were swept away by the wind release. Obito's surroundings were filled with dust, making it impossible to see the situation inside. This guy should have been blasted away, right? Obito panted heavily. Long Ming's Susanoo was too powerful. Even with the Uchiha fan, he had still suffered a lot from the residual force. Unfortunately, this Uchiha rebound was more smoke than harm. When the dust settled, Long Ming's Susanoo remained in place. Oh, if there was any change, it was that it had slightly moved back a few centimeters. Obito's face stiffened. Long Ming's strength was beyond what he had imagined. At the very least, his eye power far surpassed his own. Your performance should also be over, right? Next, it's my time to dance. Long Ming's lips curled slightly, and then he formed hand seals. Accompanied by bursts of smoke, 5 shadow clones appeared around him. With just Long Ming alone, continuous attacks for 5 minutes would likely leave gaps, giving Obito time to breathe. But if it were 5 people, Obito would be hammered into the ground. As the other shadow clones simultaneously revealed their Susanoo, Obito could no longer remain calm. He decisively chose to retreat. His body sank toward the ground, planning to find a safe place to absorb himself into the Kamui space. But in the next second, the entire ground was directly lifted by Long Ming's Susanoo. Boom! 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 Various attacks, including black flames, Susanoo, and explosive tags, relentlessly bombarded Obito, with shockwaves continuously spreading from the center of the battle. This freak, Obito, was now being unilaterally suppressed. What should we do now? That Long Ming is simply as strong as a monster. White Zetsu's face turned ugly as he asked Black Zetsu for his opinion. Black Zetsu was also flustered. He had already regarded Long Ming as a member of the Tsutsuki clan. We can only try to rescue Obito. Follow me, he said, and White Zetsu sank into the ground as instructed by Black Zetsu. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Long Ming continued his relentless assault on Obito. As time passed, Obito grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, as soon as he released intangibility, he would be subjected to Long Ming's bombardment like cannon fire. Not good. My time is up, suddenly. Obito's face changed wildly. His body transformed from the intangibility state back to solid form. Goodbye, Obito. A murderous intent revealed in Long Ming's eyes. Susanoo clenched its fist and charged directly at Obito. No! Obito behind the mask let out a loud roar, watching helplessly as the fist grew larger and larger. Chapter 77. The Akatsuki Meeting Bang. A dull sound echoed across the field. Obito's body was directly smashed into the ground by Susanoo's punch, and the cracking of bones continued to resound. When Long Ming raised his hand, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Obito was dead beyond resurrection. However, Long Ming did not Susanoo. Instead, he focused intently on Obito's corpse. He knew that Obito, like Danzo, possessed the ability to use Izanagi. Sure enough, the blood pool on the ground began to slowly disappear. Obito rewrote the reality of his own death. Long Ming's gaze swept around. As soon as Obito appeared, he would immediately use Infinite to close the distance and deliver a finishing blow. Now, strike! At that crucial moment of Obito's resurrection, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, could no longer hold back. Suddenly, dozens of thick branches surged from the ground, firmly entangling Long Ming and several shadow clones. Following that, The explosive tags attached to the branches detonated with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. A series of massive explosions rang out, and the dispersing smoke caused Long Ming to lose track of Obito's resurrection position. Taking advantage of this precious opportunity, Obito directly activated intangibility and swiftly absorbed himself into the Kamui space. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu did not dare to linger, immediately using the insect technique to burrow underground. When the dust settled, the only ones left on the field were Long Ming and the fainted Orochimaru and others. No one else remained. They're quite fast, huh? Long Ming squinted his eyes, not surprised by Black Zetsu's actions. After all, Obito was an important piece for him, even if there was a slight chance. Black Zetsu would not allow Obito to die now. Long Ming's Susanoo. Although Obito had escaped, killing Obito was not Long Ming's goal. He had only come for Orochimaru and the mission, and now his objectives had all been achieved. It was time to go back. In a dark room in the Rain Village, a man dressed in the Akatsuki's red cloud robe, with strange black rods on his nose and ears, was meditating with his eyes closed. He appeared to be in a state of hibernation, completely still. Indeed, this person was the public leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, also known as Pain. At this moment, Pain seemed to sense something. He opened his purple Rinnegan and coldly looked at a corner of the room. There, the space suddenly twisted like a vortex. Moments later, Obito's figure stumbled out of Kamui. Damn, I almost died back there. Obito was still shaken, his tone filled with deep dread. The Sharingan implanted under his mask had permanently closed. This was the cost of using Izanagi. Fortunately, it was only his implanted left eye that had closed. Pain frowned slightly and, with an expressionless face, asked, "How did you end up here? What happened?" Pain had worked with Obito for a considerable time, and he had never seen Obito display such a demeanor. Obito did not answer immediately. He first adjusted his breathing. After a while, he hoarsely replied, "Something happened. Scorpion just died, and Orochimaru was defeated and betrayed the organization." Pain's body trembled slightly, feeling both incredulous and shocked. After all, these two individuals both possessed Kaga-level strength, and Orochimaru was among the top 5 strongest in the Akatsuki. What exactly happened? Were they not supposed to deal with Long Ming as per your instructions? Did they encounter a ninja ambush? Pain asked coldly. Pain was already aware of Long Ming's existence. After all, the Akatsuki's intelligence-gathering capabilities were among the best. Since Long Ming was protecting the Nine Tails, Pain did not find Obito's request to kill him surprising. Rather, he expressed support, which is why he sent Orochimaru and Scorpion together. Obito fell silent, shaking his head. No, they were all dealt with by Long Ming alone, and even I almost fell into his hands. Pain's pupils constricted, and he spoke in a low voice, "You're not joking with me, are you?" Knowing the opponent's intelligence. And they still lost when 2 of them fought against him? Obito nodded gravely. In the shadows, Nagato, who manipulated Pain, began to feel restless. Based on the information gathered, Long Ming treated Naruto very well. If the Akatsuki wanted to capture the Nine Tails, Long Ming would definitely not sit idly by. The stronger Long Ming became, the more difficult it would be for the Akatsuki to realize its plans. We need to accelerate our plans, and we also need to replenish the Akatsuki's manpower. I'll take care of this aspect. You should start moving as well. The task of capturing the Nine Tails will be entrusted to you. Obito deeply looked at Pain. His trump card had been seen through, and he no longer intended to fight Long Ming. So he straightforwardly handed this task over to Nagato. Uchiha Long Ming flashed a cold light in Pain's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "In the face of the power of God, all resistance is futile. I will eliminate him and bring back the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki." After speaking, Pain formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, lantern body technique. A strange wave emanated from his Rinnegan. This was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan. The members of the Akatsuki sat and released thought waves converted from chakra. After Pain received these waves, he amplified them and projected them as illusions in specific locations. This technique was commonly used for Akatsuki meetings, allowing for more convenient and discreet communication. After a while, Pain finished receiving the thoughts. The phantoms of each member were conjured. "Is there something urgent?" One person frowned as soon as he appeared and coldly said, "I'll let a bounty ninja slip away for this. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I might just explode." Another phantom, carrying a strange large sword, smiled and said, "Don't be so agitated. Maybe there's something important. Leader, Deidara has chosen to join the organization. Should we let him in as well?" A slender phantom inquired. "Let him in. Thank you for your hard work." Pain's tone softened slightly while speaking with this phantom. Soon, another phantom appeared. Pain scanned the room and said solemnly to everyone, The fundraising work has progressed quite well. I will assign you the next tasks. Capture the tailed beasts scattered across various locations, as well as the Jinchuriki from various countries. Hearing this, everyone's gaze gathered together. The fundraising stage is finally over. It was worth it for me to contribute so much funding to the organization. So how do we distribute the tasks? My shark skin has long been itching to go. Upon hearing Pain's words, the others did not feel nervous or afraid. Instead, they revealed excited and cold smiles. Chapter 78. Return to Konoha. Pain quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Deidara and Jay-Z were responsible for capturing the one tail in Sunagakure, while Kakuzu and Kisame were in charge of the 2 tails and 8 tails in Kumogakure. Nagato and Konan were responsible for capturing the remaining tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Of course, whoever completed their task first would be assigned additional tailed beast capture missions. Everyone agreed without any objections and nodded in agreement. By the way, have Orochimaru and Sasori not completed their tasks? I didn't see them this time. Kakuzu squinted his eyes and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing Kakuzu's question, Pain fell silent for a moment and said, Sasori is dead, and Orochimaru has defected from the organization. All of this was done by a Uchiha named Ryumei, who is also the caretaker of the 9 tails and an enemy we must face in the future. Hearing about the death of their comrade, the expressions of these rogue ninjas did not change much. They had long since become accustomed to this cruel ninja world. Instead, they became quite interested in Ryumei, wanting to see what kind of person could kill Sasori and take Orochimaru away. It sounds like this guy is worthy of my attention. Without Orochimaru and Sasori bickering, there's a lot less fun to be had. To be able to single-handedly take down Sasori and Orochimaru, Ryumei is indeed not simple. I've heard a lot about him. It's a pity that this guy doesn't have a bounty yet. Kakuzu and the others were all proud individuals, and even after listening to Pain's introduction, they still looked down on Ryumei and continued to tease him. Jay-Z coldly snorted and said, "Put away your pride. Orochimaru was defeated in one move by that guy. Do you think you could take down Orochimaru in one move?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu and the others' expressions changed. Although some of them were confident that they were not weaker than Orochimaru, they knew that taking him down in one move was impossible. If someone else had said such a thing, they probably wouldn't have believed it at all. But as Jay-Z was the organization's information-gathering master, the information he provided carried absolute authority. Everyone's expressions grew slightly serious, and they no longer showed any disdain for Ryumei. Kakuzu turned his gaze to Pain and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "No wonder you personally took on the task of capturing the 9 tails. Only you could defeat such an opponent." Pain's purple Rinnegan was incredibly deep as he slowly said, "Of course, mere mortals can never rival the power of God. Now go complete your tasks. I will first head to the land of water to capture the 6 tails. Contact me if anything comes up." After saying this, Pain dispelled the shadow clone technique, and everyone's figures slowly disappeared. At the same time, Orochimaru slowly woke up from his coma, and what met his eyes was a white ceiling. Clearly, he was lying in a, "You're finally awake." A familiar voice came from beside him. Orochimaru immediately sat up in shock, only to see Ryumei leaning against the wall, smiling at him. Where is this?" Orochimaru asked with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Although he vaguely realized he had lost, he still asked stubbornly, "Did you forget? You fainted in my technique. I carried you back," Ryumei replied with a smile. Orochimaru recalled the sea of trees that blotted out the sun, and his expression changed as he understood that he had lost completely. "I never expected that Ryumei would possess the power of the original sage of the 6 paths and have developed wood release to such an extent. It's truly enviable," Orochimaru thought as he glanced deeply at Ryumei. Orochimaru was not lying. He genuinely envied Ryumei's possession of the wood release Kekkai Genkai, a power he had always pursued. Ryumei shook his head and said, This is not the power of Hashirama, but a higher level than his. According to our bet, you have lost. Are you ready to fulfill your promise?" Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. Ryumei's secrets piqued his great interest. With his help, he might truly be able to achieve his dreams faster. Most importantly, Ryumei was indeed powerful enough. A strong ally is something no one would refuse. Thinking of this, Orochimaru stood up and said hoarsely, "I accept my defeat. When are we going to Konoha?" Upon hearing this, Ryumei's smile became even brighter. He stepped forward and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, lightly saying, "The sooner, the better. I've been out for almost half a year. I wonder how Konoha is doing now. Let me introduce you to someone first." After saying this, Ryumei turned and called out, "Come out, Sasuke." As soon as the words fell, the door was slammed open. Lord Orochimaru, how are you? Are you hurt? Lord Orochimaru. The ones who entered were not Sasuke, but Kinshiki and Shin, who had also been carried back by Ryumiai after they fainted. Orochimaru regained his usual aloof demeanor and said, "What could happen to me? Pack your things. We are preparing to leave here." "Leave here? Where are we going?" Kabuto instinctively asked, glancing at Ryumiai. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, "You guessed it, Kabuto. Starting today, we belong to the Uchiha clan. Besides obeying my orders, you will also follow Lord Ryumiai's orders. Do you understand?" Kinshiki regarded Orochimaru's words as a command. After hearing this, he immediately bowed and said, "Understood. Lord Ryumiai, I apologize for my previous offenses. Please forgive me." Kabuto hesitated for a moment, then performed the same action as Kinshiki. Ryumiai waved his hand and said casually, "Get up. Your talents are quite good. Work hard once you join the Uchiha clan. I will not mistreat you." The two stood up and positioned themselves to the side. At that moment, Sasuke walked in somewhat reluctantly. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke and recognized from the Uchiha crest on him that this child was also from the Uchiha clan. "Lord Ryumiai, who is this child?" Orochimaru asked, somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Ryumiai was planning. Ryumiai smiled and introduced, "This child is Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother. Because my training methods are rather special, I am not good at teaching this child, so I would like you to help train him." Hearing that he was Itachi's younger brother, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at Sasuke a few more times. However, he soon felt a bit disappointed because Sasuke did not seem to be as impressive as Itachi. His Sharingan was not activated, and he was not particularly outstanding in other aspects either. This cannot be blamed on Orochimaru's disdain for Sasuke. On one hand, their meeting was a few years earlier than in the original story, so Sasuke's talent had not fully manifested. On the other hand, after witnessing a freak like Ryumiai, Orochimaru's standards were subtly raised. He couldn't help but compare others to Ryumiai, resulting in great disappointment. Chapter 79 Sasuke's Disdain Sigh. After all, this is the first order that Lord Longming gave me, so I can't refuse. I can only reluctantly teach this kid a little. Orochimaru sighed inwardly, just about to greet Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Sasuke started to express his disdain for him first. Sasuke pouted and said, "Longming, you really tricked me. This guy looks so lifeless. How could he be as powerful as he said?" Orochimaru was displeased after hearing this and immediately retorted, "Kid, judging a person by their appearance is a flaw in your character. How do you know I'm not powerful? Maybe after you learn about my abilities, you'll beg to be my disciple." Sasuke was momentarily speechless, feeling that Orochimaru seemed to have a point. He then asked seriously, "Can you beat Longming?" No." Sasuke showed a disappointed expression and then asked, "Can you beat my brother Itachi?" Also no." Sasuke returned to his disdainful expression and said speechlessly, "You can't beat anyone and still call yourself powerful. How shameless." Orochimaru was so angry he wanted to spit blood. "Can't you pick a normal person to compare with me?" In order to maintain his dignity, Orochimaru, who originally didn't plan to teach seriously, secretly decided to take Sasuke as his disciple. He wanted the other party to understand that his title as one of the legendary 3 shinobi was not something that came easily. So, in the days on the way back, Orochimaru began an exceptionally rigorous training regimen for Sasuke. Longming was very satisfied with this, and on the way back, he casually flirted with Hinata, living a relatively comfortable life. However, what Longming didn't know was that Konoha village was brewing a conspiracy waiting for him. At the entrance of Konoha village, a very beautiful blonde woman stood at the gate, wearing a green coat with a large gambling character on the back. Her voluptuous figure was difficult to disguise, even in oversized clothing. Swish, 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 several sounds of slicing through the air came. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally arrived. The third Hokage has been waiting for you for too long," said a ninja in Konoha green armor excitedly. Indeed, the woman standing at the village gate was Tsunade, the princess of Konoha and the last of the legendary 3 shinobi, often jokingly referred to as the legendary fat sheep. Originally devastated by the deaths of her lover and brother, Tsunade should have been traveling around and living off gambling. However, a few months ago, she suddenly began to win every bet, dominating the casinos. This unusual situation made her realize that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Tsunade soon learned about the change in power within Konoha. Initially, she had no intention of getting involved because she was very reluctant to return to this sorrowful place. But a sudden letter forced Tsunade to put aside her affairs and rush back to Konoha village. Tsunade looked complexly at the gates of Konoha and then asked, "Where's the old man now?" The cautious ninja glanced around and whispered, Lady Tsunade, please follow me. There are Uchiha spies everywhere. We must not let them discover you. Tsunade nodded slightly and then entered Konoha with Shizune from the shadows. After winding through various routes, Tsunade arrived at a small room protected by a barrier, where many ninjas had already gathered. Besides familiar faces like the third Hokage, Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kakashi, there was also the head of the Shimura clan. Little Tsunade, you finally returned. Please sit down. We have been waiting for you for a long time, said Hiruzen Sarutobi with a gratified smile, inviting Tsunade to sit. The others also made way, allowing Tsunade to take the main seat. I never expected such big changes in Konoha in just a few years. Old man, do you have to hide, even when holding a meeting now? Tsunade sighed. The third Hokage's face turned red, and he took a puff from his pipe to explain. There's no choice. The Uchiha clan is in charge now. We have to be more cautious. You are our last chance. Tsunade rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, don't put such a heavy task on me. I can't fight anymore. I can only help you contact Mangekyō Mountain. Are you sure those frogs have the ability to break the Jinjutsu Jiraiya is under? That's right. Tsunade had returned this time because of Jiraiya's situation. The third Hokage nodded heavily and replied, according to the ancient text we found, Mangekyō Mountain should have that capability. I've heard that the great sage of Mangekyō Mountain was a powerful figure from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths, and he once entrusted an important mission to Jiraiya. I believe that as long as we inform Mangekyō Mountain, they will find a way to break the Jinjutsu Jiraiya is under. Tsunade thought for a moment, recalling Jiraiya's broad back, and said, all right, for Jiraiya's sake. I'll help you this time. Tsunade took a deep breath, closed her eyes, bit her finger, and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning technique, Snai. A burst of white mist exploded, and a blue and white small snail appeared on the table. It raised its head and happily said, Lady Tsunade, you have finally summoned me again. I missed you. Tsunade smiled slightly and stroked the snail's body. Ever since she developed hemophobia, she had rarely performed even the simple C-rank summoning technique. If it weren't for Jiraiya, she would never have summoned the snail. Tsunade placed the snail on her hand and said, Snail, I summoned you this time hoping you can help me. Can you contact the frog family of Mangekyō Mountain? Of course, there are ways to communicate between the three great sacred lands. I can help you contact them. The snail's words relieved everyone. The third Hokage showed great joy and quickly said, then please, Sage Snail, contact them immediately and tell them Jiraiya is in big trouble. We need the great sage's help. Understood, I'll do it. The snail nodded and then exploded into a puff of white mist, disappearing from the spot. Not long after, a snail with a strange scroll was summoned back by Tsunade. The snail raised the scroll on its body and said, the great sage has been waiting for you for a long time. He said he has a way to save Jiraiya. This is a special reverse summoning scroll that can allow one of you to go to Mangekyō Mountain. The third Hokage treasured the scroll as if it were a treasure and deeply bowed to the snail. Thank you, Sage Snail. Konoha will never forget your help. After thinking for a moment, the third Hokage handed the scroll to Tsunade and said, Little Tsunade, the mission to Mangekyō Mountain is entrusted to you. You must meet the great sage and ask him to help Jiraiya. Don't worry. That is why I came back, Tsunade said without hesitation, taking the scroll and opening it. An unusual force instantly enveloped Tsunade, and she vanished from the spot in an instant.